Murder Clinic. Stories of the world's great detectives of fiction. Men Against Murder. Each week at this time, WOR Mutual turns the spotlight on one of the great figures of crime detection and brings you his most exciting case. Tonight, Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot in the tragedy at Marsden Manor. Evening, Monsieur Poirot. I recognize you anywhere, I think, thanks to those magnificent mustachios of yours.
Merci bien. They are very magnificent, no?
They are indeed. Tell me, did they help you solve the tragedy at Marsden Manor?
No. It was the little gray cells in the brain of the great Hercule Poirot that prevented this great miscarriage of justice in the death of Richard Maltravers of Marsden Manor. It all began in the little village of Marsden Lee, less than 100 kilometers from London.
Come in. Yes, what is it?
Are you Dr. Bernard?
Yes, I am.
Come quick, the master's done for.
You mean Mr. Maltravers of the manor?
Aye, the master. The mistress, she says, fetch the doctor, she says. But it bean't no use. He's a dead un. I knows a dead un when I see un.
What was it, man? An accident?
No, bean't no accident. I found him in the lower meadow, with the blood running out of his mouth. Be a stroke.
A stroke?
That's what it be.
Well, hurry, man, let's go. Come now, Mrs. Maltravers. You must get hold of yourself. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. After all, we are all of us mortal.
But why Richard? He was so good, so kind. Why did this have to happen to him?
Oh, come, please.
He seemed so well, so full of life. Why, only last week he passed a medical examination for insurance. How could he have died so suddenly? Doctor, what happened?
A hemorrhage due to stomach ulcers, undoubtedly, resulting in a stroke.
Bonjour, Mr. Hyde.
Hello, Poirot.
You know my good friend Captain Hastings, no?
Good morning, Captain Hastings.
Welcome.
Well, Poirot, you got my message, I see.
I did. What is it that disturbs you, mon ami? Richard Maltravers dies? You sent for Poirot. What was the cause of Monsieur Maltravers' death?
The death certificate says a hemorrhage resulting in a stroke due to stomach ulcers.
But surely you did not bring Papa Poirot here to talk of the stomach ulcers. This Richard Maltravers had taken out the insurance policy in your company, no?
And what a policy. For £50,000.
Well, a good square sum, that, huh?
Rather.
So, what is it you wish me to do? It is unfortunate for your company, but everything seems, open and above the plank, no?
No, Poirot. Open and above board.
Ah, my good friend, the great Hastings. Always he corrects the English of Hercule Poirot. Monsieur Wright, I ask you, do I not speak the English of a super?
You do indeed. But to get back to your previous question, what my company wishes you to do is to investigate the circumstances of Mr. Maltravers' death.
So, what is it you suspect, mon ami?
Well, of course, you know in the case of suicide, the policy is invalid.
Yes.
And when a man past the prime of life takes out an unusually large policy in favor of a young wife half his age and then dies within 2 weeks, the possibility of suicide cannot be ignored.
Oh, with certainty, mon ami. But suicide by hemorrhage? That is a queer suspense of fish. Now, if the cause of death had been heart failure, then I would smell a mouse. Heart failure can always mean that a stupid doctor did not find the true cause. But hemorrhage, ma foi, hemorrhage is, hemorrhage.
Exactly. Nevertheless, we are determined to proceed with the matter. You will undertake the inquiry?
But of course. Hastings, that great professor of English, shall go with me. Eh, mon ami?
Gladly, Poirot.
Eh bien. Now, where is this place, this Marsden Manor?
You take the Great Eastern Line from Liverpool Station to the little town of Marsden Lee. Marsden Manor is about a mile from the village.
Marsden Lee. All right, Hastings. We go.
So this is Marsden Lee, eh? I hope we can get a conveyance up to the manor.
Ticket, sir.
Here you are, my friend.
I suppose you'll be coming down for the funeral, sir?
Funeral? What funeral?
You say you've made a funeral of Master Maltravers. About the manor.
Oh. You say the manor? Could that be Marsden Manor?
Aye, it be.
That is an odd coincidence. My friend and I, we have come down with a thought of buying this Marsden Manor.
You couldn't pay me to live there, you couldn't.
Why not?
It be haunted.
Haunted?
Aye, haunted. Seen things there, folks says.
Yeah, we should see. Now, could you tell us where a Dr. Bernard lives?
Aye, up yon hill, about half a mile.
Well, come, Hastings. I understand, Dr. Bernard, that you signed the death certificate of a Mr. Richard Maltravers.
Yes, I did.
You understand, Doctor, with such a big policy, we must make the careful investigation.
Of course. I suppose he was such a rich man, his life was insured for a big sum,
You consider him a rich man, Doctor?
Well, was he not? He kept 2 cars, you know, and Marsden Manor is a pretty big place to keep up. Although I believe he bought it very cheaply.
I understand he had considerable losses of late.
That's so, indeed. It's fortunate for his widow, then, that there is this insurance.
Yes.
Very beautiful and charming young creature, but terribly unstrung by this sad catastrophe. I've tried to spare her all I could, but of course the shock has been very great.
Why shock? His ulcers of the stomach, they're what you call chronic,
Yes.
They are not sudden.
No.
Did you not attend Mr. Maltravers before, Doctor?
My dear sir, I never attended him.
What?
I understand Mr. Maltravers was a member of a faith-healing sect.
But you examined the body?
Certainly. I was fetched by one of the under-gardeners.
And the cause of death was clear?
Absolutely. There was blood on the lips, but most of the bleeding must have been internal.
He had not been moved?
No, the body hadn't been touched. He had evidently been out shooting crows, and a long-barreled bird gun lay beside him. The hemorrhage must have occurred quite suddenly. Gastric ulcers, without a doubt.
He could not have been shot,
My dear sir,
I beg pardon. But I remember once a doctor who said heart failure until the constable showed him a bullet wound through the head.
You will find no bullet wounds on the body or head of Mr. Maltravers. Now, gentlemen, if there's nothing further,
Thank you, Doctor. Just one more thing. You saw no need for the autopsy,
Certainly not. The cause of death was perfectly clear. In my profession, we see no need to distress unduly the relatives of a dead patient. Now, gentlemen, if you'll pardon me, good day.
Well, Hastings, what do you think of our good Dr. Bernard?
Bit of an old fool.
Precisely. Your judgments of character are always profound, mon ami, except where a young and beautiful woman is concerned. So now you must mind your Q's and P's, because the good doctor has said that the next one we see is both young and beautiful. This Madame Maltravers. Madame Maltravers, I cannot tell you how I am sorry to bother you in this way.
Must I be bothered now? I know nothing about this insurance of my husband.
Courage, madame, it is necessary. I will do all to make this matter not too unpleasant for you. I, Hercule Poirot, swear it. Now, if you would recount briefly the sad events of last Wednesday,
Well, I was changing for tea when the maid came up. One of the gardeners had just run up to the house. He'd found Richard.
No, I comprehend. Enough. You had seen your husband earlier in the afternoon?
No, not since lunch. I'd walked down to the village for some stamps. I believe he was out pottering around the grounds.
Shooting the crows, no?
So I understand. He usually took his bird gun with him. In fact, I heard one or two shots at a distance.
So? Where is this bird gun now?
In the gun cabinet over there, I suppose.
With your permission, madame. Now, here it is. Ah. 2 shots fired, I see. And now, madame, a delicate question. Monsieur Maltravers, your husband, is awaiting burial, I believe?
Yes. He's lying in his room.
If I might see?
Why, yes, of course. It's the first room at the top of the stairs. You'll forgive me if I don't go with you.
What, of course. Hastings, you remain here with madame.
Do you think Mr. Poirot will understand why I didn't go with him?
I can assure you, Mrs. Maltravers, Poirot is most sympathetic.
I don't doubt it, Mr. Hastings. I only wish there was more that I could tell him.
Oh, I understand. But I wonder, Mrs. Maltravers, if you could tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
Well, the station master, an odd character named Volk, said something about Marsden Manor being haunted.
Marsden Manor haunted? Why, surely you're joking, Mr. Hastings.
Oh, no, I assure you. He told us that people have seen things.
We must have been referring to my humble experiments in extrasensory perception. I've always been tremendously intrigued by that subject, and doubtless some of our servants have been gossiping.
Madame, you are mediumistic. How fascinating.
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, Mr. Poirot. I've dabbled a bit, that's all.
So?
I've managed table levitation and simple things like that. But I suppose to the simple rustics around here, it looks like black magic.
Very interesting. Under kinder circumstances, I would implore a demonstration.
Why, are you interested in such things, Mr. Poirot?
All fields of knowledge interest the great Poirot.
Poirot, don't you think perhaps we'd better...
Oh, I forgot, madame. I thank you for your so great courtesy. I do not think you need be bothered any further by the matter. By the way, do you know anything of your husband's financial position?
Nothing whatever, I'm afraid. I'm very stupid about business.
I see. Then you can give us no clue as to why your husband suddenly decided to insure his life.
Oh, was it sudden? I'm sure I don't know.
Enfin. And now, with your permission, madame, we will go. Hastings?
Oh, I'll see you to the door.
Merci. Oh, just one more thing, madame. Could you tell me, when they found Mr. Maltravers, did they find him unshod, without the shoes?
Why, really, Mr. Poirot, I don't understand.
It is nothing. It does not matter. And now, madame, adieu. Oh, but look, you have another visitor. Someone is coming up to walk, huh?
Archie!
Hello.
You! Why, I thought you were on your way there to Australia.
Yes, I was. But I read the news of Uncle's death in Paris and hurried back. Emily, my dear, is there anything I can do for you? Anything?
Oh, of course not. What could you do? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. Mr. Poirot, this is Captain Black, my husband's nephew. Captain Black, Mr. Hastings.
How down? Emily, how did this happen? Uncle seemed perfectly well when I was here Monday night.
You've evidently read the papers, Archie. You must know what happened.
But they gave no details, just the bare notice of his death. What happened?
Archie, I just can't go through all that again.
Yes, Captain Black, I'm afraid my friend and I, we have disturbed madame.
What are you doing here?
I am Hercule Poirot. The Hercule Poirot.
Mr. Poirot is from the insurance company, Archie.
That's just why I've come back. To protect you from annoyances like this.
You shouldn't have risked your job, Archie. If you left right away, you might still get to Paris in time to make your boat train.
You say Paris, mon capitaine. You go to Australia by way of Paris?
Why, yes. I intended taking the Orient Express from there and pick up the Pacific Mail at Port Said.
Ah, oui. That shortens the journey, does it not? You are staying here, Captain Black?
Yes, I'm staying at the Pig and Thistle. That's the inn down in the village.
Ah, village inn. It serves the roast beef, no?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
Good. So, Hastings, let us try this roast beef at the Pig and Thistle, huh?
Poirot, now you've had your roast beef. Hadn't we better be getting back to London?
No, not so fast, my good Hastings. London, she will not run away. But this Captain Black, he may do so. A garçon! Garçon!
For heaven's sake, Poirot. English inns don't have garçons.
No? Then who is it who approaches?
What do you have, Governor?
For my friend, the dictionary. For me, a bock.
He means beer, George.
I mean the ale.
Right, Governor.
You've been up at the manor, sir?
I mean, yes, we have.
It's sad business, that. I knew no good had come of it as soon as they took the manor.
You mean this, Maltravers? They were not popular?
Well, not that, Governor. He was a bit too old for her, if you know what I mean.
Oh, see?
She might better have married the nephew. Leastways, I'll bet Bob the nephew thought so.
Ah, there has been the gossip, huh?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as that, Governor. But he did hang around a bit.
And the husband, Mr. Maltravers? The object?
Not as I knows of, Governor. But I is my opinion, I is.
Without the doubt, it is the worst opinion, no, George? But the Captain Black, here he comes now.
Hello, Poirot. Here you are.
Captain Black, come, will you not join us? Bark, perhaps?
Yes, thanks. I don't mind if I do. Wait, a mug of ale.
Oh, no, Governor.
Sad business, this death of your uncle, huh?
Yes, and so sudden, too. He seemed in excellent health when I dined with him Monday night.
So? And was he also in good spirits? What did he say? Or what was the talk at this dinner Monday night?
Oh, I don't know. The usual general topics.
I see.
My uncle asked about my people. We talked of Australia.
Yes.
Then Mrs. Maltravers asked a lot of questions about East Africa, where I'd spent some time. I told them one or two yarns. That's about all, I think.
Madame Maltravers seems much upset at the death of her husband, no?
Naturally. They've been married less than a year.
So I hear. A remarkable woman, this lady.
Remarkable in what way? What do you mean?
She has, how you say, the seeing eye. I hear her tell Hastings she does the seance. He seems most interested, no, Hastings?
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as that.
Always the conservative Hastings. Me? I am not so.
Why, Mr. Poirot, don't tell me you believe in this psychic stuff.
Oh, I have not the closed mind. For example, Captain Black, you have told us all that your conscious self knows. Now, with your permission, I would question your subconscious, huh?
Psychoanalysis, eh? Well, it's nonsense, but I don't mind.
Merci. It is like this. I give you a word. You answer with another word. Any word. The first word you think of. Eh bien, shall we begin?
Go ahead.
Hastings, note down the words, please.
Very well, Poirot.
Now, day,
Night.
name,
Place.
Bernard,
Shore.
Monday,
Dinner.
journey,
Ship.
country,
Uganda.
story,
Lions.
bird gun,
Farm.
shot,
Suicide.
elephant,
Tusks.
money.
Lawyers.
So, that is all. You are a good subject, mon capitaine.
You don't mean to tell me that rigmarole means anything to you?
Maybe not. But nevertheless, you are a good subject.
Well, if you don't need me anymore, I think I'll go upstairs and unpack. Shall I see you again before you leave, Mr. Poirot?
Yes, I should not be surprised.
Good. See you later.
Au revoir, mon capitaine. And now, my clever Hastings, you see it all, no?
Well, I don't know what you mean, Poirot.
Does that list of words tell you nothing?
Sorry, I'm afraid it doesn't.
Then I will assist you. To begin with, the Capitaine answered within the time limit. No pauses, no making up the mind.
Yeah?
Day to night and place to name are normal associations. Then I give him Bernard, the name of the doctor, if he knew him.
Oh.
Evidently he does not. When I say Bernard, he says shore. Monday means dinner, country is Uganda. Story recalls the lion story he tells them. All natural. But now, notice. When I mention bird gun, I get the unexpected answer, farm. When I say shot, he answers at once, suicide. A man he knows commits suicide with a bird gun on a farm somewhere. Imbecile that I am! The great Hercule Poirot is hoodwinked.
What are you talking about?
Do you not see, Hastings? That is the story the Captain Black told at the dinner Monday night.
Oh, I see. And you think that gave Maltravers the idea? You think he shot himself in the mouth with that bird gun?
Why not? Remember, the bird gun has a very tiny charge of powder. The bullet would remain lodged in the brain. All that would show would be the blood in the mouth. Come, Hastings. It is not too late.
Of course, but where?
To see once more this dead man. To Marsden Manor. Hastings, to Marsden Manor. Alas, Mrs. Maltravers, it is true. Your husband shot himself through the mouth with a bird gun.
You mean suicide?
It would seem so, madame.
But the insurance...
Naturally, madame, the suicide will void the policy. It is unfortunate, but what will you?
Oh, but this is impossible. My husband would never commit suicide. It's inconceivable.
But the evidence, madame, it is conclusive.
No. There must be some other explanation.
You mean murder, madame? Well, of course, that is always possible. But no, not likely, I'm afraid.
But you do admit it's possible. You just said it was possible.
Yes, of course, everything is possible. Have you any idea who might have wished to kill your husband?
Why, no. No, I haven't.
Madame, I have a suggestion. It is bizarre, no doubt, but perhaps if you are willing to help.
Oh, yes, of course, anything.
Madame, you are mediumistic. Perhaps if you would try, you could...
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I could get through to Richard. He might tell us what happened.
I am sure you could do it, madame.
Yes, I'll do it. Come back here tonight at 8 and bring Captain Black with you.
Bien, madame. I am sure you will succeed. Until 8, madame. Au revoir.
Hello? Dubois Theatrical Agency? Henri Dubois. This is Hercule Poirot. Bien, mon ami. Henri, I have a part for you. For one appearance only. Oui, as always. Now listen closely. This is what I wish you to do. Dr. Bernard, this is Hercule Poirot. Tell me, doctor, when you saw Mr. Maltravers after the stroke, did he have on the shoes? He did? Bien, merci. Hello, Scotland Yard. Inspector Japp, please. Hello, Japp. This is Poirot. Quite well, thank you. Inspector, I think I have a murderer for you. No, there is no time to explain. Be at Marsden Manor, Marsden Lee, at 8 o'clock tonight. Wait outside the window. And do not come in until I call, eh? Good, remember. Marsden Manor at 8.
Madame Maltravers, we are on time, as you see. Hastings and I have brought Captain Black with us.
I say there's a bad storm coming up. Would that interfere with the experiment?
Certainly not, Mr. Hastings. This isn't mumbo-jumbo. The weather has nothing to do with it.
Well, let us proceed, huh?
Yes. Now, will you draw chairs up around this table, please? Now, Mr. Hastings, if you'll put out the light.
Certainly.
Now, remain perfectly quiet, please, no matter what you hear or see. Richard. Can you hear me, Richard? Can you hear me? If you can, rap. Rap 3 times. Did you hear that?
But of course, madame. Did you not tell him to rap 3 times?
That's how Richard always used to knock.
Perhaps he is outside.
No.
They say the suicide never rests, always returns.
Listen. What was that?
The front door slammed. Oh, no, Captain Black. It was but the thunder.
Poirot, I hear footsteps.
It is the wind, madame. I will close the door. I have locked it.
Don't do that. If it should open now.
By Jove, it is open.
He's there. There in the doorway.
I see nothing, madame.
I saw him, I tell you. do?
Look. She's right. He is there. His hand. Look, it's pointing. What's that light coming from? It's pointing at her.
Mon Dieu. Her hand. Her right hand. It is scarlet with blood.
Blood! Yes, it's blood. I killed him. I said it. Take her away. Take her away.
Light!
Good heavens, Poirot, she's got away through that window.
Do not worry, mon capitaine. The good Inspector Japp outside will stop her.
Good heavens, that lovely creature, a murderer.
And a very clever one, my susceptible Hastings. After all, she could not know she would come up against the great Hercule Poirot. And she might even have fooled me if she had only taken off his shoe.
His shoe, Poirot?
Only with his toe could he himself have pulled the trigger of this bird gun. And parbleu, his shoes were still on when they found him.
But I don't understand. This seance, was it all fake?
Certainement. She meant to pull the sheep.
Wool.
Very well, wool. But it was I who pulled the sheep's wool over her eyes. Thanks to my good friend Henri Dubois, who played the part of the husband's ghost, and Papa Poirot, who put the red paint on her hand in the dark.
But what was her idea in having this seance?
Parbleu, mon capitaine. Do you not see? Madame, she will go into the trance. She will hear the voice. She will come out from the trance. She will, with great reluctance, name the murderer.
You mean she meant to confess?
Mais non, mon capitaine. She meant to name you.
You have been listening to Murder Clinic. Murder Clinic, the WOR Mutual series which brings to you each week one exciting case. Tonight, the tragedy of Marsden Manor, with Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot, played by Maurice Tarplin. Next week, Murder Clinic will bring you Fred Irving Anderson's Deputy Farr, the Vermont farmer who became chief of the Homicide Bureau in New York City. Deputy Farr, the man with the nose for murder. The story is Gulfstream Green, in which the deputy proves that the conceit of murderers is colossal. Original music was composed by Ralph Barnhart and conducted by Bob Stanley. This program was an international exchange feature over the coast-to-coast network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Tales told on Murder Clinic are adaptations by authors Lee Wright and John A. Bassett. Murder Clinic is produced under the direction of Alvin Flanagan. Frank Knight speaking.
Section 21 of G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the sign of the world's end, the soul in every legend. I think it was that very fine and subtle writer, Vernon Lee, who lapsed into literary heresy by saying that a poet is always a pantheist. I could only accept this in the amended form that no poet, by any possibility, has ever been or ever will be a pantheist. It was precisely because Walt Whitman sometimes tried in principle to be a pantheist that so great a genius just missed being a poet. Shelley did not miss being a poet, but he did miss being a pantheist. A deep imaginative instinct beyond his cheap philosophies made him always do something which is the soul of imagination, but the very opposite of universalism. It made him insulate the object of which he wrote, making the cloud or the bird as solitary as possible in the sky. Imagination demands an image. An image demands a background. The background should be equal and level, or vast and vague, but only for the sake of the image. In writing of the skylark, Shelley compares that unfortunate wildfowl to a lady in a tower, or a star to a rose, to all sorts of things that are not in the least like a skylark. But they all have one touch, the touch of separation and solitude. Now pantheism means that nothing is thus separated, that the divine essence is equally distributed at any given moment in all the atoms of the universe, and that he who would see it imaginatively must see it as a whole. Now I deny that this was done by Shelley the poet, whatever may have been done by Shelley the prig. When he had heard the skylark speaking to him like a spirit out of heaven, I deny that he heard at the same moment the crowing of the cocks, the screaming of cockatoos, the gobbling of turkeys, the cawing of rooks, the clucking of hens, and the pandemonium of the parrot house at the zoo, or that for him, at that moment, all these things mingled in one harmony are music of the spheres. I do not deny that the poet may write an ode to a parrot as well as to a skylark, or for that matter a serenade to a penguin or a pelican. But he will prefer the parrot outside the parrot house. He will prefer the pelican in the wilderness. In short, he will aim at seeing the object against a background, as one sees a star in the sky or an island in the sea. He will aim at seeing the object in the strict sense of distinguishing the object. And this element of distinction would alone distinguish such a poet from the vulgar universality of the ordinary pantheist. For the rest, Shelley's poetry very seldom expressed Shelley's philosophy. When once he began to sing, he generally sang the creeds that he refused to say. In the skylark, for instance, he does not in the least proclaim the doctrine of universal nature or the immanence of God. What he does proclaim is the doctrine of original sin, or the fall of man. When the skylark ceases merely to flutter and begins really to fly, to sweep and to soar, when the verse takes on the swing and powerful pulsation of great poetry, it is not even about the isolation of the bird, but the stranger isolation of the man. We look before and after. Our sweetest songs are those that tell a saddest thought. But if we could scorn hate and pride and fear, if we were things born not to shed a tear. There, the pantheistic poet is telling a tale not told by all the parrots in the zoological gardens, but rather by the bird of paradise that came with us out of the Garden of Eden. I noted last week that Mr. Bernard Shaw, in the last attractive preface to his last amusing play, advances a thesis in science and then propounds it as a thesis in philosophy. It might well be described as a progressive pantheism as compared to the static pantheism more commonly associated with pantheists. The current criticism will probably be that it is all very well for Mr. Shaw to talk philosophy, but he knows nothing about science. To me, this seems the exact contrary of the fact. He has always been very well equipped with facts in his scientific controversies, and his logic, of which I can judge better, seems to me very conclusive on the purely scientific question. He is strictly scientific in refusing the test of cutting off a mouse's tail, for instance, as affecting the question of acquired characteristics. As he very sensibly points out, an arbitrary amputation by somebody else is not an acquired characteristic at all, any more than we can talk of a man acquiring a railway accident. The Lamarckian suggestion is that the will counts, and nobody wills a railway accident. I think Mr. Shaw is entirely successful in his science. Where I begin to doubt is precisely in his philosophy, and especially when he propounds it as a religion. And I doubt it because it ignores, as the more static pantheism ignores, the same rather indescribable element which I can only call identity. I can only dimly describe it as the conviction that it is it. Mr. Shaw suggests that we should all pool our legends and treat them all equally as legends, that is, as allegories. This, I fancy, is very much what was really done by the Neoplatonists and other syncretists of the pagan sunset on the Mediterranean. They made a pool of all the legends, and it was rather a stagnant pool. Indeed, the Mediterranean itself would henceforth have been little more than a stagnant pool, but for the wind of the Spirit that blew on it from Bethlehem and Calvary, that is, from real places alive with stories at least believed to be real. When the New World found something to follow, it had to be a man, and not a myth, a tragedy, and not a mummery. If the New World finds a new religion now, it is much more likely to be in spiritualist miracles and a spiritualist plan of heaven and earth, all to be believed down to the last detail, than in the weary impartiality of the pool of the Neoplatonists. That pool may be a sea into which all religions ultimately run. It is certainly not a spring in which any religions originally rise. We shall never make a new legend by advertising for an allegory. The great myth comes from men who believe they have found a great truth, at least at first, and that a vivid, vital, and final truth. If there be, as I believe, such a central truth, this is the only way in which men can receive that truth. But even if it be only a delusion, this is the only way in which they can be deluded. In short, it is not enough for a religion to include everything. It must include everything and something over. That is, it must include everything and include something as well. It must answer that deep and mysterious human demand for something as distinct from the demand for everything, even if the nature of that demand be too deep to be easily defined in logic. It will never cease to be described in poetry. We might also say that all poetry is a description of it. Even when you have only natural religion, you will still have supernatural poetry, and it will be poetic because it is particular, not because it is general. The new priest may proclaim, "The sea is God, the land is God, and the sky is God," but yet there are not three gods, but one God. But even if the old priest be silenced, the old poet will always answer, "God is in a cave, God is in a stable, God is disguised and hidden. I alone know where he is. He is herding the cattle of Admetus, he is pouring out the wine of Cana." The new republic may make the philosophical declaration, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all trees were evolved equal and endowed with the dignity of creative evolution." But if in the silence that followed we overhear the poor nurse or the peasant mother telling fairy tales to the children, we will always be saying, "And in the seventh garden, beyond the seventh gate, was the tree with the golden apples." Or they sailed and sailed till they came to an island, and in the island was a meadow, and in the meadow the tree of life. Now, according to the old rationalistic criticism, it was enough to say of a fancy that it was fanciful. It was enough to say that a religion was a romance, and a romance a delusion. But men like Mr. Shaw have already left that behind, in the 60 years' wandering starting from the Dublin of the Protestants and the Darwin of the professors. They already realize that there is a soul in every dogma, that religion cannot be left out of account, that rationalism cannot be left in control. Now, if we are to look sympathetically for the soul in every dogma, surely we must look for that something in the soul which makes it clothe itself in every case in a particular and personal body. If this particularism always stubbornly recurs, even in poetry, how can it be left out of philosophy? What is the meaning of this incurable itch to give to airy nothing, or still more airy everything, a local habitation and a name? Why is it always something at once odd and objective, a precious fruit or a flying cup or a buried key, that symbolizes the mystery of the world? Why should not the world symbolize the world? Why should not a sphere sufficiently represent universalism, so that the faithful might be found adoring a plum-pudding or a cannon-ball? Why should not a spiral sufficiently represent progress, and the pious bow down before a corkscrew? In practice, we know that it would be impossible to dissociate a Christmas pudding from the sacramental specialism of Christmas, and the worship of the corkscrew. That hieratic serpent would probably be traced to the mysteries of Dionysus. In a word, why are all the mysteries concerned with the notion of finding a particular thing in a particular place? If we are to find the real meaning of every element in mythology, what is the real meaning of that element in it? I can see only one possible answer. That satisfies the new, more serious and sympathetic study of religion, even among skeptics, and that is that there really is something to which all these fancies are what forgeries are to a signature, that if the soul could be satisfied with the truth, it would find it a tale as particular, as positive, and as personal, that the light which we follow first as a wide white star actually narrows as we draw nearer to it, till we find that trailing meteor is something like a light in a window or a candle in a room. End of section 21.
Buck Radio time, right time, exactly 8:30.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we present Non-Stop to Victoria by Glenn Hamilton. It tells the tale of a young woman traveling alone on a fast train from Brighton to London, and of her strange and unexpected companion in a first-class compartment. A prosaic backdrop to a bizarre and terrifying situation. Listen in a few moments to Non-Stop to Victoria, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Victor Mackison and directed by David Manley.
When famous star Ursula Andress walks in, even a crowded Hollywood restaurant falls silent. She's been called the most beautiful girl in the world, and I happen to know that she cares for that marvelous complexion with Lux Beauty Soap.
Yes, Lux always. I love Lux because it's so mild and pure and gentle. It's the mildest soap I know, and I just adore such perfume.
Ursula Andress, a famous star with a fabulous complexion. Why not do as she does and care for your complexion with Lux?
You love Lux.
Look, Mom, no filling.
Lucky boy. But then your mother sees that you brush regularly with new Pepsodent, the toothpaste of which a leading dental authority says brushing with new Pepsodent removes the biggest cause of tooth decay, the dangerous dulling film. So make sure you and your family brush regularly with new Pepsodent and help keep your teeth white, healthy, and free from decay. Then you'll know the happy feeling of hearing your child say,
Look, Mom, no filling.
For you and your family, new Pepsodent safeguards against decay.
And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Non-Stop to Victoria.
Hurry along there. Hurry along, please. Non-stop to Victoria. Hurry along. Close them doors, please. Close them doors. Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this the London train?
Of course it is. Non-stop Victoria. Leaving right now.
Oh, wait, please.
Oh, dear. I'll get it up then. You got half a second. First door you come to, hop in.
Oh.
Can't expect the London, Brighton and South Coast Railway to wait all night for one person, you know.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I had such trouble in getting here.
Well, you're here now. And you'll still be here half an hour from now, waiting for another train if you don't hop it right smartly. I'm going to blow me whistle right now, and that's it.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I won't be a moment.
Better not be, miss. Right, George!
Oh, forgive me for bursting in like that on you.
If you hadn't, in all likelihood, you'd have missed the train.
I hope you don't mind.
Not at all. Do sit down. The train's starting to sway already. You can't be comfortable standing there like that.
Thank you. Oh, what's that? Paper pasted on the window just by my seat. This compartment reserved from Brighton to Victoria. Train 9:08 non-stop. And the date. Today's date. Oh, my goodness. Sir, this compartment is reserved for you.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Oh, and I burst in upon your privacy, and after you've paid extra for it and everything.
Oh, please, you mustn't think of it. It's no aggravation for me.
I would change to another seat in another compartment at the next station. Only...
The next station will be Victoria, the end of the line. This is, after all, a non-stop train.
Yes, you're right.
Therefore, we must make the best of the situation, mustn't we? However, I repeat, I'm in no way put out by your, intrusion. On the contrary, I rather welcome it.
I really don't want to interrupt you or interfere or anything like that.
I assure you, you don't and won't. There's no reason at all why we can't pass a pleasant hour together now that we're here, as it were, compelled to each other's company, is there?
Well, no.
We can talk or be silent or anything you like.
I'm not much of a conversationalist, I'm afraid.
Splendid! I've enough chatter and anecdote for the pair of us. I'm an unquenchable enthusiast and egotist. It shall be my pleasure to entertain you, then. To cater to your whim and your wish. To fill your mind with visions of wine and peacocks, gold moidores, and the afternoon wind that churns dust devils upon the arid faces of eastern deserts. Is the thought not stimulating? It's settled, then. It's settled. The hour shall pass like the wind, even as our famous train rushes through the night. She goes well, too. Look here, through my window. We've already passed Preston Park Station. And there are the village lights of Tatcham winking down there below the rails. Whoops! Suddenly they're blotted out. Well, what's that? A greater darkness. A greater roar from the iron wheels, beating back from wet brick walls. Do you know this line well?
Not too well. I've travelled back and forth from London to Brighton on occasion.
I know every inch of it, my dear. Every inch. I must have travelled this line 100 times. Perhaps 1,000. Yes.
That must have been very, very pleasant for you.
Every sleeper. Every wheel click in the rail joints. Every rumble of crossover points, every station with its flare of lemon gaslight racing past in the bright darkness. I always travel on the non-stop at night. The sound and the motion excite me, thrill me. I love to see the rush through the length of a station, the blur of hunched, disappointed faces huddled into chilled, coated shoulders, facing the interminable wait until the signals turn green once more. And the humble, apologetic stopping train shoves in, shamefaced to pick them up. While I rush triumphant through the dark. It's exhilarating.
Must be. You have a liking for speed?
I have a liking for many things. Speed is but one of them. But I confess I do enjoy this 50-mile stretch of the railway. And I know it intimately, right down to its most humble fish plate. Yes.
Ah, there you are, you see. You must be a perfectionist, sir. I don't even know what a fish plate is.
And every nut, every bolt, every ballast stone upon this right-of-way, all have their history. Did you know that?
I'm sure they do have, but I didn't know it.
Did you know that even now we're rapidly approaching a place of great history and tragedy upon the London, Brighton, and South Coast permanent way? Did you? Did you hear that rattle of the wheels just now? Feel the whole train sway slightly?
I did notice something. Why?
Those were the crossover points 1 mile south of the Clayton Tunnel. Those points were the key to the greatest tragedy this railway company has ever known.
What happened?
There. There, did you see that flicker of light going by out there in the darkness?
Yes.
Well, that's where it all began. There, in the signal box, lost in the chalk gloom down here in the great Pycombe cutting. That's where.
Where or what began? What are you speaking of?
13 years ago it was. The winter of 1887. One of those cold, wet, miserable nights when the southwest gales beating up the channel drive the rain in sheets across the downs. And down there, alone in that signal box, warmed by his coke stove, surfeited with strong tea and kippers from his old blackened frying pan, lulled into drowsiness by the mesmeric beat of the rain upon the slate roof. One man. Just one man.
What happened to him? Was he murdered?
Murdered? He? Now, why of all things would you ask me that? No, nothing happened to him. Nothing at all.
Then what is the point of all this?
Picture it. Picture it in your mind if you can. 15 minutes before, a locomotive coming up from Brighton had been sent onto the down line from London. He had performed this deed upon receipt of orders from Brighton over the telegraph. The worthy signalman did as he was bidden and returned to his skipper. The locomotive steamed through the tunnel and into Hassocks a few minutes later, where it was shunted immediately off the down line and into the siding, where it went peacefully about the task of putting together its little local goods train.
What is the point of all this? What are you trying to tell me?
My dear, a story worth telling is worth telling well, is it not? And I have a great head for details. I should like you to hear them all. Do I have your attention?
Yes.
I'm so glad. Our worthy signalman, picture him under the gaslight, engrossed with a kipper and an enamel mug of tea. And in the dimness, at one end of his signal box...
Oh, stop it, stop!
But why, dear? Why?
You're going to tell me something awful, I know it. Something terrible was going to happen.
No, my dear. The terrible thing had already happened.
What do you mean?
There, in the dimness, beyond his immediate range of vision, the great steel lever with which the signalman had opened the points so that the locomotive could change onto the down line for its brief journey, lay opened where the man had left it. He forgot about it entirely.
What happened?
Hard upon the heels of the locomotive came a night goods train to London Bridge. It rattled by the signal box, came to the points, and was shunted onto the down line. There was, even at that moment, rushing through Hassocks towards Brighton, a late express from Victoria, a non-stop running upon the down line. Oh. Suddenly, for some reason he never subsequently explained, the signalman rushed to the lever, saw the position it was in, and stood in helpless horror, glaring up the line through the tearing night rain. He stood poised upon toes in horror, and heard the awful tearing smash a mile and a half away as the two trains met head-on in the cold, sooty darkness.
How awful. It's unbelievable.
But true. There were very few survivors of the Clayton Tunnel disaster. A few badly shaken passengers and the guards from the rear of both trains.
I see what you meant earlier about the line having a history. But such tragedy.
Well, at least, touch wood, there shall be no recurrence of it this night on this train.
Oh, I hope not.
Rest assured, in the relating of the story, we've long since passed through Clayton Tunnel. The train is going famously, is it not?
Very fast, yes.
And was I not right? The time, too, with stimulating conversation, rushes past as if upon gilded wings.
Your description seems a little elaborate, but true.
There was an interesting sequel to the Clayton Tunnel disaster that moved it, for myself at least, into the realm of bizarre coincidence.
Really? What was it?
Quite unwittingly, I became tied, connected, as it were, to the circumstances of the collision.
How extraordinary. Would it be polite,
to inquire?
Of course it would. I hoped you'd ask me that. It's far more than polite. It's most acceptable that you should ask.
I'm so glad.
I was a lad, just 15 at the time of the accident, living happily with my parents upon our estate in Hampshire. And when the accident occurred, there was among the passengers on the down train a man by the name of Burgess Felsham.
You know, there's something quite familiar about that name. What could it be?
I think in a few moments, if you'll give me time to complete my story, you'll recognize the name more readily.
Please go on.
Thank you. I shall. Felsham was nearing the end of a fairly lengthy train journey that had brought him from Lincolnshire across London and was carrying him to Brighton. Within 8 miles of the completion of his rail journey from the eastern counties, Burgess Felsham was killed instantly when the two trains collided in Clayton Tunnel.
Poor man, how horrible for him.
Yes, not a few people were saddened and put out by Felsham's untimely demise. Not the least of whom were those who waited for him upon the arrivals platform at Brighton.
His family, his friends. Oh, yes, I can imagine how ghastly they must have felt about it.
Actually, no. Among his family and his considerable circle of friends, there was a feeling almost akin to relief when the news emerged.
Whatever do you mean? How can you say that?
The people waiting for Burgess Felsham at Brighton Station were considerably shocked and put out by the news. Although Felsham, in truth, could count no friend nor relative among them.
Why? Who were they?
The Brighton police, my dear. A particularly large detachment.
The police? Whatever for?
They were waiting for good old Burgess, you see. Waiting to take him in charge. Arrest him. Stick him in the nick, is the expression used, I believe.
What had he done?
Nothing small, my dear. No, not by any means. Nothing less than murder.
Murder?
And not on a small scale, either. Several of them. Many of them, in fact. Oh, yes. The police were keen to get hold of Felsham. They'd been on his tail for some time. Oh, Burgess knew it, too. That's why he was leaving the country so hastily. Yes. Burgess Felsham had been slipshod. Very naughty in his ways. And really, he deserved to be caught. But the last laugh was his. By the strange series of events that led up to the Clayton Tunnel disaster, he slipped out of the net once and for all. Rather drastically, perhaps, but certainly beyond redemption. Better for him, really. Better, I should imagine, to suffer one's demise thus, rather than kicking at the end of a length of stout English hemp.
But it's horrible, horrible. What kind of murders did he do?
Young girls. He used to strangle them. That's all.
That's all?
What can one say, really? Burgess Felsham was mad. Complete and incurable maniac. His madness drove him to murder.
But he should have been detained in an asylum, being treated.
He was, yes, several times in appropriate institutions. But in due course, he was always released, apparently cured. Once free, it was never long before he returned to his old ways.
How can you treat it so lightly? The whole affair is horrible, to say nothing of pitiable. And yet to hear you speak of it, it sounds as if you're amused by it.
I must admit I always admired old Burgess, dotty as he was. He was a decent old stick when he wasn't off about his funny ways. And he was always most kind to me. So when he dodged the police so well, and so, finally, I confess I did find it rather amusing. Come to think of it, I still do.
You knew this man?
Oh, yes, very well.
How well did you know him?
Best possible circumstances. Burgess Felsham was my cousin. As a matter of fact, of all the members of our family alive today, he and I could be said to be the most alike. In every way.
What are you saying?
I always admired the old boy. As a child, unconsciously, I used to imitate him in every way possible. And since shortly after his death, you might say I've more or less taken up where he left off.
You mean?
And done very well at it, too. Oh, I've been copped a few times, of course. But a little treatment at a very good private sanatorium in Brighton has always seemed to set matters right. As a matter of fact, I'm in the process right now of returning from one of these remedial periods.
You mean you killed people?
Oh, yes. Several. That's why I was so pleased when you got in here tonight.
Oh, surely you don't mean to kill me?
That was Balcombe we just passed through. 20 minutes from Brighton. I say, this is a good train, isn't it? Running right on the nose. Another 40 minutes to Victoria. Splendid. What did you just ask me, my dear?
I asked you if you mean to kill me.
I must admit the idea has been passing back and forth through my mind. And with each pass, it grows more attractive in prospect. Yes, my dear, I think I shall. Somewhere between here and Victoria, I think, if you don't mind, I shall strangle you.
Mrs. X and Mrs. Y are the women in this case. Mrs. X, you are alleged to clean your sink and no more.
Well, I...
Do you kill germs?
I'm not sure.
Is your sink hygienically clean?
Well, maybe it is.
Precisely. Mrs. Y, you use Vim 99?
Yes, I do.
You get your sink sparkling clean and kill 99% of household germs?
That's correct. You see, only Vim 99 contains powerful germ-killing microbans.
So Vim 99 gets your sink, pots and pans, bath and stove hygienically clean. 99% germ-free?
Correct.
Ladies of the jury, what is your verdict?
By Vim 99.
What is a mother? A mother is a friend, a comforter, and a tucker in of shirt tails. She's the one who makes the meals, darns the socks, and tells the bedtime story. When it comes to looking after her family, that's when a mother's care really shows. When she chooses new Radion with Sunflex, because she knows new Radion has the miracle of Sunflex to keep on whitening to the end of the wash. It makes the care a mother takes worthwhile. New Radion with Sunflex washes whiter, and it shows.
Who are you?
I'm also a Felsham. Graham Felsham. Possibly you wouldn't know of me under that particular name.
Felsham, I do know that name, I do.
I'm sure you do.
You're only joking with me, aren't you? Nothing more. It's just a horrible joke. You wouldn't really kill me.
You know, my dear, as I look at you now, I almost wish that I was joking with you. It really does seem a shame, doesn't it?
Then why do it?
Because I must.
But why? Why?
You see, it's just something that happens to me. I'm quite dotty, you know. It's been acknowledged by some of the best men in that field in the land. It's what you call a compulsion of sorts. Yes, that's it. I have a compulsion to kill. And really, I can't control it.
But you could. You can. I've been watching you, listening to you. You have very good control of yourself.
Actually, it may seem that way. But under this apparently calm exterior, I positively seethe. It's your neck you see?
My neck?
Yes, that's it, your neck. It's unfortunate. If you were some revolting, wizened harridan, or one of those pale, gross young creatures that one sees so sickeningly often, it would be easy to spurn you with a contempt that you would deserve. Notwithstanding my slightly irregular background, I'm a very particular man. You must understand that. It's important.
I can't understand you. Oh, this is awful. It must be a dream.
I'm afraid not. Let me tell you about your neck. Have you no idea what it's like? How glorious it is. Can you not imagine the attraction? The fatal attraction it would have for a man like you?
No, I can't. Oh, stop it. I beg you, please. Please.
You hold your head proudly.
This is cruel. It is. Oh, can't you stop?
Unfortunately, no. That's the one thing I can't do. Oh, but please, let me tell you about your neck. So sad, really, that there's been no chance for an evaluation of its exquisite beauty until now, when it's almost too late. Or perhaps there has been a previous evaluation of it.
There's been none before. Ever.
Splendid, my dear. Splendid. It is fitting under the circumstances that it should fall to me, then, to be the one to do the job. Oh, I say, that was thoughtless of me. What an insensitive thing to say. Do the job, indeed. How you must feel the blow of that.
Just now, suddenly, I see that you're insane. Either insane or a very good actor. An extraordinary actor. Somehow, the latter is too much to expect.
Hope should spring eternal, I'm told.
No. Suddenly, I have this feeling that you're not joking about this. There's the strangest feeling moving in me.
What is that?
One almost of disassociation. As if really I'm not here. And it doesn't matter very much.
You feel that, eh? It's bizarre. It would not have occurred to me that a mind so attacked could have responded in such a manner. You're depressed, my dear. That's it. Depressed by the prospect.
Yes, I suppose I am. Can you blame me?
A very fair question, to which I can only answer, not really. You're facing a violent death in a matter of minutes, or even of seconds from now, depending upon my whim and choosing. Yet you react in this strange manner.
How have the others reacted?
Oh, in a variety of ways. But yours is the least expected and the most bizarre behavior of all. I wonder if your mood will endure until the ultimate moment.
We'll have to see, won't we? You described the others. Have there been many?
Very many. But not yet, it seems, enough. You are depressed, aren't you? Perhaps it would cheer you up if I went on talking about your lovely neck. After all, a woman and her vanity. Is it not true?
Go on with your cruelty. You must.
But it's not cruelty. Indeed, no. I mean genuinely what I say about your beauty. And in particular that of your neck. It's white, columnar, and graceful. Simple, proud, rather long. Don't do that!
What?
I saw the way you looked. The way you looked at the alarm cord. You were going to spring at it, weren't you? You were going to pull it. Stop the train. Try to evade the fate I've chosen for you in that way.
I wasn't. I
Don't lie to me! You were going to give the alarm. But it wouldn't help you. Not at all.
If I stopped the train, you wouldn't dare to touch me.
You think not, my dear? Then you're an imbecile, do you hear me? If you pull that alarm cord, you'll be doing me a service. Can't you see that?
How can you believe that?
Have you considered the speed at which our train is rushing through the night? Look already, we're past Hawley. We're close to Red Hill. There are only the tunnels through the North Downs to be passed. and we'll be on the very threshold of London. Now, have you taken into account, in view of the speed, just how long it will take to actually stop the train if you pull that cord?
No, but...
Even with the finest brakes in the world, it takes time to stop hundreds of tons of steel and wood like this. Quite enough time for me to administer the coup de grace to you and to escape into the night once the train has come to a halt.
What would be the point of your escape? You would soon be captured.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. Although we're close to London, we're not far from the coast. My chances of escape to France would be very good, with the element of time and surprise on my side.
Your cousin thought that as well, you tell me. But they were waiting for him at Brighton.
Still he escaped.
He died.
He escaped, I tell you! He eluded them! Anyway, my dear, do you think I fear death? I, who have dealt in death so long?
I wonder if you think in that way when they take you out into the prison yard to hang you. They do hang for the crime of murder in England, you know.
I am well aware of it. But they won't hang me. I'm a certified lunatic.
You told me that Burgess Felsham was mad, too. You also told me that the law was prepared to hang him for his crimes.
It was distinctly possible in poor old Burgess's case. Yes. In mine, I'd be inclined to disagree. If anything, to the contrary.
How can you be so sure?
It's not difficult to foretell. Burgess was only a cousin, from a branch of the family lacking influence in the land. My case is a different one. I am the scion of one of England's most prominent families, and that makes a considerable difference.
You've committed murder. You'll hang.
Don't you think they could have hanged me a dozen times already if they'd been so inclined? Every case was proven, and there was no defense. Oh, no, my dear. Don't pin your hopes upon any judge or lord of the land donning the black cap on my behalf. It would be like all the other times. Family pressures will be exerted in the right places at the right times. Everything will be hushed up very discreetly.
Oh. And you? Where would you be?
I? Why, I should make another journey on the non-stop to Brighton.
You do what?
Isn't it delightful? But true as well. I would be discreetly whisked back to the quiet sanatorium on Marine Parade, where I would pass a prescribed period in considerable comfort and not in considerable boredom. Then, in due course, cured and penitent, I would come quietly home again, even as I'm doing now, to the welcoming arms of my saddened but eternally forgiving mother, to the thunderous silences of my gout-stricken father, and the sidelong glances of my slightly mystified and rather envious elder brothers.
This is not the Dark Ages. These are modern time England, the year 1900. These things can't happen in enlightened times.
Don't depend upon it, my dear. If you have the right influence and enough money, and rest assured, we do have, you can make anything happen, can create any age to suit your tastes.
You say this has happened in all your previous cases?
In all of them.
Tell me about them. What did you do?
Are you trying to play me for time, my dear? Is that it?
I want to know. And I want to know why.
Do you see the lights of Redhill going by out there? Is that it? Despite your claim not to be expert upon the London to Brighton line, do you know that we are scant minutes now from Purley and Croydon? From Porter Heath, Clapham Junction, the river approaches, and a slowing run across the steel bridge into the great cavern of Victoria. Is that it?
Tell me about...
I shall! Your incredible nerve and courage merit such small consideration.
Tell me.
Oh, not all of them. No, we really don't have time enough for that. I shall indeed tell you of the first, which for pure, unsullied experience was by far the finest, and in view of my personal involvement, definitely the most satisfying. And I shall tell you of the last time, the only time I've ever failed. Do you realize, my dear, that night in the fog upon Clapham Common, if I had succeeded, it's a certainty that you would never have come to be in the position you are in this evening. Odd, isn't it? How fate actually does seem to play into one's hands. Whoops! What's that? Ah, yes, I can see. The first of the long tunnels leading us into Coulston. We're under the North Downs already, my dear. What a splendid train. I shall write a letter to the company, I think. It's most commendable. London in just a little while now. We really don't have much time, do we? And I do want you to derive the maximum benefit from my little stories. If you're comfortable there in your corner, perhaps we can proceed. Thank you, my dear. I was going to tell you of my first and finest, wasn't I? Sublime experience. One that you, for all your exquisite loveliness, will not be able to live up to. What's the pity? It happened when I was 17. Just 2 years after poor Burgess had gone off along his troubled way through the next world. It was on our estate, a little milkmaid, sweet and pleasing. My first true love, I believe, in the days of my innocence. But she showed a side of her nature that was both stupid and overly ambitious. It was then that I knew I would have to do away with her. And when she threatened me, well, you can understand, my dear. That was the end, wasn't it?
Graham, I've got to talk to you. Oh, Graham, stop it. Stop playing around and listen to me.
What would you tell me, my dove?
I don't know how to say it to you, to put it into words like. It's not easy and it's not nice what you've done to me.
Oh, come now, dearest. I'm here. You have my undivided and sympathetic attention. You needn't guard your words with me. You know that. So tell me, what is this awful thing that I've done to you?
Oh, Graham, you are sweet to me. All right, I'll try. It's not easy, but I'll try. I know you'll understand.
Of course I will. Now, go on, girl.
Oh, Graham.
Yes, what is it?
Well, there's no need to bark at me. I was just going to tell you. I'm going to have a baby. Your baby, Graham.
I see.
Well, is that all you've got to say about it? Just, I see? Then you sit there smiling and staring up in the sky?
I'm sorry, dearest. I was just thinking about this. It is momentous news, you know.
Well, I don't want you just to think about it. I want you to tell me, and tell me quick, what you're planning on doing about it.
That's precisely what I am doing. Planning.
There didn't ought to be no need to think about it. It's plain and simple. Well, I haven't been going with no one else. Only you. I love you, and you say you love me. Well, if that's true, there's only one right and proper thing to do as I see it.
And what's that? You tell me.
You got to marry me, that's what. Like you said before. And I shouldn't have to be the one to say it. You should ask me proper.
That's it, Sally, darling. That's it. I was hoping you'd say that. Suggest it to me. It clarifies everything for me. It makes it all so wonderfully simple for me.
Oh, you mean it's all right? You do it like you said?
And not like I said, Sally. Let's rather put it this way. It will be done like I say.
Oh, Graham, my dear. I knew you'd do right by me. I knew you was a gentleman. You couldn't let me down, could you?
No, darling. I couldn't possibly let you down. However, I need a little time to think this out.
What do you mean you'll need time? It's already settled. We are getting married, you and me.
Of course we are. But you must remember my family.
Just because I'm a farm girl, I suppose I'm not good enough for old Lord and Lady Muckamuck up at the hall. Is that it? Although, seems to me, I'm good enough for their son.
But you must understand, we'll have to be delicate about this. The news will shock the family, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Well, that's just too bad for them. You should have thought about that before you done what you did.
It takes two, you know.
Oh, Graham!
Oh, calm down, dearest. If we're going to succeed at what we both want, we're going to have to be devious about it. That's why I'm asking you for time, until tonight at least, to devise a plan.
Oh, well, all right. But just until tonight, mind. Then I want to know how we're going to go about it.
Tonight, you'll know all about it. Usual time, usual place.
I'll be there, Graham.
Just slip out quietly. Don't let anyone know that you're going. We must be.
Just like that, you killed that poor girl in cold blood.
I suppose you could put it that way, yes. Or rather, I prefer to think that Sally departed this life at its happiest moment. She was very happy when we met, you know. Well, I did it very quickly. She could hardly have suffered at all.
What a cruel monster you are.
You could be right. It's something to do with maladjustment, I suppose. It's possible I didn't howl the devil out of me hard enough on the day of my birth.
And that girl came to you in all innocence. You killed her.
Yes. When I got back to our rendezvous at 9 o'clock, she was already waiting for me. Pleading a sick headache, I'd retired early. It was ridiculously easy to slip away from the house. I was certain I wouldn't be gone more than 15 minutes at the outside. Sally? Sally, are you there?
Over here. Just inside the gate.
Hang on, I'm coming.
Oh, Graham, you're late. I was so worried, I thought something must have gone wrong.
Nothing's ever going to go wrong for us again, Sally.
Oh, Graham, my dear. Did you work out a plan for us?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Tell me.
I'll do better than that, Sally. I'll show you.
Oh, Graham, what you trying to do? Why are you holding me like that?
Be still, can't you?
No, Graham! No! No! It's hurting!
You made a bad mistake, Sally. You signed your own death warrant when you threatened me.
Mrs. X and Mrs. Y are the women in this case. Mrs. X, you are alleged to clean your sink and no more.
Well,
Do you kill germs?
I'm not sure.
Is your sink hygienically clean?
Well, maybe it is.
Precisely. Mrs. Y, you use Vim 99?
Yes, I do.
You get your sink sparkling clean and kill 99% of household germs?
That's correct. You see, only Vim 99 contains powerful germ-killing microbans.
So Vim 99 gets your sink, pots and pans, bath and stove hygienically clean. 99% germ-free?
Correct.
Ladies of the jury, what is your verdict?
By Vim 99.
Look who's here. The girl in black. She never worries about dandruff. She uses Clinic, the anti-dandruff shampoo with the formula that gives between shampoo protection. She can wear black and comb her hair, and there's never a sign of dandruff. The girl in black uses Clinic.
Give dandruff the Clinic treatment, and it's gone.
And you were never suspected? Even later?
Apparently never. There was never a question asked me about the whole affair subsequently.
What of your recent failure? Didn't you say something about Clapham Common?
Oh, yes. Yes, that was a bad business. But I was overcome, you see. I was overcome upon the instant.
Was it a woman?
If you could call that kind of a creature a woman, yes.
What kind?
You know what kind. What kind of a woman would be upon the streets of Clapham in a fog at night alone? I saw her as I walked up beneath a street lamp.
Hello, mister. Where you going then, eh?
I'm walking alone and content with the arrangement.
You wouldn't feel like a bit of company then?
I would not.
You talks like a gent. But under the skin, you're all the same. I wouldn't wonder if you and me could have a nice time. Visit a few pubs. See some nice friends. It's cold out here. You shouldn't be walking around alone. Come on, be a bit matey, and I'll keep you company.
I've already told you that I prefer my own company. Here, hold on. What's this? The wretch had actually linked arms with me and was attempting to walk along in my company.
So you attacked her?
I was berserk. To be accosted by such a creature was bad enough. But to have her odious company actually forced upon me, that was too much. I seized her by the throat, determined in that instant to put paid to her once and for all.
Yeah. What you up to? Let go of me throat. Let go. Let go. Ow! Help! Please!
I'll teach you to accost me. You'll never have the chance to further your aims again, I promise you. I'll kill you.
Help me, somebody. Anybody, help! I'm getting mad, man!
She fought me like a mad thing, and she was amazingly strong. Despite my best efforts, I was not able to prevail quickly as I had before. I'd almost decided to let the wretch live and make off hot foot, when the matter was taken out of my hands completely.
Help me! Oh, help me! Police! Murder! It's Jack the Ripper! He's got me! I know it's him! Help!
I released that awful creature and ran away into the fog. But my luck had deserted me. I blundered right into the arms of the police, great, heavy-booted yokels, who in their numbers soon quelled me. I was taken to Clapham police station, questioned and charged with assault with attempt to cause, as the ponderous sergeant described it, grievous bodily harm.
And what happened after that?
I had declined firmly, under all probing, to give my name and address. And there were, upon my person, no papers to give me away. But during the night, lying sleepless in the police cell, a fit of mischief came upon me. I decided to reveal myself.
Now, what are you causing all this here fuss about, eh?
I have reached a grave decision, Sergeant.
Oh, you have you? Well, now, that's interesting. And what may it be?
I have decided to reveal my identity to you.
Very kind of you, I'm sure. Just tell us what your name is so as I can write it down and you can stop giving us all this bother.
Certainly, Sergeant. My name is Graham Felsham.
Graham Felsham. All right, now we'll have a... Here, wait a sec. You having me on, are you? You say you're Graham Felsham?
One and the same, Sergeant. At your service.
Not that Graham Felsham.
You do me honor, Sergeant. But as you so succinctly put it, I am indeed that Graham Felsham.
Struth, this is getting a bit too much for me. Here, isn't there someone we can call in about this here?
Oh, I'm sure there is. If you'll simply copy down this address and dispatch a hansom cab with a note that I shall write in the care of one of your constables, sound advice can be yours within the hour. I, of course, will be more than willing to bear the costs of these enterprises.
To whom did you send the note?
To the address of one of the family solicitors in Temple Bar.
And the results?
Exactly as I could have foretold. Within 30 minutes, I was released into the care and custody of the solicitor and transported to his chambers. Everything was hushed up and the family name protected.
And you went back to Brighton?
Precisely. And there passed a restful and restorative 6 months. Rather strange coincidence, eh?
What are you talking about?
Do you realize that as we wound up the story of my misadventure in Clapham, the train most appropriately tore through Clapham Junction Station? And this strengthens my resolve.
What do you mean?
It seems only fitting that I should achieve another outstanding success, almost within shouting distance of the place where my one shameful failure occurred. In such a way, I can redeem myself.
You can't really be serious? That you can kill me here when we're actually arriving at Victoria?
But why not, my dear? It's most appropriate, isn't it? So close to Clapham. How well that solves my still wounded pride. And with the bridge coming up to us in the night, how easy it will be to throw your freshly dead body from the train window and into the black swirl of the river. Oh, come, you do see it my way, don't you? You must see it my way. What recourse do I have? I promise you, you have my word of honor as a gentleman. It will not hurt you.
No, you mustn't, you cannot.
You feel virtually nothing, my dear. Just a slight pressure about your neck. Then it's over. So quickly. Come on now. The train's slowing. There's no time left.
Oh, let's do it, I beg you. Oh, can't you spare me? Let me live. Oh, let me step down from this train alive at Victoria. I'll go away from you at once. I'll forget everything that has passed between us tonight. I won't say a word, I promise you. I won't complain, but please, oh, please, let me live. Don't kill me. I've done you no harm, and I won't. Just let me go.
You tempt me, you know. When I weigh this coolly, dispassionately, I find that I do not really want to kill you. But I'm driven on. Don't you see? And there's nothing, absolutely nothing that I can do about this thing. And after all, how can I depend upon your words? Once your relief at being left alive is past, and you regain your balance, anger and indignation must inevitably follow hard upon their heels.
I gave you my word. I wouldn't break it. You're a gentleman, despite your sickness. You know the value of the given word. Oh, but that's what I beg you. I beg you, don't kill me. Oh, don't kill me.
But it's time. You see, this is the time. And I have to know. I have to know about you. All about you. To the very last moment. The very last moment, you see. Only a few seconds more. You feel it. Feel it. The train, slowly beneath our feet. The grind of brakes against the steel wheels. And there, just ahead, the bridge. The city. The dark flow of the Thames. And beyond, the great lit mouth of Victoria Station. Just over on the other side. It's time, my dear. Our time together has run out. The closing seconds. And, oh, believe me, I'm so sorry. It has to be done. It has to be done.
Victoria, this is Victoria. All change, please. All change here, all change.
Perhaps you'd better step down now, my dear.
This is Victoria. Train has stopped. Here beneath the bright lights. Stop. And there are all those people.
Inevitable as fate that it should stop. The line ends here, you see.
You let me live. You didn't kill me after all. You let me live. Oh, you couldn't do it, could you? You see, there is kindness in you after all. You're not as ill as you believe you are. You could be helped properly. Because you could do it.
That is so. I couldn't do it.
Oh, thank you. And I made a promise to you. You see, I'll keep it. I won't betray you to anyone, not a soul. It's a promise.
We'll see.
Good evening, your lordship. Nice to see you home again, nice and safe. Do you have a nice holiday, sir?
Good evening, Shaw. Good to be back. A passable time. Not at all bad, thanks.
Excuse me, miss, if you don't mind. I have to get by you. Help his lordship.
His lordship?
That's right, miss.
Help? How must you help?
Shaw is my man, my dear. He has to carry me from this corner to my wheelchair out there on the platform. I'm a complete cripple, you see.
You're a cripple?
I'm afraid so. Didn't you see the rug around my knees?
And you couldn't?
Attacked you? Never. Quite impossible. You could have pushed me away effortlessly with one of your small gloved hands.
And why did you plan to?
What's this, miss? Has his lordship been having you on a bit then, eh?
Having me on?
Shaw knows me of old, my dear. I have something of a reputation as a practical joker.
You look upon it as a joke, then, to subject a person to such a shocking experience as that I have undergone in your company.
What did I say of anger and indignation following hard upon the heels of relief? You made me a promise, you know. Your silence in return for your life.
This certainly puts a different complexion upon things.
Would you please tell me your name?
Why should I?
Please. It's very important that I should know.
Well, it's Villiers. Miss Mary Villiers.
And if I may ask further, your occupation, your profession?
I'm an actress.
I should have known. It was so self-evident. Oh, really? The joke is on me, then.
I don't see how
Miss
that...
Billy, here is my card. Please look at it while Shaw carries me to my wheelchair. Then, if you could join us for the short walk along the platform, I'd be most grateful.
Here we are, then, your lordship. Sir Daisy.
Thank you.
Easy does it. Excuse me, miss.
Lord Filsham, author, poet, playwright. 11 Cavendish Mews, W1.
If you're ready, Miss Villiers.
And will you please tell me? I have to know what was the purpose of this cruel and pointless deception.
Cruel? Yes. Pointless? I think not. In actual fact, we played out a trial on an idea I have for a new play. A play which I now intend to set upon paper, thanks to you and your most encouraging performance tonight, Miss Villiers.
A play?
Yes. I roughed it out in my mind while I was at Brighton. I was planning to write it anyway. Your arrival in my compartment this evening touched off the idea of trying out the plot of it to see if it would hold water. I must say, I'm quite satisfied.
But this is unspeakable.
Yes, it was rather naughty, wasn't it? Something came over me. A sense of wicked mischief, you might say. You could almost call it a compulsion.
Oh, please. Not that. Not again.
Sorry, my dear. Tell me, are you employed right now?
At the moment, no.
Your being an actress is another of those delightful coincidences that add such sparkle to life. In view of my circumstances, I have to find that sparkle in bizarre ways. I wonder, would you be interested in the part?
The part?
When my play is written and goes into production, would you be interested in reading for the part of the young woman in the train?
Just as we've done tonight?
Precisely. I owe you something for what you've been through. As an actress, a leading part in one of my plays could further your career considerably. If you'll forgive my seeming boast. My reputation is extensive in the field.
I'm aware of that. Now I know why. I don't think I could go through all that again.
Familiarity should, I'm sure, breed contempt. You do famously, you know. And you already know the part rather well.
Well... Actually, it would be lovely.
Good girl. It's settled then. The part will be yours. You have my word on it. Please hold yourself in readiness. And keep my card so that you'll know where to get in touch with me.
What will you call this play?
It occurred to me a good title would be Non-Stop to Victoria.
Very appropriate.
Say you'll forgive me. There'll be no recurrence.
Please. All right. You're forgiven. This once.
Splendid. Well, we must leave you here, I'm afraid, but we'll be in touch with you. Is there an address?
They have a forwarding address for me at the Empire Theatre.
Good. You'll hear from me within a week. Good night, Miss Villiers. And thank you for a most diverting journey.
Good night.
Represents Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. Mystery fans have often speculated on how the world's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes, would have fared against 20th century criminals. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle has told us that Holmes lived up to and possibly through World War I and then retired. And now, for the listening delight of our Mystery Theatre audience, we present a story which brings Holmes out of retirement to attempt the solution of a baffling and perilous crime.
Hello?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes?
Go back to your bees and your roses in Sussex, old man.
I intend to. After I bring this case to a successful conclusion.
You're in over your head, Holmes. This is a different world. And if you want to smell your roses again, you'll quit right now.
Our mystery drama, The Naval Treaty, was written especially for the Mystery Theatre by Murray Burnett and stars Gordon Gould. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Wednesday on CBS television. For Annie Potts, it's Insecurity. When her boss picks her to replace him, the rest of the security staff rallies around her.
I'd kill if he picks you.
So she throws a party to show her appreciation. But things don't work out quite as she planned.
Well, he said he was sorry he couldn't make it. He's at home converting our den into a garage.
It's a guaranteed good time when you tune in to the rollicking comedy Insecurity. Wednesday at 8:30, 7:30 Central and Mountain on CBS television.
For over 3/4 of a century, Buick has enjoyed a reputation for having fine, luxurious cars. We're very proud of that. It's a reputation that grows every year. 1982 was no exception. There was the introduction of the new century and the small Buick Skyhawk. And while each Buick lives up to the name, there are refinements and improvements on everything from the full-size Electra down the line. You see, the Buick reputation isn't just something we ride on. It's something we build on.
They say their product is the highest quality.
But how can I be sure?
Well, they say it's a great value.
Well, how will I know until I try it? And then it'll be too late.
Well, there is another way. A way to stop buying blind and start buying smart. Read Consumer Reports. Consumer Reports tests and rates thousands of things you shop for. Foods, home care products, appliances, automobiles, and much more. Millions of Americans read Consumer Reports magazine every month for reliable brand name ratings.
Oh, Consumer Reports, of course. My neighbor's been subscribing for years.
Now you can, too. Just phone toll-free 1-800-528-6600 for 11 issues of Consumer Reports, plus the big 1982 buying guide, plus the 1983 buying guide when published, plus the 383-page health and drugs guidebook. All that usually costs $29, but now it's only $14. Call right away.
Was that 1-800-528-6600?
Right. 1-800-528-6600. Don't get taken. Get Consumer Reports.
Retirement is a much discussed topic today. At what age should a person retire? Opinions vary, but facts don't lie. Winston Churchill was in his 70s when he led England through World War II. Thomas Edison was advisor and consultant to the United States Navy during World War I when he was 75 years old. And Casey Stengel led the New York Yankees to 4 straight World Series triumphs when he was in his 70s. It seems that the answer to the question depends on the individual, and Dr. Watson would agree with me.
Holmes! Watson, my dear old friend. It's a delight to see you after so many years. Come in, come in.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Did you enjoy your nap on the train?
Holmes, how in the world did you know I napped?
Simplicity itself, my dear chap. Tell me, was the cushion you used as a headrest comfortable?
No, Holmes, this is too much. You must have spoken to someone who travelled with me.
Watson, we've been separated far too long. Now, you're a man who is always meticulously groomed. Yet I perceive that the hair on the right side of your head is disarranged and indented. There are also a few red threads which are certainly not your hair. Now, since I know you came down on the Brighton Belle first class, you leaned your head against the window. Probably finding that uncomfortable, you took one of the red velvet cushions and used that as a headrest. Right?
Amazing.
Elementary, Watson.
You know, Holmes, I'm very glad to see that you're the old Holmes, as brilliant and as alert as ever.
You expected to find a doddering old man? Come now, Watson. All you had to do was look in the mirror. You're hale and hearty enough. Now, why the haste?
You remember Sanford Phelps?
Your old schoolmate, Sandy? Of course. Is he in some kind of trouble?
No, not he. But his son is in a frightful mess. His whole career at the Foreign Office is going down the drain. Sandy is desperate. Scotland Yard and even MI5 are completely baffled. Sandy asked me to see you and ask you to give him a hand.
I'm enjoying my retirement, Watson. But if you'd like me to undertake this task, I'm your man. Now, Watson, you said something about a letter which you were going to show me.
There may be no need for it now, Holmes. It was to be my last resort in the event that you refused to help me.
Nevertheless, I'd like to look at it.
It's very pathetic, Holmes. You'll read how the young man asks over and over for your help.
It's only a brief note from your old school chum, but a whole long epistle from young Percy Phelps. It doesn't tell us very much, does it?
Hardly anything.
As I give it back to you, you might note the handwriting. It holds some interest.
The writing isn't his.
Excellent, Watson. It is a woman's.
No, Holmes, this hand is surely that of a man.
No, a woman's. And a woman of rare character. Watson, my interest is already sharpened in the case. I'm looking forward to seeing this young diplomat who's in such devilish straits, and the lady to whom he dictates his letters.
Mr. Holmes and Mr. Watson, I'm so glad you've come. Percy has been asking for you all morning. The poor chap clings to any straw. His father and mother asked me to see you, for the mere mention of the subject is very painful to them.
We've had no details yet, but I see that you yourself are not a member of the family.
What? Oh. Yes, you saw the J.H. monogram on my shirt. Of course. For a moment, I thought you'd done something extremely clever. Joseph Harrison is my name. As Percy is to marry my sister Anne, I shall at least be a relation by marriage.
I see.
You'll find my sister in his room. She has nursed him day and night these past 3 weeks. Perhaps we'd better go in at once. I know how impatient he is. Step this way.
Mr. Holmes and Mr. Watson.
I should recognize you two anyway. I do hope you can help me.
We shall try.
I'll leave then.
Shall I go also, Percy?
Oh, no, Anne. I want you to stay if you can bear to hear the whole thing over again.
Well, I can bear anything. Anything that will help.
I suppose I'd better start at the beginning, Mr. Holmes.
It would save time in the long run.
Well, Watson may have told you I'm in the Foreign Office. Through the influence of my uncle, Lord Holdhurst, I rose rapidly. When my uncle became Foreign Minister, prospects looked even brighter. I became engaged to my lovely Anne here, and 3 weeks ago, I'll never forget the date, the 23rd of May, my uncle called me into his office. I can recall every word of that conversation, every detail.
Percy, my boy, you've handled every matter I've entrusted to you with the utmost discretion, but this is by far the most important matter you've yet to deal with. This is an agreement between our country, and you will see the name of the other country when you copy the document. The agreement would never leave my office if it weren't absolutely necessary to be copied. I regret to say that some rumors have already leaked to the press. You have a safe in your office?
Oh, yes, sir.
Then take the agreement and lock it up inside there. You may have to work late tonight. I want no one in the office while you're doing the copying. Understood?
I do.
I cannot risk anyone catching a glimpse of it.
I understand.
Now, when you have finished copying, replace both the original and the copy in the safe and hand them both over to me personally tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Then you may lock them in your safe now. I shan't rest easy until the original and your copy are back in my possession.
So, Mr. Holmes, I took the document. I did exactly as my uncle instructed. When the others had all gone, I took the document from the safe and began work. Without going into details, I saw at once that it was of such importance that at least 3 of the large powers would have paid fortunes to get their hands on it. I worked as quickly as I could, but it contained 26 separate articles, and by 9 o'clock I was feeling tired. A cup of coffee would help, so I rang the bell for the night watchman, who has a little room at the foot of the stairs and makes coffee for any of us who work overtime.
Is that the only bell in your office?
Well, no, there are a number of them to different offices, but I rang the night watchman's bell. To my surprise, it was a woman who came to my office.
You rang, sir.
Oh, well, where's the night watchman?
He's not too well, sir. Sir climbed the stairs for him.
And who are you?
Well, I'm his wife, sir. I'm also one of the cleaning women. Is there anything you want?
Well, yes, I'd like some coffee, please.
Well, I'll see to it that my son gets it for you, sir.
And that was the last I saw of her, Mr. Holmes, until much later.
You had never seen this woman before?
Oh, never.
Interesting. Proceed. What happened with the coffee?
Well, nothing. I continued to work until, feeling more tired than ever, I decided to go down myself and see what was keeping the night watchman. So I descended the stairs, passing the landing where another set of stairs runs at right angles to the main curving staircase.
Leading to where?
A side door opening on Charles Street.
Ah?
This door is kept locked, and only a few of us have a key.
You have one?
Yes, but I rarely use it. Oh, Mr. Holmes, if only I hadn't gone down for that stupid coffee. I should have stayed in my office. I should have stayed and finished. I should have stayed, or I should have taken more care.
Go on. You were on the stairs on your way to the office of the night watchman.
Wake up, man. Wake up. The coffee's boiling over.
No. What? Oh, Mr. Phelps, sir, I'm sorry. I was boiling the kettle and I must have dozed off.
Dozed? You were dead to the world.
If you are here, sir, then who's ringing the bell?
The bell? What bell is it?
The bell in the room you were working in. Your room, sir.
Mr. Holmes, a cold hand seemed to close around my heart. I ran like a madman up the stairs, the watchman following me. Well, there was no one in the corridor. No one in the room. Everything was exactly as I left it, except that only the copy I was writing remained. The original trade agreement had vanished.
A most intriguing problem. What did you do then?
Well, I think I literally went berserk. I was convinced, because such a short time had elapsed, that energetic action on my part would recover the document. I raced downstairs and out the side door to Charles Street. I knew the thief must have used the side stairs, else I surely would have seen him.
You said that door was always kept locked.
Well, it was open.
I presume you told that to Scotland Yard?
Oh, I don't know. I think so. I must have.
And what did they make of it?
Nothing.
Go on.
It was a warm spring rain falling, and Charles Street was deserted. But when I rounded the corner into Whitehall Street, there was plenty of bustle. I saw a constable standing on the corner, and I asked him if anyone had passed that way. He replied that he'd been standing there for 15 minutes and that only one woman had passed, tall and elderly, wearing a paisley shawl. As we stood there, I heard the nearby church tower strike 3 times. I'd forgotten the watchman had followed me, but had been unable to keep up with me.
Mr. Phelps, we must go the other way. The woman who the constable saw pass this way was my wife.
The constable said she seemed to be in a great hurry.
She wants to get home, out of the rain.
Oh, I suppose that could be.
You're only wasting your time, sir. Every minute counts. Take my word, my old woman has nothing to do with it. Let's move down to the other end of the street.
No, wait, I must think.
If you won't, I will.
Hold on there. Where do you live?
16 Ivy Lane, Brixton. But don't let yourself be drawn away on a false scent. Come with me to the other end of the street.
I was obsessed with the thought of retrieving the document, but I allowed him to persuade me. We found nothing. We returned to my office, searched together. Again, nothing.
But you did visit the watchman's home.
Well, after our search proved fruitless, we took a cab and reached his home in Brixton. Imagine my surprise to find his wife was not there yet. Well, he had no explanation. Then when we heard a key turning the lock and the front door opening, that's when I think I made my mistake. I'd let him go to the door.
Sarah, there's a gentleman waiting to see you.
If it isn't Mr. Phelps, what you doing here?
I think you stole a paper from my office, and I'm calling Scotland Yard.
And did you stay with her and her husband until the men came from the yard?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. She was under my eye all the time until they took her to the yard and searched her.
And found nothing?
Had nothing on her husband, or anywhere in the kitchen either. Oh, that's when the full extent of the nightmare hit, and that was when I collapsed.
If it's any help to you, Mr. Holmes, Percy was brought here directly in an ambulance. I was so concerned that I wouldn't allow them to take Percy to his bedroom, but insisted that Joseph vacate this room at once. And my poor brother has been in an upstairs sitting room ever since.
Oh, tell me, please, Mr. Holmes, do you see any hope?
Darling, you must remember that Mr. Holmes has been inactive for some years now, and times have changed. The best minds at Scotland Yard and military intelligence have been baffled.
Yes, but that's just the kind of case where Holmes succeeds, Miss Harrison. That's why Percy's father asked me to get in touch with him.
Thank you, Watson, for the vote of confidence. But there are a few dark corners here that will have to be illuminated before I can answer Percy's question.
Do you believe that time has passed our old hero by? That the powers of Sherlock Holmes, the pure deductive reasoning, the microscope, and the encyclopedic knowledge are no match for the more modern criminals? Whichever side you choose, and I caution you, it's not a sure thing. You'll find the answers coming up shortly in Act 2.
Right now, independently owned True Value hardware stores are celebrating American independence by offering special values on True Test paints during True Test Anniversary Paint Days. Hi, Pat Summerall to say, until July 11th, Weatherall latex flat house paint in 26 colors, black and white, is just $11.98 a gallon, with custom colors slightly higher. And give siding, shutters, and trim all-season protection with new Weatherall satin or gloss finish, both value-priced, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Hotel coupon and discount offers are confusing and limited. That's why the world's largest lodging chain invites you to call Best Western before you call anyone else. Chances are you'll find the Best Western just where you need it most at a price you'll want to pay. No strings attached.
When you turn on the 11 o'clock news tonight, you'd like to think that what you're watching is the best newscast in Detroit, especially if it's the only newscast you've had a chance to watch all day. You want reporters who'll give you the best possible coverage of news, weather, and sports, reports that are up to date, exacting, uncompromising. News 4 Tonight at 11 gives you just that, but not only just that. It gives you special features and reports that gives it an edge over other newscasts, information that could translate into an added edge for you. A consumer tip that might alter your shopping list. A warning about that latest Hollywood blockbuster destined to bomb at the box office. It's this kind of complete reporting that qualifies News 4 at 11 as the best late-night newscast you can watch in Detroit. And it's this kind of reporting that won it this year's Emmy Award for Excellence. So tonight, don't settle for anything less than the award winner. News 4 Tonight at 11. Thousands have already switched. Now the one we want is you.
It's exciting to have our old friends Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson with us once again. With Holmes faced with solving a puzzle that appears to be insoluble. Does Holmes retain his old skills? Certainly Watson believes he's as keen as ever. But there are doubters. Time takes its toll of all of us. Let us rejoin Holmes and Watson as they stroll back to Percy Phelps' sick room in the lovely Phelps house.
You do have some ideas, Holmes. You see some way to clear Percy Phelps.
I'd say, Watson, that at the moment we're equidistant between failure and success. But let's go in now and see if a little refreshment has strengthened Percy Phelps. Well, Miss Harrison, I must say the patient's color is much better.
Beef tea works wonders.
And so does Sherlock Holmes.
There is one question of utmost importance that remains to be answered. Did you tell anyone that you had this special task to perform?
Oh, no one.
And I'm sure the yard went into the night watchman's background.
Oh, yes. He's an old soldier. I believe he was in the Coldstream Guards.
Mr. Phelps, I've been noticing your roses are lovely. The moss rose in particular.
We know that roses are your speciality, Mr. Holmes, but Percy was hoping for something on the mystery, which will ruin him. Do you see any clue?
You furnished me with several, but of course I must test them before I can evaluate them.
You suspect someone?
I suspect myself.
What?
Of coming to conclusions too rapidly.
Then go to London and test your conclusion.
Excellent advice. Watson, come along. And Miss Harrison, I see what excellent nursing care you've given Mr. Phelps. May I urge that you continue it?
I need no urging, Mr. Holmes.
Since I'm not offering you hope, I thought at least I'd give you advice.
For the life of me, Holmes, I can't see where you found several clues in Phelps' recital. I couldn't find one.
Watson, it's delightful that you haven't changed. Come now, there's one fact in particular that literally cries out for attention. Think, Watson. Think of the most singular incident about this crime.
If no one knew about the document, how could it have been stolen?
Capital, Watson. Excellent. But that's still not what bothers me. It doesn't ring the bell, so to speak.
Bell? You mean the bell that rang in the watchman's office?
Exactly. What kind of a thief is it who rings a bell to give the alarm to announce his presence in Phelps' office?
Yes, but couldn't the bell have been rung by accident?
About as likely as to say that it was rung by ghosts. No, Watson, give me the answer to the question of the bell, and I'll give you the solution.
Could the bell possibly have been out of order? What are you writing?
An advertisement which will appear in every evening paper in London. Here, read it.
£10 reward. The number of the cab which dropped a fare at the door of the Foreign Office on Charles Street at 10:15 in the evening of May 23rd. Apply Dr. John Watson, 25 Harley Street.
I hope you won't mind my using your office for this purpose.
I'm delighted. But what makes you confident that the thief came in a cab?
If we believe, Phelps, that there's no hiding place in either the room or the corridor, the person must have come from outside and yet left no trace of damp boots anywhere, we may safely deduce a cab.
We barely arrived at my quarters above my office on Harley Street and settled ourselves when the telephone jangled. Hello?
May I speak with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, if you please?
It's for you, Holmes.
Holmes here.
I have a piece of advice for you, old man.
Oh?
Go back to your bees and roses in Sussex and forget about this investigation. You are out of place here with your old-fashioned craziness with the microscope and that silly hat.
Perhaps you'd care to refer me to a good haberdasher.
This is no joking matter. A few bee stings may give you a moment of pain. But if you persist in this nonsense, you may very well receive a permanent injury. You take my meaning.
I'm listening.
You have been warned.
What was that all about?
A warning, Watson. And an error. Because the warning could only have come from someone who knows I'm on the case.
Could you recognize the voice?
Aside from the fact that it was obviously disguised, no.
Surely you could tell whether it was a man or a woman.
Watson, we have a large and curious cast of characters in this little puzzle. Since the caller was obviously attempting to alter the voice quality, it could be a man or a woman trying to convince me of the wrong sex.
Holmes, using your methods, we can eliminate some people as above suspicion.
Why don't you try it, Watson?
Of course, Anne Harrison and her brother cannot have had anything to do with it, eh?
For argument's sake, let's say that she and her brother are accomplices. And don't forget, her brother was in London on the night of the theft. Now she exhibits this overpowering display of affection to make sure that Percy doesn't say or do or remember anything that could be damaging to their plans.
But
I've made some inquiries. The Harrison family isn't too well off, so the motive could be money.
Very well. My next name is Lord Holdhurst.
The most difficult crime to track is the one which is purposeless. But this is no purposeless crime. We know that there are at least 2 foreign powers whose governments would pay a considerable sum to see that trade agreement, and Lord Holdhurst might profit by it.
Inconceivable, Holmes.
Do you find it inconceivable that a statesman might find himself in a position where he would not be sorry to have such a document accidentally destroyed?
But not a statesman with the honourable record of Lord Holdhurst.
We cannot afford to disregard any possibility. We shall see the noble lord today and find out if he can tell us anything. It is very kind of you to receive us, Lord Holdhurst.
Your reputation is very well known, Mr. Holmes, and I wouldn't offend your intelligence to pretend to be ignorant of the object of your visit.
Then you also know that I'm acting on behalf of Mr. Percy Phelps.
My unfortunate nephew. Despite the fact that my kinship makes it the more impossible to screen him in any way, I have made diligent inquiries.
May I ask as to what or whom?
Certainly. The night watchman's background has been exhaustively looked into. We find that he left the service with a good character. His wife is a different matter.
Did she explain why she answered the bell when your nephew rang for his coffee?
She said her husband was tired.
And her haste to get away that night?
She was later than usual. Wanted to get home.
And how was it that her husband and your nephew arrived at her home before her, although they left some 20 minutes after?
Well, the difference between a bus and a cab.
Have you done anything else?
Everyone in this office has been shadowed night and day since the theft, and nothing untoward has been discovered.
In effect, then, you're saying that you see no alternative but your nephew.
I'd rather not comment on that. Isn't that your territory?
But suppose the document were found.
At this point, that seems most unlikely. But if the document were found, it would make a great difference. Now, Mr. Holmes, unless you have some further...
Just a few minutes more, Your Lordship. Did you ever mention to anyone that you were having the document copied?
Never.
You're certain of that?
Absolutely.
Then it follows that since neither you nor your nephew ever mentioned the matter, the thief's presence in the room was purely accidental. He saw his chance, and he took it.
Once again, that is your province, Mr. Holmes, not mine.
Have you looked into the matter of the bell ringing at all?
I wouldn't know what to make of it. Seems very strange, indeed.
One more point, if you please. I understand that you feared very grave results might follow if the details of this document became known.
Very grave, indeed.
Have any such events occurred?
Not yet.
Since nearly 3 weeks have elapsed, would it be fair to assume that the document has not reached them?
We can hardly assume that the thief took the document in order to frame and hang it.
But then why has he not sold it? Do you have any explanation for that?
None. Unless you suppose that the culprit had suddenly been taken ill.
With a nervous breakdown, perhaps?
I didn't say that. Now, really, Mr. Holmes, I have pressing matters waiting. I wish you every success in your investigation, no matter who the criminal may be.
Well, Holmes, isn't Lord Holdhurst a fine fellow?
Oh, yes. But he has to struggle to keep up his position. He's far from rich.
Why don't you say that?
Didn't you notice that his boots had been resoled?
No. But, surely, Holmes, it's unthinkable.
Watson, I have a line of inquiry I must pursue on my own. But I'd appreciate it if you'd meet me tomorrow on the same train we took to Woking yesterday. Because, unless I'm badly mistaken, that is where the next action will occur.
We are much taken today with nostalgia. Perhaps because time has thrown a rosy glow over what we refer to as the good old days. But there's no doubt whatsoever in the minds of the millions of Holmes fans that the London of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson was much more romantic and much preferable to the London of today. We'll be back to that London and the English countryside shortly.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yield you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it? Well, I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it. $12. Sold. Ooh. Well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it? Well, advertise. I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV, magazines. I'll probably go radio. Radio? Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazine. How did you know? What's more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency. Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you. Well, at a fair profit. Okay. How much do you want? $156,000. That's a pretty fair profit. I believe it. I'll take it.
Radio. It costs less, targets your best customers, and it sells. Radio. Red hot because it works. For more facts on radio, call this station of the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
One line of the famous poem reads, "Oh, to be in England, now that spring is here." I'd like to paraphrase that to read, "Oh, to be in England, whenever Holmes is there." Stay with me, and you can be transported to England and be with Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson as Holmes comes out of his retirement to match wits with a criminal whose crime threatens to destroy his promising career.
Holmes, why are we traveling to Woking again?
Because, Watson, if my deductions are correct, that is where the next happening must occur. Young Percy has gotten himself into some very deep waters, and it may be difficult to get him safely ashore.
You think that somehow Percy has gotten himself involved with international spies?
International spies do not announce their presence by ringing a bell just moments before they get their hands on a document.
Is it possible that young Percy was the target of some plot by a jealous colleague?
I do not think it likely.
How do you explain what happened?
From all the facts that I've been able to gather, I think that Percy Phelps was a young man in the wrong place at the right time.
When we arrived at Woking, it was a glorious afternoon. Holmes suggested we walk to the Phelps residence. Accordingly, we set out along a winding path which led to the grounds. What do you think is going to happen here at Woking?
I haven't the slightest idea, Watson.
What makes you think something will?
If nothing happens, I would have to rethink my deductions and entertain serious doubts about my ability to help Percy Phelps. No! Cat on the ground. Watson, crawl for the shelter of that large tree over there.
I see it.
As quickly as you can.
Is this the event you're expecting, Holmes?
Frankly, no. But I do take comfort from one thing.
What's that?
The fact that our adversary is a poor shot.
Come in, Mr. Holmes. Percy's been asking for you every 5 minutes.
I've made a perfect nuisance of myself, Mr. Holmes. Have you any news for us?
I have a report. The best I can say is that it isn't completely negative.
Well, that is better than I expected. Could we hear the positive aspects right away?
You may not view it in the same light as I, but I have been warned to get off the case. Once over the telephone, and...
And somebody took some pot shots at us on our way here.
That's terrible.
On the contrary, someone is worried, and that should give us heart.
Mr. Holmes, I'm beginning to believe that my life, as well as my honor, is threatened.
What makes you say that?
What happened last night? The very first night I slept alone, without my dear Anne nearby. About 2 a.m, I was awakened. I knew someone was opening the window. For a moment, I was frozen, and I leaped out of bed, rushed to the window, flung back the shutters. You there! What are you doing? Joseph! Anne! There's someone trying to get in my room! And that's about all there was to it. Except that in the moonlight, I distinctly saw the flash of the blade of a knife.
What about the intruder? Any description?
Oh, it was a man, I think. He was wrapped in some sort of cloak which covered the lower part of his face. He was gone in an instant. I should have tried to chase him down, but I was too weak.
Fortunately, it might very well have been dangerous. Do you think you're strong enough to walk around the house with me? We might be able to pick up something that's been overlooked.
I hardly think you'll discover anything new. My brother Joseph and the groom went over the grounds thoroughly earlier.
That's true. They did find some marks in the flower bed outside the window, but the weather's been so dry lately that it was hopeless to follow the trail across the grass.
Nevertheless, I'll ask you to humor me. Watson, you'll come along, of course, to keep an eye on our young patient here.
And I'll join you.
I'm afraid not. I must ask you to remain exactly where you are.
Can Joseph come?
Of course. He might be of some help.
I confess I don't understand you, Mr. Holmes. Why are you so anxious to separate Percy and me?
The separation will be short, and I hope the results will make it extremely worthwhile. You were right, Joseph. No one could make much of these marks in the flower bed. But why don't you and I go ahead while Watson and Percy take it more slowly?
Suit yourself, Mr. Holmes. Where are we heading?
around the house to see if we can discover why that room and Percy should have been the particular target if it was a burglar. I should have thought that the larger windows of the drawing room and dining room would have been more attractive.
Those windows are more visible from the road, but the room where the entry was attempted looks more promising from the ground.
Of course. By the way, Percy said you found some place where the intruder scaled the fence.
Right over there.
Let's have a look at it.
Here it is. Right here. Well, you can see where a fragment of wood is hanging down.
You think this was done last night? Doesn't it look rather old for that?
Possibly so.
And there are no marks on either side of anyone jumping down. I don't think there's anything to be gained here. Why don't you rejoin your brother-in-law and Dr. Watson while I go back to the bedroom and talk the matter over?
With my sister?
I believe she's the only person there.
What do you want with Anne?
Miss Harrison, what I have to say is of the utmost importance.
Well, you discovered something after all.
You must stay here in this room all day.
Why? What do you...
Trust me, it's vital. You mustn't move from this room. Have your meals brought here.
I don't understand, but I'll do it.
And when you go to bed tonight, lock the door of this room on the inside and keep the key.
But Percy, what about Percy?
He'll come to London with me.
And I'm to remain here?
It's for his sake. You can help him. Your promise. Do I have it?
Well, yes, but
Good. Now let me break the news to Percy. And I see that he and the others are approaching.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I quite enjoyed the walk in the sunshine. What do you propose now?
It would be a very great help to me if you would come up to London with us.
Oh, immediately?
As soon as you conveniently can. Say, in an hour?
Well, I feel strong enough if you feel I can really be of help.
The greatest possible.
Perhaps you'd like me to stay in London tonight.
I was just going to propose it.
I think I see what's behind your plan, Mr. Holmes.
You do?
Yes. If my friend of last night should make another visit, he'll find the bird has flown. Perhaps you'd like Joseph to come to look after me.
Not necessary. My friend Dr. Watson is a medical man, and he'll look after you. If you'll be so kind as to give us lunch here, we three shall all set off for town together. Well, Watson and Mr. Phelps, I shall see you to your compartment and wish you a good journey.
See here, Holmes, you said that
you were going to accompany us to London.
There are one or two small points which I need to clear up. Your absence, Mr. Phelps, will in some ways rather assist me.
What about our investigation in London?
We can do that tomorrow. I think that just at present, I can be more of use here.
But I say, Holmes, what about...
Accommodations for our young friend? Exactly. You have a spare bedroom, I believe?
Of course. But when will we see you?
I expect to breakfast with you tomorrow. There's a train which will bring me into Waterloo at 8.
I should apologize, Doctor. I'm afraid I kept you up rather late last night.
Nonsense, young man. I just felt that you should have had more sleep.
I didn't sleep a wink. And where is Holmes?
It's not much past 8. He'll be here.
You have implicit faith in Holmes.
I've seen him do remarkable things.
Do you think he expects success?
You can ask him yourself. If you will come to the window, you'll see he's getting out of the cab now.
What's the matter with his hand? Why is it bandaged like that?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, he looks like a beaten man. And I had hoped for so much upon his return.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Holmes, you're not wounded.
It's only a scratch through my own clumsiness. This case of yours, Mr. Phelps, it's been a remarkable experience.
That bandage, Holmes, tells of adventures. What's happened?
After breakfast, Watson. Remember, I've breathed 30 miles of Surrey air this morning, and I'm ravenous. I see you've done well with the sideboard. What's under here?
Ham and eggs.
Good. Mr. Phelps, please join me and help yourself. Will you have curried fowl or eggs?
Oh, nothing, thank you. I cannot eat.
Well, then, I suppose you'd have no objection to raising the lid and helping me.
Not at all. I don't believe my eyes. It can't be. I cannot be.
Catch him, Watson. And I think after we get him in a chair, a little brandy.
Oh, yes, it really is the trade agreement.
It is. I owe you an apology for bringing the news in this fashion. But Watson here will tell you I never could resist a touch of the dramatic.
Apologize? Oh, Mr. Holmes, you've saved my career, my whole life. Oh, I owe everything to you. There's no need for an apology. But I'm dying of curiosity. How did you get it? Where was it?
I've already confessed my fondness for the dramatic, so allow me to reconstruct my activities of last night. It was exactly 9 o'clock when I climbed the fence and jumped into the grounds. I placed myself carefully behind a rhododendron bush. The night was fine, but it was still a long, weary vigil. A little after 2, the peaceful country sounds were broken by the sound of a bolt being thrown back. And a moment later, a door creaked open, and Mr. Joseph Harrison stepped out into the moonlight.
Joseph? My brother-in-law?
Joseph, you're about to be brother-in-law, and also a merciless scoundrel who took advantage of you and your hospitality and very nearly ruined you.
But why? What had he to gain?
Money. A great deal of money, which my inquiries show he badly needed. Joseph was a gambler.
Oh, never anything large, Mr. Holmes.
That's what he told you and Anne. But he was and is so deeply in debt that he faced criminal charges. He was desperate.
I still find it hard to believe that Joseph is a villain and a thief.
Holmes, you haven't finished. Why is your hand bandaged?
He must have sustained that injury when he accosted Joseph on the lawn.
Not quite, Mr. Phelps. I wanted him to lead me to where he'd hidden the document. And once again, you'll have to put up with my theatrics. I stole to the window and peered in. He was lifting up some baseboards. As soon as I saw the document in his hand, I slipped through the open door and said, "I'll take that, Mr. Harrison."
You meddling fool, I warned you to stay out of this. Now you'll pay for it.
Drop the knife. Drop it, or I'll break your arm. Now, Mr. Harrison, if you're as clever as you are vicious, you won't make me use this revolver. The document, please. Thank you.
What are you going to do with me?
Nothing. Now that I have the document, you're free to go. But I doubt that Scotland Yard will let you off so easily.
You let him go?
I wired full particulars to the Yard this morning. I expect they'll find Harrison has fled, and rather suspect that you, Mr. Phelps, and Lord Holdhurst would be just as happy if this matter never came to court.
Oh, the newspapers would have a Roman holiday.
Exactly.
But Holmes, what made you suspect Joseph in the first place?
The science of deduction and the bell, Watson. The answer to what kind of a thief rings a bell is no thief. If not a thief, then who? A friend who'd come to visit and decided to steal. In short, Joseph Harrison was in London. He was to meet at the train with Phelps. It seemed logical that Harrison might be early, and so he drops in on Percy. No one is in the office. Not knowing where Percy might be, he rings all the bells, including the one in the watchman's office. While doing this, he sees the document, realizes its value, and in a flash is down the stairs and away. Once back at Woking, he secretes the trade agreement in his room, and is stunned when you evict him that same night. All this was deductive theory, which was proved when he made the attempt to enter your room the very first night you were alone.
Well, you don't think he had any murderous intentions? The knife was to be used only as a tool.
Perhaps. I can only say that Joseph Harrison is a gentleman to whose mercy I should be extremely unwilling to trust.
And so, once again, the greatest detective of them all, Sherlock Holmes, comes out of retirement to solve a case that baffles Scotland Yard and MI5 and proves that it's not necessary to teach an old dog new tricks. The old ones are more than good enough. I'll be back shortly to discuss the question of the actual age of Sherlock Holmes.
When you get itchy red skin, get Kool-Aid. When you get darn bug, get Kool-Aid. When you get
poison ivy.
Get Cord-Aid, Cord-Aid.
Cord-Aid gently works with your body's natural defenses. It's all you need for the relief of dermatitis and other minor itches and rashes.
When you get itchy eczema, get Cord-Aid, Cord-Aid.
Read and follow label directions.
Hi, this is Bob Newhart. Your public library has asked me to give you the answers to a few of the questions that are most frequently asked. 1847, Jane Austen. The Philadelphia Phillies, pork bellies, King Kong, not in Texas. Now that you have the answers, please don't call us with those questions anymore. But if you have other questions...
If you have any questions at all, you can call.
Give them a jingle.
I'm the library.
A public service message of the American Library Association.
Dinner's done, the day is ended. Peace and quiet have descended. Night.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theatre brings you George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne in Wings of the Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Brave men going down to the sea in ships have written a glorious history for the United States Navy. Over the years, they've brought new honor to the great names of John Paul Jones, Stephen Decatur, Oliver H. Perry, and Admiral George Dewey. In ships of wood and ships of iron, under sail and steam, they've served notice to the world that this land must be respected. Today, that tradition lives on in ships of steel that guard the ramparts of the sea, and in ships of silver that guard the ramparts of the sky, our first line of defense. This new frontier of the air provides the background for tonight's exciting drama, Wings of the Navy. And we have the original stars of the Warner Brothers picture, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne. It's a saga of those men of destiny who do their daily work at 200, 300, 400 miles an hour. We throw the spotlight on two of these men, two brothers, played tonight by George Brent and John Payne. They're both daredevils, and they're both in love with the same girl, which won't be hard to understand because the girl is played by Olivia de Havilland. I think it's fitting that a story like this should be brought to you by a national theater. And we're grateful to the millions of you who have made this a national theater by your loyalty to the product behind it, Lux Toilet Soap. We look to your letters for guidance in producing these plays. Your comments make pleasant reading for us, not only in what you say about our plays, but what you tell us about Lux Toilet Soap. Now there's adventure in the air and a thrill in every cloud as the curtain goes up on Act One of Wings of the Navy, starring George Brent as Cass Harrington, Olivia de Havilland as Irene Dale, and John Payne as Jerry Harrington. Arlington Cemetery, where great men of America lie at rest, is a national shrine dedicated to those whose lives were given in service to their country. On a bright spring morning, a crowd has gathered to pay tribute to the memory of another hero, William Harrington, Admiral, United States Navy. Uniformed officers stand stiffly at attention, their eyes on the speaker's platform. Among them are Jerry and Cass Harrington, sons of the man to be honored. Far overhead, a fleet of airplanes soars in battle formation, a jagged spearhead against the fleecy clouds.
And today we dedicate this monument to the memory of Admiral William Harrington. It is a small thing compared to the monument Admiral Harrington created for himself in the hearts of those who served with him. Along the coast of America and far at sea steam a majestic array of fighting craft, mammoth battleships, destroyers, silent, deadly submarines that prowl the ocean depths. This is the battle fleet of the United States Navy. And in the skies soars an armada of steel and thunder, graceful battleships of the clouds, defying the blackness of night, breathing challenge to the fury of storm and lightning. These are the wings of the Navy. Death often rode the wings of the fleet in earlier days, but from the beginning, through sheer determination, through sacrifice of life and limb, the Navy has progressed to the point where today it can fill the heavens with the most powerful fighting force in the world. Admiral Harrington and others of his day paved the way for its existence by giving all they had to the service they loved. And today, men are giving their lives to maintain and improve our greatest safeguard against war, a great and powerful Navy. It is not only to Admiral Harrington, but to the men of the United States Naval Aviation, to those who fly today and to those who will ride the Navy wings of tomorrow, that we dedicate this monument.
Well, Jerry, I guess we can feel pretty proud.
Yeah, but it's too bad a fellow has to be gone 10 years before they start praising him.
He's not gone. He had a peculiar belief in immortality, Jerry. He believed that so long as there was a Harrington in the Navy, he'd be part of it. I guess that leaves it up to us.
Well, Lieutenant Harrington, just a moment, will you please?
Yes, what is it?
I'm from the Daily News, Lieutenant. Can we get a picture of you?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, thanks. Okay, Herb, over here. Oh, say, young fella, you.
Who, me?
Yes, would you mind stepping aside, young fella? We just want Lieutenant Harrington in this.
His name is Harrington, too. He's my brother.
Yeah, but he ain't news. What's he do?
He's in the submarine service.
Oh, the Hawk's got a turtle for a kid brother, eh? Lieutenant, I understand that you have designed a new fighting plane. Can you tell us about it?
Oh, it's not that far along yet.
Okay. All right, Herb, shoot it. Well, thanks, Lieutenant. You designed a new submarine, young fella, and you'll get your picture in the paper, too. Come on, Herb, there's an admiral over here.
Well, I guess he put me in my place, all right.
And see that you stay there. Well, I've got to get over to the field. Walking that way?
Sure. You flying back to Pensacola, Cass?
Yeah, I got to get there tonight.
Some guys have all the luck, don't they?
Hey, Cass, wait up.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya. You ready to leave?
Yeah. Jerry, this is Harry White. He's an instructor with me at Pensacola.
Hiya. Glad to know you. Say, Cass, how do you go about getting a transfer from submarine to aviation?
What? You don't?
But it can be done, can't it?
You haven't got that flying bug again, have you?
It bites me every time I see you in the air. I want to trade this sub insignia for wings.
Well, forget it.
Why?
Because I said so. You aren't the type.
What kind of a guy is the type? Does he have to have feathers?
Look, forget it. You're not going to transfer.
All right, Pop, all right. But did it ever occur to you that I might grow up someday?
No.
You might be surprised. So long. I'll see you at the field.
So long.
And that's the first time I ever heard you try to unsell anyone on flying. What's the angle, Cass?
Oh, Jerry doesn't like being a kid brother, I guess. The difference in our ages gave me a head start, so he's always trying to find a shortcut to top me. When we were kids, he nearly broke his neck trying to outclimb me, and he nearly drowned trying to outswim me.
And if he goes to Pensacola, you're afraid he'll break his neck trying to outfly you.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he might be good, Cass.
He is good. But when he's competing with me, something happens to him, and he's a bust. That's why I want him to stay in the submarine service. He won't be under my influence, and he'll wind up with a record that'll make mine look like something scratched on the side of a barn.
In other words, he isn't entirely hopeless.
Ah, he's a great kid. I'd give him a right arm for him. While I was doing it, I'd hang my left on his chin at the same time.
Well, I'll see you at the field, Cass.
All set?
Yeah. I wish that brother of yours would show up. We're late.
He'll be here. Tell me some more about those big ships, Harry.
What for? You heard Papa. You're going to stick to submarines. Oh, there he is. Cass, come on.
Hey, that can't be Cass. He's got a girl with him.
Hurry up, will you?
All ready, Harry. Bye, darling. Take care of yourself.
Goodbye, Cass.
Oh, Jerry, this is Irene Dale. Irene, this is my kid brother.
Cass!
Coming. So long, darling. So long, Jerry.
Yeah. See you in Pensacola.
No, you won't.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Cass.
Hello.
Hello.
Say, did I see my brother kissing you just now?
Well, I don't know. Were you watching?
Yeah, I thought it was an optical illusion. I can't imagine Cass taking time enough off from flying to fall in love with anyone.
Oh, he managed. You see, we have a schedule. He flies 6 days out of the week, and we meet every other Sunday from 3 to 5, and that allows plenty of time for aviation and romance.
Oh, I see. Here, let me look at you. I can understand, all right. You know, I just met you, but if you had a twin sister and there was a moon, I'd be asking her to share my entire fortune, consisting of 3 uniforms, a gunnery medal, and a sword.
My twin sister would be flattered if I had one.
Yeah, but I was talking about me. With Cass, it's different. He isn't human, you know.
Really?
Nope. He's just a built-in accessory to an airplane. He's got a carburetor for a heart, and it pumps blue and gold gasoline. Why, the only thing he's been in love with in the last 10 years is an air-cooled rotary engine.
Oh, yes, I heard about that affair. But it's all over now. We have an understanding.
Who? You and the engine?
Yes, we're going to divide him. Is that Cass coming? He's awfully low, isn't he?
Hey, look out! Well, how do you like that? My own brother tries to murder me.
What was that he threw out?
Here it is. It's a note.
For me?
Probably.
Let's see. If you come to Pensacola, I'll break your neck. Does he mean you or me?
He means me.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Well, what do we got here?
Cadets, sir, just off the train.
Are they all checked in?
Yes, sir, 21 of them.
My report says 22. Well, must have gotten lost. Welcome to Pensacola, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I take it for granted you are all anxious and eager to become part of the United States Navy. Let it be understood, please, that the desire to serve is highly commendable, but not necessarily an indication that you're fit for this service. You'll all be given a thorough physical examination, followed by an intelligence test. If the results are satisfactory, you'll be assigned to barracks and your training will begin. For a certain period, you'll be schooled in the mechanics of aviation. You'll fly first to observe, then with an instructor, handling the controls yourself. When you're ready, you'll be given a solo flight, to be followed in time by an examination in instrument flying. All of these are in the nature of tests. Pass them, and you'll be with us for some time. Fail them once too often, and you're on your way out. You'll each receive a rule book. You'll be required to observe every one of these rules. You must understand that they're formulated for your own good and the good of the Navy. Their purpose is to turn out the finest flying personnel in the world. Is there anything else I can explain?
Yes, sir. When do we fly?
Oh, eventually.
Not until then.
That'll be all for now, gentlemen. Lieutenant Harrington.
Yes, sir.
You might try to round up that lost sheep.
Yes, sir. I'll take a look around the field. Hey, Mac. See a cadet around here?
Not today.
Hiya, Cass.
Hi, Harry. Have a good trip?
Smooth as glass all the way from San Diego. Hey, give me a hand, will you? I've got a passenger.
Passenger? Where?
He's on the floor.
Oh, where's sick, huh?
He's been dying ever since we took off. All right, come on, kid.
Yeah, up you go. Stand out on the wing, kid.
Oh, hello.
Jerry.
Hiya, Cass.
Jerry, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm going to be an aviator, and
Jerry!
He's out cold.
Yeah, come on. Let's get him over to the barracks. All right, now drink this. Here.
What is it?
It's medicine for air sickness. Air sickness. They're still laughing at you over at the officers' club. Oh, you ought to knock your block off.
It's a fine welcome I get to Pensacola, and from my own flesh and blood,
Quit trying to be funny. I don't know how you wangled yourself into getting ordered here, but you're going back to your pig boats.
Now you're trying to be funny.
Why don't you quit before you disgrace the name of Harrington?
Look, Cass, I know what I'm doing.
Sure. So does a kid playing with a machine gun.
Whether you like it or not, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to learn to fly, and when I do, I'm going to fly the pants off of you.
Mm-hmm. I figured that was it. You don't want to be a good Navy flyer. All you're interested in is flying my pants off, and that's where you're going to be a flop.
If I do, that'll be my business, won't it?
All right. From now on, you're on your own. I'm going to pretend you're not here. And if you get into a jam, you'll get out of it yourself. I'm going to leave you strictly alone.
Is that a promise?
Yes, that's a promise. Now, come on, take your medicine.
Back on that stick to start the takeoff. You've got to get her up on the step or she won't move. I'll let you in on the secret. Hitting the water is bad for the prop.
This is what we call a gosport. It's a speaking tube that allows the instructor to talk to the student, but the student can't talk back, which is the whole idea.
I'm not waving at angels when I do this, kid. I mean your right wing's too low. Now bring it up.
Relax, kid. You're stiff as a rail.
This is what's known as a loop.
Your snap roll's ragged, kid.
Never freeze the stick.
You lose flying speed, you spin.
Turn her nose up.
And just remember this. Any landing you walk away from is a good one.
Hi, Cass.
What do you think you're doing?
Oh, just admiring myself in your mirror. Somehow I don't find this outfit quite dashing enough for a Navy flyer. You know, Congress ought to do something about it.
Well, don't worry. Nobody will see you when you're flying but your instructor.
Yeah, but suppose you make a forced landing in a bean patch and the farmer's rosy-cheeked daughter comes out with apple pie for the wounded heroes.
If you ever land on a bean patch with one of those primary seaplanes, you won't be interested in the farmer's daughter.
Those primary seaplanes are a headache. Say, Cass, is it hard to get assigned to the big boats?
What's that got to do with you?
Well, I want to command a big boat and take a mass flight to Midway, Alaska. That's the branch of the service with a future in it. I don't want to be a dizzy fighting pilot all my life.
That's marvelous. That's marvelous. You don't know the first thing about flying, and already you're commanding big boats.
Well, you can't stop a fella from hoping, can you?
And you can't stop him from being a dope either.
Oh, I don't know. I'm doing all right. I take my solo this afternoon.
Solo? Well, you're not ready, Jerry.
Don't be silly.
Now, listen. There's lots of things I've been wanting to say to you. I've been watching your flying. You're terrible. You've been fooling...
Wait a minute. You were going to pretend I'm not here. You weren't going to give me any help or advice. That was a promise, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, okay, Jerry, you're on your own. But try to keep your neck in one piece, will you?
What's the matter? You worried about me?
No, I'm thinking about myself. Irene's coming down here next week, and I don't want anything to spoil it.
Okay. Say, how did she ever go for a guy like you?
I don't know. I can't figure it. When do you solo?
3 o'clock. Gonna watch me?
Thanks. I've got more important things on my mind. Harry, is that Jerry up there?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
I don't know. He's been twice around the bay. Coming in too fast.
Well, give him the signal.
I did. Here he comes again.
Easy. Easy now, kid. Relax. Forward on the stick. Easy. Your left wing's too low. Bring it up. Bring it up.
Look at him. He's heading for the seawall.
Up!
Gun it, you!
Jerry, are you hurt? Jerry!
Sir, I wish to report a crash.
Jerry, are you hurt?
No, sir.
Oh, well, it's too bad you aren't. You deserve to break your neck.
Did anyone ever tell you that you dance divinely, Mr. Harrington?
Sure. That's the only thing I can do better than Cass.
Oh.
You know, Irene, it was swell of you folks to drag me along tonight. Not that I blame you.
What do you mean?
Well, does Cass always draw airplane designs on your tablecloth?
Oh, yes, always.
Here she is, Cass. I think I ought to tell you. She says I dance divinely.
Wait a second now.
Shh, don't disturb him. He's drawing designs. Who is he, do you know?
Dokes is the name, I think, lady.
Dokes? Oh, of course. Joseph P. Dokes, the mad inventor. Naturally, I know him.
Oh, hello. I know you. You're going to be Mrs. Dokes, remember?
Mrs. Dokes. That sounds perfectly horrible. Next time a man asks me to marry him, I'm going to find out his name before I say yes.
Look, I found out what's the matter with the wing surface of my fighter.
See, Irene? That's what your life's going to be like. Instead of moonlight and roses, it'll be wing surfaces and empennage designs.
Oh, that's an old story already. You know, when we dance, Cass isn't keeping time to the music. He's counting RPMs. And to think I had to come all the way to Pensacola to play second fiddle to an overpowered flying machine.
That's all right, sweetheart. After this, it'll be worse.
Could it be? I hardly see you as it is.
You won't see me at all for a week or so. I've beefed up the center sections, and I'm taking my designs to Washington. The Navy has asked for them, and believe me, this time the plane will be accepted.
Oh, darn that plane.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't know when you're well off, Irene. Cass and his plane will be gone, but you'll still have me.
Will I?
Yeah, and I'll make up for all the good times Cass has been cheating you out of. We'll dance every night.
No matinees?
We'll play tennis and ride horseback.
Will you have any time for flying?
Don't mind him, and we'll swim.
Oh, you're going to make a marvelous brother-in-law, Mr. Cass. Can you make it a month, darling?
Nope. 1 week probation is all you get. After that, you're going to be an old man's darling again. In the meantime, let's dance.
Had enough?
I could swim to Key West.
Well, I couldn't. Come on, get up on the raft.
Give me a hand.
Up you go.
Bet my hair's soaked. What's the matter? What are you staring at, Jerry?
You? I'm going to have to put you back in the hothouse. This outdoor life is giving you freckles.
Really? Me without a mirror? Are there many?
Did you ever see a turkey egg?
Oh, is it that bad?
Oh, don't worry. I like girls with freckles.
That covers a lot of territory.
I'll narrow down the field a little bit. I'll include you and your twin sister.
Told you I haven't got a twin sister.
Oh, that's right. But Think how swell it would be if there was another one like you. I could really go for your sister. Do you think she'd like me?
I think she might like you a lot.
I hope so, because, well, you see, she'd be my idea of something perfect.
She wouldn't be as perfect as you think. She'd be selfish, for one thing. She'd want so terribly to be happy that she'd make mistakes. And then she wouldn't have the courage to do anything about them. Sometimes she'd be pretty disgusted with herself.
She wouldn't be that way at all. She'd have a lot of courage. She'd be generous and kind. Why, just being near her and helping to make her happy would be the greatest break a fellow could ever expect to have.
Having you feel that way would give her more happiness than she deserved, Jerry.
Look, Irene...
Yes?
Well, I was just thinking, Cass will be back sometime today, and...
I know.
He's a great guy, that brother of mine.
Yes. A great guy. Jerry, let's go back, shall we?
Sure. He might be in by now.
Hey, Irene.
There he is.
Hello, you two.
Hello, Cass. You look happy. You must have good news.
Good news. I'm loaded with it. The Navy Department is going ahead with my plane.
Oh, Cass, that's wonderful.
But wait a minute. I'm also promoted to the noble estate of Lieutenant Commander.
Oh, congratulations, Cass.
And as for you, Jerry, you're liable to be Lieutenant Junior grade pretty soon if you keep your nose clean. You've been selected, too.
Yeah, that's swell.
Swell. Is that all you can say?
Well, I'm tickled to death.
Well, then why don't you act like it? What's the matter, flat hat? You in trouble or something?
No, I'm all right.
I know what it is. The first promotion always does that to you. Drive me to headquarters, will you, darling? I want to say something to you that isn't any of Jerry's business. We'll let him walk. Maybe it'll help pull him out of his tailspin.
All right. Goodbye, Jerry.
So long.
Jerry, where are you?
Here. What do you want?
I've been looking for you. Why aren't you out flying?
I don't feel so good.
No? Well, I talked to the doctor, and he says there's nothing wrong with you.
Did he?
Yes. Looks to me as if you're just moping. Why don't you snap out of it?
Well, I'm sick of flying.
You're what?
I'm sick of flying.
Oh, you're not sick of flying. You're sick in the head. Now, all right, what is it? What's it all about this time?
I told you, I'm sick of flying.
Now, you ought to know you can't kid me. You've got something important on your mind. Now, what is it?
Look, Cass, there are some things in my life that don't concern you.
Ooh, romance is wonderful, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I recognize the symptoms. Every time you get a case of love, you go Shakespeare on me. You're Romeo, and she's Juliet, and you always wind up under a balcony. Who's the girl this time?
None of your... There isn't any girl.
Now, let's see now. Couldn't be that redhead. She's not your type. And the Spencer girl married that Marine. Now, let me see. I've been gone a week. Oh, there's only one you've seen.
Why don't you shut up? Get out of here and let me alone, will you?
Oh. I guess maybe it's serious this time, huh? Sorry, Jerry.
After a short intermission, Mr. DeMille presents George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne in the second act of Wings of the Navy. Over on Morton Street, a cheerful postman is hurrying up the steps of the Douglas home.
Oh, here you are. Miss Joan Douglas. This little box is for you. Looks like you're getting a present.
Oh, thanks. I've been waiting for it. Gosh, I can't wait to unwrap it. Oh, it's gorgeous. Mother, come here quick. Look what I've got.
Oh, your brooch came, dear. That is handsome. Let me see it closer. Why, it's so rich looking.
It'll be perfect with that green silk jersey dress. Hooray for Lux toilet soap. Dum, da, da, dum. Dum, da, da, dum.
That's the Lux toilet soap theme Joan was humming. Did you recognize it? Lux toilet soap. And that's the answer to how you can get one of these stunning simulated cameo brooches. A brooch designed after the one worn by lovely Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind. Now, here's what you do. Buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap from your dealer and ask him for a handy order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper, Send it with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. When your Scarlett O'Hara brooch comes, you'll be just as keen about it as Joan was. The pure white head on a glistening ebony background is encircled with a delicate Grecian border design. The setting is gold finished, and there's a fine safety clasp. It's a real jewelry piece you'll be proud to wear. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how you can get additional matching pieces to complete your Scarlett O'Hara ensemble. A ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings, all of the same beautiful design as the brooch, and all at amazing bargains. Remember the address, Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. And remember, too, that gentle Lux Toilet Soap has active lather. Active lather that 9 out of 10 screen stars use for their priceless complexions. Remember, on your shopping list for tomorrow, 3 cakes of gentle white Lux Toilet Soap. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Wings of the Navy, starring George Brent as Cass Harrington, Olivia de Havilland as Irene Dale, and John Payne as Jerry Harrington. Pensacola, proving ground of Navy airmen, where fledglings try their wings. Many of them thunder valiantly into the clouds, keeping their courses straight and true to their goal, while others falter and slip, fluttering ingloriously to the ground. One of these fledglings is just coming in, his ship bouncing crazily, sliding to a stop.
All right, kid, cut your motor. It wasn't so good, Ormsby.
Oh, I know it, sir. I'm sure that... Well, I know I can do better, sir.
We don't gamble on promises, kid. Take my chute over to the office. I'll see you there in 10 minutes.
Does that mean I'm busted out?
Did you hear me? I said I'd see you in 10 minutes. Now, go on.
Yes.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya, Cass.
I was watching upstairs there. Kid flopped on you, huh?
Yeah, bad.
Gee, it's a shame. He was a good kid.
I know it. That's why I hate to see him busted out.
Want me to give him another check?
I don't know. Might be a good idea at that. Maybe I've got the Indian sign on him.
Okay, I'll do it this afternoon. Meanwhile, I'll go and have a talk with him.
Thanks, Cass.
Oh, don't thank me. You yanked Jerry out of his slump. And if I can save a student for you, why, we still won't be even.
Wait a minute. Look, Cass, watch your step. This Ormsby kid has a tendency to freeze the stick.
Yeah?
I had to slug him once I let go.
I'll watch him.
Hey, isn't that your lady friend?
Yeah, that reminds me. I did have a date. See you this afternoon, Harry.
Right.
Cass, are you ready?
Oh, hello, darling.
I thought I'd come down and pick you up.
Well, look, Irene, I can't make it. I've got to give a cadet a special check flight. I'm trying to save him from being busted out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'll be through about 4 o'clock. Why don't you dig Jerry up?
No, I think I'll just wait for you.
On second thought, maybe that's a good idea.
Why?
Well, Jerry's undergoing a case of growing pains known as puppy love. You better not see him till he gets over it.
What have I got to do with it?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think you're the one he's in love with.
Did he say that?
No, I'm just psychic.
Cass, listen.
No, don't let it worry you. I know Jerry. He'll get over it in a week. He always does. So just forget it, will you?
All right, Cass.
Irene. Hello. Say, you weren't going to pass me up, were you?
I'm sorry I didn't see you, Jerry.
What are you doing down here? I thought you had a date with Cass this afternoon.
I did. He's busy. I'm going to wait.
Oh. Shall we sit down? You haven't been seeing much of Cass, have you?
Not very much.
Well, he's had a lot to do, I guess.
Maybe it's just as well.
Why? What's the matter, Irene? Is something wrong?
No, except that not seeing Cass has given me time to think things over. And I know now that I almost made a mistake that would have hurt him as well as me. Jerry, I'm going to tell Cass I can't marry him.
Have you two been quarreling?
No, he's been as sweet to me as ever. That's why it's going to be so difficult to tell him.
Then don't. I mean, not right away. Think it over, huh?
I have been thinking it over. Cass was gone a week, and he's been back 3 days. During that time, I've come to realize that I'm not in love with him.
That's pretty serious, isn't it? He's crazy about you, Irene.
Would it be fair to marry him feeling the way I do?
I don't know. All I do know is that he's the finest brother in the world. He's square, and he's honest, and
He's all of that, Jerry. That's what attracted me to him. But I was wrong when I thought that it was love. I can't marry him. You can't marry a person when you're in love with someone else.
Look, Irene...
Don't say it, Jerry, please.
It's funny, isn't it? You know how I feel, and I think I know how you feel. And we can't even talk about it.
Neither of us wanted it this way. We've both been fighting against it. Sometimes things happen to people that they can't help. But they don't want to happen. And it's happened to us.
What about Cass? Does it solve anything to make him unhappy, too?
I'd make him more unhappy if I married him. Oh, Jerry, I know how you hate to hurt Cass, and I love you for it. But it can't change things between Cass and me. You figure things out for yourself. No matter what you decide, I'm going to try to live up to whatever code of ethics I have. Hello, Mac. Is Cass around?
No, afternoon, Miss Dale. Cass is up there with Ormsby, see?
Oh, do you suppose he'll be long?
Well, he's been up almost an hour right now. If anybody can take the kinks out of that kid, Cass is the man. Holy
Mac, what was that supposed to be?
Snap roll, but it didn't come off. I'd like to see a little more altitude right now.
What do you mean, Mac?
That kid freezes the... Pull her out, Cass! Pull her out!
Mac, what's the matter?
He's going into a spin! Pull out! Pull out!
Cass! Oh, Cass!
All right now. Take it easy, kid. Shove her nose down and give her the gun, and then start pulling back.
I can't. It won't move.
Come on, relax. Better let me have that stick. Let go, kid. Come on, loosen up.
I can't move it.
Let go, do you hear? Let go of that stick.
I can't.
Let go. Are you crazy?
We're going to crash. We're going to crash.
Give me that stick. Give it to me.
Give me that stick.
Doctor, can I go in now?
I think so.
How's he going to be, Doctor?
Well, it's hard to say. That left leg is very bad. There's a chance he may never walk again. Don't stay too long.
I won't. Thanks, Doc. Hiya, Cass.
Hello, Jerry. Come in and see the cripple.
Yeah, that was nice flying, mister. Aren't you the guy who was going to give me some pointers? Of course, I realize it wasn't all your fault.
When I get up out of here, I'll break your neck. If I ever do get up.
What are you talking about?
Oh, the doc had 4 specialists in here this morning. They all voted the same ticket. I'm grounded for good.
The woods are full of specialists. They make mistakes, same as anybody else. You'll be as good as new. You'll be in better shape than Ormsby, and he's walking around already.
Now, you're not a fortune teller, and you're not a doctor, so why don't you keep quiet?
You're not giving up, are you, Cass?
I'm just looking facts in the face, and I'm not asking for sympathy.
I'm sorry, fella.
I'm sorry, too.
Sure.
Well, looks like you'll be carrying the ball from now on, Jerry.
Well, that wouldn't be so bad. You and Dad ran up a pretty good score. All I have to do is follow the interference.
Yes, but you got to show them the way. You've got to be the best fighting pilot in the Navy.
I'm going in for big boats.
Oh, yeah, big boats. I forgot. An aerial truck driver on an ice wagon. That's what you'll be.
Yeah, well, it takes a darn sight better man to fly a big boat than it does to herd a fighting hornet.
Oh, if you weren't young and stupid, I'd argue with you.
And if you weren't old and flip-dippy, I'd argue back.
A big boat's got a crew like a submarine. When you're in a fighting plane, you're on your own. You're as near as you'll ever come to having wings. You've got the wind in your face, and you're part of the ship, and it's part of you. And the motor's a living thing, and it obeys you. There's nothing over your head but the sky, and you can reach up and touch it. And when you feel happy, you can play like a kid on a blue lawn. You loop and dive and zoom, and you chase clouds like a cat after a ball of yarn, and you... Oh, why should I waste my breath? You don't know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do, Cass. I've felt it, too.
Sure. Get out, will you? I'm tired.
Okay. I'll be in to see you tonight.
Jerry. How is he, Jerry?
They say he may never walk again.
Oh.
He'll have to quit the Navy. You know what the service means to him.
Yes.
Irene, he's lost all that now. All he's got to hang on to is... Well, all he's got left now is...
I know, Jerry. Don't worry about it. He's not going to lose me.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne, will bring you Act 3 of Wings of the Navy. And now, let's listen in on a little conversational bridge game played by 4 charming ladies.
Your deal, Mary. Before I pick up this hand, though, I'm going to ask you a question I've been dying to ask all afternoon. Where did you get that stunning cameo brooch you're wearing?
Looks like an antique to me. Is it a family heirloom?
Well, girls, if I didn't know you so well, I'd just let you keep on thinking that. But I can't help telling you what a bargain I got. This is designed after a brooch worn by Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind. And how much do you think it cost me? Just 15 cents. And wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap.
When you see this handsome brooch, you'll say it's simply stunning. It's a simulated stone cameo, a pure white head on a jet background, encircled with a handsome Grecian border in black and gold. It's the kind of expensive-looking jewelry piece that looks equally well with a frilly blouse or a simple tailored dress. You'll get plenty of compliments on your style and good taste when you wear it, because there's nothing cheap or flimsy-looking about this pin. It's made, as expensive jewelry is, with a solid back and a fine safety clasp. Its simplicity and good taste will be applauded by the most smartly dressed women. So don't miss your chance to get this wonderful bargain. Here's how you do it. Get an order blank from your grocer tomorrow, or write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it, together with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. And in a few days, you'll receive your pin. Think of it. Only 15 cents and the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap, the gentle white soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how to get additional matching pieces for your Scarlett O'Hara set. Ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings. Act quickly. This is the last time this offer will be made on this program. Send in your order today. This offer is good only in the United States. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Wings of the Navy. Several months have passed, and Jerry Harrington's training period at Pensacola is finished. The fledgling has become a hawk, serving now at the Naval Air Station, North Island, San Diego. On the beach, a giant patrol bomber spreads its silver wings across the sand. Beneath these wings stands Jerry, gazing upward, lost in admiration for the power and beauty of the monster ship. He doesn't notice the man who comes to stand behind him, a man who moves slowly, leaning heavily on a cane.
If the cavalry ever got in a jam, that thing would carry a good load of hay.
Is that so? Well, Cass, when did you get here?
How are you, Jerry? About an hour or so ago. How's the boy?
I couldn't be better. How are you, Cass?
Oh, fine. I'm allowed to limp around all by myself now.
No, I'm not kidding. Is that leg coming along all right?
It'll do. So you're flying that big boat now, eh?
Yeah. Isn't she a beauty?
Not bad. Wait until my plane's accepted. We'll fly the wings off of that thing.
Don't call that thing a thing. I'm going to fly it to Honolulu.
When?
Mass flight next month. There are 3 commands vacant, and I've got mine all picked out.
Oh, still the modest boy, huh? Well, good luck.
Thanks. How about coming along, Cass? I'll bet I could swing it.
Save yourself the trouble. They don't want one-legged men in the Navy. I found that out when I went before the examining board. I'm grounded for good.
Oh, well, there are other things beside the Navy. How's Irene?
Oh, she's fine. Hadn't been for her, they'd have sewn me up in canvas long ago.
Where is she?
She's here. She's staying with relatives until they test my ship. When I get that off my mind, we're going to be married. I know she's anxious to see you. Come on up and say hello to her.
Oh, no, not right now, Cass. I got a few things to do here. Some other time, huh?
How's it look, fella?
It's in great shape, Cass. And that ship of yours will pass any test they want to put it to.
Swell. Keep it good and hot. We're almost ready.
Right.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, this is Captain March of the Bureau of Aeronautics.
Glad to know you, Captain.
I hope your plane comes through, Lieutenant. The Navy can use a ship like that.
Well, it's passed everything but the terminal velocity test.
If it passes that today, the Navy will owe you a vote of thanks.
Having the Navy accept it will be thanks enough. Excuse me, sir. There's the test pilot. Steve, over here.
Hiya, Cass.
All set, Steve?
All set.
How do you feel?
Fine.
Well, she's in perfect shape. Take her up to 15,000 feet. Dive her at least 10 before you pull her out. Try to push the needle off the dial.
I'll try.
Give her the works. Tear the wings off if you can. I don't think you can, but try anyway.
Okay.
And if you see she won't take it, don't forget to bail out in time.
Listen, Cass, my wife's giving a birthday party tonight for the kids. I'll bring your crate down in one piece.
Thanks, Steve, but give it all it'll take. Okay, Mac, we're ready.
Looks like he's got enough altitude. Why doesn't he turn it down?
I told him 15,000 feet. He'll be coming any minute now.
Good luck, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Jerry.
Oh, hi, Irene. Come down to see the test?
Yes. And to see you. Why have you been avoiding me, Jerry?
Well, I've been pretty busy and...
Don't you realize you're creating exactly the impression you don't want to create? Cass wonders why you've been finding excuses not to go out with us.
What can I do, Irene? I've
we
tried.
made a bargain, Jerry. What else is there to do but make the best of it? Let's be grown up. Let's behave as if nothing had happened. We'll meet and we'll be friends. And we'll be happy because Cass will be happy.
Okay.
You better watch this. It's a big moment for Cass.
How far is he taking it, Lieutenant?
I told him to bring it down to 5,000.
Coming awfully fast.
He'll be all right.
Those wings hang on at that speed, we've really got a plane.
They'll hang on.
I'd say it was less than 5,000 right now.
Well, he'll turn it up in a second. Come on, Steve. There he goes.
He's in a spin.
Pull out, Steve. Pull it out.
Turn it up. What's the matter with it? He's going to crash if he doesn't.
Jump, Steve. Jump, fella. Don't take a chance. Bail out. Bail out.
Cass, darling, please don't take it so hard. It wasn't your fault.
Oh, snap out of it, Cass. Come on. You've got another ship ready for testing?
Sure. And somewhere, I suppose, there's another test pilot like Steve, ready to die in a coffin designed by Cass Harrington, huh?
Well, how do you know it was the plane that failed? Maybe it was Steve. It ought to be a breeze to take it through that test. I could do it myself.
Oh, you could. Do you know what a pilot goes through when he makes a terminal velocity dive?
Well, I have an idea.
No, you haven't. You've got to take a cranky, unknown experimental plane up to 15,000 feet. Open your throttle and shoot yourself at the earth like a cannonball. You're smashed back in your seat. You gasp for air. The wind is like 1,000 knives that rip and tear at your wings. You're going 300 or 400 miles an hour straight down. Then you pull back in the stick, and when you do, believe me, you pray. And the air's turned into a brick wall. And if the seat isn't stretched for 2,000 pounds, you bust right through it. And all of a sudden, your plane and your body are shooting upward. What's inside of you keeps on falling. Your blood drains. Everything goes black. You can't see, you can't breathe, and you're knocked out cold. And if you're lucky, you come to before you crash. And then you might find that you're in a death trap. You try to jump, and it's too late. Something like that happened to Steve today. Does that sound like a job for a kid like you?
No, I suppose not. But even a guy like me can have faith in what his brother's trying to do. Am I out of place, Cass?
No, you aren't out of place. And I'm not giving up. Not yet, anyway. must be a test pilot willing to take the job. Keep on trying. Offer more money. But do something before Captain March goes back to Washington and scratches my plane off the list.
I'm sorry, Cass. I know what that plane means to you and how valuable it'd be to the Navy. But there are only 6 or 7 test pilots capable of giving your ship the beating the Navy will demand before the design is accepted. I've communicated with all of them. They feel that the plane that killed Steve Connor can't be any good. Those men will risk their lives, but they won't commit suicide.
Then there isn't anything to be done?
No. I'm sorry, Cass.
Who is it?
Hello, Irene. Where's Cass? Is he here?
No, I haven't seen him since yesterday.
Oh, well, maybe he's heard the news and he's avoiding me.
What news?
In me, Irene, you observe a man of consequence, a person of vast importance. In other words, a Navy hotshot.
Suppose you tell me what it's all about.
Honolulu, I've been given command of a big boat, and I'm going to take it on the mass flight from here to there.
Oh, congratulations, Jerry.
Yeah, and wait till Cass hears about it. Will he be mortified? After I rub it in for a while, we'll go out and celebrate, huh? What's wrong, Irene?
Nothing. Only I wouldn't plan on rubbing it in, Jerry. I wouldn't plan on a celebration either.
You don't think I meant it, do you?
Why, no, you're just kidding. Cass has changed. He's abnormally sensitive. He's always brooding. And when I try to cheer him up, he just gets irritable.
It's that plane of his, huh?
It looks as if it's going to be abandoned. And if it is, he'll lose everything he wants out of life.
Ah, it's not that important, Irene. He'll get over it, and he'll have a lot left to live for, too. He'll have you, won't he?
That isn't enough. Can you understand that?
No.
I didn't at first. I made a bargain. I accepted a job. And I believed that by merely accepting it, I had accomplished it. Jerry, I did everything I could to make Cass happy. And I failed. I'm not important to him.
That's not true, Irene. Cass loves you.
I think he does. But he's never reconciled himself to being out of the Navy. He feels that he's only half a man. That he's a failure. That plane is a symbol to him. If he puts the Navy's colors on its wings, then he'll be in the service again. He won't mind being crippled. He'll be happy. And if the plane's a failure, he'll die slowly inside. And there's nothing I can do about it. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can now. You know, Irene, a long time ago, I gave up something I wanted very much. And since then, I've been so busy feeling sorry for myself that I never considered that there were 2 sides to the bargain. I can't come close to matching what you've done, but the least I can do is try. If there's any way in the world of putting Navy colors on Cass's plane, I'll do it.
Hello, Cass. This is Brown. Listen, we've got a man to test the plane. You better get down here right away. He'll be at the field in an hour.
You ready, Jerry?
In a minute, as soon as the doc gets finished here.
I'll be out at the ship. Make it snappy.
What do you say, Doc?
The inside's in place. Hold that pad right there. And draw in your stomach. You'll want this good and tight.
Hey, take it easy, will you?
Better than having your insides fall out. Now put on your shirt. Put this belt over your flying suit. It'll help. It'll be a good idea to yell as hard as you can before you pull out of the dive.
Yell? Why?
Well, that'll tighten your throat and stomach muscles still more and keep your arteries from puffing up. Here, take this scarf. Keep it around your neck. When the time comes, tighten that as much as you can. It'll stop the blood from draining out of your head.
There sure is a lot to remember in this racket, isn't there?
You better remember all of it, or you'll never pull out of that dive. All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Doc.
What are we waiting for, Mac? Where's the test pilot?
Now, take it easy, Cass. He'll be here in a minute.
Who is he? Is he any good?
I think he's great.
Sure. So do I.
Hello, Jerry. Say, listen, Hey, what's the idea of that outfit?
Well, test pilots have got to dress like this. It's a union rule.
You mean you're going to take that ship up?
Of course I am. I'm your pilot, mister.
Well, you can't. It's against regulations for Navy men to test planes. You'll be thrown out of the service.
I'm not in the Navy anymore.
What?
I resigned my commission.
You resigned? You mean you quit the Navy just so that... Well, I won't let you do it.
It's already done, Cass.
What about the Honolulu flight?
That was just a joyride. This'll be a lot more fun.
Don't be a fool, Jerry. You don't know what you're up against. You haven't the experience. You'll be...
Yeah, I know, Papa. Now, will you run along and mind your own business?
Will you go and take that junk off? That plane's not going up today.
Listen, Cass, for a long time I've been trying to convince you that I'm a better flyer than you were in your best day. Today I'm going to prove it, and in your ship.
Kill that motor, Mac.
No, look, Cass. I'm taking that crate up even if I have to knock you cold to do it. Wait a minute.
Come here.
Mac, take care of this guy, will you?
Cass.
Take your hands off. Will you take your hands off? Let me alone.
Gotta do it, Cass, and I don't want to, but I gotta. Hurry up, Jerry, will you?
On my way. So long, Cass.
Jerry!
Look at that ship climb.
Cass, I just heard about Jerry. Cass, you can't let him do it.
Well, he's doing it now. That's him up there.
Cass, if anything should happen to him, if anything should happen to Jerry,
When I tried to stop him, I couldn't.
he may be killed. He may be... Oh, Cass.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it now except to hope.
Just about ready.
There he goes.
You know what a test pilot goes through when he makes a terminal velocity dive? Open your throttle and shoot yourself in the earth like a cannonball.
This is to keep your insides in place.
You're smashed back in your seat. You gasp for air. The wind is like 1,000 knives to rip and tear at your wings. You're going 400 miles an hour, straight down.
Put this bell on.
Straight down.
Better have your insides fall out.
400 miles an hour, straight down. The air's turned into a brick wall.
Yell as hard as you can before you pull out.
All of a sudden, your plane and your body are shooting upward.
Yell as hard as you can.
Blood drains. You can't see. You can't breathe. You're knocked out cold. You're knocked out cold. You're knocked out cold. And if you're lucky, you come to before you crash. If you're lucky, you come to. If you're lucky, if you're lucky, if you're lucky, if you're lucky.
Level off. You're out of it. You're out of it.
A great ship. Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. Oh, Irene, he did it. Jerry, he did it. He gave my ship to the Navy.
He's safe. Oh, Cass, he's safe.
If only you'd try to understand, Captain. The kid loves the service as much as any man ever did.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah, but this Honolulu flight, sir, is the most important thing in his life. He gave it all up for me. Please hold up that resignation, sir. If not for my sake, for the sake of the old man. If he were alive, it would be awfully important to have one Harrington left in the Navy. I'm washed up, and Jerry's the only one to carry on. Please, sir.
The Honolulu flight leaves tomorrow. I'll see that your brother has his command.
Thank you.
Cass, I don't see Jerry. Do you suppose they've decided not to let him go?
Wait a minute. Oh, there he is. Jerry!
Hi, Cass. Hello, Irene.
Are they taking you, kid?
That's my boat right over there.
Great. You know, I hate to admit this, but I'm kind of proud of you, Jerry.
Well, thanks. I've been waiting to hear you say that for a long time.
Well, I've said it, so don't make me change my mind. And remember, only one Irishman got away with flying backward, so don't wind up in Cuba.
Well, I've checked my compass. It'll be Honolulu or nothing.
It better be. And remember, the water is soft unless you hit it hard, so don't get wet.
I'll try not to. Well, I guess I better get going.
So long, kid. Good luck.
Thanks. Goodbye, Irene.
Goodbye, Jerry.
Lots of happiness to both of you. So long.
It's gone, Cass. I hope he's happy.
He will be. Tomorrow, a clipper ship takes off for Honolulu. You'll be on it.
I'll be.
Yes, you. Now that I'm cured, I'm firing the nurse. That's gratitude for you, isn't it?
Cass.
No, let's not have any arguments. I'm sending you to Honolulu so I won't have to support you for the rest of my life.
Oh, Cass. You know, don't you?
Sure. Something I should have had sense enough to see long ago. Oh, please don't think that I'm hurt or angry or that I feel cheated. Having known you for a little while gave me more happiness than I'll ever deserve.
Oh, Cass. Oh, Cass.
And in the skies an armada of steel and thunder, graceful battleships of the clouds, wings of the Navy.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back for their curtain calls. In the meantime, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap have asked me to make this special announcement to the members of our Lux Radio Theater audience. They urge all of you who have not already done so to send in for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch at once. This is the last time we will make this offer on the Lux Radio Theater. Now, surely you don't want to miss out on this opportunity to own the lovely Scarlett O'Hara brooch. We know you'll be delighted with this stunning jewelry piece when you see it. So note these instructions carefully. If you haven't already sent in for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch, buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap from your dealer. Ask him for an order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper and enclose it in an envelope with the 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers and 15 cents in coin. No stamps, please. Address to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. And now, Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars back to the microphone. The curtain has fallen on Wings of the Navy. And if I had my way, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne would get a 21-gun salute for their performance tonight.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but I'm a little doubtful about that many guns.
Yes, I'm afraid that salute is reserved for the Commander-in-Chief, CB.
All right, George, we'll make it 17. That's only an admiral's, but I still think you deserve 21.
You know, when we made this picture, Mr. DeMille, we were practically in the Navy for a couple of months, and we really saw what makes the flying service tick.
Yeah, the fellows that run one of those big flying boats don't spend much time in saluting. It takes both hands to handle that job.
One look at the instrument panel of a big boat completely confused me. It looked like 50 clocks, all with a different time.
That's one of the reasons it takes so much training to make a Navy pilot.
Training and a smart pupil. Mr. DeMille, we've all had a grand time coming back to the Lux Radio Theater this week, and I'd like to say one thing more. Lux soap is the complexion care I use every day, and I wouldn't be without it. And from my own experience, I know it's a soap that's really gentle.
Those words ought to be sufficient for the wise, Olivia, because Lux Soap never had a lovelier recommendation. And right now, I'd like to recommend our play for next Monday night.
What is the bill, Mr. DeMille?
Next week, John, is one of the most distinguished weeks in the history of the Lux Radio Theater. A great star makes her first appearance at this microphone, Miss Shirley Temple. Our play is one that many of you have asked for time after time, with Shirley in the leading role. It's The Littlest Rebel, a story of a little girl who taught 2 armies the meaning of gallantry. With Shirley in The Littlest Rebel, we present 2 fine actors, Claude Rains and Preston Foster. And we think that makes next Monday night a night to write home about.
Well, you can't beat a combination like Shirley Temple, Claude Rains, and Preston Foster in The Littlest Rebel, CB.
We'll be right at the radio listening, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Good night. And happy landing. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Shirley Temple, Claude Rains, and Preston Foster in The Littlest Rebel. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Heard in tonight's play were Tristram Coffin as Harry White, Lou Merrill as Mac, Gail Gordon as Speaker, Stuart Buchanan as Dr. Harper, Earl Ross as Captain Brown, Stanley Farrar as Captain March, Wally Mayer as Reporter, Frank Richards as Steve, and James Eagles as Ormsby. Here's an important announcement. Uncle Jim's Question Bee, which so many of you enjoy, will now be on the air Tuesday nights beginning October 8th instead of Wednesday. See your local newspaper or radio magazine for details. George Brent and Olivia de Havilland appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio. Mr. Brent will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production Honeymoon for Three, and Miss de Havilland's forthcoming picture is Santa Fe Trail at the same studio. John Payne was heard through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox and is currently appearing on the screen in their production of Maryland. The Scarlett O'Hara brooch offered you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap is designed after one worn by Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind a Selznick International picture produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players and Somerset Mom's hilarious comedy about a shipwreck, a courtship, and an extra wedding. Too Many Husbands. It stars Bob Hope as husband number 1, Frank Sinatra as husband number 2, and Lucille Ball as the long-suffering wife. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players and Too Many Husbands. A year ago, Bill Cardew took a solo cruise in a ramshackle boat and disappeared from the face of the earth. His widow, Vicky, married Henry Lowndes, Bill's partner in the candy manufacturing business. This evening, Vicky picked Henry up at the office, and they are just returning home after dinner and a show. Peter, the butler, meets them at the door.
Good evening, madam. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Peter.
Hiya, Pete. Got a fire going for
Yes,
us?
sir.
Attaboy. Now you can trot along and throw yourself into the hay.
Very good, sir.
Say, you still reading that mystery, the case of the marinated corpse?
I completed it this evening, sir.
You did, huh? Who knocked off the victim?
The butler, sir.
Oh, well, I'll come up later, Pete, and lock you in.
Very good, sir. Oh, I beg your pardon, madam.
Yes, Peter?
I neglected to mention that a gentleman called while you were gone and left this message. I took it down verbatim.
Oh, you're getting sloppy, Pete. Next time, take it down word for word.
Very good, sir.
Thank you, Peter. That will be all. Now, what gentleman could be calling me?
Oh, you must have met one once. Read the message.
Just got in on a tramp steamer. Will be there as soon as the Department of Health scrapes off my barnacles. Bill. Now, who could that be? Bill! No, it can't be. He's dead.
Of course he's dead. It must be a joke.
Oh, Henry, it can't be a joke. He must have been rescued somehow.
Well, so what? Who cares?
Don't you realize that he thinks I'm still his wife, not your wife?
That's peachy. Looks like you started getting married and forgot to say when.
Oh, you'll have to break the news to him, Henry.
Pardon me, madam, but the gentleman who called is here. He says...
One side, Jeeves. Vicky, come to Papa.
Oh.
Well, kiss me, baby. Now another one. One of those was in the script.
Oh, Bill, are you really alive?
Still some doubt about it. Okay, let's take it again. Another one, huh? Shame it's only a half-hour show. Cuddle up close, Vicky. Ah, that's wonderful. Let's just stay like this until Take It or Leave It comes on the air.
Oh, but that's next Sunday, Bill.
Well, what's a good Saturday show? If there's an echo in here, it's got an awfully sore throat.
That's Henry, Bill. Say hello to Henry.
Hiya, Henry. Say, keep cuddling, kid. Gosh, it's good to be back.
Oh, Bill, I still can't believe it. How did you get back? What happened?
Oh, really nothing to it. My boat just sank in the middle of the ocean. I wise-mulered to the desert island. Yes, I just wise-muled right through there. That was me, and for almost a year, all I ate was fish. Nothing but fish.
Did you have a man Friday?
No, on Friday, more fish.
Poor Bill.
Oh, I'm not in such bad shape. Look at these muscles. Know how I got them?
How?
Well, the only thing left to my boat was 10-foot of chain and the anchor. I used it for a yo-yo. You want to look at my muscles, Henry? No, thanks. The doctor told me to avoid excitement. I see. Incidentally, Hank, old man. Hank, old man. Yes? Isn't it a little past your bedtime? Your Ovaltine must be boiling by now. Oh, I don't know. I guess I could manage to stay up a little while longer. Oh, don't force anything, kid. Hello, Bill, tell us some more about your experiences. Your message said that you got picked up by a steamer, tramp. That's tramp steamer, and cut it out. Well, see you tomorrow, huh, Hank? Come on, Vicky, honey.
Bill, I think Henry has something to tell you.
More? This kid's getting to be quite a chatterbox. Okay. Okay, son, tell me, but remember, we're on the air.
Hardly know where to begin.
Well, I bet it's something about business, huh?
Oh, sure, that's it. Remember our best-selling candy?
You bet. The All-Day Delight?
That's right, the sucker that improves your pucker. And do you remember Peanut Rapture, the bar with glamour and every goober?
Yeah.
Well? Well, sir, there used to be 11 and a half peanuts in every bar, and I've cut it down to 10 and a half.
No.
Yes. And I've got the slogan, watch for the day, the 7th of May.
Oh, great work, Hank, and good night.
Bill, Henry has something really important to tell you, and he'd better tell you now.
And it better be important. Come on, let's hear about it.
Well, I'm married, Bill.
No fooling. Who's the screwy bride? No, wait, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Let me guess. Myrtle?
No, you see...
Agnes, Bertha, Carolyn, Daisy, Elma, Frances, Gracie, Hildegard, Imogene?
Was Henry acquainted with all those girls?
Are you kidding? Dorothy Dix used to write to him.
Oh, wait.
I can't get over it, Hank. Gosh, some of these days you might even become a father.
So, that's the kind of a man I married, a wolf.
Yeah, he's the biggest... What? Who married?
Bill, old man. I've got something important to tell you.
Oh, so that's it. You've been hanging around here like a salami in a delicatessen because you live here, huh? You're her husband.
Well, I'm the nice one.
I can't believe this, Vicky. Did you really marry him, or did you just miss a question on truth or consequences?
Oh, but I thought you were dead, Bill, and I was lonely.
Lonely? Why didn't you join the Elks or something?
Can't you understand? I loved you so much that when they told me you were dead, I went all to pieces and married Henry.
Thanks for the fanfare, kid.
Well, I didn't mean it that way, Henry. You've been wonderful to me.
Oh, I understand, Vicky. I'm out of your life, forgotten. You found happiness, and I'm just a gopher in the garden of love. All right, I'll go.
Oh, please, Bill. We don't feel that way about you at all, do we, Henry?
Oh, I don't know now. I think he's got hold of something there.
Well, you've got one too many husbands. You'll just have to trade one of us in to Madman Muntz. Make up your mind, Vicky.
Not now, Bill. We're tired and upset. Let's get a good night's sleep and face the problem in the morning. Henry, you will sleep in the guest room with Bill. Good night, my men.
And this is what I dreamed about on that desert island.
Come on, lover boy.
So this is the guest room. My.
Well, what's wrong with it?
Well, it's gotten frillier since I was here. Used to be a room where a man could undress without feeling ashamed. How about a pair of pajamas? Any of mine left around here?
Nope. I gave all your stuff to a tramp.
And on you it looks good. Where do I sleep?
There's the bed.
You mean we've got to sleep in the same bed?
Aren't these tears in my eyes telling you?
I'm the guy who's got trouble. Last time I slept with you, I woke up black and blue.
That's the night I dreamed I was taking chances on the punch board, remember?
Yeah, this is quite a bed. No wonder you're so puny, Henry. You haven't been eating your grape nuts.
Well, how do you know?
You sneaked them upstairs and put them in this mattress.
Why don't you stop beefing? Was there a nice, comfortable bed on that desert island?
Well, no, nothing but palm trees.
Okay, so there's a chestnut tree in the yard. Go out and hang on your tail. Who is it, a friend or another husband?
Come in.
I thought I'd see if you boys were all right.
Oh, I can't complain. Of course, I could use a pair of pajamas. The water on my knee has just turned into a popsicle.
Oh, poor Bill. Where are your pajamas, Henry?
I won't tell.
Now, I know they're in the second drawer. Go on, get a pair for Bill.
Oh, all right. But they'll be much too big for you, wise guy.
Vicky, this is the first chance I've had to tell you how wonderful I am. I mean, how wonderful you are. Look, forget about Henry. You'll have to forget about one of us anyhow. I hear they're going to start rationing husbands.
Hey, what are you whispering about?
We weren't whispering.
No, I was just showing her where a barracuda bit me.
You mean where he bit your back?
Well, a fellow's got to eat.
Please, Bill, I don't want my husbands to quarrel. Give him the pajamas, Henry.
Here, take them.
Well, good night, boys. I just wanted to be sure you were all right.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't feel very good.
No? What's the matter?
Oh, deadly tropical fever. I've got it all through my body.
Couldn't think of a better place for it.
Put your hand on my head, Vicky.
All right. Why, it's not at all hot, Bill.
It will be. Just keep your hand there.
Hey, you know, I don't feel so good myself.
You don't? Stick out your tongue, dear.
Oh, that's no fun. You held his head.
You know, I don't believe either of you are a bit sick. Now go to sleep and we'll settle everything in the morning. Good night, boys.
The second act of the Lady Esther Screen Guild play will follow in a moment. Now, a word from Lady Esther.
Once each year, you wake up in the morning and it's your birthday. A special day to be celebrated just for you. But did you ever stop to think that your skin has a birthday every day? Skin specialists will tell you that every day your skin gradually sheds part of its outside layer, and down underneath a new, fresh skin is born. Isn't that remarkable? Your skin is always trying to make itself lovelier. But it needs your help because it has an insidious enemy, a stubborn film caused by natural oils mixed with cosmetics and dirt. You can't see or feel the stubborn film, and ordinary cleansing methods fail to remove it. You think your skin is clean when it isn't. But there is a safe, sure way to get rid of that stubborn film, and here it is. Smooth on my unique Lady Esther four-purpose face cream and wipe it off. Immediately, and this is so important, apply Lady Esther cream again and wipe it off. This second cleansing with Lady Esther gets rid of that stubborn film. Now your skin is really clean, and instantly you see the difference, the clearer, fresher, younger look, the new softness and smoothness. Give your skin this wonderful chance to grow lovelier every day. Remove that stubborn film every night, my safe, sure Lady Esther way.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of Too Many Husbands, starring Lucille Ball, Bob Hope, and Frank Sinatra. It is now the following morning. Bill and Vicky are at the breakfast table. Henry has not yet appeared.
Coffee, dear?
Thanks. Fine thing. My first night home, and I sleep in the guest room.
How many lumps?
About 8. Where'd you get that mattress, anyway?
I wonder what's keeping Henry.
Well, he's pretty tired. He stayed up all night to watch me.
Really? What for?
I walk in his sleep. Pass me some more of that puffed rice, huh?
Oh, good morning. How did you sleep, Angel?
Great lover.
I'm talking to Vicky, Icky.
Peter, you may bring in Mr. Lowndes' breakfast now.
Yes, madam. Good morning, Mr. Lowndes. Here are your eggs, sir. Shall I serve them?
You look silly hatching him.
I think he can do it. You know that, don't you? Are you sure 6 eggs would be enough, old man? We can always put a couple of more chickens on the swing shift.
Why don't you lay off? Why can't you let a guy enjoy a quiet breakfast with his wife?
Don't forget that she's my wife, too.
Why, Peter.
I'm frightfully sorry, ma'am. I guess I'm a bit old-fashioned.
Oh, you mean what Mr. Cardew just said?
Yes, madam. The arrangement does sound rather, sophisticated.
Well, it really isn't, Peter. You see, Mr. Cardew is my first husband.
Oh.
Yeah, he was supposed to have been drowned at sea, but wasn't, unfortunately.
No, I wasn't. You see, I had too much to go on my Pepsodent contract, and the Lever brothers swam out and saved me.
Really?
You see, Peter, this is a very involved problem, and I'm afraid it's only the beginning.
Oh, madam, not a third one.
No, I haven't thought of that, but I can see how it could be habit-forming.
Well, I once knew a young woman who collected seashells, and it got a dreadful grip on her.
Well, tell us more, Peter.
Pull yourself together, Pete. The whole thing will be settled by tomorrow.
I hope so, sir. Either one of you gentlemen goes or I go.
Oh, stop acting like an old maid.
It's not that, sir. I simply won't shine 4 shoes every morning.
Everybody's got a union, isn't that?
I wait your...
Thank you.
There, you see?
Thank you, Peter.
Even Peter is shocked. Even Peter is shocked because I have one husband too many, and we've got to do something about it.
You're right, Vicky. I'll kill Henry this afternoon.
Darling, you've got to choose between us, and I'll help Bill pack.
Oh, I didn't sleep a wink last night. I just tossed in bed thinking and thinking and thinking. And finally I decided that...
Yes?
That I couldn't make up my mind.
Oh.
But the time has come. I must make a decision now.
Good. Good, and I hope the loser will have the decency to join the... I said good, and I hope the loser will have the decency to join the Foreign Legion. Tell me, Bill, if you lose, will you join the Foreign Legion?
Will I do what?
Will you join the Foreign Legion?
Well, I'll meet you halfway. I'll go down to the library and read Beau Jest. Stout fellow, aren't you? It's just the way this suit fits. Stop that.
Now, just sit there, both of you, and don't say a word. Just let me look at you a little while.
Well, look at us, Vic.
Vicky, darling, while you're deciding, I only want you to remember that I came to you in your darkest hour and gave you all the love in my heart. And I only want you to remember that.
Honey.
And that our life together... And that our life together, if you choose me, will be as happy as it is in my power to make it. I thank you.
No, don't give him the Oscar yet. Wait a minute.
Oh, Henry.
Oh, what a speech. Isn't that nice? He did it up so well, didn't he? Hello, Vic.
Henry.
What, honey?
Henry, you're
What,
so
honey?
sweet.
Oh, that fan, yes. That's you, Henry. Listen, Vicky, all I want you to... It's a grand line. I don't know why I ignore it like that. All I want you to remember, Vicky, is our first hour together in the tunnel of love at Coney Island. And you swam back. You were peachy.
Oh, dear, this is so difficult. If only one of you were good-looking or intelligent, it would be much easier.
My agent read this stuff. That's it.
Intelligent, eh? Say, William, old man.
Yes?
You don't happen to
Where'd
know
you go?
Oh. You don't happen to know how to...
Yes, Hen.
You don't happen to know how to spell pithecanthropus by any chance?
Can you say that on the radio?
Yes.
Pithecanthropus.
I'll repeat it for you.
Is that a California town? Pithecanthropus,
No,
yes.
pithecanthropus.
I like the way you say it, too.
Yeah, pithecanthropus. It is the missing
Awful
link.
time to get lower plate wobble, isn't it?
You know what it is,
Let's
don't
go.
you?
Bill just reach for his razor blade. But what is it? What is it? What's
it's
that?
the missing link between man and ape. How do you spell it?
Crosby.
Now, you see, Vicky? With me, big words are everyday conversation.
Yeah, well, with me, it's muscles. Can you jump over the breakfast table?
Huh?
You heard me. Can you jump over the breakfast table?
What for? I can wait till the butter comes around to me.
Yeah. Well, I say you can't. Not that it's anything to a man of my athletic prowess.
Well, if there were a reason for my jumping over the table, I could do it, too.
Watch this, you armchair athlete. Give me a little room, Vicky. Here I go. Remember me? I'm the one that jumped. We better get off the air before the sound man destroys himself. Who left that tall spoon in the coffee cup?
I don't believe you made it, old man.
Bill, darling, are you hurt?
Oh, my. Yes, I am. Hey.
What?
What's that on the floor right there?
Why, it's just some puffed rice, dear.
Thank goodness. I thought it was my teeth.
Playing games, oh, this is hopeless. I can see right now I'll have to separate you two boys. That's the only way I'll ever come to a decision. It's like old times, isn't it, Bill?
Uh-huh.
Remember how we used to walk in this park together when I was married to you?
Yeah, this is what I get for going away and letting you fall into the clutches of a rat like Henry.
Oh, please, dear, you're talking about my husband.
What do you think I am, Uncle Remus? It was hard enough on that awful island a whole year just thinking about you, remembering the way you used to kiss me.
Put your arm around me, Bill.
One night I dreamed we were getting married all over again. You had the same ribbon in your hair. You wore the same leopard skin coat. I put my arms around you. I kissed you, and then I woke up.
Oh, poor Bill.
And the dream was so real, even after I woke up, I thought I was still kissing somebody in a leopard skin coat. I was, too. A leopard.
Put your arm around me again. Kiss me. Oh, Bill, I haven't felt this way since you drowned.
Will you quit calling me dead? I ain't dead. I'm just holding this expression till they pay off my life insurance.
Now I know, Bill. It's you I love.
Oh, hooray! Tonight we celebrate.
Oh, but one of us will have to be brave and tell Henry.
Well, let me know what he says.
Oh. Poor Henry.
Yeah, poor Henry. Well, at least he'll have the peanut bars. We'll give him the whole goober business. Just think, 20 million nuts to him. Just think.
Why, darling, what are you doing here at the office? Don't tell me you're taking an interest in the candy business.
Henry, there's something I must tell you.
Say, I'm sure glad I feel, Vicky. Now, what did you want to tell me?
Only that I love you, Henry.
That's the way to talk. Tonight we celebrate. Tonight we tell the whole world.
Yes, darling.
Wait till Bill hears this. Ow! He'll cut off his curly hair and weave himself a new mattress.
Oh, poor Bill.
Yeah. Poor Bill.
Oh, thanks for the memory. Just a second. What are you doing here? All right, one at a time. What are you doing here?
I have a date with Vicky.
You have a date with her. That's a pretty good kid. Yes, sir. That's pretty good there, boy.
I hope so. Oh, I get it. She hasn't told you yet, huh?
Told me what?
Well, Bill, Vicky decided this afternoon, and we're going to get married. And you can either divorce her or die again, but this time you've got to do a better job.
Look, am I crazy? Henry, this afternoon, Vicky promised to marry me.
Holy smoke, you too?
Don't you see? She handed us both the same routine.
Well, how do you like that? I'll be a...
You always have been, old boy. Now, look. What do we do now?
She isn't worthy of either of us, Bill.
You're right, Henry.
After all, she's only a woman, isn't she?
That's all.
Why, there must be 1 million others just as attractive.
Sure.
100 million.
You bet.
What's she got that any other woman hasn't got?
Nothing.
Not a thing.
That was fun. What do we play now?
Bill, old man, we've got to stick together.
Yes, sir. You're right, pal. What do you say she doesn't get either of us?
It's a deal, Pod. When she comes in, we walk out. Together.
Shake. I always wanted to see the Sahara Desert. Now I'll see it with you.
Remember now, solid front, pal.
You said it, pal. Hello, Vicky.
Why, Bill. Oh, and Henry. Both of you.
Yes, Vicky. Henry and I have talked things over. You've toyed with us, Vicky, like an octopus toys with a... what does an octopus toy with?
Another octopus.
Yeah. You know, he studied, hasn't he?
But I didn't mean to toy with you. It's just that it's been so hard to choose.
Well, we've made the choice for you, darling. Henry and I are going to the Sahara.
Goodbye, Vicky.
Wait, you can't do this. Please, I'll decide.
This way to the Greyhound. This way here.
Goodbye, Vicky.
No, come back. Come back. Please come back.
Well, get a good night's sleep, Bill. We're taking a long trip tomorrow. See you in the morning.
Good night, Henry. Well, why not?
Bill.
Vicky, I had to come back. I had to see... Uh-oh.
Hello, Bill. I guess I beat you back from the Sahara Desert, huh?
Well, hold your hats, folks. Here we go again.
Thank you, Frank Sinatra, Bob Hope, and Lucille Ball for your delightful performances in tonight's play.
I have the boys' permission to speak for them, Mr. Bradley, in saying that we consider our yearly appearance on this program as one of the really enjoyable privileges of belonging to our profession. We are all familiar with the fine work being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its Country House, and we know that work is supported largely by this program. And now, before we tell you about next week's show, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Did you ever notice how much better you feel when you wear something that's just right for you? A hat that just suits the shape of your face? A dress that flatters you because it's just the right color? Your mirror says you look wonderful, so you feel wonderful. Well, so many women write and tell me they get that same wonderful feeling the moment they use my Bridal Pink face powder. Lady Esther Bridal Pink is such a romantic springtime shade. But the most amazing thing about it is its subtle and elusive quality of flattery, a mysterious quality that makes it right for 4 basic types of skin. No matter what the color of your hair, you'll see the exciting difference Bridal Pink makes to your own skin. If you're a blonde, Bridal Pink will dramatize your blondness, make your skin look softer, more alluring. If you're a brunette, Bridal Pink will intensify the contrast, make you look more romantic. If you're a brunette, Bridal Pink will lift up your whole appearance. And if you're a redhead, Bridal Pink will wake up your skin, give it the life and warmth that needs to go with your hair. The moment you see My Lady Esther Bridal Pink, you'll be anxious to try it. And when you do, you'll see how much extra flattery it brings to your skin.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will present one of the funniest pictures of the year, Stork Bites Man. It will star Jackie Cooper, Anita Louise, and Gus Schilling. Be sure to listen. Too Many Husbands was produced and directed by Bill Lawrence and was presented through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures, producers of The Guilt of Janet Ames, starring Rosalind Russell and Melvin Douglas. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Lucille Ball appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass, starring Spencer Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, and Robert Walker. Bob Hope appeared through the courtesy of Pepsodent and is currently being seen in the Paramount picture My Favorite Brunette. Frank Sinatra appeared through the courtesy of Old Gold Cigarettes and can currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn musical It Happened in Brooklyn, also starring Katherine Grayson, Peter Lawford, and Jimmy Durante. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther face cream to buy a box of Lady Esther face powder. So remember, ask for the largest size. Tonight's Lady Esther Screen Guild show is being heard by our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide shortwave and network facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next week, part of the country goes on daylight saving time. If your city remains on standard time, the Lady Esther Screen Guild show will be heard 1 hour earlier. Check your local newspaper for time. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther. Thank you, and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, My Wife, Geraldine, starring Edward G. Robinson.
Suspense is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to raise the curtain on another study in suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you a star, Mr. Edward G. Robinson, in the story of an amazing hoax and a phantom love that led a man along the steep and dangerous bypaths of sanity. And so with My Wife, Geraldine, and with the performance of Edward G. Robinson in the role of Geraldine's husband, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. I know you're in there, Mr. Graham. You'd better open up. It's important. All right, I'll use my passkey then. Oh, why are you sitting in the dark, Mr. Graham?
Go away. Leave me alone.
I've something to tell you. How can you sit here in the dark alone at a time like this? Gives me the creeps. Where's that light switch? Now, isn't that better with the lights on?
What do you want? Why do you keep bothering me? I told you I'm not hungry.
All right. I just brought this soup along in case. Now, listen to what I have to say, Mr. Graham.
Well, I can't very well help myself, can I?
That detective is coming back for you. He'll be here in just a few minutes.
Why are you telling me this?
I don't know. It won't do you any good unless I want it to.
What are you driving at?
Did you kill your wife, Mr. Graham?
Oh, that's a good one.
And the others. Did you really kill all those women?
All what women?
They say you're that wife killer. The one the newspapers call the Black Widower.
Well, aren't you afraid being all alone in the same room with the Black Widower?
No, not exactly. Besides, they say he only kills women he's married to.
Well, then I should propose to you without further delay, Miss Barton.
Please, please don't joke. There's not time for it. I know a way for you to get out without being seen. There are police all around the house, but I know a way.
I'm not interested.
I wasn't going to tell you anyway. Not unless I discovered it wasn't true. About your being that murderer.
Well, the police say I killed Geraldine. They ought to know.
They found her body, Mr. Graham.
Found her. Found Geraldine. Oh, no. This is too good. Who identified her? You?
You forget, Mr. Graham. I scarcely ever saw her close enough to identify her.
Yes, but you did see her.
Well, after all, a person could hardly live in the same house for close on to 6 months without catching a glimpse of Geraldine.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Graham, you haven't much time.
And what do you want, Miss Barton? A nice, juicy confession? Yes, that would be useful, wouldn't it? You'd never have to take in roomers again. You could charge admission to this house. And this is the room where the Black Widower confessed all to me. I couldn't help it, he said. It was a compulsion. I loved her, but I had to kill her. It was just like all the others.
I'm sorry, Mr. Graham. I won't bother you again. If you need anything, well, I'll go.
No, wait. I've hurt your feelings, haven't I? Sit down. It's better with you here. Really, it is.
Just tell me one thing and I'll go, Mr. Graham. Did you kill her? Not the others, but her.
Well, why Geraldine, especially?
Because you loved her so. It was the most beautiful thing that ever happened to me. Sharing your happiness with her. The talks we used to have about her. The way you used to...
Oh, stop it.
I'm sorry.
I'll tell you. You won't believe it, but I'll tell you.
Oh, please do, Mr. Graham.
And, this may seem strange, but I shall have to exact a solemn promise from you never to tell anyone what I'm about to reveal.
I suppose it's wrong, but very well. You have my promise.
Well, to begin with, I couldn't possibly have killed Geraldine.
Then they've made a mistake. She's still alive.
No, she's not alive.
Oh, you knew that all along?
Of course. You see, my wife, Geraldine, never even existed.
Tonight, for suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Mr. Edward G. Robinson, whom you have heard in the prologue to My Wife, Geraldine, a radio play by Robert Tallman from a story by Lawrence Marcus. Tonight's tale of suspense.
This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. To millions all over the world, the name Elsa Maxwell stands for gracious hospitality. Her suggestions on entertaining are eagerly sought, and here's an especially timely one.
Planning a simple dinner for friends during these days of food rationing calls for imagination. Yet any hostess can compliment family and guests and make simple foods temptingly attractive. I suggest the simple and inexpensive touch that Roma lends, making party fare out of the most ordinary supper. Serve cool Roma red Burgundy with the meal. If possible, too, dine by candlelight. The tart piquancy of deliciously robust Roma California Burgundy. And the soft, flattering lighting heightens the pleasure of dining. Remember, though, the important thing is to serve and enjoy good Roma wine with the dinner.
Dinner by candlelight with brilliant, distinctive Roma wine. Truly an appealing idea. And as Miss Maxwell suggests, delicious Roma California Burgundy is the subtle note that tones up the occasion. Roma Burgundy, like all Roma wines, is of unvarying goodness. The goodness of selected grapes, picked at their best in California's choicest vineyards, then guided to flavor fullness by the ancient wine-making skill of Roma's famed wineries. Serve Roma wine regularly. It costs only pennies a glass. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. R-O-M-A, Roma Wines.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our sound stage Edward G. Robinson in My Wife Geraldine, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I'd better go back to the beginning, before Geraldine, shall we say. I was a bachelor, Miss Barton, what they call a confirmed bachelor. My mother was left a widow at the time of my life when most young men start going out with girls. She was an invalid. Well, you know how it is. It's an old story. In those days, Geraldine was only a sort of vague picture in my mind. She didn't have any name. She was only the girl that I hoped one day to marry. As the years passed by, the hope faded. But as it faded, the image of the girl became more vivid. I'd always admired Geraldine Farrar, and so I named my dream girl Geraldine. I used to ride the commuting train to my job in the city, and I got to know all the regular commuters who rode in the same smoking car. They were all married men, and... Good morning, Holmes.
Oh.
Morning, Jackson. Smith.
Hello, Graham.
Hello.
Say, fellas, did I tell you my wife's expecting again?
You don't say.
Well, congratulations, Smith, old boy.
Thanks.
How's about a bet?
$5 says it's another girl.
I'm betting on twins. Odds 1,000,000 to 1.
What's your bet, Graham?
My bet? Oh, well, I don't have any children, you see, and
What's your wife raise? Pekingese poodles?
Yeah. Now that I think of it, you've never mentioned your wife in all the times we've been riding together, Graham.
Well, my wife, Geraldine, I'll show you her picture someday.
She must be a raving beauty. Graham wouldn't be so quiet about it. Huh, fellas?
I always knew Graham was nursing some secret. Now it's out. An extravagant wife.
No, Geraldine is not extravagant. I don't like your tone of voice, Holmes. You're speaking of my wife.
Oh, no, wait a minute. He was only kidding.
I can see you haven't been married very long, Graham.
I don't believe he's married at all.
Oh, you don't? Well, let me tell you something. Not all marriages are like yours. Some people stay in love. I think I may safely say that Geraldine and I will always be in love. Well, that was how it started. When I thought about it afterwards, I was astonished at my behavior. I got as angry at the slighting remarks they had made about Geraldine as if Geraldine had been a real person and really my wife. Well, they all wanted to believe in Geraldine. And after my mother died, she became more and more real to me and more necessary.
Come in.
You sent for me, Mr. Potter?
Yes, Graham. Have a chair. Cigar?
Oh, thanks.
Well, the cat's out of the bag. Congratulations.
Oh.
You're in for a promotion and a raise in pay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Potter.
Not at all. Glad to have another married man on our payroll.
Oh.
Just a technicality, Graham.
Yes, sir.
So as to justify this raise with our main office, will you bring around your marriage license?
Yes, but, Mr.
It's
Potter...
a company rule, Graham. Got to do it. For all we know, you might be this black widower fella. The one that's married all those women on fake marriage licenses and then killed them for their cash and jewelry. Yes, sir. Some women will marry anybody. Even you, eh, Graham? Well, no offense, old man.
Well, I guess I better be getting back to the job.
That's the spirit. Don't forget that marriage license.
No, sir, I won't forget.
Yes, sir.
Are you, Fred Bell?
Yeah?
Well, look, I'm in sort of a spot. I've just changed jobs, and For the record, you understand, I have to show them my marriage license. By George, I've lost it, and I don't know what to do.
Who sent you here, mister?
A fellow roomer, my hotel, Frank McGuire.
Oh. Well, you know, I'm sticking my neck way out on this. It's going to cost you dough.
And now it became necessary for me to change my mode of life even more. I could scarcely go on living in bachelor quarters with Geraldine. And that brought me to you, Miss Barton, remember?
Yes?
I saw your advertisement in the Morning Herald. A furnished apartment.
Oh, yes. Come in, won't you?
Thank you.
You better set your bag down on the hall here. No use lugging it upstairs till you've seen the place.
Yes. That's a good idea.
It's right up these stairs.
Thank you.
Is it just you alone?
Oh, no. Myself and wife.
Oh.
Well, she works late in a war plant, so she gave me the rather unpleasant job of finding a place.
Well, this is it. 2 rooms and a small kitchen.
Oh.
The bath's in there.
Yes. Looks very nice.
It's a good vanity table for your wife.
Oh, yes. I'm sure she'd like that especially.
There's plenty of closet space for her clothes.
For clothes?
Well, if she's anything like most women, I'll bet that isn't all of her clothes in that one suitcase.
No, of course not. Oh, goodness, no.
Well, I don't give a hang for clothes myself. Maybe that's why I'm an old maid.
Oh, no, you don't. Well, what is the rent?
$10 a week. That we could get more, but since your wife
Yes,
is...
well, all right, I'll take it. Here's the first month's rent.
Well, I'd better give you a receipt for this.
Well, it's not necessary, but my wife likes to hang on to such things for some reason. So you better make it out to her. Mrs. Graham? Geraldine Graham.
All right, Mr. Graham.
And now I better go back to our old place and bring over the rest of our clothes.
What size does your wife wear, Mr. Graham?
Why, I don't know exactly. What size do you...
Well, I wear 16. She'll probably be in to have them altered anyway. Now, here's a little model that just came in.
Oh, no. That won't do at all. That's much too fussy for Geraldine.
Well, perhaps it would help if you could describe her for me.
Well, she has a kind of a gentle dignity in bearing, if you know what I mean. Her hair is taffy-colored with little gold lights in it. And her eyes. Her eyes are a kind of a luminous gray-green color. Some days they look green, and other days they're gray with gold flecks in them. Her features are delicate, but strongly molded. Sensitive, but not fragile. And her skin is fair, almost translucent, with just a sprinkling of freckles when she's been out in the sun for a day. She tries to cover them up, of course, as all women do, and she's... well, she's not exactly...
How long have you been married?
What? Why, only a short time.
I thought so.
Well, I'm not much good at describing people, especially people I know awfully well.
On the contrary, you're almost too good at it. You've made me feel I've met her.
You see, she was becoming more and more definite all the time. Remember how you dropped in to see me, us, that day? Oh, come in, Miss Barton.
I thought I could help you with your unpacking.
Well, perhaps you could help with my wife's things. She gets home so late, I'd like to have everything arranged for her.
Oh, what lovely clothes. And that suit.
Yes.
Why, just look at that suit. It's new, isn't it?
Well, I think it is. I'm not sure.
Of course it is. This is the suit I've had my eye on. I wanted it for Easter.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Why, she's just my size, too.
Oh, Yes, I believe she is.
Well, she must be just about my coloring, too, judging from her clothes.
Well, yes. There is something about the hair and eyes.
Oh, I can't wait to see what she's like.
Well, don't be surprised if you don't see her for some time. She comes in quite late and leaves so early in the morning that sometimes even I wonder if she's really been home or if I just imagined it.
Well, I must say, you're a gentleman to put up with it.
Well, she gets a kick out of this war job. And after all, it's only for the duration.
You must be very much in love, Mr. Graham.
Well, Geraldine and I are an unusual couple, Miss Barton. But so far, I believe that our marriage is an unqualified success. And so the legend of Geraldine grew. The fellows at my office used to kid me about my ideal marriage.
Hey, Jack, what's the matter with Graham? He hasn't phoned his wife for nearly an hour.
Oh, come now.
Maybe they had a fight.
Not Romeo and Geraldine, Graham. How do you do it, Graham?
Well,
my wife broke a plate over my head at our honeymoon breakfast, and we've had to buy 3 new sets of dishes every year ever since.
How do I do it? Well, watch this. I'll give you a lesson. I pick up the phone and dial a number at random. It was a little act I put on every day for their benefit.
Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Hello, darling. You still love me?
Hey, you got the wrong party, bud. This is the Unique Garage.
Of course I do.
Huh?
Say it again, honey, just like that.
Okay, you dumb. This is the Unique Garage, Harry speaking. Now, what do you want?
Of course I don't mind you buying a new hat. Was it the crazy little one with the bird on it? The one you told me about?
Listen, I got no time for gags. Are you a friend of somebody here?
Well, what do you say we go out to a show tonight and break it in, hmm?
Break what in?
Why, of course I've missed you. I can't be away from you for 10 seconds without feeling lost and lonely. Darling.
I'm sorry, darling, but I got a heavy date tonight at the El Morocco. Goodbye, you lush.
Oh, honey, you haven't been seeing him again. Yes, I know he's a friend of your sister's. Yes, I mean your sister Geraldine, but... I know Geraldine, but I don't want that man around the house. Hmm? Yes, always and always, darling. Goodbye. How clever I thought myself that day, injecting that little discordant note, just that hint of jealousy into my one-sided conversation with Geraldine. How could I have known that it would be used against me later? How could I have known that my whole new life was to fall to pieces? Because it was that afternoon that the accident happened. A piece of equipment struck me in the head. When I regained consciousness, Mr. Potter was sitting beside my bed there in the company hospital.
Well, where is she? Look, she's got to be notified, old fella. Next to kin, you know. It's the law, I believe. If she isn't at home...
Now, please don't ask me any more questions.
Now, look here, Graham. Forget that I'm your employer. Think of me as a friend. You can tell me. What is it? Has she left you?
No.
Well, then where is she?
Well, I won't say any more. I was going to tell you everything, but I know you wouldn't believe me. I'll just say this. There's no use you're looking for her. You won't find her.
You don't want the police mixed up in this, do you, Graham?
Oh, I don't care. I'll go to prison. I'll do whatever I must, but I won't answer any more questions about Geraldine. Well, you know the rest of the story, Miss Barton. When they released me from the hospital this morning, I knew it was only a matter of time until I'd be arrested for the murder of Geraldine. I didn't know they'd find her body quite so soon. But I'm rather glad they did. Now my secret will never be known. Geraldine is as real in death as she was to me in life.
Oh, Mr. Graham, aren't you glad you told me your story?
Yes. Yes, I knew you'd understand somehow. Yes, but remember your promise.
But, Mr. Graham, you can't let yourself be hanged for the murder of a woman who never existed. Now, listen to me. When that detective comes back, tell him all these things.
No, I will not, Miss Barton. Let them think I'm the Black Widower.
Oh, but...
I even forged the marriage license.
Oh, Mr. Graham,
And
if only I'd known
the police
you then.
description. No, it's all too perfect. Apparently, this Black Widower and I look startlingly alike. So you see, it's quite hopeless.
Mr. Graham, that's the detective now. What are you going to do?
Nothing. I'm tired. I'll be glad to get it over. I couldn't bear to tell them about Geraldine. I couldn't stand for people to read about her and me in the papers and go about making cruel jokes over us. I don't care about saving my own life at that cost.
Oh, please.
That's why I made you give me your solemn promise to keep our secret, Miss Barton. But before they come in, I'd just like to say, you've been wonderful. You know, you're rather like Geraldine.
Mr. Graham. Oh, George. My poor dog.
All right, put the bracelets on him, Riley. Bring the woman along for questioning.
Just a moment, officer. You're making a terrible mistake. Listen to me. He is not the Black Widower.
We know that, lady. They picked that one up in Albany a couple of hours ago.
You found the Black Widower. Oh, George.
What's that? My goodness.
But your friend, Mr. Graham here, has still got some explaining to do.
Such as?
Such as what happened to his wife. We've got a corpus delicti and everything, you know.
Well, very well, officer. I guess
Will you be quiet, George? Officer, can I believe the evidence of my own ears? Do you say there is some question regarding Mr. Graham's wife?
That's right. His wife.
Well, it seems to me that a lot of trouble could have been spared if you had asked me about it.
What do you mean?
Now, please, my dear. You promised.
Please, you see, I am Geraldine Graham.
Well, I don't want... Hey, listen, what's this? You're his wife.
He has no other.
Now, please, it's very kind of you, but it's no use. You see, officer, you won't believe me, but Geraldine never existed.
Officer, my husband has had a very serious accident. He isn't quite right in the head yet, and you are not helping matters.
Well, Riley, get that phone, will you?
Sure.
Now then, let's get this straight once and for all.
Riley speaking. What? Yeah? Hold everything.
Huh?
Hey, it's headquarters on the phone. They've identified that woman's corpus delicti. Her name is Oymansud Bovak. She fell off a tugboat.
Well, why didn't they say so in the first place? Well, folks, it looks like we had a little misunderstanding all around. You know how it is. Well, take care of yourself, Mr. Graham. Goodbye, Mrs. G. I'm pleased to have made your acquaintance. Come on, Riley, come on. Let's get out of here.
Miss Barton, Agnes, I don't really know...
George.
Yes?
What was Geraldine like? I mean, what did she look like?
Well, really, my dear, Geraldine? Well, she has a kind of a gentle dignity and a grace of bearing. Her hair is taffy-colored with little gold lights in it. And her eyes... Well, her eyes are a kind of luminous gray-green color. Her skin is fair, almost translucent, with just a sprinkling of freckles when she's been out in the sun for a day. She tries to cover them up, of course, as all women do, and...
I always do. You know, George, I was just looking in the mirror here while you were... You know, my hair is taffy-colored, and the little gold lights in it. That was very observant of you, George. And my eyes, would you really say gray-green?
My goodness. My goodness, I do believe... Miss Barton, Agnes, do you suppose...
That we could be married immediately? I rather think that can be arranged. And thank you for your nice proposal.
My dear. Darling.
Oh. George, what is Geraldine going to think of all this?
She'll be furious.
And so closes My Wife, Geraldine, starring Edward G. Robinson. Jeanette Nolan appeared as Agnes opposite Mr. Robinson in tonight's study in Suspense. Suspense is produced, edited, and directed by William Spear.
Before Mr. Robinson returns to our microphone, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. One woman recognized as knowing all the niceties of entertaining is the world-famous hostess, Miss Elsa Maxwell. She has this to say about simple wartime entertaining.
Good friends and good Roma sherry. These are the makings of a pleasant evening. Roma California sherry is ideal for any occasion, before dinner with appetizers or during friendly afternoon or evening visits. You and your guests will enjoy the light, nut-like flavor of glorious amber-colored Roma sherry. And for fullest enjoyment, serve cool.
Delicious and distinguished as they are, Roma wines cost only pennies a glass. Serve and enjoy them often. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. R-O-M-A, Roma wines. And next time you use vermouth, sweet or dry, choose Roma vermouth. Zestful, full-flavored Roma vermouth is blended, mellowed, and developed with all the traditional wine-making skill of Roma wineries, yet surprisingly low-priced. Try Roma vermouth soon, won't you?
This is Edward G. Robinson. I have certainly enjoyed appearing here this evening on Suspense, and I want to tell you how much I'm looking forward to hearing next week's broadcast in the series. My friend James M. Cain, who wrote Double Indemnity, in the film version of which I had the honor of appearing this year, is the author of another wonderful suspense story called Love's Lovely Counterfeit. You will hear it next Thursday, and your star will be Mr. Humphrey Bogart. Remember him? I used to knock him off every morning before breakfast. Well, that sounds like quite a show, and I know you won't want to miss it.
Edward G. Robinson is currently starring in the international production The Woman in the Window. Next Thursday, same time, Mr. Humphrey Bogart will be your star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Family Theater, starring Bing Crosby and Irene Dunn, with Dana Andrews as your host. More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Good evening. This is Dana Andrews. A few seconds ago, you heard me say, more things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. I'll bet when you heard that, some of you said, what a strange way to begin a radio program. What are those people in Hollywood thinking about anyway? Well, I'll tell you what we're thinking about. We're thinking about our families, just like you're thinking about your family. You see, a lot of us in the entertainment business, well, we think the same way you do. We think that a happy family is the greatest gift a guy can have. And that's why this program is called The Family Theater. And each week we remind you that more things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Because we want to remind you that prayer, that's right, prayer, family prayer, can help keep your family happy and well and together. That's all. Simple, isn't it? We're not here to preach to you. We're here to put on a radio program, and we hope you'll enjoy it. Tonight's story is by a well-known writer, Charles Tazewell. The story's kind of strange and unusual. A story that might never happen on Earth or even in heaven. But then again, well, why don't you listen to it? Listen to the music of Meredith Wilson's orchestra and to the story of J. Smith and wife, starring Irene Dunn and Bing Crosby.
Therefore speak I to them in parables, because seeing they see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand.
Gee, it's awful pretty, isn't it, Johnny?
Yeah, it's all right.
It looks something like the gardens in Central Park. Only different somehow.
Yeah, it does, Mary.
I wonder how you'd get in there.
Well, I guess there must be a gate somewhere. People got to get in and out.
Sure they do. They couldn't go climbing over the fence, could they?
I guess not. They look pretty funny. There's got to be a gate.
You suppose they'd let us go in there?
Why not?
Gee, that'd be swell, wouldn't it?
Oh, I guess it would. You could walk around and look at the flowers. You always kind of liked them.
Yeah. Remember the time that friend of yours took us out to Long Island?
Charlie Brown?
Yeah, that was him. We rode in the rumble seat and we brought back all those flowers. Dogwood, they said it was.
We had a good time, didn't we?
Yeah, we had them around the apartment for more than a week. I never saw flowers last so long.
Well, you kept them till they were all dried up.
Well, I just kind of hated to throw them away. While they was around, I could sort of look at them and remember what a swell time we had.
Yeah, you could.
The geraniums and things I raised on the fire escape are pretty, but somehow they weren't like the ones we got out on the island. You could close your eyes and smell them and think you was right out in the woods.
Well, I guess that was because they grew kind of wild-like. Those flowers inside the fence are something like them. We could get inside. I don't suppose they'd let you pick any, but you could look at them.
Well, that'd be just as good. There's got to be a gate.
Well, let's walk and follow the fence until we come to one. Come on. Say, ain't that a gate over there?
Yeah, looks like it. It's all gilt or gold.
Oh, it'd be gold. They wouldn't have no call to use nothing else.
Oh, it's so bright it sort of hurts your eyes, don't it? It's bright and shiny like my wedding ring when I first wore it.
I wished I only had a chance to get you a good ring, Mary. I've been planning to for a long time.
I know, Johnny, but don't you think about it. I was always happy and sort of proud wearing that ring.
Oh, but that was a cheap one, only gold-plated. I'd have liked to got you a swell one, you know, solid.
But that one was just as good, and it meant the same thing. Why, I wouldn't have wanted a better one. It'd just been ruined with my hands in dishwater. Been a waste of money.
Just the same, I'd have liked to have got you a better one. I didn't have the money at the time, and then later on it seemed like something always come along to take the money. Gas bills and rent and shoes for Tommy and...
Oh, now, don't you worry none about that ring, Johnny. I was crazy about it. I wouldn't have traded that for one with 50 diamonds in it that somebody else had given me.
Say, ain't that a guy sitting over there by the gate?
You suppose he's a kind of a guard?
Well, they'd have to have somebody to kind of take care of things.
Do you think you might ask him if we could go in and just kind of look around?
Well, no harm in asking. Lots of guys used to stop me on the street and ask me how to get places. You know, strangers in New York for the first time.
Well, they could tell you was a New Yorker and knew your way around.
I guess that was it. I could always tell them, too, and how they'd get there easiest, on a bus or subway.
Mm-hmm. I always thought you ought to have that job in the information booth down at Grand Central. I bet you'd have been swell there.
Maybe I would. Remember how we used to meet there and go to lunch before we got married?
Yeah. You used to always get there first?
Yeah.
When I came down the steps, I could see you standing there reading the timetable. Like you was a big businessman going out to Chicago or Toledo or Detroit.
I'll bet you I read every timetable they had. The guy back at the desk must have thought I was a world traveler or something. He used to say, "Hello, where are you going today?"
Mm-hmm. You remember the trips we used to plan out of those timetables? While we was eating lunch at that one-arm place?
For our honeymoon, we was going to Washington, D.C.
Yeah, we decided on Washington instead of Niagara Falls. It didn't cost so much. And it was more educational, too.
I'm sorry we didn't get to go.
Oh, I'm not, Johnny. No, it's better like it was. You get so dirty traveling, and, well, we might have got sick or something eating in hotels and a change of drinking water.
Just the same, I wish we could have gone, but the furniture cost more than I thought it would, and then the first month's rent on the apartment in advance. And...
It costs a lot to set up housekeeping. Gee, wasn't we broke when we moved in?
I'll say we were. The place looked swell. Of course, the elevator went right by the windows.
Oh, but I didn't mind that. Why, it was sort of company when I was there alone in the daytime.
No, it wasn't so much, I guess, but it was home.
Oh, when I brought some of the girls up from the store, they was jealous as could be, and I showed them that picture of you know, the one you had taken out of Coney Island in the airplane. Oh, they all thought you was so handsome.
They did?
Sure they did. Well, Maisie Greenbaum said you was handsome enough to be in moving pictures.
Well, I always try to keep dressed up a little. That kind of makes a guy better looking than he really is, you know. Guess I must have been wearing that coat with the bell around it when they took that picture.
I always meant to have Maisie come up for dinner some night.
That would have been nice. Now, why didn't you?
Oh, I don't know. We just sort of lost track of each other.
Maybe she got married and gave up her career like you did.
Oh, I didn't give up anything.
Well, if you hadn't married a mug like me, there's no telling where you'd ended up.
I'd ended up just the way I started, in love with you.
Gee, that's swell. Always kind of wondered if you might not be sorry that you...
Sorry? No. No, I'm glad. Have you ever been sorry, Johnny?
Me? I should say not. Well, I don't know what I'd have done the last 10 years without you.
Well, you'd have got along all right.
No, I wouldn't. Well, how do you suppose I'd ever work my way up to be head shipping clerk if you hadn't encouraged me?
Oh, gee, I never knew you felt that way before. I thought sometimes you might have felt the baby and me was sort of holding you back from getting someplace.
I don't see whatever made you think a thing like that. Now, if you'd asked me, I'd have told you. You don't want to go around thinking things like that.
Oh, it doesn't matter, Johnny. Nothing matters as long as you love me.
Sure I do. Here. Let me show you how much.
Better not do that, Johnny. The old guy's looking at us. Maybe they don't allow you to do things like that here.
Oh, say, I don't see why not. A fella can't kiss his own wife.
Well, but he may not know we're married, and there's no way you could tell just by looking at us. You know, he might think we was being sort of mushy. Come on now, you better speak to him. Ask him if we can go through the gate.
I'll ask him. You better come along with me, and then in case it's all right, we go right in, see?
Sure, I'll go with you. With those whiskers, he looks something like the old man we used to see riding on the 2nd Avenue L, don't he?
Yeah, he does. Excuse me, mister.
Welcome, my children.
Thanks.
You've just arrived.
We just got here. We've been looking around some. That's a nice place you got inside the gate there. You the watchman?
I'm the keeper of the gate.
Gee, sure is a nice place. What do you call it?
The Elysian Fields.
Gee, that's a swell name. The Elysian Fields. Is that a swell name, Mary?
Yeah, it just sort of fits it, don't it?
It sure does. Yes, sir. Just sort of tailor-made. I bet you a lot of apartment house owners would like to know about that name. It's got class, you know, like Ravenfield Court or Towanda Terrace. Gee, I bet you they wouldn't have no trouble at all getting people to move into a place called the Elysian Gardens. No, sir. I bet you they wouldn't have a single vacancy.
Johnny, ask him if we can go on in.
Oh, yeah. Mister, my wife was just asking me if it'd be all right if we went in there and looked around a little. You see, she kind of takes the flowers.
What is your name, please?
Smith. J. Smith. This is my wife, Mary. J. Smith and wife, I guess they'd have us down under.
I'll see if your names are in my book.
That'd be nice of you. I don't know how we got here, what we're doing here. You see, we took the boy, Tommy, his name is.
Yeah, he's 8 years old.
Yeah, we took him on sort of an outing this morning.
We think it was this morning.
Sure, and something happened.
Yes, some sort of accident. Yeah, that was it, an accident. Something happened to the boat.
And you both died this afternoon?
Died?
Yes, my son.
Dead? You mean Johnny and me?
It is only the dead who pass this way, my dear. I'll go look in the book.
Johnny, is he right?
Well, maybe something happened to us in the accident. It's all kind of like a dream, but maybe he's right.
Oh, no. No, we can't be, Johnny. We just can't be. Don't you see, if we're dead like he says, There's no one to take care of Tommy.
He'll be all right,
No.
Maggie. His grandma, she's crazy about him. She'll look after him.
But it's me he wants. He's got to do his lessons, and he mustn't fight with the boy in the tailor's shop.
Oh, gee, Mary, we're here, and I guess there ain't nothing we can do about it.
But he's just a baby.
We just got to take what comes along like we always have.
Johnny.
Hey, we can get things fixed up when we go inside. Let's just wait here now till he gets back.
You said the name was J. Smith and wife?
Yeah, that's it, mister.
I do not find such a name in my book.
You don't?
No.
Well, it must.
It is not here. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter, I guess.
Oh, but Johnny...
I'm sorry. Very sorry. I really am.
Oh, well, that's all right. It's not your fault. There's no cause for you to feel bad about it.
Oh, couldn't there be some mistake, maybe? You know, there's so many Smiths. There was a couple right in our block.
There's no mistake, Mary Smith.
Well, do you think they might not have got around to putting our names down yet? Maybe if we used to wait around a little?
No, John Smith. It would be useless to wait. You see, the names here recorded are of those who have done some great unselfish deed during their lifetime. Some noble act in which they forgot themselves and gave all they had. They, and they only, may pass through these gates.
Well, that's pretty fine, but we never done nothing like that, did we, Mary?
No, we're just kind of ordinary.
Well, what becomes of ordinary people like us? Isn't there some place that...
Of course there is a place for you, just beyond here. You'll be very happy there, because it has beauty, too, but a different kind of beauty. As far as your eyes can see are golden streets.
Oh, well, that's pretty fine, isn't it? Sure. That'll be great, won't it, Mary?
Yeah, just great, Johnny.
Well, I bet you never expected to see nothing like that, did you?
No, I should say not.
Golden streets.
Perhaps I'm wrong, but you don't seem very happy about it.
Oh, well, yeah, we're happy, all right. At least I am. Mary's a little disappointed, maybe.
Disappointed?
Yeah, you see, she's always had streets. Nothing but streets with buildings all around. Well, you can see how it is, mister. When you've been walking on streets all your life, it's kind of hard to get all excited about more streets, even if they are made out of gold.
I understand, and I'm sorry. But I can't alter the rules.
No, sure you can't. Gosh, we wouldn't ask you to do that, Gino. We wouldn't want you to get in any trouble over us.
Oh, no, of course not. Why, every place has got to have rules to keep things running right.
Sure, even the place I worked at got out a little book of rules with the boss's picture in front. I worked for him going on 12 years, and I never broke a rule.
Oh, yes, you did, Johnny. You broke a rule the time the baby came.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah, you see, there was a rule that no employee was supposed to leave the building before 5:30 without getting permission from the head of the department.
Yeah, well, they called me from the hospital about 5:20 and told me everything was all right, and it was a boy, and, gee, I was so excited.
Yeah, he just got his hat and left without saying a word to Mr. Corcoran. Mr. Corcoran was his foreman.
The big boss was nice about it, though.
Oh, yes, he was, Johnny.
Yes, sir. Mr. Corcoran sent him up a full report of what I did and why. And you know what he did? He sent down word that I was only to be docked half a day's pay for walking out that way 10 minutes ahead of time. Gee, he's a swell guy. I wish you could meet him, mister.
Yes. I'm looking forward to meeting your boss, if he ever comes this way.
I'll bet you he'll get in those Elysian fields without no trouble at all. I'll bet you they'll reserve a whole page for his name in that book of yours. Yes, sir, he's a big shot.
I guess you had kind of a quiet laugh all to yourself when you thought about two people like us trying to get into a grand place that's sort of reserved for big guys like him.
No, I didn't laugh, Mrs. Smith.
I guess we better be moving along and not take up no more of your time. Gee, I guess I've been talking your arm off and keep him from doing something important.
I was just about to leave when you came along.
Oh, you're closing up for the day?
There'll be no more wanderers on this road until tomorrow. I hope. Well, good night, my friend.
Good night.
Good night, mister.
The place you seek is just beyond.
Thanks, thank you. We'll rest a while and then get started.
Gee, it's quiet, isn't it, Johnny?
So quiet it kind of hurts your ears. Well, I guess we better get along to the place he told us to go.
Yeah, I guess we better. Only...
Only what, Mary?
Well, I don't suppose we'll ever be back at this place again.
No, I guess we won't. Why?
You think we could just look through the gate before we go? Not open it, you know, just look through. It'd be something to remember, something to kind of think about.
Well...
Kind of like those flowers we brought back to the apartment. Something that would kind of remind us that there are swell things, beautiful things, even if we can't ever have them.
I know what you mean. No, I don't think anybody'd care. They couldn't do no harm just looking through the bars. I don't see how they'd have any rule against that. Sure. Go ahead, look.
Ain't you coming with me?
Yeah, I'll come along if you want me to.
Gee, it's so pretty it sort of takes your breath away.
Yeah, it's all right.
It makes you feel that, well, oh, come on, Johnny. Let's go on to where we belong.
You don't want to look at it no more?
No, I'm all through looking.
But, oh, gee, Mary, don't do that.
Oh, I'm all right. I'm all right, I tell you.
Please don't cry. Now, there ain't nothing that's worth your crying. Nothing, anywhere.
Oh, Johnny, honest, I ain't. Besides, if I was, it wouldn't mean anything. Don't I always cry when I'm happy? All women do that. Gee, a woman crying don't mean nothing. Nothing at all. I'm just kind of tired, that's all.
Tired. I'm tired, too. Awful tired. Tired of being just ordinary, common. Tired of being made to feel we don't amount to nothing, that we're just washouts.
Oh, Johnny, you mustn't feel like that.
Well, it's the truth, ain't it?
No.
Why go on kidding myself? All my life I've pretended I didn't care, and I made up stories about how this one and that one thought I was the works, but they didn't. They didn't even know I was alive.
Well, Johnny, you mustn't say things like that. They ain't true.
Sure, it's true. They didn't even know I was alive, and now they don't even know I'm dead. I'm still nobody, and you're a nobody, too, just because you married me.
Oh.
That ain't right. There ain't no reason for them to put you in my class just because you're my wife.
Johnny.
There ain't no sense in them making you cry. I tell you, it ain't right.
But I'm not crying, Johnny. I told you.
We didn't ask to come here, did we? He said we died this afternoon. Well, I thought when you died it'd be different, but no, it's just like it's always been.
But, Johnny, don't you see? The man said this place was sort of special. But people that had done something swell, something big and unselfish.
But we never had a chance to do nothing like that.
No, I know we didn't, Johnny. Oh, but it doesn't matter. We don't have to go in there. We can be happy any place as long as we're together. Sure we can. But don't you remember how happy we were getting ready for the trip? Don't you remember how excited we were?
Yeah, I remember.
And yesterday morning, Tommy was up before daylight. He was so afraid we missed the boat. Johnny, you know something. He's going to look just like you when he grows up. I couldn't help noticing when he went down the steps. He's got the same way of walking and the same way of holding his head.
Do you think so?
And he talks just like you, too. He's got that same habit of kind of smiling all the time.
Oh, but he's got your eyes. Hey, he sure was excited about going on the boat, wasn't he?
Oh, he didn't talk about nothing else for days.
Remember how his eyes stuck out when I came home and told him how I'd got honorable mention in the Limerick contest and they was giving us the boat trip clear up to Boston?
Do you think I could ever forget it? You know what he did? He showed your name in the magazine to all the kids in the neighborhood.
Did he do that?
Yeah.
Gee, I guess if he saves it, he can prove to everybody that his old man wasn't a dumbbell, can't he?
Well, I guess it ain't everybody that gets his name in a magazine. That one that goes all over the country like that one. It was in great big type, too.
J. Smith, honorable mention. That's nearly as good as being on one of them rolls of honor, ain't it? J. Smith, honorable mention.
That'll be something for him to show people, all right. And I bet you he'll tell them how brave you were when the boat went down, too.
When the boat... Gee, ain't that funny? I'd almost forgot all about that. It seems so long ago.
Well, it was just last night, don't you remember? We was all asleep in the cabin.
Yeah, and the smoke woke me up.
And you opened the door, and there was fire everywhere.
That's right. Somebody was yelling that the boat was sinking and to get in the lifeboats.
Yeah, but we couldn't find any. Everybody'd gone off and left us.
I remember Tommy crying. He was so scared.
And the fire came all around us. You couldn't breathe.
And we jumped.
You had Tommy in your arms.
In the water, it was terrible
Oh,
cold.
like ice. It made you numb all over.
We started to swim for the lights on the shore.
Oh, there was a terrible long way off.
Too far, I guess. I used to be a good swimmer, but I got kind of tired.
Well, you was holding us both up, Johnny and me. Oh, gee, I don't see how you ever got as far as that life preserver.
Gosh, I was glad to see that floating on the water. If it had only been a boat or something, we could have all held on to it till somebody came along and picked us up.
But even I could see the one life preserver couldn't hold all three of us up. They're only made for one. Gee, didn't we have a time getting Tommy into it and fixing it so it wouldn't come off?
He didn't want us to leave him, did he?
No, but he promised he wouldn't cry when I asked him not to and told him we were both going for help, and he kissed me goodbye, Johnny. He kissed me right here on the forehead because the life preserver kept me from getting close to him, see.
Gee. I didn't mind dying, did you?
No.
I wasn't afraid because I knew he'd be all right.
Sure. That's it.
Nobody minds dying. Not for somebody they love.
Sure they don't. Besides, we aren't dead, Johnny, because Tommy's still living, and he's us, you and me together.
Sure, only he's better than us. He'll grow up to be as big as the love you and me have for each other because he was born from that love.
We were just ordinary, but he'll be the kind that'll do some wonderful thing like that gate man said. Something you and me never had a chance to do. Something unselfish and fine. Why, maybe that's why you and me died, so he can do that, Johnny.
Sure. Maybe we did.
Oh, my children, come on to me.
Listen, did you hear somebody speak, Johnny?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Those who dwell here with me have given much for your sake, but you have given more than any of these, or you have given all.
Don't you hear it, Johnny? It's a voice I've heard somewhere before.
Do you not know that I smile on the foolish things of the world, that I might put shame to those that are wise? Do you not know that I choose the weak things of the world, that I might put to shame the things that are strong?
Yeah, I hear it, Mary. Only it isn't a voice, it's more like music.
I will go before you and make the rough places smooth. I will break in pieces the doors of brass and cut in sunder the bars of iron.
Johnny, look! The gate's standing open. Wide open, Johnny.
Yeah.
I didn't touch it, honest I didn't. I hope nobody
The
opened
gates
it.
never will be closed against such as you. Come on to me, and I shall wipe away every tear from your eyes, and death shall be no more. Neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain. Can you not hear me? Come.
Johnny, the voice, it's speaking to us. It's asking us to come on, to come in the gate.
But we don't belong there. That's not our place.
Well, maybe not. Maybe we ain't never been anything. Maybe we ain't never done anything. But maybe somebody wants us just the same. Maybe they do, Johnny. Let's go in and see.
This is Dana Andrews again. I know I speak for all of you when I say thank you, Bing Crosby and Irene Dunn, for telling us the story of J. Smith and wife. You know something? Everybody wants to be rich. I want to be rich. You want to be rich. But did you ever stop to think what makes you rich? $1 million? There are lots of guys making $40 a week with a swell wife and a couple of swell kids. Those guys wouldn't take $1 million for even one kid. So who's rich? The guy with $1 million or the guy with $40? The wife and the swell kids. What I'm driving at is this. You just can't put a price on what it means to have a family you love and a family that loves you. The right kind of family. Maybe you're a little scared that your family won't grow up to be the right kind of family. But don't worry. You can get insurance against that. The best kind of insurance in the world. Prayer. Family prayer. The family that prays together stays together. The family that prays together is not the kind of family that gets into trouble. You know that. Ask and you shall receive. You know that, too. So ask. Ask God to help you. He will. That you can be sure of. Before saying goodnight, I want to express our thanks to all of you who have helped make this program possible. Thanks also to Richard Sandel for directing our play tonight, and to our producer, Bob Longenecker. Next week, the Family Theater will star Miss Margaret Sullivan in an original story by Walter Newman entitled, I Give You Maggie. Now, this is Dana Andrews saying good night, all.
Next week, and in the weeks that follow, you will hear more of your favorite stars, such as Spencer Tracy, Maureen O'Hara, Susan Peters, Rosalind Russell, Ruth Huzzy, Charles Boyer, and Pat O'Brien, in plays written especially for family theater by the nation's leading radio dramatists and directed by the most outstanding directors. This series of the Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the actors and technicians in the motion picture and radio industries who have volunteered their services to fulfill it. This program is heard overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
To Francis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Garth Donald. To Francis by G.K. Chesterton.
An excerpt from a letter to his fiancée, Frances.
When we set up a house, darling, honeysuckle porch, eucalyptus hedge, bees, poetry, and 8 shillings a week, I think that you will have to do the shopping, particularly at Felixstowe. There was a great and glorious man who said, "Give us the luxuries of life, and we will dispense with the necessities." That, I think, would be a splendid motto to write, in letters of brown gold, over the porch of our hypothetical home. There will be a sofa for you, for example, but no chairs, for I prefer the floor. There will be a select store of chocolate creams to make you do the carp with, and the rest will be bread and water. We will each retain a suit of evening dress for great occasions, and at other times clothe ourselves in the skins of wild beasts. How pretty you would look, which would fit your taste in furs and be economical. I have sometimes thought it would be very fine to take an ordinary house, a very poor, commonplace house in West Kensington, say, and make it symbolic. Not artistic, heaven, oh, heaven forbid. My blood boils when I think of the affronts put on by knock-kneed pictorial epicures on the strong, honest, ugly, patient shapes of necessary things, the brave old bones of life. There are aesthetic pattering prigs who can look on a saucepan without one tear of joy or sadness, mongrel decadents that can see no dignity in the honorable scars of a kettle. So they concentrate all their house decorations on colored windows that no one looks out of, vases of lilies that everyone wishes out of the way. No. My idea, which is much cheaper, is to make a house really allegoric, really explain its own essential meaning. Mystical or ancient sayings should be inscribed on every object. The more prosaic the object, the better, and the more coarsely and rudely the inscription was traced, the better. Hast thou sent the rain upon the earth should be inscribed on the umbrella stand, perhaps on the umbrella. Even the hairs on your head are all numbered, would give a tremendous significance to one's hairbrushes. The words about living water would reveal the music and sanctity of the sink, while our God is a consuming fire might be written over the kitchen grate to assist with the mystical musings of the cook. Shall we ever try that experiment, dearest? Perhaps not, for no words would be golden enough for the tools you had to touch. Your beauty would be enough for one house.
End of To Francis by G.K. Chesterton.
Whitehall, 1212. Hurry.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases. These records are drawn from the Scotland Yard files, and only the names of the participants have been changed. The research has been prepared by Mr. Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Mr. Willis Cooper. Here are the principal participants in Scotland Yard case number 397 MR381. Stanley Russell, shop clerk.
Mr. Russell is not to be found.
Mrs. Hope Russell, his wife.
Mrs. Russell was reported missing on the day before Good Friday.
Adolf Hitler's Luftwaffe. Chief Inspector Bryce Purcell of Scotland Yard.
I should like to introduce Deputy Commander William Bird of Scotland Yard, my superior officer.
Before we proceed, I believe it would be a good idea to visit the Black Museum. Come along with me, if you please.
After you, sir.
Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, sir.
This is Chief Superintendent John Davidson, curator of Scotland Yard's Black Museum.
Well, how do you do? You came about case number 397 MR381, I believe you said, sir.
Right. Will you tell us about it, John?
Well, this is the exhibit. No, don't touch it, please. It's quite fragile. And as you can see, it has already been broken. We have a great many other exhibits of crimes in these rooms. Murder weapons, blood-stained garments, bullets that have snuffed out many lives, death masks and many notorious criminals. Almost every instrument of violence that can be conceived. I should explain that these gruesome objects about us are not merely souvenirs. Many of them have aided our men in solving other crimes and bringing the perpetrators to justice. Now, this one.
Tell us what this thing is, John.
This is Mrs. Hope Russell.
"16 months after the Easter Blitz of 1941, the work of clearing out bombed-out areas of London was still progressing. On the 12th July 1942, the Scotland Yard Information Room received an urgent call from P.C. John Dunn of the Kennington District. A patrol car in which Chief Inspector Purcell was riding was dispatched to the scene, a partially destroyed Baptist chapel.
I was directed to the spot by P.C. Dunn, who was on point duty at the road intersection.
Right over there, sir, where you see the men standing. They found something, sir. The navvies that's working here.
Right, thank you. Morning, boys.
Morning.
What have you found?
Who are you, mate?
I'm Chief Inspector Purcell, Scotland Yard. What's up?
Down, sir. Down there.
In that hole, sir?
Yeah. It's an old burying vault, sir.
What is it?
A skeleton, sir. He's dead.
Up down, Georgie and Sean with your torch.
All right.
There you see, sir. Here he is.
Stand to one side, will you?
He's off under this stone slab, sir. See?
I see him. Well, what's so strange about a skeleton in a burial vault?
There ain't been anybody in there since 1934, sir.
1935.
I was in that gang that moved the old corpses out of here, Herbert. It was 1934. We didn't leave a one. God bless you.
It's the quicklime down here, sir.
Quicklime? How'd quicklime get down there?
You're the detective, mister. We just work here.
The badly burned skeleton was removed to the pathological laboratories at Scotland Yard, together with the other articles found in the vault. A considerable amount of quicklime and a half-burned straw pelleas which had partially covered the remains. There was nothing else. I stood beside Keith Briggs, the Home Office pathologist, while he completed his examination. What do you think, Keith? I asked.
Well, she's dead.
She?
Well, it's a woman, all right. No question about that. The hip bones are characteristically a woman's. So is the sacrum here, and...
How old a woman?
Oh, middle-aged, I'd say. The bones are fully developed, so we know she was full-grown. And there were 1 or 2 strands of long gray hair adhering to the skull. Here they are. And then the teeth here.
What about them?
Well, you see, they're pretty well worn. Now, you see here, in the upper jaw, 7 of the uppers are missing. Now, see these ridges?
Yes.
Well, they were caused by a dental plate, which probably consisted of 7 teeth, and then...
What are you looking for?
The measuring tape.
Oh, here. The lady was lying on it. What are you going to do now?
See how tall she was.
She's rather jumbled about. And the feet, where are they?
Oh, the thigh bone's all I need. Oh, hold it, please, sir. This one. Now, let's see. 43 centimeters. Well, that's all right, sir. Now, 43 centimeters multiplied by 3.6.
What are you doing?
On Sediment scale, you multiply the length of the thigh bone by 3.6. Man's, that's 3.7. And you get the exact height. Now, see, that's 154.8 centimeters. We'll call it 1 meter 55. Meters 39.37 and 55 hundredths of 39.37 is 21.65. Now, 39.37 plus 21.65, that's 7, 5, 12, 6, 9, 10, 9, 10, 11, 3, 5, 6, 61.02 inches. There. She was 5 feet 1 200 inches tall. In a word, 5'1".
What was her name?
Whatever her name, sir, she was murdered.
Consider that I've asked the question.
Eh? Oh, how do I know? Well, this bone here.
Where does it fit?
This is what she talked with. It's the voice box, the trachea, the throat. Look, see these little wing things up here? Now, you see this one? See, it's broken.
Well,
this is one of the most significant fractures in all forensic medicine, sir.
Why?
There's only one way to do it.
Oh, come on, man. Don't come Sherlock Holmes on me. How do you do it?
Well, I was about to say by manual pressure on the throat, sir.
Strangulation, you mean?
Intentional strangulation, sir. There's no other way.
And then there's the quicklime.
Surely you know that quicklime will not destroy a body, sir.
Yes, I know it, Keith. But murderers seldom do. Reference to the ARP records showed that every other casualty and missing persons in Kennington had been accounted for. It was apparent that the victim had not been a resident of that district. I caused bulletins and charts of the teeth to be sent to all the dentists in London for identification. No results were forthcoming, and we were forced to conclude that the dentist in question had become an air raid casualty, or that the work had been done in some other city. I gave Purcell a very difficult assignment.
Difficult, sir? Well, it's not so difficult, but it's tedious. It'll take a long time.
I know, but it's got to be done. I'm strongly of the opinion that it was murder.
We checked carefully, sir, and the only quicklime on the entire premises was that in the vault with the skeleton. I thought they might have dusted the entire place with quicklime for sanitary purposes, but they hadn't. Certainly looks as if someone had wanted to dispose of a body.
Until we know who she was, we'll never discover who he is.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll get cracking. I'll need men to go over the missing persons registers, sir, to find the names and addresses.
Every woman 5 feet tall, of middle age with gray hair, who is still missing now.
And then I'll need more men to make inquiries of all the next of kin to see which of them wore false teeth.
And to find out which one wore an upper plate that matches the one in Briggs's chart here.
It'll take a good many men and a good bit of time, sir.
You can get the men, Purcell, and we've got the time. Good luck.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Nothing whatever happened for 2 weeks, except for the unrewarded activities of Purcell's men. I had a minor inspiration about the 7th day. Put me through to Sergeant Bowles, please. Commander Baird here, Sergeant. I should like you to send me all the file copies of the Metro operations for the period 2 weeks before to 2 weeks after the Easter Blitz of last year, please. Yes, at once, if you please. The Metropolitan Informations is a daily newspaper containing digests of all the crime news. It is usually invaluable. I pored over every issue, looking assiduously for an item that might prove of some help. I had reached the end of the first week after the date the Kennington Chapel was destroyed with no results whatever when Purcell reported.
Found, sir.
Oh, good.
Here. Here is the missing plate.
That's much better than I'd hoped for, Purcell.
Apparently the plate hurt her mouth. She often left it at home. As a matter of fact, I found it at her sister's.
Oh?
I stopped upstairs to see Keith Briggs in the laboratory, and they fit exactly, allowing for the fact that there's no flesh on the jawbones. Ah, here's Keith.
Is that right, Keith?
That's right, sir. And the marks on the skeleton's teeth coincide exactly with these little clamps here. I've brought the skull down. Yeah. You see, sir?
Oh, she looks very fine. Congratulations, Purcell.
Thank you, sir. The only thing is, she was reported missing 3 days before the raid that destroyed the chapel.
She was?
It's in all the records, sir.
Where were you, madame?
She might have been hidden in the vault immediately she was murdered, sir. And then the fire, when the place was bombed...
It must have been quite a hot fire. Let's see. The Kennington Fire Brigade, please. Yes. Oh, what's her name, Purcell?
Mrs. Hope Russell.
Russell. Hope Russell, did you say... Oh, hello. Is that the Kennington Fire Brigade? The senior company officer, if you please. I'll wait. Hope Russell. I've run across that name somewhere. Yes? Thank you. Hello, this is Commander Bird at Scotland Yard. Do you remember during the Easter Blitz last year when the Baptist Chapel was destroyed there in Kennington? What I wanted to know was that a very severe fire... What? There was no fire?
What?
No fire whatever when the chapel was destroyed? Oh, 2 days later. How very curious. It was reported by whom? The Kennington police. Or wasn't there a... Oh, look here, old chap. I'm sending at once for their divisional superintendent. Could you possibly come along with him to my office at the yard? Yes. I'm afraid it is rather important. I'll have him pick you up in his car. Thank you so much. At once, yes.
No fire.
Keith, will you mind? Get him and the fire chap over here at once. Use my name. Ask them both to bring their records for that night. Please.
All right, sir. No fire, eh?
What's that woman's name, Purcell?
Mrs. Hope Russell.
I knew I remembered it. Look at this.
Metro Informations, eh?
Look under articles lost and found. I was just reading it.
Lost and found.
Here, the third item. Read that.
Found by Postmistress Guilford, Surrey, in the post office yesterday, a woman's purse. Black leather, plain, a strap. Contents, lipstick, comb, mirror, 2 London tram tickets, 11pence in coin, ration book, identity card, issued to Mrs. Hope Russell. Well, what was she doing in Guildford?
Look at the date of the paper, Purcell.
April...
What was she doing in Guildford 3 days after the air raid in Kennington? The divisional superintendent and the fire brigade officer from Kennington sat in my office with Purcell and me. I looked at the fire brigade records first.
Now, here, sir. This is the day of the big raid when the chapel was destroyed. Good Friday evening, 11th of April, 1941.
Yes.
Every call is set down in the occurrence book here, sir.
Yes, I know.
Together with all the calls to the auxiliary fire service, the civilians, sir.
Yes, I know.
And you can see there's no report whatever of a fire at the Kennington Baptist Chapel from either source.
Quite.
But over here, sir, on this page, Tuesday the 15th, 4 days later, 11 o'clock p.m. You see, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Chapel and so forth. Report telephoned in by Kennington Police Station.
Do your records correspond, Superintendent?
I'll read it to you, sir. 10:57 p.m., Tuesday, 15th of April. P.C. Allison telephoned to report a fire at the ruins of the Baptist Chapel. Alarm telephone to Kennington Fire Brigade at 11 p.m.
You rang us up yourself, Robert.
I did that indeed. Here's my initials.
What do you think, Purcell?
Why did the police constable report it?
Yes, I was just going to ask that.
I don't understand, sir.
Wasn't there a fire watcher?
Wasn't there?
Well, sir, there was a fire watcher.
There was supposed to be.
Well, where was he?
Asleep, sir, probably.
Or out catching a drink somewhere.
Not an ARP man.
No, sir. A private man employed for the wholesale chemist across the road from the chapel. A thoroughly useless man.
Completely undependable.
Yeah, his employers caught up with him at last, sir. He was sacked 6 or 7 weeks ago. I've not seen him since.
Neither have I.
Well, sounds like a spiv to me.
He is, sir. I knew him quite well. Had a great deal of trouble with his wife, and I used to see him quite regularly.
Oh?
He agreed to pay in 18 shillings and 9pence, I think it was, weekly, at the police station for her, which he didn't ever do.
Not ever.
Never once till Easter Monday last year, right after the big raid. He kept it up, too, till he was discharged and left.
I suppose this chemical firm he worked for could put us onto him. I'd like to have a chat with the fellow. Wouldn't you, Purcell?
I certainly would. I'll telephone them now and ask them if you'll give me the name of the firm and his name.
Oh, his name is Stanley Russell.
Russell?
I wonder if you'd know his wife's name, Superintendent.
I've seen it often enough. Yes, sir. Her name is Mrs. Hope Russell.
In The Pirates of Penzance, Gilbert and Sullivan complain bitterly that a policeman's lot is not a happy one. I subscribe most heartily to that sentiment. I would like you to hear Chief Inspector Purcell's report to me, just as he gave it, in my office. Well, Purcell, I said, did you find our Mr. Stanley Russell all right?
Not there.
Well, you left men to wait for him, haven't you?
Sir, I got the address of the place. Sergeant Hatton and I drove there in a yard car driven by Constable Small.
Get on with it, man.
The whole bloody place was gone, sir.
Gone?
The whole bloody block was destroyed. Destroyed by an enemy bomb in an air raid 6 months ago. One day after Russell moved in. Not one person in the whole building's been heard of since. Sir, I respectfully request permission to go somewhere and get howling drunk.
You know, Purcell, I think I'll go with you.
But we didn't. We sat quietly in Commander Bird's office and thought long, dark thoughts. After a while, Keith Briggs, the pathologist, observing the light inside, stopped by, and almost at the same time, John Davidson from the back museum came in to see what was up. Nothing's up, John, I said. On the contrary.
What happened?
Purcell was just telling Keith here. The chap is a Blitz casualty.
Dead?
And may God have mercy on his soul.
I'd rather hope to hear a bloke in a black cap say that, Keith. I thought we had him, dead to rights.
Oh, don't be so bloody American.
I think we could have proved it. He strangled her, then hid her body in the vault. Took a handbag to Guilford and lost it in the post office there.
Cleverly putting Scotland Yard off the scent.
Timing was a little bad.
And then when the Blitz came...
Tried quicklime first, didn't work.
Blitz came, and he set her afire.
If he'd been a better fire watcher and not hiding in a hole somewhere, he'd have known there was no fire that night.
No, but he wasn't a good fire watcher.
Wasn't good at anything.
I wonder...
What do you mean, John?
Well, if I'd strangled my wife and burned her up, which God forbid, because I haven't one, I'd be very happy to have people think I was dead. If I'd hear that my home was destroyed and everybody in it dead, I should be delighted, most delighted. I'd change my name.
Not in wartime, you wouldn't.
That's right. Identity cards and ration books.
Absolutely.
I'd forgotten. Getting new ones in the name of Harry Hawkins or Sam Small would be difficult. But even Scotland Yard would stop looking for me if they thought I was dead. Wouldn't they, Commander Byrd?
And you'd go around buying new clothing and whatnot, if you could, and presenting your own ration book in your own name, and... Where are you going, Purcell?
I'm going to stagger home through the blackout, sir, with your permission. I've a large number of men's clothing stores to interview beginning tomorrow, and I'd like to get a good night's sleep. Good night, all.
The Stanley Russell crop was enormous. Chief Inspector Purcell discovered that 234 of them had purchased clothing since the date our Stanley Russell had been reported dead by enemy action. But not one of them was the Stanley Russell we wanted. We made thorough inquiries of all his known acquaintances, all to no avail. The War Office had no record of our man. We were reluctantly forced to the conclusion that he was dead, or that he had heard of our search for him and gone to ground most effectively, as I said to a rather haggard Purcell. Purcell shook his head.
I'd like to keep on looking, sir, if I may. I have a hunch that he'll turn up unexpectedly.
It will certainly be unexpected so far as I'm concerned.
I'd like to keep on trying, sir.
Well, for a few weeks more, but I'm afraid... Commander Byrd speaking. Yes, he's here. It's for you, Purcell.
Well, I'll take it outside, sir.
No, don't. Take it here.
Thank you, sir. Chief Inspector Purcell here. Who is he? Oh? Well, I don't know him personally, but I know of him. Yes. Will you ask him to wait a moment? I'll ring you back. Sir.
Yeah?
I've never been so shocked in all my life.
Oh, really? What's happened? Somebody dead?
Somebody's alive.
What?
If I'd heard this on the radio, I wouldn't have believed it.
Well, what's happened?
Mr. Stanley Russell is calling on us.
Well, Brother Purcell, let him enter and be received in due form.
Will you show Mr. Stanley Russell in, please? Thank you.
You sound like a spider, Purcell.
Thank you, sir. I feel I am.
And a chair for our guest.
You think I sound like a spider? Come in.
Mr. Stanley Russell, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. I was looking for Inspector Purcell.
Come in, sir. I'm Chief Inspector Purcell.
How do you do, sir?
And this is Commander Byrd.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. May I sit down? Thank you. Does one smoke in here?
Yes, by all means.
Will you try an Abdullah?
I'm afraid I always smoke Woodbines. Now, I hear Scotland Yard is looking for me.
That's true.
Why, may I ask?
You've been extremely hard to find.
Oh, I've been in the country. Derbyshire.
We should have come there eventually.
Oh, I've saved you the trouble. What do you want to see me about?
You were a fire watcher, Mr. Russell, in Kennington.
Yes.
There was an unreported fire at the Baptist chapel there whilst you were on duty.
When?
2 nights after the raid that destroyed the chapel.
I didn't see any fire. Is that all you wanted?
No, Mr. Russell.
Well, I don't recall any fire, sir.
You didn't see or hear the fire brigade?
No, sir.
Near 11 o'clock?
Oh. Well, I must admit I wasn't there.
Where were you?
I did see the fire brigade moving away when I came back, but...
Where were you?
Oh, I was out of cigarettes, and I strolled around the corner to see if I could borrow 1 or 2 from the fire watcher at post 4.
He says he never saw you, Mr. Russell.
Oh, he's probably forgotten. It's a long time ago.
He will swear he didn't see you that night.
Well, the fire obviously didn't do any damage.
A woman was burned to death in it.
Murdered?
Do you know anything about it?
Of course not. I'm very sorry to hear that anything like that...
The woman was your wife.
May I have 1 of your cigarettes, please? Thanks. So that's what became of her.
Do you know anything about it?
I'm afraid I must disappoint you, gentlemen. I wasn't on very good terms with her.
We know that.
I'm afraid I've no tears for her. She was... Oh, well, she's dead now. I shan't say anything. Naturally, I'm shocked.
Naturally.
But I'm afraid I'm not sorry.
Do you know anyone who would have had a motive for murdering him? You had a motive, didn't you, Mr. Russell?
I can see how you might think so, but I didn't murder her, I assure you.
When did you last see her?
I don't really remember. Several months before she was murdered, I think.
How do you know she was murdered?
Why, you said so.
Did I?
Oh, I would have had good cause to, Inspector, but I'd have been a fool to do it now, wouldn't I?
Yes. Well, Mr. Russell, thank you for coming to see us. If there is anything else you remember, please come back and see us again. I think that's all for now. How can we find you if we need you? We may want your corroboration of certain facts.
Well, I'll write down my address, sir.
It's a sad affair, and you have our sympathy.
Thank you, sir. I admit I'm terribly shocked.
Of course.
Well, here's the address and telephone number, sir.
Thank you. Feel free to call on us at any time. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye, gentlemen. I was merely trying to do my duty.
Oh, you've done it admirably, sir. Goodbye.
Well, thank you.
Well.
He's a liar.
I know it.
May I ask why you...
Why I let him go? He thinks he's got us completely fooled. He'll be back with more helpful information. Come in, Mr. Russell.
I just remembered something that might be of importance.
Come in.
I remembered that an old straw pelleas, a mattress I used to catch 40 winks on, it was stolen about that time.
Oh.
Could that have been used to stop the fire? Did you find it?
Yes, we found it.
Oh, that's good. Well, I must go now. Oh, by the way, was the body destroyed?
By the quicklime?
Yes. What's the matter?
You are a very clever man, Mr. Russell. Much too clever for your own good.
Why? Why, may I ask?
No one had mentioned quicklime, except you.
Well, I thought... I mean... I didn't... I wasn't even there. I tell you, I didn't touch her.
I said you were much too clever for your own good.
You think I didn't strangle her?
Go ahead, Chief Inspector.
Stanley Russell, I arrest you on the charge of willful murder.
I didn't do it.
And I warn you that whatever you say will be taken down in writing and may be given in evidence.
The crime.
The painstaking evidence Scotland Yard had collected, together with Stanley Russell's own statements, were sufficient to convince a jury that he had murdered his wife, Hope Russell, and burned her body. All his allegations of misconduct on her part were proved completely false. It was demonstrated at the trial that he had planned the murder for a long time, and having found a convenient time and place, had committed it.
The verdict.
My Lord, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of willful murder.
The sentence.
Prisoner at the bar, stand up. It is the sentence of this court that you be hanged by the neck until dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
You have heard the true story of case number 397MR381 from the files of Scotland Yard. The names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. Starting next week, Whitehall 1212 will be heard at a new time, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Research by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. Stories for radio written and directed by Willis Cooper. Next, listen for Tales of the Texas Rangers on NBC.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Hans Conried, Gail Gordon, Elliot Lewis, B. Benaderet, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, as we look in at the Burns home today, we find Gracie talking to her friend and neighbor, Mrs. Morton.
I tell you, Gracie, it's wonderful. Every husband and wife should take a vacation from one another now and then.
But why, Blanche?
After so long a time, a husband starts getting on your nerves. Now, take Harry and me. I said to myself, I can't stand one more look at that big, ugly ape.
My.
Then we took this vacation from one another. And you know something, Gracie?
What?
Now I can look at the big, ugly ape. You ought to try it on George.
But we don't need a vacation.
All married people do. They see too much of one another.
Well, I don't see too much of George. Especially not in this cold weather when he wears his long underwear. All I see are his nose and toes.
Listen, Gracie, sooner or later, any husband gets on your nerves. If you were married to President Truman, he'd get on your nerves. If you were married to Clark Gable, he'd get on your nerves. If you were...
Wait a minute. I'd like to stay married to Gable a little longer.
There's no two ways about it, Gracie. Married people have got to take a vacation from one another every so often. If they don't, they start nagging, picking at one another.
Oh, not George and me.
Now think, Gracie. Doesn't George do a lot of backbiting?
Oh, my goodness, no. He pinches me now and then.
Listen, Gracie, you may not realize it, but George nags at you just like every other husband. He picks at you, bullies you.
No, he doesn't, Blanche.
Oh, no? How long have you been married?
14 years.
I tell you, Gracie, if you'll just look for it, you'll find plenty to quarrel with George about.
But really, Blanche, I can't.
You're not trying. Look for the hidden meaning in what he says to you. Those little subtle slams and digs. Why, he's treating you like a dog, and you don't even know it.
He is?
Certainly.
Well, he can't get away with that.
Atta girl.
Oh, just wait till he comes home. I'll fix him.
Now you're talking.
Oh, I'll teach him to nag me after I've given him the best years of my life.
Hello, sugar.
Nagging, always nagging.
Huh?
I can't stand it any longer.
Well, I called you sugar.
Oh, sure. It was your sneaky way of saying my figure's getting lumpy.
That's not true. You've never been slimmer in your life.
Oh, I'm just a bag of bones, huh?
Gracie, something has gotten into you.
Now I'm lumpy again.
I mean, you're not yourself.
How dare you talk to a strange woman?
Look, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Oh, I can't stand it any longer, George. You always nag me, pick at me, bully me.
No, I don't.
Oh, no. How long have we been married?
14 years.
Ha!
What does that mean?
I don't know, but it was very convincing when I heard it.
Look, Gracie.
Let's face it, George. We're getting on one another's nerves.
Maybe I'm getting on your nerves, but you're not getting on my nerves.
Oh, you see? You're even too selfish to let me on.
Now, wait a minute.
Unless we're careful, I can see what the future holds for us. I'll pack up and leave you. I'll go to Reno. I'll get a divorce. I'll find another husband. Things like that can break up our marriage.
Gracie, are you serious?
Yes, dear. There's only one solution. We've got to take a vacation from one another.
Darling, I couldn't stand it without you. I love you. I adore you. You're part of me.
Nagging, always nagging.
I said you're part of me.
Now, if I'm part of you, I'm lumpy again. But we can't go on this way, fighting, bickering, spitting at each other like cats.
We don't do that.
We do, too. If we don't take this vacation from each other, our marriage will go... you see, we're spitting at each other.
Look, do you mind if I sit down? This whole thing is making me a little dizzy.
Now, look, George, here comes Mr. Judson, the Texas oil man. Maybe you could vacation on his ranch.
I don't want a vacation. And I don't think you're going to have a vacation.
Come in.
Howdy, little lady.
Hello, Mr. Judson.
Howdy, little man.
Hiya, Tex.
You know, I was just telling George that he ought to take a vacation in Texas, but he doesn't want to.
What?
No, don't get excited. I think Texas is beautiful.
How dare you sit there and say that Texas is beautiful?
Isn't it?
Yeah, but when you speak that name, stand up.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's better. Much better. Yes, sir. Now, for a real vacation, you come down to my home state. You ain't lived till you seen Texas. I can tell by the way you look that you ain't seen it.
Look, Mr. Judson, you don't have to sing the praises of Texas.
Now, you're right. You're right, little man. I don't. There's been many a fine song wrote that does that for me. My Blue Texas, Under Texas
Wait a minute.
Moon.
Hold it. My Blue Texas? Isn't it My Blue Heaven?
Same thing. You know the song I mean. It's just Molly and me and the babies make 23.
Oh, no, Mr. Judson. That's just Molly and me and the baby makes 3.
Not in Texas.
Well, I've got news for you. I'm not taking a vacation in Texas or anyplace else. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't afford it. I'm not as rich as you are.
Rich? Why, I only got 30 million.
Last time I saw you, you had 29.
Yeah? Well, my wife had a little hard luck.
Little trouble, huh?
Yes, she did. Yeah, she sure had hard luck. She went out to the garden to get a radish, yanked out one with the extra long roots, and up come another darned oil well.
That's hard luck.
The radish give my wife indigestion.
Oh, my goodness, she really hit the jackpot. From one radish, she got oil and gas.
She got oil and...
What's that? What'd I say?
Oh, I like your sense of humor, man.
Sweet mystery of life. Very timely, Meredith. What with the 89th anniversary of Victor Herbert's birth coming up in a few days?
He was born in Dublin, as you know, Toby. But Herbert became one of America's most dearly loved composers. We're all sentimentalists at heart, and there's a charming sentimental quality in almost every song he composed.
Yes, and don't forget the stories of his operettas. Most Americans can't resist a tender romance. And let's admit it, we like happy endings, too. Victor Herbert gives us both, wrapped up in melodies as gay and sparkling as any ever written. No wonder the operettas of Victor Herbert's are such perennial favorites in every part of this land. No wonder his songs have become such a rich and enduring part of the American scene. And just as a rich melody has made Victor Herbert's songs such a popular part of the American scene, so too has the superb flavor made Maxwell House the favorite brand of coffee on the American scene. For we Americans love our coffee, and today this fact is significant. More people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand at any price. The reason for this nationwide preference is simple. It's flavor. That mellow, good to the last drop Maxwell House flavor you can credit to the skilled blending of these premium coffees. Monazalias for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for robust vigor. And Bucaramangas for fine, full body. All painstakingly combined in a truly great blend, radiant roasted to flavor perfection. And brought to you roaster fresh 2 ways, either in the familiar blue tin or in the brand new ultra vacuum glass jar. Friends, tomorrow, why don't you enjoy America's favorite brand of coffee? You can do it for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold. Insist on Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop. Well, when Gracie gets sold on an idea, nothing can budge her. And Mrs. Morton has sold her on the idea that all married couples need to take vacations from one another.
Well, we've got to do it, George. It's the only way we can be happy.
But, Gracie, that's ridiculous. I love you.
Oh, I love you.
I worship you.
I worship you.
Every moment I spend with you is a joy.
Every moment I spend with you is a joy.
Then why are we separated?
So we can be happy.
Oh, what's the use?
George, be sensible about this thing. After so long a time, a husband just naturally becomes neglectful.
But, Gracie, I haven't neglected you.
Huh? Did you give me a present on our anniversary?
Certainly.
Did you give me a present at Christmas?
Of course.
Did you give me a present on Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Did you give me a present on Lincoln's birthday?
Lincoln's birthday? No. What am I supposed to give you on Lincoln's birthday?
A Lincoln.
Look, Gracie.
We need a vacation, George.
This is murder. Let me... Come in.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Hello, Meredith. Say, Meredith, maybe you can reason with Gracie. You two have got heads just alike.
Well, I believe her hair's a little longer than mine.
Just barely. Look, Meredith, I'm in trouble. Gracie thinks we should separate for a while.
Oh, golly. Before you do a thing like that, let me tell you a story about a couple in Mason City, Iowa. This fellow was having trouble with the crows stealing his corn. He put scarecrow after scarecrow out in the field, but it did no good. Then one day he had his wife stand out in the cornfield. Well, sir, not only did the crows stop stealing the corn, but they brought back corn they stole 3 years ago.
What's that got to do with Gracie and me separating?
Nothing, but I wanted to tell a story while you were both still here.
You're a big help.
Oh, well, no matter what he said, it wouldn't help because I've made up my mind.
Golly, there must be some way to keep you two from separating. They say that children can hold a husband and wife together. Say, that's it.
What's it?
You may adopt me as your son.
Look, stupid.
Yes, Daddy?
Don't call me Daddy.
Very well, Papa.
Oh, scram.
Oh, please, George. Let me be your son. Think how wonderful it would sound at night to hear the patter of little feet in my room.
Your feet aren't little.
No, but I intend to bring along my white mice.
Out. Out.
Goodbye, Papa.
Out.
Goodbye, Mom.
Out. Now listen, Gracie. If you'll forget this vacation idea, I'll buy you a new hat.
A new hat?
A new hat.
Black straw with a wide brim?
With a wide brim.
With ostrich feathers?
Ostrich feathers.
Covered with fruit and long veil?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be caught dead in a hat like that.
I give up.
Well, I'll go pack your things, dear. What will you need?
Just a jacket.
What kind of a jacket? Sport?
No, straight.
Oh, I didn't know you had a straight jacket. I'd like to see you in it sometime.
It's a matter of hours. I'll be there any minute.
Well, you'll need more than that. I'll go pack you a bag.
No, I gotta stop this vacation idea. It'd make us both miserable. I wonder if I could do it if I suddenly became very attentive and gave her flowers. Or better yet, a gold wristwatch. Or a diamond bracelet. Or a fur coat. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll give her flowers. I'll have them sent right over. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Burns. I have some flowers for you.
Wonderful. They may save my happy home. Just put them in the... Hey, aren't you the same fellow who delivered the ink from the drugstore and the soup from the cleaner?
That's right.
And you got mad and broke up the ink and tore up my soup?
Now, don't hold me responsible for that, Mr. Burns. I was unhappy in my work. But now I've found the perfect job, delivering flowers. Sweet, fragrant flowers, Mother Nature's sends.
Well, that's fine.
I'm so happy with this job.
Well, it's nice you're happy with your work. Now, let's have the flowers.
Oh, don't call it work. Delivering flowers is fun. As I stride along, I open the box and inhale their fragrance. I smell from one end of town to the other.
Look, I'd like the flowers.
I'm so happy with this job.
Happy, schmappy, hand over the flowers.
I bless the day I started delivering flowers. I bring joy to old and young.
Well, I'm old and my wife is young. Bring us some joy.
I'm so happy with this job.
Right, you're happy.
Do you know what gives flowers their fragrance? It's the pollen you sniff.
Well, my wife will sniff the pollen. I promise you. Just give me
Wait a minute. Some people are allergic to pollen. If your wife sniffs it, it might give her hay fever.
Look,
her eyes will water. Her nose will run. She'll sneeze.
Gesundheit can give me the flowers.
She'll be miserable. She won't be able to breathe. She won't be able to eat or sleep.
Look, mister.
She'll waste away to skin and bone.
Mister.
They'll take her to the hospital.
Mister.
She'll lie there in agony, hovering between life and death.
Mister.
And all because the florist made me deliver these stinking flowers.
Look,
well,
mister.
they can't force me to ruin a woman's health. I won't do it. I'll quit this lousy job.
Please give me the flowers.
And murder your wife? Never! I'll trample him into the dust! I'll stop him! There! I've saved her life. Goodbye.
Here's Meredith Wilson and the orchestra.
relax in just a moment, dear. I've decided you should go to Palm Springs.
But, honey, I don't want to go.
Oh, now, dear, it's the only way to save our marriage, and besides, you love it there. That's where I went to get those beautiful grapefruit and dates at Christmas time. Oh, I remember driving through a town called 28 Palms.
They call the place 29 Palms.
Not after I drove through.
You hit one.
Well, it was lying right across the main street.
And why didn't you see it?
It wasn't lying there till I hit it.
Look, Gracie, I don't want to be away from you. We're happy. We're compatible. We've got so much to hold us together. Now, why should we... Come in.
Hi, Burnses.
Hello, Bill.
Bill, maybe you can help me convince Gracie.
Convince her of what, George?
That we have so much to hold us together.
Oh, well, she has, but I never could figure out what's holding you together.
Thanks for the help, comedian.
Bill, you misunderstood. I think our marriage will be happier if George goes away.
Well, but Gracie, if George goes away, something terrible might happen.
What?
Well, he might come back.
Do you think Hope will ever quit and give you a spot?
Well, nevertheless, Bill, he's going to Palm Springs.
Palm Springs, huh? You know, I was there last week. What a wonderful spot. Sunshine, palm trees. I came back with a carload of grapefruit and oranges.
Did you bring back any dates?
No, my motto is love 'em and leave 'em.
Gracie means the kind of dates you pick up on the palm tree.
Oh, I picked up most of mine on street corners.
No, Bill, I mean the kind of dates you stuff.
That's the kind I mean, Gracie. They ate like crazy.
Bill, we're talking about the dates you see stacked in a market.
I saw some in a market, and boy,
were they stacked!
Intelligent, too, George. They were buying Maxwell House coffee. You know, with more than 1,000 brands to choose from, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Well, when those girls found out that I sold Maxwell House, did they go for me? Well, they hugged me and they kissed me.
Bill.
I'm so happy with this job. I said to the girls, George, I said, girls, listen, Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure. Yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy. And then they said, tell us more, you big, handsome, curly-headed brute.
Look, modest boy.
So I told them that Maxwell House came to them roaster fresh 2 ways. And they said, what do you mean, you blonde bombshell? And I said, well, it's roaster fresh, whether you get it out of the familiar blue vacuum tin or get it out of the brand new ultra vacuum glass jar.
Bill, since you're an expert at getting things out of a jar, see if you can get this vacation idea out of Gracie's head.
Okay, George. Gracie, let George stay home.
Yeah.
He'll be miserable at Palm Springs.
Yeah.
It's no place for a man like him.
Yeah.
It's full of gorgeous girls in bathing suits.
Yeah? Hey, that's not a bad...
George Burns! That settles it. You are not going to Palm Springs.
Well, hallelujah. That ends the vacation.
No, it doesn't. I'm going to Palm Springs.
It doesn't end it.
Come on, dear. We'll take your things out of this bag and put mine in. See, cold cream, wrinkle cream, chin strap, nightgown, and dirt. There, your things are out.
There must be some way to talk you out of this. I'll be right back. I hate to bother you so often, Dr. Miller, but Gracie has got another of those notions that only a psychiatrist can straighten out.
What is it this time, George?
She thinks husbands and wives can be happy unless they vacation from one another.
Probably a childhood fixation. Perhaps her parents quarreled, had differences. You send Gracie over and I'll question.
Thanks, Doc. Those screwy ideas of hers drive me nuts. Honestly, sometimes I wonder why I ever married her.
That's quite simple to a psychiatrist, George. You married Gracie because of a pronounced and ineradicable inclination toward the hedonic aspects of gastronomy.
What does that mean? You like to eat. I'll send Gracie right over.
And don't worry, George. I guarantee to make your home life just as happy as mine.
Thanks, Doc.
Now, Gracie, I want to question you about your child. Tell me, did your father and mother have differences?
Oh, yes, yes. He was a man and she was a woman.
Not those differences. I mean, did they quarrel a great deal?
Oh, no. Mama loved Papa. At night, when she saw him coming up the walk, she'd stick a clothespin on her nose and run to the door and kiss him.
She stuck a clothespin on her nose?
Yes. Well, Papa worked in the fish market.
I appreciate the explanation.
Oh, they got along beautifully and raised the biggest family in San Francisco.
How many children did they have?
Well, I don't know. Mama never bothered to count them.
She didn't count them?
No. When school let out, Mama'd open the door, and when the house got full, she'd close it.
Gracie, would you like to lie down?
No, thanks.
You mind if I do?
Go on ahead.
Thanks. Now, Gracie, husbands and wives do not have to take vacations from one another to be happy. Take my wife Gladys and me. We've never been apart.
And are you happy?
Extremely. If you don't believe me, ask Gladys. She's in the next room.
All right, I will. I want to be fair about this. Hello, Gladys.
Oh, hello, Gracie. Are you having a treatment today?
No, just a little chat with the doctor. He tells me that you and he are very happy.
Indeed, we are. Sigmund is such a wonderful husband.
Oh. Then you've never noticed how he picks at you and bullies you?
But he doesn't.
Oh, no? How long have you been married, Gladys?
12 years.
Ha! What? Listen, Gladys, you may not realize it, but your husband...
Well, Doc, how'd you make out with Gracie?
George, I guaranteed to make your home life just as happy as mine.
And you did?
Yes. Our wives just left together for Palm Springs.
Oh, no.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Meredith Wilson and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Gracie, you come back. You didn't go to Palm Springs.
Well, I couldn't leave you, Judge. I got as far as 27 Palms and turned back.
It's now 27 pounds? The last time you told me it was 28.
Yeah, well, I had a little hard luck. I drove through it again, and down went another darn palm tree.
Good night.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. And now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Everyman's Theater, written and created by Arch Obler. Oxidol invites you to hear Catwife, a mystery drama that will give you a thrill a minute. featuring Betty Winkler and Raymond Edward Johnson. Catwife is especially written for radio, part of a series of 1941-style entertainment brought to you each Friday at this time and over this station by Procter & Gamble, the makers of high-test Oxidol.
Wait, though. Are you putting up with some old-style laundry soap? An old-fashioned slow-poke soap because you feel it's economical and saving you money? Well, look, here's the way many of these soaps can and do actually lose money for you. Enough money so you'll be ahead using a laundry soap like Oxidol. First, those slow-poke soaps don't make as much suds. Well, every bit of Oxidol goes to making suds. The result is that Oxidol gives more suds, cup for cup, than 23 popular laundry soaps we tested against. Second, Oxidol suds last straight through your wash. Old-fashioned, less economical soaps don't last this long, as you know from experience. Compared to them, Oxidol can cut your laundry soap bills as much as 1/4. You'll save that in the amount of soap you use alone. And third, you don't scrub and boil clothes with Oxidol. You save that wear and tear and tatter and fray of constant washboard scrubbing. Because Oxidol soaks dirt out in 10 minutes. Throw your boiler and washboard away. Why, 10 minutes soaking in thick Oxidol suds, a good douse, and a few quick rubs for extra dirty spots like collars and cuffs, a rinse, and you're through. Clothes sparkling clean with so much less washing wear that they'll last longer and look better, too. Hundreds of thousands of women have found this out by actual trial. And thousands more are changing to Oxidol every week because it's so economical to use. Compared to old-style, inefficient soaps, you get more suds and use less soap. And you get clothes clean and fresh with far less wear and tear than if you'd scrubbed and boiled them. Remember that when you buy laundry soap tomorrow. And now here's our writer-creator, Arch Oboler, to introduce tonight's 1941-style radio program.
Since the time when mankind sat around fires and caves, stories of the mysterious and unusual have been the most welcome. You and I like to be thrilled. So tonight, just for fun, let's listen to the story of a man and his wife, a very unusual wife.
I got that on mine. I don't know the rest of the
Hey, girls, cut it out. Linda, for the love of... Cut it out, will you? The old man will be standing here in a minute.
Yeah, so what? Give me my drink, Queenie. Oh, baby, do I feel swell.
Hey, look what time it is. Come on, Queenie. We better blow out of here.
Yeah. No, don't go. I don't want to be alone.
What do you mean alone? Your husband's here, ain't he?
That guy. What does he know about having fun? Work. Makes me sick where I've never been sick before. That's pretty good, huh, Kenny? Come on, stick around. Let's have some more fun. St. Louis woman with all a diamond ring.
For heaven's sake, Linda.
Well, speak of the devil. Hiya, Johnny boy. Come on in. The water's fine. Only it ain't water.
Linda, for heaven's sake, I'm trying to work.
Go away. You're spoiling my party. Throw him out of here, Kenny. He's only my husband.
Linda, take it easy.
Get out of here. You, whatever your name is.
Okay.
And take that woman with you. Go on, clear out.
No, wait. Don't listen to him. It's my house. What, you kick them out.
Linda,
my friends.
I begged you
kick them out.
with you to keep these people out of this house while I'm trying to get some work done. Haven't you any consideration at all?
You kick them out. My friends.
Yes, and I'll do it again every time I find them here. They're no good, not a one of them. You've promised me time and time again to give them up.
I'll call them back. I'll call them all back. You can't tell me what to do. Not me. They're my friends, mine. I'd give a dozen of you for one of them.
All right, Linda. If that's the way you feel. You haven't got a grain of loyalty in you. All I ask is a little peace and quiet in my own home, and I can't even have that.
Go away.
Night after night, you and these people yowling and screaming like a pack of alley cats, and you the worst of all. I'm through, Linda. I'm through with you for good.
Oh, no, you're not. Oh, no, you're not.
Keep away from me. Keep away. Oh, Linda.
You see? You're not through with me at all. You'll never be through with me. Never.
Oh, Linda.
Now, let me go. Let me go. I don't want you, you fool. You're not through with me. I'm through with you.
No.
I'm tired of you. Do you hear me? Tired of you. I'm going to get so far away from that smug face of yours I couldn't see it with a telescope.
Linda, my wife.
Ha! Your wife. Why do you think I married you?
Oh, You love me.
I married you because I was sick of working in a two-bit barber shop, because I was sick of living in a hall bedroom wearing bargain sale dresses. I wanted dough, plenty of it, all I could get. And you were the best chance to get it that came my way.
No, Linda, you did love me. You must have loved me.
Oh, well, I loved you about as much as that canary up there loves its cage. I told myself I'd stay with you a year, divorce you, stick you for plenty of alimony, and then get out.
We've been married 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years. Because you fooled me. That's why.
I fooled you.
Yeah. You started to make a lot of money. More money than I ever thought you could make. So you're giving me the air.
No, Linda, I love you. I didn't mean what I said. I didn't.
Well, I did.
Linda, don't leave me. You're no good. I know you're no good, but heaven help me, I love you. I'll never love anybody else.
Get out of my way.
No, I won't let you go. You've got to stay.
Get your hands off
You're no
me.
good. You cost me my self-respect, but you stay with me. You stay with me or I'll cut you off without a cent. You'll never get a dime from me, not a dime. Stop it. Stop laughing.
Oh, you sap. You fat-headed sap.
Stop that.
So you're gonna cut me off without a cent, are you? Why, you fool. I've got everything that belongs to you now. You hear me? Everything.
What are you talking about?
This house. It's in my name, isn't it? The car. It's in my name, isn't it?
No, you wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't I? Well, listen to this, my darling husband. I cleaned out the bank account yesterday.
Oh, no.
Every cent of it. I won't be in the street. Oh, no. You will. Now, this is my house. Get your things and get out of here.
I'll kill you.
No,
I'll kill you.
No, let me go. Let me go. Oh. You touch me again and I'll tear your eyes out.
You cat.
Get out of my way.
That's what you are, a cat. A big, white, heartless cat.
Get out of my way.
You think like one, you screech like one, you claw like one. You even look like one. Your eyes, they're cat's eyes. That's what they are, cat's eyes. A cat, that's what you are. A white cat. I didn't marry a woman, I married a cat.
Keep it up.
Laugh
Keep
at
it
me.
up. You're doing
Go ahead,
swell.
laugh at me. You're a cat, a sneaking, yowling cat. A cat. You're a cat. A cat. Cat. You're a cat.
Now, that's enough of that. I don't like it.
A cat.
Stop saying it.
A cat, you hear me? A cat.
John, stop staring at me like that. Stop staring at me. John, what's happening to me? John, my head. I can hardly see. John, help me. John.
Linda.
What are you staring at? What are you staring at? What are you...
Linda! Linda!
Now, John, you've got to control yourself. Everything will be all right.
Oh, Doctor, what have I done? What have I done?
John, please. Please pull yourself together.
I can't.
You are not entirely to blame for what happened.
Oh, I did it. I'm to blame. What'll I do? What'll I do?
Stop talking like that. It's preposterous to say you were to blame. She was in a hysterical condition.
I know.
The suggestion that she was a cat caught her in an unguarded moment and resulted in temporary neurosis.
But she... Doctor, can I go in and see her?
But I tell you, she's sleeping.
I know, but... Doctor, I've got to see her. I've got to look at her. I've got to make sure she's all right. Don't you see? I've got to make sure.
Now, John, please. You've had a hard time of it. You'd better get to bed and get some rest.
No. Doctor, listen to me. I've got to see her again. I've got to make sure she's all right. I can't rest until I know.
But I tell you... Oh, very well. Just for a moment.
Yes.
Be very quiet.
Yes.
There. You see? She's resting very nicely.
Doctor, look. What? Her hands. Look at her hands. And her teeth. Linda.
No, John. You'll waken her. John.
Linda. Oh, Doctor, listen to her. Listen to her.
Steady, John.
I can't stand it, I tell you. Doctor, what is it? What's happening to her?
I don't know, John. I don't know.
Oh, listen to her. What'll I do? What'll I do?
Fingers into claws. Teeth into fangs. It can't be happening.
But it is.
And yet I've seen it with my own eyes.
You've got to do something, Doctor. You've got to. You're my friend. You've got to help me.
But what? In the name of all that's rational, what?
Well, think. There must be something you can do. A drug, something.
Oh, John, I don't know what to say. I can't think. I'll call in someone else. Yes, that's it. I'll inform the authorities. They'll take care of everything.
No. Wait, Doctor, wait.
What's the matter? What is it?
You're going to inform the authorities?
Yes, of course. Don't you see, my boy, it's the simplest way out of this.
Way out?
Of course. For you and for me.
What do you mean?
This horrible thing that's happened to Linda, it goes beyond just you and me. It goes beyond the normal into the supernatural. The world should know about it.
No, stop. You mean you're going to let everyone know what's happened to Linda?
Of course I am.
But you can't do that. She's my wife. Do you hear me? My wife.
No. Now, don't get excited again, John. Listen sensibly. We owe it to science.
Science? Who cares about science? She's Linda. She's my wife. And I cursed her to God, and I turned her into a yowling beast. It's my shame, mine. And you're not going to tell anyone else about it. No one.
It's my duty, John. I must inform the authorities.
No. Keep away from that phone. Keep away, I say.
I'm sorry, John. I must call. John. My friend.
And now, while we get our breath back, and, well, I, for one, need a breathing spell, well, let me remind you of those dazzling snowy white washes Oxidol gets every week. As much as 9 to 11 tintometer shades whiter than soap after soap we tested against. And yet washable colored things come out bright and lovely looking wash after wash. It's easy on hands, too. It doesn't harm your manicure or ruin your fresh nail polish. All these things Oxidol promises and will give you if you use it Monday.
No. Try to sleep, darling. Try to sleep. Yes, I know, darling, but it's almost morning. You must rest. Sleep, Linda, sleep, my darling. All right, darling, I won't cry. I've got to be strong. I've got to help you. And I did help you. He was going to tell them about you. Everyone. They'd have taken you away from me, locked you up, pointed at you, laughed at you. But I stopped him, Linda. I stopped him for you. He called me friend. But you're my wife, beloved. And I love you. I pleased you, haven't I, my darling? I never could please you before, could I? But now I've pleased you. I'll tell them he never came here, and no one will ever know, darling. No one but you and I. What is it, darling? What's the matter? Why are you getting up? What is it? Why go to the window? What do you want out there? Oh, if I could only understand you. If I could only know what you're trying to say to me. Oh, no. Linda, stop. On my knees, I'm begging you to stop. Linda, beloved, stop. Yes, I'm coming.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, it's you.
I found this note saying you wanted to talk to me. And, Jay, I hope you're not going to quit taking milk from me.
No, I'm not going to stop taking milk. That's what I wanted to see you about. I want milk. More milk. Cream. Everything.
Well, sure. How much do you want?
4 bottles of milk. No, 6.
6?
Yes, and cream. 6 bottles of cream.
Is something wrong, Mr. Taylor?
Wrong? Why do you think something's wrong?
Well, I only meant...
You meant what? Speak up, you meant what?
Well, don't get sore, Mr. Taylor. I just meant... Well, you don't look so well, and... Well, you know how it is. Sometimes a fella has a couple too many and starts ordering all the milk in the world.
You fool, I'm not drunk. Do you want some of that milk, or do I have to get another milkman?
No, I'll get it for you.
Well, hurry.
6 quarts, 6 cream. Only him and his old lady. The guy's nuts.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor. Early again this morning, ain't you?
Morning.
My first customer every morning for the last 3 days. I was saying to my wife this morning...
Yes, Mr. Heinrich. Some other time. I'm in a hurry. My order, please.
Sure, but you didn't give me an order yet. How about a nice broiling steak?
No, nothing like that.
But broiling
No, stop it. I'm in a hurry, I tell you.
All right. You don't have to get so excited, Mr. Taylor. Now, if you'll tell me what you want, I'll get it for you.
Oh, well, I don't know exactly. A couple of pounds of fresh liver. Yes, that's it, fresh liver.
What? Again?
You heard me?
Oh, sure, I heard you, but look here, for 3 days now, ever since your wife went away, you eat nothing but liver.
Are you going to fill my order?
Sure, I'll fill your order. Nice and fresh, huh? So, 2 pounds, yeah. There we are. Say, you'd think you was raising cats or something.
What? Why do you say that?
Well, you buy liver every day. Oh, this morning I caught a couple of mice in a trap. Maybe you'd like to take them along for the cat, too. Huh?
Don't say that! Don't say that!
Mr. Taylor, the liver... Forgot. Man's crazy. What did I say that was wrong? Cats like to eat mice.
Oh, my Linda. My dearest Linda. Close to me. Oh, so close to me. Oh, my darling, my darling. It's better this way. You can't leave me now. I'll have you with me always. I'll keep you here. Yes. Just you and I. I won't answer it. They'll go away. All right, I'll answer it. Linda, it can't be anyone that knows. He's dead. I buried him, Linda. You know that. No, stay here, my beloved. They mustn't see you. Be very quiet. Yes, I'm coming. Well, what is it?
Are you the owner of this building?
Yes, what do you want?
Kerrigan's the name. I'm your neighbor. I've got that place across the alley from you.
Oh, my neighbor?
Yeah, Kerrigan's the name. I'm with the department.
Department?
Yeah, I'm desk sergeant at the 3rd District Station.
A policeman?
Yeah, I'm off duty today, so I thought I'd drop over and speak to you. Do you mind if I step in for a moment?
Step in? Oh, no. No, not at all. Not at all.
Thank you. Well, you got a nice place here.
Yes. Nice, very nice.
You know the same contractors made this place as made mine. You didn't know that, I bet.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, an Irishman by the name of Gil Hooley. Jumped out of the 10th story window, they tell me, the day after the stock market crash. Lucky for him, too. If he was alive now, some of the people along here that bought places from him would murder him. What with the trouble they're having.
Oh, trouble?
Yeah, cheap material, plaster cracking, floor sagging, stuff like that.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Now, you take my place. I've had to have a new roof put on and new gutters put in, and I never know what'll go wrong next. Anything wrong around here?
Here? Oh, no, nothing at all.
Well, then you're lucky. Say.
What's the matter?
I just remember why I come over. If you don't mind, I'll tell you.
Yes?
Now, it ain't me that's complaining, Mr. Taylor. I'm the kind of a man that can sleep in a boiler factory. But it's my Ella. There's a light sleeper for you. I always say that if a star in heaven twinkles too much, the noise wakes up my Ella.
What's the trouble?
Oh, no trouble at all, Mr. Taylor. Like I'm telling you, I'm the last man in the world to go around having trouble with me neighbors. But you know how the women are. Always finding something to make a fuss about. Oh, say, I'm not disturbing her, am I?
Disturbing?
Yeah, you know, your missus. She's not sleeping in the bedroom there, is she?
No, of course not. There's no one in there.
I thought maybe seeing the door's closed.
No, I tell you there's no one in there. My wife is out of town.
Well, that's fine. I always like to talk things over man to man without the women around. That's why I made my Ella stay home. Let me handle this, I says. There's anything wrong, I says. Let me do the talking, and we'll stay good.
What is it? What's wrong? What do you want to tell me?
Well, to put it plain, it's the cat.
Cat?
Yeah, the cat. You just got it, didn't
you? You had a cat?
Yeah, it started a few nights ago. Now, it ain't disturbed me none, like I says, but my Ella. Well, you see, our bedroom window faces right on the alley, and by golly, she hears every meow that animal makes.
You're wrong.
Huh?
I have no cat.
But my Ella heard... I heard it, too, for that matter.
I have no cat.
But I'm telling you, it came from this house.
I tell you I have no cat. Isn't that sufficient?
Well, now, seeing as you put it so plain, I'll be speaking up plain myself. I'm telling you, I heard a cat yowling last night, and the night before, and the night before that. And as sure as my name's Thomas Kerrigan, it came right from this house. Now, what do you say to that?
Get out.
Now, wait a second, me bucko. Get on your high horse.
Get out. Get out of my house.
Well, you sure are making a lot of noise about nothing, young fella. But it's your house, and if that's the kind of a neighbor you want to be, I guess I can...
What are you standing there for? Get out. Get out.
Now, just a minute. Take it easy. No cat, eh? Well, what was that I just heard?
Nothing at all. You've got no right to be coming...
You may not be a liar, but you sure are something close to it. If that ain't a cat in that bedroom there, then I ain't never heard a cat.
Get out! Get out of here!
Oh, no, I won't. Listen to that cat. If that ain't creating a public nuisance, I'd like to know what it is.
It's none of your business. Get out of here. This is my house. Get out of here!
Stop pulling at me, bucko. I may be off duty, but I'm still an officer of the law, and I'm telling you, that cat in there is violating the city ordinance. Now, if you don't make it shut up and disturbing me, Ella, I will.
Stay away from that door. Stay away from that door.
Say, listen to it. That ain't no cat you got in there.
Yes, I lied. It is a cat. It's just a cat. But I'll make it be quiet. But go away.
Now, wait a minute. Take it easy. If it's just a cat, what are you getting so excited about? Just look at
her.
No. Look at her. Your eyes blazing. What's going on here? I think I'll have a look.
No. Stay away.
Oh, no. Get away. Take it away.
I told you to go.
My gun. I'll get my gun. My gun.
Linda, did you hear him? His gun. Yes. Close to me. Yes, darling, stay close to me. If he comes back, you'll... No, they won't hurt you. I won't let them. I did this to you, I did. I cursed you to God. No, they won't hurt you. They won't. Wait there. Wait there. I've got to find it. They won't hurt you, Linda. No, they can't. I've got it. Now they won't hurt you, Linda. I swear it. They won't ever hurt you. No. No, don't look at my hand. No, why shouldn't you look at it? Yes. There's a gun in my hand. But not to hurt you, darling. It's just to help you. I swear it. To help you. Yes. Yes, so close to me. I must do it quickly. Quickly. No, don't try to pull away. No, Linda, stay here. I must hold you. I must. You'll be back in a moment. I mustn't miss. Linda, my darling. I heard my beloved. I heard you. Wait for me, my beloved.
This is Arch Oboler. Tonight's play, Catwife, featured Betty Winkler and Raymond Edward Johnson. Music by Gordon Jenkins. About next week. Well, the actors, two of our favorites, Mr. and Mrs. Houston, Walter Houston and Ann Sunderland. The play, a story of two people who perhaps lived in your own town, who lived a strange, excitement-filled life that you perhaps knew nothing about. The title of the play, Mr. and Mrs. Chump.
Before we leave you, just one more word about next Monday's wash. Well, you've heard me tell of Oxidol's economy, the white, clean washes you get, its safety to every washable color. Well, it's all up to you now. If you want those results in Monday's wash, and even if some other laundry soap is your favorite now, well, ask for Oxidol, Oxydol, tomorrow. You'll always be glad you changed.
And be back with us next Friday at this same time for Every Man's Theater. Every Man's Theater brings you something new, something different every single week. And next Friday, it's Mr. and Mrs. Walter Houston in a great new radio play, Mr. and Mrs. Chump. Thank you, and good night. Every Man's Theater is written and created by Arch Oboler.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now, Mystery Theater.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, Chamberlain in this court of the mysterious and the macabre. The act of trust seems to get short shrift from the poets, the philosophers, and even the prophets.
An early American sage warns us to trust everybody but cut the cards. The book tells us, put not your trust in princes. Very well and very good, but you have to trust somebody. Can anyone go all the way through this life without trusting another human being?
What is it you want me to do?
Show me how to use this.
That's a revolver.
Exactly.
Where did you get it?
I don't think that's important.
Why, I don't think I should help you to...
Well, if you don't, I'll probably kill myself trying to figure it out.
But you don't need a revolver.
I feel safer with it in the house. Ted is away so much.
Well, you flick out the cylinder.
Mm-hmm.
And you insert the shells into these chambers.
I see.
And now you flick back the cylinder, and I hope you never have to use it. But the gun is ready to fire. You just point it and pull the trigger.
Like so?
Like so. But not at me.
Why not at you?
Myra.
I intend to kill you.
Our mystery drama, Can You Trust Your Husband?, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Joan Lovejoy and Mandel Kramer. Somehow, love seems to have become the province of the young. Ask almost anyone to name two people who were deeply in love, and the answer almost automatically is Romeo and Juliet. Well, let's face it. Romeo and Juliet were a couple of teenagers who only knew each other for a brief interval. They conveniently died before they would have to weather the storms of marriage and responsibility. The lovers of record should be Philemon and Baucis, or Darby and Joan, couples who lived with each other and put up with each other for 50 and 60 years. That, dear friends, is love. All this is by way of introduction to the Mallards, Ted and Myra, married 25 years. And as far as we know, there's never been an argument or even a harsh word. It's all been one long, beautiful honeymoon, as far as we know. Let our story begin late one autumn evening as the doorbell rings in their comfortable, well-appointed apartment.
Just a minute. You'll have to wait, Ted. Next time, carry your keys. Oh, Bert.
Did I wake you, Myra?
No, I never can sleep while Ted's awake. Come on in.
Thanks.
Ted isn't home yet. I guess his plane was late.
Why, yes, it was.
Oh, I knew it.
But...
But what?
Well,
Well, something's wrong.
Well...
Bert, what are you trying to tell me?
Well, whatever it is, I guess I'm not doing a very good job of it.
It's Ted.
Yes, it's about Ted.
Something's happened to him. The plane...
Oh, now, Myra, just a minute.
I've been listening to the radio all night. I haven't heard anything about a plane.
No, it isn't the plane.
Then what is it?
The plane landed more than 3 hours ago.
Bert, tell me what's happened to Ted.
Well, I'm trying to. It's not easy.
Do you know where he is?
He's in jail.
Jail? Why? What for?
I said it's not easy. I'm not sure. He was arrested as he came through customs.
Well, tell me why.
Well, I suppose for smuggling.
Smuggling? Oh, that's impossible. There has to be a mistake.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
We have to get hold of Arthur Kremen.
I already did.
Or doesn't he practice that kind of law?
He'll get someone else if he can't handle it.
Handle what?
Well, all I know is Ted called me, and they allowed them one phone call.
Please, Bert, get to it.
Well, he said, Bert, I'm being accused of smuggling. Call Arthur, and then tell Myra.
But what is he accused of smuggling?
Heroin or cocaine. I'm not sure.
But that's ridiculous. How could Ted possibly be involved in anything like that?
They found it in his attaché case.
But it's all a mistake, a terrible mistake. Or else it's a joke. A very bad joke. Ted, oh,
Myra,
darling.
Myra, I didn't want you to come here.
Why not?
Because it's a prison cell.
Are you all right?
I don't know. I'm in prison, Myra.
Well, it's not exactly prison. You're just being held here because of some awful misunderstanding.
Oh, darling, it's prison. People like me, like us, we only read about these things.
But Arthur says he'll go before a judge in the morning and see about setting bail.
That's another word. Bail. Do you realize I'm going to be out on bail as if I were some common criminal?
Darling, Ted, tell me what happened. I simply couldn't get a word out of Bert.
What happened? How many times have I done this? I got off the plane, picked up my luggage, walked through customs, except this time I didn't walk through. This time, when they searched my attaché case, they found a packet, they say, of first-grade cocaine.
Well, then it couldn't have been your attaché case.
But it was.
How did the cocaine get there?
I don't know.
Couldn't you have seen it?
No.
Why not?
Because it was concealed in a secret compartment.
What secret compartment?
I don't know, darling. I didn't know I had one.
But surely...
Surely what?
Surely nothing, darling. I know how upset you are. You don't need me giving you a third degree.
They were waiting for me, Myra.
Waiting?
Yes. Ordinarily, customs is just a routine. This time, there were 3 or 4 of them out there. They emptied the papers out of my case. One of them had some kind of a screwdriver, and he...
You mean that they actually expected to find something?
Yes. And then there was this cellophane, or I think they call it glassine, a packet just filled with powder.
Well, it's a mistake.
Well, of course.
Obviously, it couldn't have been your attaché case. You see, that's the answer.
Myra, I told you it was.
Ted, you're being framed.
That's the only thing that makes any sense.
But why?
Because I travel regularly between New York and London on legitimate business. I'd make an ideal courier.
Somebody's been using you. People, a gang that's involved in smuggling, that they watch for regular travelers. I know it sounds crazy, but they managed to get hold of your bag somehow.
I don't know what's going to happen now, Myra.
Well, I know what's going to happen. Tomorrow, the mistake, or whatever it is, will be straightened out.
I don't know if it ever can be straightened out completely.
Ted, what are you saying? You're innocent.
Am I innocent? You know it, and I know it, but what about the rest of the world? Don't forget this will be in all the papers.
But it's so obviously a frame-up.
To whom? Myra, there are people who actually believe that if a person isn't guilty, he'd never have been arrested in the first place.
Ted, that's crazy.
Of course it is, but that's what's out there.
But everyone knows that you're an honest, hard-working, ethical man.
In the minds of so many people, there will be a nagging little nasty suspicion. Could he really have been involved?
Well, this is going to be a good way of finding out who your friends really are.
Suddenly I feel as if I'm part of another world, Myra, a world you and I never knew. It's no longer our logical, well-ordered universe. All of a sudden, I'm a criminal.
Darling, you're not.
I'm in a cage, deprived of my freedom. Look at them, the rest of them, as you leave here. The thugs, the hoodlums, the thieves. I'm one of them.
Ted.
Look at them as you leave, because I can't leave. I have to stay.
Darling, not for long.
Myra, you've got to get me out. The shame of this. The disgrace. I can't stand it.
Hello?
Myra.
Bert, where are you?
Courthouse.
Was Arthur able to get bail set?
That's what I'm calling you.
Bert, please, just tell me.
There's a problem, Myra, and Arthur's going to be tied up with it, so he asked me to call you.
Bert, will you please tell me?
Well, it looks like Arthur can't get bail.
What do you mean he can't get bail?
Well,
it's the law. A person is entitled to bail.
He is, and he isn't.
Well, I'm going right down there.
Myra, it won't do you any good. You see, because of the size of the package and the fact that they've had their eye on Ted for a long time...
Now, you just stop there. You stop right there.
Please, Myra. I'm only reporting the facts. The federal prosecutor moved for suspension of bail.
But that's not legal.
Well, in some cases...
Well, there has to be someone I can talk to.
They claim Ted is so important to this narcotics ring...
What narcotics ring?
That he would simply jump bail and leave the country.
Bert, do you know what you're saying?
Or else his life would be in danger. So what this amounts to is protective custody.
And Arthur, our fine attorney Arthur, to whom we pay a fortune every year as a retainer, is just standing there and taking it.
Now, Myra, you must be fair to Arthur.
Be fair to Arthur?
Arthur's fighting it. He's filing an appeal. He's going to a higher court, but it has to take time.
Time?
Well, a couple of days, a week.
Bert, I have to hang up now.
Now, you just relax, Myra. Everyone's doing their absolute best. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, goodbye. All right. Yes?
Mrs. Mallard?
Who are you?
I'm Lieutenant Jack Denson of the Narcotics Squad. We're cooperating with the federal authorities.
And?
Here are my credentials.
I see them.
May I come in?
Why?
To discuss your husband's case.
My husband doesn't have a case. He's a victim of a frame-up, of some sort of ghastly mistake. There's nothing you can gain from talking to me.
I'm here to help you, Mrs. Mallard. Help you and your husband.
Help us in what way?
Well, I'd rather not discuss that in the hallway of your apartment building.
Very well, come in. The only way you can help us is to clear up this terrible mistake and get Ted out of that jail.
What makes you think it's a mistake?
What makes me... My husband is innocent.
What makes you think so?
I'm going to have to ask you to leave this house.
Well, first, answer my question. What makes you think your husband is innocent? The fact that you love him?
Of course I love him. Has that become a crime?
Your entire attitude toward your husband is based on the fact that you love him. And love happens to be blind.
Please, spare me your dime store philosophy. You don't live with a man for 25 years without getting to know him. Ours was no ordinary marriage, or maybe it was. Maybe all marriages are the same. I wouldn't know. But we were together in everything. We had no secrets. I don't believe we even had separate thoughts. We lived with and for each other. So he couldn't have been doing anything wrong, because I would have known it.
How would you have known it?
Evidently you're not married. Or if you are, it's not what I would call a marriage. I would know. He wouldn't have to say a word or leave a clue. But I would know if he were doing anything wrong. So what do you say to that?
I wish I knew what to say, Mrs. Mallard. I wish I knew how to say what I have to say.
Then please, stop beating around the bush.
You're a fine woman, Mrs. Mallard.
I'm in no mood for flattery, Lieutenant. Say what you have to say and get out.
I'm sorry I'm forced to tell you this. But your husband, whom you love, and with whom you're so close, has been leading a double life.
I don't believe that. It can't be true.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Mallard. We have proof.
There are parts of the world where it never rains. The bright golden sun shines in a deep blue sky, and all is beautiful and cheerful and gay. And after a while, you accept it as something that will last forever. But as the song says, into each life some rain must fall. And when it does, those who have never known what it is to be drenched usually suffer the most. I shall return shortly with Act Two.
To the Mystery Theater on WABC.
For 25 years, Myra and Ted Mallard have had a wonderful marriage. Myra and Ted could communicate without speaking, read each other's thoughts, share each other's feelings. Well, possibly this hasn't been completely so. For here is Myra being confronted with the charge that Ted has been living a complete life away from her, a life that is of interest to the police.
I challenge you to present your proof, Lieutenant.
We've been watching Ted for a long time. He makes regular trips.
He makes regular trips to London on legitimate business.
Of course.
Ted had an opportunity to open a branch office in London. And he goes there to supervise.
And it's an excellent cover.
Cover? His presence is necessary.
According to the annual report of your husband's company, that London operation is losing money.
Ted has faith in it.
But you can't excuse our being skeptical.
And what right do you have to arrest a man on skepticism?
None at all. But it goes deeper.
I'm not interested. I can see the nature of your so-called proof.
I want you to help your husband.
Why should you care?
By helping him, you help us. Mrs. Mallard, he won't talk.
What does he have to talk about?
Everything. Who his associates are, where they buy the drugs, where and to whom they sell, who is protecting them.
But...
Please, let me finish. You must convince him to talk. If he remains silent, he'll spend the rest of his life in jail.
But he hasn't done anything.
Please, Mrs. Mallard, we're beyond all that. Now, you must convince him to cooperate. That way he can get a substantial reduction in his sentence.
What sentence?
He'll be tried and he'll be sentenced. We have proof.
You keep saying you have proof. And all you've got is the packet you found in his attaché case, and that could have been planted there.
It could have been, but it wasn't.
Well, I won't be intimidated. If we have to fight, we'll fight. Ted is 47 years old. He has a spotless reputation. He's never done anything wrong. The jury will simply refuse to believe that he could be a member of a dope ring.
Did you ever hear of a woman named Jenny Saunders?
Jenny Saunders? I don't believe so.
I'll do some things that are not exactly in the book. If you promise to say nothing, I'll take you to her apartment.
Well, why would I want to go there?
Because the two of you have something in common.
How does it happen that you have a key to this woman's apartment?
Well, you see, she's cooperating with us. And when I said I might want to bring you here, she felt it best not to be present.
Why?
Out of respect, I suppose, for your feelings. What do you think of the place?
Well, it's nice enough, but why have you... Wait a minute. That's Ted's picture.
Yep, that's Ted's picture.
What's Ted's picture doing here?
You'll find some of Ted's clothing in the closet also.
Oh no.
Oh, no, what?
You won't get away with this. I see what this is for. It's a frame-up to build your case. You're planting his things in this apartment.
You're making serious charges, Mrs. Mallard, and I can understand how you feel, but Ted was here. He spent time here.
I defy you to prove that.
We have witnesses. People have seen him here.
Well, they can. They can all be part of this plot.
Which plot? Mrs. Mallard, why should we want to frame your husband?
I don't know. To make an arrest, to create an impression you're cracking down on drugs?
Why pick on Ted Mallard? Why construct this elaborate framework?
I won't believe it.
That means you refuse to believe it. Mrs. Mallard, let's accept your argument for a moment. The drugs could have been planted in the attaché case.
Then you admit...
For the sake of argument. Okay. Then we could have gone to the trouble of setting up the apartment, the witness, the girl. But you tell me one thing. How do you explain your husband's fingerprints?
What fingerprints?
His fingerprints are all over the place. I know it's very hard for you, Mrs. Mallard. I suppose you have to look at your whole life now from another perspective. And maybe, faced with all this, you won't even want to help him.
Please. Let me out of here.
Myra, where were you? I thought you'd be here earlier. Arthur hasn't been able to do a thing. Now, should we get another lawyer? I can't believe a thing like this could
Ted,
happen.
tell me about Jenny Saunders.
Who?
Jenny Saunders.
Jenny? What about Jenny Saunders?
That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know any Jenny Saunders.
You don't?
No, of course not. Look, darling, we've got 1,000,001 important things to worry about.
You don't know a Jenny Saunders.
Myra, is somebody named Jenny Saunders somehow involved in everything that's happening?
There's an apartment at 291 Fenimore Place.
So, what about it?
I was hoping you'd tell me what about it.
Myra, what's wrong? Don't say nothing, because I can tell when something's bothering you.
I didn't say nothing was wrong. Tell me about 291 Fenimore Place.
I never heard of it.
The police say they found your fingerprints all over it.
Oh, well, I guess they would.
Then you do know about 291
I wasn't
Fenimore.
thinking, darling. I have been there. Let me see.
Often?
Well, twice to install and then... Oh, let's see, was it 3 times? Anyway, I installed and then went back for some repairs, I guess, and I guess the police were checking every place that I ever visited.
Well, why would you have been to 291 Fenimore?
As a favor to Bert.
Bert?
Yes, he's got a friend.
Jenny Saunders?
I don't... Maybe that's her name. I never saw her. I never saw anyone in the apartment.
Well, why did you go there in the first place?
I'm telling you, darling, Bert asked me to install one of our special stereos for this good friend of his.
You? Don't you have servicemen and technicians to do that kind of thing?
There were some new things, and Bert said that it would be a big favor.
And that's the only reason you ever went to 291 Fenimore Place?
Well, of course. What other reason would I have?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Mallard.
Hello, Harriet. Is Bert Hollis in?
Oh, yeah, he sure is, but he's on the phone.
That's all right. I'll wait.
Look, I don't believe it about Mr. Mallard. I mean, well, he's just about the straightest guy there is.
Harriet, tell me something. Does the name Jenny Saunders mean anything to you?
Say it again, Mrs. Mallard.
Jenny Saunders. Does it mean anything?
Yeah.
What?
Well, I don't know. I mean, oh, gosh.
Well, who is it?
Look, does this ever happen to you? You know you've heard something somewhere, but you can't for the life of you remember when or where. Now this name, Jenny Saunders.
Yes?
I did hear it.
Apropos of what?
Apropos of, I can't remember.
Oh, please, Harriet, try to recall.
No, it doesn't do me any good to try.
It's very important.
Look, I mean, it's all just sloshing around somewhere in my subconscious, and it'll come to the surface when it wants to.
Well, you will let me know, won't you, if you should happen to remember?
Oh, sure. Oh, Mr. Hollis's light is out now, so he's off the phone. Why don't you just go in?
Thank you. Bert?
Myra, come in. Sit down.
Thank you.
Is there something new? I know Arthur's still waiting for the Court of Appeal.
Bert, who is Jenny Saunders?
Well, I'd never heard of her.
Now, look, I know how long you and Ted have been friends. And, of course, your instinct is to protect him, but Bert... Oh, Bert, I have to know.
What do you have to know?
If my husband has been having an affair with a woman named Jenny Saunders.
Ted? An affair? Oh, no, never. It's impossible.
Bert, I looked in the mirror today, and I see that it could be possible.
Myra, I know Ted,
Please
and I say
listen to
never.
me, please. When I think of Ted and me and our marriage, I believe I'm still 20 and he's still 22. But I'm not, and he's not, and I have wrinkles, and a girl named Jenny Saunders is probably quite young.
And you're being quite silly. Ted would never...
Are you familiar with an apartment at 291 Fenimore Place?
291 Fenimore... No. Should I be?
Yes, if you have a friend who lives there.
No, I don't know anyone who...
Well, since you have never heard of the place, and you don't know anyone who lives there, then you couldn't possibly have asked Ted to personally install a special super stereo.
Ask Ted to what?
You heard what I said.
Well, I heard it, but I can't believe it. Why would I ask Ted?
I see.
Myra, please. Why did you ask me such a question? What are you driving at? What's happened?
I'm not sure. When Ted was arrested at the airport the other night, I thought that was the end of the world. Now I see that may have just been the calm before the storm.
Yes?
You're Jenny Saunders.
Okay. Where do we go from here?
I'm Myra Mallard.
Oh, well, come on in. Sit down.
Thank you.
Drink?
I don't believe so.
Well, what are we going to talk about?
Is it true?
It's true.
I didn't think you'd be his type.
When they start to hit 50, what's a type?
Although you are quite pretty.
If it makes you feel any better, he's still in love with you.
Really? Then what was he doing here?
Well, I guess these fellows need excitement. He's in a jam, I hear.
Yes.
I will say he was fast with $1. He was good to me. The rent here goes for almost $300. And then he liked to go to the track.
I never knew he had the slightest interest in...
Oh, and he liked a game of cards. I told him the stakes were a little high.
I never knew he could even play cards.
Well, I tried to steer him clear of it.
Thank you.
But men, well, they do what they want to do. And so, well, the way I see it, he got in very deep to the loan sharks. And it's all tied into the rackets, you understand? So they said, look, here's how you can pay us back.
And so he became a courier.
You see it happen all the time. Legit business guys get themselves in hock and the mob moves in. What are you looking for?
You wouldn't happen to have a specially installed stereo, would you?
Oh, no. I wish I did.
Well, thank you, Miss Saunders.
Yeah. I'm glad you're friendly, Mrs. Mallett. A lot of wives, they'd throw a fit. But isn't it better to act civilized?
Myra, what are you saying to me?
What are you saying to me, Ted?
I'm saying that I don't know a girl named Jenny Saunders.
She lives at 291 Fenimore Place. You admit you went there.
As a favor to Bert.
Bert knows nothing about it.
What do you mean he knows nothing about it? He asked me to.
Didn't.
He specifically asked... Myra, Bert came into my office a couple of months ago and asked me to do him this favor.
But he didn't.
Well, ask him.
I did ask him. He knows nothing about it. And furthermore, I just had a visit with Jenny Saunders.
Myra.
I can see where she might be very exciting.
Myra, listen to me.
No, you listen to me. Call Lieutenant Denson.
What for?
So you can make a deal and be out of here in a few years, or maybe even months.
Do you mind telling me what you're talking about?
I'm talking about a man who fell in love with a woman half his age.
Myra.
All right. Let's say he became infatuated. And so he went through all of his money, got into debt, and was offered a way out, an illegal way out, and he was caught.
Myra, do you believe this?
Yes, Ted, I believe it. I don't see how it's possible not to believe it.
How is it possible, indeed, not to believe it? How can one doubt the evidence? Evidence based on the reasonable, logical, and sensible interpretation of the facts that exist. Certainly, a man must be proven guilty beyond the shadow of a doubt. Is there even a shadow here? Everything seems so clear-cut. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
The Mystery Theater returns on WABC.
Sometimes, if you repeat a story often enough, you'll come to believe it. For instance, for 25 years, Myra Mallard has been telling herself that she has the perfect marriage, a union that was made in heaven, as they say. And perhaps she has been so taken by the idea that she refuses to accept reality. And reality seems to be another woman, and a prison cell, and a narcotics-carrying charge.
You're telling me I've been having an affair with another woman?
I have met her.
And I've been maintaining her?
Yes.
And the drain on my finances has driven me into becoming a member of a narcotics ring?
Ted, these are facts.
Well, I deny every one of them.
But your fingerprints are all over that apartment.
And I told you how they got there.
Oh, Ted.
I also told you something else. I told you this would never be straightened out.
But...
that the very fact I've been arrested would scar me for the rest of my life.
Ted,
that there'll always be a nagging doubt in people's minds. Well, what can I expect from strangers when my own wife believes I'm guilty?
Oh, Ted, I don't know what to believe.
I'd know what to believe if you were the one who was sitting in jail. I'd believe what you told me.
I'm trying to, but all the evidence...
I wouldn't care for evidence. I'd know that the person I loved would tell me the truth. I don't think we have the kind of marriage that we thought we did, or at least that I thought I did.
Ted, what do you want me to do?
What do I want you to do if you have to ask?
I'm all mixed up.
We had a paradise, you and I, Mara. But at the first storm, look what happens to it.
Darling...
The other night you said to me this would be a good way to find out who my friends are. Well, it's better than that. It's a good way for me to find out who my wife is.
Well, Mrs. Mallard, have you thought it over?
Yes, Lieutenant Denson, I have.
And have you decided to help your husband?
Yes. I'm going to do everything I can.
Fine. Then I can expect you to cooperate with us.
Oh, I will. That is, if you agree to cooperate with me.
Certainly. What would you like me to do?
Find the man who's really guilty.
Mrs. Mallard, is it possible we are back to ground zero on this thing?
We never left it. Ted is innocent.
In the face of all the evidence, can you really believe that?
Yes, I believe he is innocent. And I believe it because he says so. Ted Mallard cannot lie to me any more than I can lie to him.
Mrs. Mallard, I would like you...
I know what you'd like. You'd like me to look at the facts. But there are all kinds of facts, Lieutenant. You have yours and I have mine.
And what are yours?
Mine is the fact that Ted and I are in love. Yes, for a moment I panicked. I was frightened.
Mrs. Mallard...
It's no good, Lieutenant. I have 25 years supporting me.
I know this is a blow to your pride.
Let me tell you whom you should investigate. My husband's partner, Bert Hollis.
Please, Mrs.
Bert
Mallard...
is lying. He said he didn't ask Ted to install the stereo set at 291 Fenimore.
Mrs. Mallard, you can't shift the blame conveniently.
Why is Bert lying? That's the crux of the entire case.
Bert was not caught with the narcotics. Bert was not maintaining a girl in that apartment.
Please, Lieutenant, don't give me facts. Your facts. For once, try something else.
Something else?
Faith. Believe somebody. Take a person's word. You once said, I was a very fine woman. All right. Would I lie? Isn't it possible that I'm telling the truth? I know you have a case. It's well constructed. But it's wrong.
Mrs. Mallard, we know Ted is guilty.
And I know Bert is lying, and I'm asking you to find out why.
We have no reason to pursue that line of investigation.
Perhaps you don't, but I do. And I'm going to pursue it.
How?
I don't know. What do I know about these kinds of things? But somebody has to help Ted.
Must be wonderful to have a wife who simply won't face the facts.
Oh, you're wrong, Lieutenant. I'm facing all the facts. Why would Bert lie?
I don't know.
Think.
I told you, I don't know.
Have you had any differences of opinion about the business?
No.
Is he in debt?
Not that I know of.
Can you think of anything, any reason why he would do this to you?
Bert and I have been friends since college.
All right, the attaché case. How could the cocaine have gotten in there?
That's beyond me.
Oh, Ted, you're not being very helpful.
Well, did I ever think I'd be framed?
It's Bert. It has to be Bert. But why?
I don't know. I'd have been willing to bet my life on Bert. Just as I'd be willing to bet my life on you.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Mallard.
Hello, Harriet.
Anything new with Mr. Mallard?
Well, we're hoping.
Yeah.
I've just come by to get some of Ted's things.
Oh, that's Mr. Hollis's ring. He wants to give me some dictation. Look, if you'll be in Mr. Mallard's office for a few minutes, would you mind answering the phone?
No, not at all.
It's just that when Mr. Hollis dictates, he gets all confused if I have to stop and pick up the phone.
Well, I'll be here for a while.
Oh, thanks.
Yes?
Is Bert there?
No.
Well, he's supposed to be there. He knows I'd be calling.
He just stepped out for a moment.
Tell him Smitty wants him.
Oh, yes.
What do you mean? Oh, yes.
Well, I've heard Bert mention your name. Bert and I are, well, we're very close.
There you are. What about the Saunders dame?
Oh, that's all over.
Look, it's a lot of dough, and it's due. He knows how and where to bring it.
Myra! Harriet said you were here.
Oh, well, I just wanted to get some of Ted's things.
Why? He'll be out of jail soon. I feel it in my bones.
Do you?
I know Ted. He couldn't do anything wrong.
You're a good friend to him.
I don't care what anyone says. I'll stick by him.
Oh, thanks for covering the phone. I heard it ring.
Oh, it was a wrong number.
Oh, well, I hope everything will be okay with Mr. Mallard.
Thank you, Harriet.
If you're through in Mr. Mallard's office, maybe I'd better lock it.
Well, why? Does Mr. Mallard usually keep it locked?
Oh, no. That's his problem. He leaves everything lying around. Anybody could walk into his office and walk off with anything.
Even his attaché case?
Oh, sure. Although, why would anyone want to take his attaché case?
Well, did you ever see anyone carrying his case?
Did I? Well, I never thought to watch.
Try to think.
Hey, now that you mention it, it's funny. Now, when he left for London last week, I saw Mr. Hollis bring him the case. And Mr. Hollis said, "Hey, Ted, you left this in my office."
Uh-huh. That's what Mr. Hollis said.
Uh-huh.
What did Mr. Mallard answer?
I think he said, thanks, Bert.
And that was all?
Yeah. Oh, do you remember you asked me, did I know a Jenny Saunders?
Yes.
Well, that's where I heard her name. As they were saying goodbye, Mr. Hollis said, let me see, did you get everything squared away for my friend, Jenny Saunders? And Mr. Mallard answered, the stereo works just fine. There you are. You really forget nothing if you know how to make it come back.
Hello, Bud. I'm on time. You got it?
Yeah.
Hand it over. I know 50 grand here.
I know.
Look, the agreement was 10 payments, 50 grand each.
50 is too big a sum to hide.
The agreement, pal.
I can fix the books for 25 maybe each month, but not for 50.
Who cares about the books? That's why we got Mallard out of the way, so you could have an open road.
His wife was there today.
Why?
I don't know why. Maybe she suspects something.
Why should she suspect
I don't know. I said maybe.
Look, you're the one who said all you needed was to get Mallard out of here, and the till would be wide open.
Okay, but you have to be cautious.
Cautious? The way you drop money on the ponies, the cards, the dames?
Look, it'll just take a little bit longer, but I'll pay you fellas back.
What's that?
I don't know.
Nobody's supposed to be here.
Well, maybe it's Jenny.
How could it be Jenny? I heard you two are quits.
Quits? Where did you hear that?
Your secretary told me.
She doesn't know anything about Jenny.
Wait a minute.
Hey, what are you going to do with that gun?
Somebody's in that closet. What are you trying to do, Bert? Set me up?
No, I don't.
All right, whoever you are, come on out of there.
Myra.
You know this dame?
It's Ted's wife.
Hello, Bert. Who is your friend?
Myra. I couldn't help myself.
So you did frame Ted after all.
Please, Myra, you don't understand. It was Jenny. Jenny Saunders. I couldn't keep away from her.
All right, we can't hang around here.
What are you going to do with her?
I don't know. But something will occur to me. Move, sister.
Why?
What are you going to do to her?
She has to disappear.
You let her alone. Murder was no part of the deal.
Look, Bud, people do what they have to do.
I said no. Please, Myra. Myra, if you promise not to...
What can she promise?
Myra, promise you...
Oh, poor Bert. This character makes you betray your friend, loot your company. And now he'll kill you.
Shut up, lady.
Well, how else can it end?
I think we'd better go for a little ride.
No, I won't let you do it.
Let go my arm,
no,
you nut.
Put away.
I said let go my arm.
You okay, Mr. Hollis? Me? Yes. Yes, I am.
Lieutenant.
Hey, Joe, get an ambulance. You may be able to save this other one's life.
Lieutenant,
What am I doing here?
Yes.
Well, you can say whatever you like about science and facts and clues and evidence, but sometimes a good hunch has them all beat.
You heard what they said?
Yep, everything. I followed you because if you did happen to be right, you'd need help.
I didn't mean to. I just kept getting in deeper and deeper.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
No, thank you for showing me what it can be like.
What can be like?
Marriage. I may even try it myself.
And he did. Or so we are told. Well, what is the moral here? You may be sure that faith can overcome any difficulty. And as the Persian poet said, the sweet breath of love can blow away the mightiest mountains. So, you have faith, for I shall return in just a few moments. Love, like wine, they say, grows mellower, finer, tastier as time goes on. Just as youth is wasted on the young, so is love. The heart has its reasons, and the more we attempt to probe and pry and weigh and analyze, the more we come to naught. Love is one of the two supreme passions. The other, of course, is murder, which is why we always try to give you liberal amounts of each, 7 times each week. Our cast included Joan Lovejoy, Mandel Kramer, Bryna Rayburn, Ken Harvey, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, presents The Perfect Wife, starring Spring Byington and Ralph Morgan. Lisbeth Scott is your hostess.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. We've all had the experience of reading a story or seeing a picture or play that we considered inspiring. Most of us are thrilled by the example of courage in difficulties or patience and consideration in trials and suffering. We feel a desire to translate worthwhile example into action in our own lives. And in our own lives, too, we influence those we meet. Isn't this especially true in family life? In a home, the example of parents can be a constant inspiration to children. And in a home where children are unselfish and thoughtful, they too are an inspiration to parents. That's why family prayer, which brings God's blessing on a home, should be a daily practice in every home. Because every member of a family united together in simple, humble prayer to God is a great inspiration to everyone else in a family. Family prayer is the wonderful example of good living, God-loving parents and children.
Lisbeth Scott will return later in the program. Now, Family Theater presents The Perfect Wife, starring Spring Byington and Ralph Morgan. There's hardly a person in Brightonville who can pass the Turner home on Oak Avenue without feeling a little guilty at having put off mowing his own lawn or trimming his hedge. And inside, the house is in the same beautiful order, everything polished to a high shine, Not a stick of furniture so much as an inch out of place. You may wonder who's responsible for this model state of affairs. Well, anyone in Brightonville can tell you. It's Harry Turner's wife, Emily. She's in the kitchen now, humming to herself as she moves quickly from stove to refrigerator and back again.
Mother, are you home?
Oh, Nancy, I'm in the kitchen. Come on out, dear.
That smells good.
What are you making? Angel food. I just put it in the oven.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
I didn't have time this morning, dear.
You're always rushing around, Mother.
Well, I wanted to iron the bedroom curtains and get them back up. Oh, look out, dear. Spread out those papers and walk on them, please, dear. I just scrubbed that part of the kitchen floor.
Uh-huh. And after all that, you decide to bake a cake.
Well, it's been such a long time since I've made an angel food. I don't want to lose my touch.
I doubt that will ever happen.
Don't throw your coat down there, dear. Hang it up in the closet. I'll only be a minute while I wash up these few dishes.
Here, I help.
Don't use that dirty towel. Get a clean one off the shelf.
Yes, Mother. You know, I wonder if there'll ever come a day when I stop in here and you won't be baking or putting up curtains or washing or ironing or cleaning or...
Well, there's a lot to be done around the house if you want to keep it looking spick and span.
I guess there is.
After you and Bill have been married a little longer, you'll be doing the same thing, dear.
I don't know. I'm not so sure Bill would like it if all I did was just...
Well, when you're a little older, you'll find out that a husband just won't stand for having a house all cluttered up, meals late.
Well, maybe.
There, I guess that's everything. Just hang the towel. Oh, not there, dear. Over near the window.
All right.
Anybody home?
Why, it's Dad. I wonder what he's doing home so early. We're in the kitchen, Harry. Are you sick?
Oh, no. I have to meet a train.
Oh, walk on the papers, Harry, dear, please.
Yes. I was saying I have to meet our new personnel manager coming in on a 4:10. So I thought I'd just stop by here and put on a clean shirt. Want to make a good impression, you know. We consider ourselves pretty lucky to get her.
Oh, is the woman?
Yes, she's a widow. Name's Brandon, Margaret Brandon. She's had a lot of experience in personnel work.
Harry, please be careful of your ashes. I just cleaned this floor.
I'm sorry,
Oh, I wish you wouldn't smoke that cigar out here, not while I'm cooking anyway.
I guess I just forgot.
Did you see Bill today, Dad?
Yes, I saw him around the office. You know, he's looking disgustingly healthy these days, Nancy. What do you feed him?
Well, promise you won't breathe a word of this to Mother?
No, not a word.
I just opened a can and put it on the table. And he thrives on it.
But you can tell him when he wants a good home-cooked meal. He can come over here.
Oh, say, that reminds me, Em. I wondered... Well, since it's Mrs. Brandon's first evening in town, I thought it might be kind of nice to have her out here for dinner. You know, give her a little welcome.
Oh, Henry... You can't do these things to me. I didn't plan on company. All we're having is...
Now, Em, it doesn't have to be anything special. Whatever you cook is bound to be good. You know that.
Oh, besides, I'm finishing that room upstairs. You said you'd put the rugs down tonight.
Oh, well, she'll go home early, and then I'll take care of them. Anything will be fine for dinner.
Oh, dear, let me see. Oh, luckily, I do have a cake in the oven. And, Nancy... If you're not in a hurry, maybe you could run down and see if the butcher has some nice lamb chops.
Surely, Mother.
And it's all right if I invite her?
Oh, I guess so. But I do wish that you'd tell me about these things ahead of time, Harry.
Yes, dear. Oh, wait a minute, Nancy. I'll drop you over the market on the way down.
Go to Mr. Peters for the lamb chops, Dad.
Yes, and be sure they're lean and have him trim them.
Oh, Dad, they'll be the way Mother always gets them, or I'll be bringing them back.
I know that from bitter experience.
Mother wants everything perfect.
Well, that's her big happiness in life, having everything perfect.
I guess I take after you, Dad. Hey, drop me at the corner here. It'll be all right.
Take care of yourself, honey. I'll have to hurry to pick up Mrs. Brandon. By the time I get her fixed up at the hotel, we'll just make it back in time for dinner. I don't want to keep Mother waiting.
Okay. Good luck, Dad.
See you later, Nancy.
Well, that was a wonderful dinner, Mrs. Turner.
No, Emily's quite a cook.
Well, as I told Harry, I just wish he'd let me know a little earlier about your coming. Then I'd have had time to fix something really nice.
Oh, but that angel food cake was the best I've ever tasted. Everything was wonderful.
Thank you.
By the way, I was just thinking maybe you ladies would like to go to a movie. There's a good one at the Reveille.
Why, I'd... Oh, Harry, not tonight.
Well, Mrs. Brandon might like to.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Mr. Turner, but I'd better be getting back to the hotel. I still have to unpack, you know.
Oh, of course. Well, look, I'll drive you down.
Oh, please don't bother. I can just call a cab.
I should say not. It's no trouble at all.
Well...
Now, you wait there. Excuse me, I'll go and back the car up.
You know, Harry's always so anxious to make everyone feel at home.
Yes, he's been very kind.
I hope you're going to like it here in Brightonville, Mrs. Brandon.
Oh, I know I am. You see, I came from a small town, and New York just never seemed like home to me. Now all I have to do is find an apartment.
I guess that's quite a problem, even in Brightonville.
Oh, you certainly have a lovely home here. Oh. How do you ever manage to keep it so spotless?
Well, it's really a full-time... Oh, that must be Harry. I'll get you things. Oh, my... What a lovely coat, Mrs. Brandon.
It's a little thing I picked up in New York. Do you like the ballerina sweep?
It's something new for Brightonville.
It's becoming quite the style. Well, thank you again, Mrs. Turner. It was a wonderful dinner. When I get an apartment, I want you and your husband to be my first dinner guests.
Thank you. I know Harry'd like that very much.
Well, good night.
Good night. Harry, is that you?
Yes, Em.
Don't forget to turn off the hall light, Harry, dear.
All right.
What in the world took you so long, Harry? I was beginning to think something had happened.
Oh, there was a mix-up. They'd sent 4 wrong suitcases to the hotel, so we had to drive back down and exchange them.
4 suitcases?
Well, you know how the way it is with clothes and everything.
Yes. She dresses very well for a businesswoman.
Yes, indeed. I think she's going to be quite an asset to the company.
Somehow, though, I had the idea she'd be an older woman, having so much responsibility and all.
Funny thing about that, Em. I remember looking over her record, and she's just about your age. Only a year or so younger.
Oh, Harry Turner, you're joking.
No?
Well, for heaven's... Of course. She has all the latest styles from New York.
Well, sure.
And it's a lot easier to go in for clothes if you don't have a house and family to take care of.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Hello?
Mrs. Turner?
Yes?
This is Margaret Brandon.
Oh, yes. How are you, Mrs. Brandon?
Fine, thank you. I found an apartment, you know, just last week.
I'm glad to hear that.
Well, I'm still in the process of moving in, but if you're willing to overlook that, I thought perhaps you and your husband would have dinner with me tomorrow evening.
Why, I guess so.
I spoke to Mr. Turner about it, but I thought I'd better call you to make sure.
Well, I think that would be very nice.
Good. I'll expect you then tomorrow about 7:30.
Mighty nice little place you have here, Margaret.
Yes, Harry, I was lucky to get it. I don't think it'll be so bad once I get things fixed up. I thought I might paint that alcove a light green. What do you think about that, Mrs. Turner?
Well, light color is pretty hard to keep clean.
Yes, I suppose that's true, but it would make the room so much more cheerful.
Say, if you need any help on the painting, just call on me. I did quite a job on the kitchen furniture last spring, didn't I, Em?
Yes. The kitchen hasn't been the same since.
Well, I might take you up on that. I'm pretty much of an amateur when it comes to painting. Oh, would either of you like more coffee?
No, thank you.
Not for me. I'm full right up to here.
Well, I'll just set your cups over here then.
Now, I'd like to help you with the dishes.
Oh, no, I'll have plenty of time to do them later. I'd rather just talk now.
Oh? Well, whatever you say.
Harry was telling me today about the annual office dinner party next week. I suppose you'll be there, won't you?
Oh, I don't know. Harry usually goes to those things alone.
Em doesn't have much use for getting all rigged up in evening clothes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was hoping you'd be there to lend me a little moral support.
Well, I haven't much interest in office parties.
Oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to show you that book I was telling you about.
Well, that was a very pleasant evening, wasn't it, Em?
Mm-hmm, yes. Yes, it was, dear. Quite pleasant.
Yes, sir. Margaret really has a knack for making a person feel at home. That's what makes her so good at her job.
I did have to smile at that dinner, though, dear.
Huh? Oh. Well, what was the matter with it?
Well, everything's straight out of a can. It reminded me of eating at Nancy's.
Well, Margaret works all day and doesn't have a lot of time to spend getting a meal.
Oh, of course, I realize that.
Besides, I thought it tasted pretty good.
Well, Harry Turner, I never thought I'd hear you say that. You're always insisting there's nothing like real home cooking.
Well, I guess the trouble is you just spoil me. You just spoil me too much, Em.
More potatoes, dear?
No, I've got plenty right here.
Well, I may as well get the dessert then. I made an apple souffle for you this afternoon.
Sounds great. I'll tell you what, though, Em. Maybe you better save my dessert till later. I told Margaret I'd be over early to get going on that painting.
Oh, my goodness, aren't you through with that yet? You've been over there nearly every night for a week.
Well, I think I ought to be able to finish it up tonight if I get an early start.
Oh.
Truth is, if I'd known what a job it was going to be, I might have been a little slow in offering my services.
Mm-hmm.
But a promise is a promise. You know that, Em?
Yes, of course.
Hello, Mother.
Oh, hello, dear.
I just stopped in for a minute. How's everything?
All right, Nancy.
I'm running downtown. Is there anything I can get you?
Well, let me see. No, I think I have everything.
I have to rush. I have an appointment at the beauty parlor. You know, tomorrow night's the party.
Oh, Nancy.
Yes, Mother?
I've decided to go to that office dinner party.
You have? Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes, I thought I'd better go this year.
Oh, Dad'll be so delighted.
Well, I hope so.
Look, why don't you meet me downtown this afternoon, and I'll help you pick out a new evening gown.
Oh, I don't need a new evening gown.
Now, Mother, you're not going to wear your black lace dress again, are you?
Why not? It's just as good as it was when I bought it 2 years ago.
But, Mother...
Nancy, dear, I go to a formal party about once in a green moon. There's no point in my buying a new dress.
Well, I'll arrange an appointment at the beauty parlor. I'm sure they'll be able to take you sometime tomorrow.
Oh, good heavens, Nancy.
Mother, we'll have you looking like a queen.
It's out of the question, Nancy. You know Wednesday's the day for my general cleaning.
Oh, Mother. You're not going to spend all day tomorrow cleaning.
And why not?
But you ought to get some rest. You'll be all tired out tomorrow night. Can't you clean Thursday morning?
And when do you suggest I do my baking?
Honestly, Mother, sometimes I could just...
Oh, please, Nancy. Now, dear, I'm not at all accustomed to being ordered about.
But, Mother...
I have my own way of doing things, and if I have a problem, I have my own way of working it out.
Mrs. Turner, what are you doing over in the corner all by yourself?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Brandon. Well, I'm surprised with all these handsome gentlemen around that you're not dancing.
May I sit with you?
Of course.
You know, I want you to see my apartment now that the alcove is painted. Your husband did a wonderful job. I don't see how I can ever repay him.
Oh, that's not necessary. Harry gets a kick out of puttering around. I just hope he didn't mess up your apartment too much in the process.
Well, I think you have to expect a certain amount of that, don't you?
Well, nowadays it's difficult to know what to expect, Mrs. Brandon.
Well, I beg your pardon. I'll bet you're Margaret Brandon.
Why, yes.
I just knew it. I'm John Clark of the advertising department.
Oh,
been out of
how
town
do you
for
do?
several weeks. Just got back yesterday. Missed meeting you when you first arrived. Heard a lot about you, though, Mrs. Brandon. They say you're doing... Oh, I beg your pardon. Is this your mother?
No. This is Mrs. Turner, Harry Turner's wife.
Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you. How do you do, Mrs. Turner? Well, Harry's done a swell job getting up this party.
Yes. Will you excuse me, please? Oh, Harry.
Em, I was just coming over. I wanted to take you around to meet some of the new people.
Harry, I wonder if I left the lights on in the parlor. I think I'd better go home.
Em, I remember distinctly...
Harry, would you mind taking me home?
But, Em, it's early yet.
Harry, please, take me home. Don't turn in, Harry. You better get back to the party.
But, Em, I don't understand. You say you're not ill, but...
Oh, please, Harry, let's not talk about it.
But you have me worried. What happened?
Oh, it's nothing. I guess I'm just not up to these things anymore.
What do you mean?
Well, everyone seems so dressed up for the affair.
Listen here, Em. What's getting into you? Are you the finest-looking woman in that whole group tonight?
Oh, Harry, you don't mean that.
Of course I mean it.
No, you don't.
Well, Em, what's wrong?
Oh, Harry, please. I'll go in now. You better get back.
Well, I guess I'd better.
Good night, Harry.
Em.
Yes?
You got me all upset. I just can't leave you feeling this way.
I'm all right. I've got to work this out by myself.
Well, maybe you're just tired.
Yes, maybe.
You know, after organizing everything, I can't just walk out. But I'll be back as early as I can.
Yes, go ahead, Harry. Have a good time.
Sorry I'm late for breakfast, Em.
Wait, it's all right. Everything's waiting for you.
I'll have to hurry, just a cup of coffee. I guess things will be mixed up in the office this morning.
Yes, I guess so.
The party was a great success. You would have enjoyed it if you'd stayed.
Yes, I'm sure I would.
What's wrong, Em?
Nothing, dear. Everything's fine. Oh, I wanted to tell you I'm running downtown.
But I just can't understand what happened last night.
Let's not talk about it now, Harry. I just thought I'd let you know I'd be out in case you phoned.
Well, I'll drive you down. Will it be long in getting ready?
No, now you're in a hurry, dear. Don't wait for me. I'll manage all right.
Fourth floor, ready to wear. Millinery suits, gowns, fourth floor.
Out, please.
One side, let lady out.
Thank you. Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's quite all right. Oh, Mrs. Brandon, how do you do?
Why, Emily Turner, how nice to see you. Are you going over this way?
Why, no, I was going over...
Mrs. Turner, you know, I meant to call you this morning. Look, have you had lunch yet?
Well, no, I think I'll go on home when I get through here.
Why don't you stay down and have lunch with me?
Not today. Thank you.
Oh, please, just this once.
I have some things to do. Well, yes. Thank you. I will.
Is this table all right?
Fine.
Oh, it's good to sit down. Things were crazy at the office this morning.
Mm-hmm. Your work must be quite interesting.
I like it very much.
Harry says you're doing very well.
I hope so. I guess we all like to feel that we're needed somewhere, don't we?
Your orders, please.
I'd like the salad plate.
That's fine for me, too.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I ran over here during lunch hour. I saw the cutest hat, a silhouette and a bicorn. I thought I'd get it.
I was looking at a Renaissance toque, but I couldn't quite make up my mind.
Oh, that would look very well on you.
Thank you. I doubt if it's my style.
By the way, I met your daughter Nancy down at the office the other day.
Oh?
She's a charming girl.
Thank you. Harry and I are very fond of her.
You're very fortunate.
Indeed, I am. If nothing gets in the way to disturb things.
Mrs. Turner, my husband died 2 years ago.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
As I look back, there's one thing I'm very happy about. You see, Jim and I couldn't have any children, so I kept on working. But I believe I can honestly say that I never let my work come before Jim's happiness. I felt that was so important because Jim had been badly wounded during the war, and You'll have to excuse me the way I'm just rattling on about myself and not letting you talk.
No, dear, please, go on.
But, I do appreciate your kindness. Sometimes it's hard to be accepted in a small town.
When you spoke of your home, it seemed that your husband was the center of everything.
Yes, that's the way it was. We had some wonderful times together, Jim and I.
I see.
When he was able, we went places, and when he wasn't, we'd stay at home and read. And sometimes we prayed together.
I understand.
That's the sweetest memory for me, because it seems in a way he's still with me.
Yes. Margaret, I'm beginning to understand something that I didn't realize before.
What's that, Emily?
Well, it's... well, maybe you'll laugh because it seems so simple. But it can happen that a woman may lose her perspective even in her own home.
Yes?
Like cooking and cleaning. You take such pride in their accomplishment that you begin to think that they're an end in themselves, rather than a means of making your family comfortable and happy.
Yes, yes.
That's what you wanted to talk to me about, isn't it?
Of course, dear.
Margaret, I've been thinking of getting a new dress. Would you have time to help me pick it out?
Anybody home? Em? Oh, that's funny. I wonder.
Hello?
Nancy? It's Dad. Where's your mother? Is she over there?
Why, no, I haven't seen her at all today. Dad, is anything wrong?
No, that is, I don't think so. I just got home and she's not here. No sign of dinner or anything. It's nearly 6 o'clock.
Well, that's odd. It's not like Mother to just... You don't suppose something's happened?
Oh, of course not. I don't know what's gotten into her. She did mention going into town for an hour or two this morning, but nothing like this ever happened before. Oh, Nancy, I'll have to hang up. Somebody's coming up the walk.
All right, Dad. But call me if she doesn't get home soon, won't you?
I will. Bye. Well, Em, it's about time. Where in the world have you been?
Oh, I'm sorry I'm so late, Harry.
Late, I should say you are. Em, what have you done with your hair?
Do you like it?
You have a new dress. Come here and let me look at you.
Well... Margaret helped me pick it out. Do you think it's a little too young for me?
Too young, my eye. Why, you look wonderful. Are you going someplace? Is somebody coming?
No. I just thought I'd do a little shopping.
Well.
I'd better hurry and get some dinner. Harry, I haven't even
Wait a minute, Em. Why don't you forget about that? We'll go out for dinner together.
No, Harry, I'll hurry, dear. It won't be a minute.
Oh, sure. We'll go out to that little inn, remember? The one out of Blackstone?
Why, Harry, I'd love to.
Swell.
Here's
just wait a minute. I'll get my hat. Oh.
What's the matter, dear?
I got ashes all over the floor. On the rug. Wait a minute. I think I can.
Oh, let them go. They tell me ashes are good for a rug anyhow. They keep moths away or something like that.
They do? Well, I'll be darned. You learn something new every day, don't you?
You certainly do, Harry. You certainly do.
You have heard the Family Theater presentation of The Perfect Wife, starring Spring Byington and Ralph Morgan. Here again is our hostess for tonight, Lisbeth Scott.
Life can never be all happiness. Everyone goes through days of difficulty when there's misunderstanding and annoyance, when we need restraint and patience. But it is also true that the great joy of achievement lies in our being able to overcome obstacles and misunderstanding. Marriage should be, and can be, the most beautiful and rewarding experience in life. It is, when there is mutual trust and understanding, when there is a sincere effort on the part of everyone in a family to be of help to everyone else. Little deeds of unselfishness and kindness in a home make a happy family, despite sorrows and sufferings. With God's help, there can be kindness and consideration in all homes. And family prayer is a wonderful way to bring this harmony and happiness into your home. Because family prayer unites all members of a family in close bonds of understanding and love. For your family, for every family, it is true. A family that prays together stays together. Before saying good night, I'd like to thank Spring Byington and Ralph Morgan for their performances this evening. Our thanks to Jane Speed for writing tonight's play and to Max Terr for his music. This production of Family Theatre Incorporated was directed by David Young. Others who appeared in tonight's play were Florence Ravenel, Cynthia Corley, and Tyler McVeigh. Next week, our Family Theatre stars will be Ward Bond, Richard Lyon, and Dan O'Hurley in Son of Mine. Your host will be Eddie Cantor. This is Lisbeth Scott saying good night and God bless you.
This series of the Family Theatre broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program, by the Mutual Broadcasting System, which has responded to this need, and by a friend of the New York Foundling Hospital, which cares for homeless and motherless babies without distinction of race, creed, or color. Be with us next week at the same time when our Family Theatre stars will be Ward Bond, Richard Lyon, and Dan O'Hurley, with Eddie Cantor as host. Tony Loprano speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Rosalind Russell, Laurence Olivier, and Gail Patrick in My Favorite Wife. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring you a modern comedy based on an old-fashioned idea, the notion that woman's place is in the home. Of course, only a brave man would argue that point with a woman nowadays. But tonight, two women argue it with each other. In the play My Favorite Wife, Rosalind Russell and Gail Patrick both want the woman's place in Laurence Olivier's home. And all he can do about it is let the best woman win. Miss Russell, who's here from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, plays a feminine Enoch Arden. Like the sailor in Tennyson's poem, she returns after being shipwrecked on an island to find that her lawful wedded mate believes her dead and has married again. You remember that Enoch Arden was a self-sacrificing soul. When he found another man in his place, he went quietly on his way. But when Ellen Arden, our shipwrecked lady tonight, finds another woman in her place, she puts up a whale of a fight. Perhaps that's the woman's angle. Or maybe it's just because Leo McCarey, instead of Lord Tennyson, produced the RKO screen success. There's a trend these days toward gay romances like My Favorite Wife. And perhaps you've noticed that Hollywood has been making more musicals, too. That has a more far-reaching effect than you might guess. More musicals mean more girls in the cast. More girls mean more stockings for the wardrobe department to look after. And as our wardrobe man was telling me the other day, that means more Lux Flakes used at the studio. For the studio wardrobe department, that's a matter of shrewd business. And, of course, that credits all of you who use Lux Flakes with shrewd business judgment, too. Now I hope you'll all credit us with shrewd casting in My Favorite Wife, starring Rosalind Russell as Ellen Arden, Laurence Olivier as Nick, and Gail Patrick as Bianca. The magic works once more. A nod to our engineer in the control room, a signal to our players, a wave to sound effects, a flash of footlights, and the Lux Radio Theater becomes a courtroom. Our play begins.
Court of General Sessions, Judge Walter Bryson presiding as now in session. Are the parties ready in the matter of Ellen Wagstaff Arden? What's the matter, clerk? Let's get on.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
The matter of Ellen Wagstaff Arden.
Oh, here, right here. Present.
That's about time.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the case called, Your Honor. I wonder if you
Just
could...
a moment. Clerk, wasn't I supposed to marry somebody this morning?
Why, yes, Your Honor.
Well, let's get it over with. This can wait. This is a very complicated case, this Arden matter.
Your Honor...
Yes, but Your Honor, the
Arden...
Wait a minute. Go ahead, clerk.
Your Honor, this man is Mr. Arden. He says his wife is dead.
Says what?
She's dead.
Who's dead?
Ellen Wagstaff Arden. Drowned.
Oh, that's sad. It's very sad.
Yeah, if Your
Your
Honor,
name
please...
Arden?
Yes, Your Honor.
I know it. That's what I thought. Well, Mr. Arden, according to this brief, your deceased wife, Ellen Wagstaff Arden, was a member of an anthropological expedition shipwrecked off the coast of Indochina.
Yes, Your Honor.
What was she doing on an expedition? Mother of 2 infant children.
Well, you'll find the circumstances set forth in my brief, sir.
Said Ellen Wagstaff Arden was engaged as photographer for a period of 3 months.
That's it. You see, we were going to take the trip together, but I became involved in the case, and I couldn't leave, so we talked it over, and finally she decided she'd like to take the trip herself. She needed a change. She had a tough time with the children, teething, and
Just
all that.
the facts. Never mind the teething.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're a lawyer. Stick to the facts.
Yes, Your Honor. They're in my brief, sir.
Well, let me read it. Stop interrupting. When did you say the ship went down?
Page 7, on September the 3rd, 1932. Page 7 here.
I'll find it. Page 7. Last seen entering one of the lifeboats, but what's shining in my eyes here?
I beg your pardon?
There's something shining in my eyes I can't see. Last seen entering... You over there, that young woman.
You mean me?
What do you think you're doing? Put that confounded mirror away. Do you want to blind me?
I'm very sorry.
Better wash your face instead of painting it. You're sick. What are you doing in this court, anyway?
I'm here with Mr.
Yeah,
Arden.
she's here with me, Your Honor.
Well, go over there and sit down. Stop using this court as a boudoir. Now, where was I?
On page 7, the shipwreck, sir.
What efforts did you make to trace the whereabouts of your wife?
On page 8, I went to Bangkok and interviewed all the available survivors who agreed that the said Ellen Wagstaff Arden had been swept overboard before aid could reach her. Depositions are pending.
Quiet!
Yes, Your Honor, but I'd like to explain.
There's nothing to explain. Testimony's here, sworn affidavits, no evidence to the contrary. The law is clear. I hereby pronounce Ellen Wagstaff Arden legally dead. Wasn't I supposed to marry somebody?
Yes, sir. Us.
What do you mean, us? Who's us?
Mr. Arden and myself, Your Honor.
What's that? You going to marry again, Mr. Arden?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you quite sure you've had time to think it over?
Your Honor, Mr. Arden is over 21.
Now, be anchored quietly.
All right, hold hands, hold hands.
Oh, Nicky.
Here we go, darling. Hang on.
We're gathered here in the presence of these witnesses to join in matrimony. This man and this woman.
Is this where you wanted to go, lady?
Yeah. Thanks for the lift.
That's okay. Well, what are you crying about, sister?
I can't help it. You see that house?
Yeah?
I live there.
So what? It ain't a bad joint. Swimming pool and everything. Is that something to cry about?
No, but I haven't seen it for 7 years.
Yeah? Well, look, sister, not that it's any of my business, but when a girl dressed up in sailor pants asks for a lift and gets off at a classy
Do you
joint
mind?
like
It's
this...
an awfully long story. Maybe we'll meet again sometime.
Oh, okay. So long, sister.
Goodbye. Thanks again.
You're just scared. Watch me do a swan dive, Chinch. I can do a swan dive better than you can. You cannot either. Whee! Boy, it's like an iceberg in here.
Hello. Hello there.
Hello. Hello. Are you a lady or a man?
Well, I used to be a lady.
Well, then what for are you wearing sailor pants? Are you a sailor?
Well, not exactly.
My mother was practically a sailor. She went down in a shipwreck. We're not supposed to know.
Oh. Do you miss her very much?
Oh, sure.
Would you like to have her back?
Can't have her back. She's drowned. We put flowers on her grave every Easter with Daddy.
You do?
And then Daddy buys us hamburgers and root beer.
Oh. Tell me, is your grandmother in, Timmy?
How'd you know my name?
Oh, I just guessed. Is she in?
I forgot. We're not allowed to talk to strangers.
Maybe you can tell me. Is your grandmother in?
Pardon me. We're not allowed to talk to strangers. Is she going in the house? Yeah. I wonder can Grandma speak to strangers?
Yes, who is it? Come in, please.
Hello, darling.
Ellen, good heavens.
No. Take it easy, Mother.
Ellen.
Here, sit down, darling.
Oh, Ellen.
Take a deep breath. There. Are you all right now?
Oh, I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Bless your heart.
After all these years. Oh, is it really you, Ellen?
Of course it is.
Oh.
How's Nicky?
Nicky?
Yes, you know, your son, my husband. He's all right, isn't he?
Oh, yes. Nicky's fine.
Good.
Ellen, where have you been?
On an island, latitude 12, longitude 128. And I'd still be there if a Portuguese freighter hadn't wandered 200 miles off its course. They brought me back.
Oh, darling.
Oh, by the way, how was my funeral?
Lovely. Dr. Blake preached a wonderful sermon.
Oh. I wish I'd been there.
Oh, silly.
Tell me about Nicky. Is he as handsome as ever?
Nicky? Oh, I think so.
Where is he now? I'm dying to see him.
Ellen, there's something I've got to tell you. Nick's married again.
He is? Is she nice?
No.
Do I know her?
No. He met her on the boat when he went to look for you.
On the boat? It's one thing I never thought about. Nick's marrying again. Just how long did he wait?
They only got married this morning.
Today?
And they went off in the car to Yosemite for the honeymoon.
Yosemite? Oh, don't tell me he's taken her to the same hotel that we... Oh, no.
Well, Nick had some business in San Francisco.
Did he? Well, I've got some business in Yosemite. Ma, do planes fly to Yosemite now?
Yes, I think that... What are you going to do?
I don't know, but I think I'm going to be a reception committee. I'm going to get to Yosemite first.
Front, boy. Front. Yes, madam. What can I do for you?
Hello. Is Mr. Arden here? Mr. Nicholas Arden?
No, Mr. Arden hasn't arrived yet.
Oh, thank you.
Are you the bride by any chance?
No, not exactly.
I beg your pardon, madam.
I'll just wait if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Not at all, madam. That's very strange. Right with you, Bianca. Good evening. Good evening, sir. My name is Arden. Oh, yes, Mr. Arden. I believe that a young lady... Do you have a reservation for me, please? Yes, sir. Suite A, Mr. Arden. Oh, Suite A. It's our best. Well, I'd rather not have it, if you don't mind. I couldn't take Suite A because I've been here before, you understand? Yes, sir. Boy, Suite C.
Any trouble, darling?
Oh, certainly not. Sorry to keep you waiting, Bianca. Let's go, shall we?
Going up, sir?
Thanks.
Clerk, when that gentleman comes, will you let me know?
The gentleman is here, madam.
Oh. Well, I won't disturb him yet.
Huh?
What? Going up, sir. Nicky, what's the matter?
That was... She... Oh, no.
Nicky, what is it?
Imagination seeing.
Come on, darling. The elevator's waiting. Oh, Nicky, I just love our room. Look at the view.
Yeah, beautiful.
Nicky, darling, aren't you going to kiss me?
Oh, sure. But, Bianca, I've got to go downstairs again.
Oh, what on earth for?
Well, I've got to make sure that, I'll be right back. I was expecting a call, you see.
But they'll ring up here.
Will they?
Is something the matter, Nicky?
No, it's just, Oh, you know what I need?
What, dear?
A shave.
What?
Yeah, I'll go down to the barber shop, be right back.
Oh, Nicky, why don't you shave yourself? I'd love to watch you. Remember the way Victoria always watched Albert?
Albert who?
Prince Albert and Queen Victoria, silly.
Oh, well, he didn't hack himself to pieces the way I do. I'll go down to the barber shop and be right back. Right back.
Don't be long.
Right back. Ellen.
Hello, Nick.
Ellen. It is you, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, Ellen. Kiss me.
Oh, that's all I wanted to know, Nick.
Look, let's go somewhere where we can talk, huh?
Where?
Well, let's go to your room.
I haven't got a room.
Oh, well, I'll get you one. Oh, clerk.
Yes, Mr.
I'd like to have another room.
Another room?
Yes, I just said that.
Oh, certainly, sir.
Thank you. Is Suite A available?
Suite A?
Yeah.
Yes, Suite A.
Front. Suite A.
That's all there is to tell you. It's an awkward situation, of course, but you'll have to face it, Nick.
Yeah. You mean telling Bianca? Yeah, I know, but what am I going to say?
Well, that depends on what you feel.
Well, it's not as easy as all that. You see, Bianca's very sensitive. She's high-strung.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah. This is going to be a horrible shock.
Nick, are you in love with her?
No.
You must have told her you were, didn't you?
Well,
Sure you did.
All right, sure I did.
Oh, Nick, how could you? The minute my back was turned.
A minute?
Oh, Nick, look at you. If you could only see your face.
Oh, don't choke, darling. It's too serious. I'll take it. It's probably from me again. Hello?
Mr. Arden, this is the desk clerk. Mr. Arden, we don't like to interfere with the privacy of our guests, but your wife is calling for you again.
Well, tell my wife I'll be right up. I'm still being shaved. You know, I've got a feeling you're enjoying my misery.
Nick, did you think she'd make a good mother? Was that why you were attracted to her?
Yeah, that's it.
You thought she'd be good for Timmy and Chinch?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, of course.
Well, you don't believe me, huh?
I didn't say I don't believe you. I'm just facing facts. You love this woman enough to ask her to be your wife and the mother of my children. That takes a lot of love. You sure you don't love her?
The moment I saw you downstairs, I knew.
Ah, go on. I bet you say that to all your wives.
You know, I could strangle you.
Well, that's the way out.
But I can't just barge in and say, sorry, my mistake, marriage is off. Can I? What am I, a dope?
Look, let's try something like this. I'll be, what's her name again?
Bianca.
Bianca. All right, I'm Bianca. Now, you come in.
Huh?
Come in. You've come to tell me.
Oh, yeah, all right, I'm in.
Yes, well, now say something.
Yeah. Hello, Bianca.
Oh, that's good. That is. Now, she'll say, hello, darling. Really, I'm terribly sorry. You've been such a long time.
She doesn't talk like that.
Oh, well, what's the difference? And then she'll say, darling, aren't you going to kiss me? Well, aren't you?
Ellen.
Oh, Nick.
Darling.
Could I see you a minute, please?
Say, what do you mean by barging in here?
Mr. Arden, I'm the clerk of this hotel.
Yeah, I know who you are.
Mr. Arden, I feel it my duty to inform you that we run a first-class place, and we don't like to be made a party to an intrigue. We've maintained a reputation for respectability for 33 years, and we don't intend to lose it in one night.
It's a very simple situation, mister. Explain it to him. Nick.
All right, I will. Now, I came up here with my wife, my bride, really. My wife, not my bride, my wife. Oh, why should I bore you with all the details?
I won't be bored.
Listen, it's as simple as A, B, C.
Don't tell me you've got somebody in B.
Nick, really, you'd better go.
If you please.
All right, I'll be back, Ellen.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Arden.
Goodbye, Nick. And don't forget, you're going to tell her.
Sure. I'll tell her.
This way, Mr. Arden.
Oh, shut up, will you?
None of my business, Ellen. But you've been home here since last night, and the children are beginning to wonder about things.
I know, Ma, I know.
Are you going to tell them who you are?
Of course, as soon as I get the chance. Ma, did you hear anything from Nick?
No, not a word. It's funny.
Not to me, it isn't. Do you suppose he's having trouble telling her?
Well, he's had a night and a day. That ought to be long enough.
That's just it. It's too long.
Listen, that must be Nick now.
Yes, there he is, getting out of the car, but... Oh, Ma.
What is it?
He's brought her with him.
Oh, dear. Don't you suppose he's told her?
I guess he hasn't.
Then perhaps it would be better if you weren't here, Ellen.
Well, I don't see why I should leave.
Well, it's just that it would be a little awkward.
I know. Tell her that I'm an old friend of the family from the South.
Ellen, I don't like this.
Shh, look out.
Well, here we are. Come on.
Nicky, aren't you going to carry me across the threshold? It's good luck.
Oh, yeah, sure. Watch it now.
Hiya, Nicholas, honey.
Huh? What? Oh.
Surprised?
Yeah, sort of.
Oh, Mrs. Arden, do you don't mind if I kiss the bridegroom?
Not at all.
Just one big sisterly kiss.
Hello, Bianca. She's visiting with us. Her mother and I went to school together in Virginia.
How nice.
Oh, Nicky, isn't he the sweetest thing, Mrs. Arden? I used to just adore him. He was the darndest boy I ever did see, but faithless. Just like a bumblebee going from flower to flower.
No.
I was only fooling, honey. I come from a fooling family. My great-grandfather, Lucius, was the first man to give the governor of North Carolina the hot foot. You all been married before, hadn't you, honey?
Why, no, of course not.
Now, whatever gave me the idea you was a widow?
Not yet.
Well, I'll mix a drink, shall I?
You must be tired, son. You both look tired.
That's what I've been thinking, but not daring to say. Oh, ain't I just terrible? Did you all drive all night long?
Yes, we did.
Oh, now ain't that just awful? No wonder you look tired. Well, just you make yourself comfortable, and we're going to have a nice dinner for you. And after dinner, Tilly and Chintz are going to entertain you.
If you don't mind,
Chintz is going to play her latest piano piece on the piano, and Timmy is going to recite for you. Won't that be just grand?
Yes, delightful.
The village smithy stands. The smith, a mighty man is he, with large and sinewy hands. And the muscles on his brawny arms are strong as iron bands. His hair
Nick, my head's splitting. I'm going to bed.
Oh, no, Chick.
I'm afraid I'll have to. Good night. Are you coming, Nick?
Oh, yeah. I'll be up in a little while.
I'll be waiting.
Good night.
Good night.
Sleep well, honey. Guess you must be pretty tired. Hey, kids, quiet. I'm afraid somebody's got a very bad headache, kids. We'll have to quit.
Oh, gee. I was just getting started.
It's time for bed anyway. What do you say?
Okay. Night, Daddy.
Night, Chinch. Bless you. Night, son.
Night. Just when the party's getting good.
Good night, kids.
Night.
Night. Well, I all thought your old performance was mighty good this evening, Sister Ellen.
I thought you'd like that. You've done a good job, Nick. You're a nice kid.
Yeah,
They're really wonderful.
I'm glad you think so.
Timmy's just like you. Obstinate, jealous.
Nick, I'm waiting.
Oh, in a minute. What were you saying?
I was saying Timmy's just like you. Obstinate, jealous, but adorable. I feel sorry for the woman who marries him.
Why?
'Cause he's a heartbreaker, just like you.
Go on. I'm one of the most faithful husbands ever lived.
With a wife in every room.
Nick, I'm waiting.
Oh, all right.
Are you going to tell her?
Sure.
Well, when?
Right now. Of course, it's going to take tact and delicacy. Well,
she's waiting.
yeah. Well, here I go. Good night, Ellen.
Good night.
You used to kiss me good night.
Did I?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, you Casanova, you.
Just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Rosalind Russell, Laurence Olivier, and Gail Patrick, will return for Act Two of My Favorite Wife. Right now, I've asked Lou Silvers to play a real old-time American tune. All right, Lou. Yes, years ago, Yankee Doodle went to town. Nowadays,
New Quick Lux has gone to town. Women say it's dandy. East and west and up and down. Millions keep it handy.
yes, new Quick Lux Flakes have gone to town with the women of America. From Boston to New Orleans, from New York to San Francisco, it's the same story. New Quick Lux is America's favorite way of washing nice things by a vote of 2-1. Twice as many women use New Quick Lux for stockings, underthings, sweaters, and nice dresses. Twice as many as use any other flakes, chips, or beads. In answer to a nationwide survey, American women clearly indicate where they stand. For nice things, it's New Quick Lux for them, 2-1. And here's why they choose New Quick Lux Flakes. First, because it's fast. In water as cool as your hand, New Quick Lux dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. And that means a lot to a busy woman. Second, because it's pure. There's no harmful alkali in New Quick Lux. It's safe for any color or fabric that's safe in pure water. Women know that they can trust their prettiest washables to these gentle suds. And third, new Quick Lux is thrifty. A little goes so far, makes more suds, ounce for ounce, even in hard water, than any of the other soaps tested. Yes, it's really no wonder that
New Quick Lux has gone to town. Women say it's dandy. East and west and up and down. Millions keep it handy.
Ask for new Quick Lux Flakes in the generous big package. It comes in the same familiar box, costs you no more. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of My Favorite Wife, starring Laurence Olivier as Nick Arden, Rosalind Russell as Ellen, and Gail Patrick as Bianca. Slowly and with fear in his heart, Nick climbs the stairs to Bianca's room to inform her that the wife he had declared dead has declared herself very much alive. Slowly and with a sinking feeling, he opens the door of the room to hear Bianca on the phone talking long distance to her mother.
And then we drove all night. All night, Mother. And when we got home, he didn't even tell the children. Oh, Mother, he just ignores me. What? I don't care what Father did. I'm not going to stand it another minute. I'm going to leave him. Mother, I'll call you back. Nick? Nick, is that you?
Oh, I didn't mean to disturb you. Talking to your mother.
I'm all through now.
Oh. How is your mother? Your mother's quite nice once you get to know her.
Nick, do you love me?
Why, Bianca, you're one of the most attractive girls I know.
I'm your wife.
Bianca, don't cry. Bianca, please. Look, Bianca.
Playing up to that southern snip just as if I weren't there. In the name of heaven, tell me, what's wrong with me?
Oh, Bianca, there's nothing wrong with you. Believe me, under other circumstances, well, who knows? No, Bianca, please, stop crying. Bianca, please, let me explain.
I'm waiting.
Now, let me start from the beginning. Now, once there was a man who met a girl. He'd been living alone for quite some time, but he told the girl he loved her, and in the natural course of events, he married said girl. Now,
What are you trying to say?
Just this. Bianca?
What?
Bianca. Listen, did you hear that? Doorbell. Somebody at the door.
You don't have to answer.
Oh, yeah, I do. Somebody's trying to get in. Doorbell. Right back. Come in. What do you want, please?
Mr. Arden?
That's right.
Well, I'm Johnson of the American Life and Accident Assurance.
Oh, well, come right in, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm awfully sorry to be intruding at this hour.
Not at all. Sit down, Mr. Johnson. Glad you came.
Well, thank you. This will only take a minute.
No. So stay a while. Have a cigar, Mr. Johnson.
Just as you say.
Fine. Well, and what can I do for you, Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Arden, have you received any communication from your first wife, Ellen Wagstaff Arden?
Hmm?
Oh, of course not. Just as I expected. You see, our district manager, Mr. Pusey, is one of those fuss-budgety types who likes to check everything. Of course, it's customary to check when the company has paid out a large sum of money, but this is ridiculous.
What are you talking about?
Well, he claims to have a report that a woman answering the general description of your first wife was rescued by a Portuguese freighter, as was also a man named Stephen J. Burkett, who was reported drowned at the same time.
Would you mind saying that again?
Oh, now, please don't get angry with
This,
me.
Stephen J. Burkett, he was rescued at the same time as my wife?
Well, according to this unverified rumor, yes. Rescued after 7 years. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
And what else did your Mr. Pusey hear?
Well, not very much, really. It seems he talked to somebody who had talked to a Portuguese captain. He says the woman's name was Eve.
Eve?
It's lucky it wasn't Ellen.
Yeah.
Oh, and by a curious coincidence, this Stephen Burkett called himself Adam.
What? Yeah, of course.
Yes. Well, you ought to be very grateful that the woman's name was Eve instead of Ellen. Because aside from the money involved, can you imagine the pickle you'd be in?
Yeah, just imagine.
Well, and that settles it. Good night, Mr. Arden.
Good night.
Oh, and thank you again for permitting me.
Not at all.
Who is that? Oh, come in, Nick.
How can you sleep at a time like this?
I wasn't sleeping.
Oh, dreaming about Adam, I suppose.
Adam?
Yeah, Adam.
Adam. Why didn't you tell me you weren't alone on that island? Why didn't you tell me this man Burkett was with you?
We didn't arrange it, Nick. We didn't want to be there. Those awful mosquitoes. Oh,
Never mind the mosquitoes. Why didn't you tell me about him?
Because I knew you'd carry on exactly the way you're carrying on now.
That's no excuse.
I wanted to pick the right time to tell you.
There never will be a right time for that.
Really? You know, it just occurs to me that I ought to feel insulted.
Huh?
I go through 7 years of agony. I come home to find my husband in the arms of another woman, married. My children don't know me. But all my husband can think about is, did I carry on with some poor man who wouldn't hurt a fly?
Oh, now, just a moment.
You just a moment. Did you tell her?
Huh?
Huh? Did you tell Bianca?
Well,
No.
Well, I was about to tell her when Mr. Johnson came.
How long does it take to tell a woman my wife's come back? I can say it in 2 seconds. You've had 2 days. Oh, Nick, you don't want to tell her. That's why you're picking on poor Adam. Any excuse will do.
Well, you can't blame me after hearing about Burkett from that man.
You don't trust me. I thought you'd be so proud of me, loving you, thinking of you every day for 7 years.
Well, where is he now?
Who?
You know who I'm talking about, Adam. Where is he?
Oh, Adam, jealous of poor Adam. Gentle, harmless. He lives at his club.
What club? What's the name
How
of it?
should I know? But he's a clean, living, upright, 100% American, and a gentleman.
How old a gentleman?
I never asked him.
Too personal, eh?
Well, he's slightly bald, if that helps. About 5'3".
Scrawny, huh?
Like a chicken.
You noticed that?
Well, after all, darling, Well, is there anything else you want to know?
Yeah. When do I meet him?
When do you tell Bianca? Good night, Nick.
Good night. Adam, eh? Adam.
Nick, stop.
Sorry, Bianca. I'm in a hurry, Bianca.
Where are you going now?
I'm going out to find Adam. What do you mean you never heard of him, Stephen J. Burkett?
Sorry, sir. There is no Mr. Burkett at this club.
Hello? I want to speak to Mr. Stephen J. Burkett.
Sorry, sir. We have no record of that name.
Burkett? No, sir. Not here.
I told you once before, sir. No Burkett.
Burkett? Yes, sir. We have a Stephen J. Burkett at the Pacific Club. Yes, he's here now. Yes, sir. Can I help you, sir?
Yeah. Look, I just called up about a Mr. Stephen J. Burkett. I'd like to see him.
Yes, sir. Shall I have him paged?
No, just point him out.
Certainly, sir. Boy, take this gentleman outside of the swimming pool. Point out Mr. Burkett to him.
Oh, yes, sir. This way, sir.
Thanks.
He ought to be around here, sir. He usually has his lunch served at the pool.
Yeah? Well, wait a minute. I think I see him. That little bald fellow over there, huh?
Where? Oh, no, sir. That's not Mr. Burkett. Oh, there he is, up there.
Up where?
Up there on the high dive.
The high dive? You mean that fellow? That big fellow?
Yes, sir. That's Mr. Burkett.
It is, eh?
They tell me he used to be a champion swimmer, sir.
Champion, eh?
Well, he ought to be with those shoulders.
Yeah. Yeah.
There he goes. Gee, nice dive, wasn't it, sir? Well, will there be anything else, sir?
Yeah. I want to reserve a table for lunch tomorrow, a table for 2, right next to Mr. Burkett's.
Sherry for madame?
Yes, thank you.
And the martini here?
That's right.
Oh, Nick, what a grand place for lunch. I guess you thought you owed me something after all those awful suspicions.
I'm sorry, Ellen.
I tell you, let's drink to no more suspicions.
No more suspicion.
If married people can't be honest with each other, who can? After all.
Exactly.
What are you staring at, darling? Oh.
What are you staring at, darling?
Nothing.
I thought maybe you were watching that fellow dive.
Why, what fellow?
That fellow swimming over this way.
Eve! Hey, Eve!
Oh, dear.
Oh, hello, Eve. I thought I saw you down here.
Oh.
Oh, boy, bring in my robe, will you, please?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Eve.
Oh.
Well, won't you present me?
Well.
My name's Arden. I didn't catch yours.
Burkett's the name. Why, hasn't Eve told you that we were...
Burkett? Did you say Burkett?
I said Burkett.
That's funny. I thought Burkett was bald. Well, Mr. Burkett, why don't you have lunch with us?
Delighted. The inner man is crying for nourishment.
We've ordered turkey a la king. Does turkey appeal to you, or do you confine yourself to raw meat?
Never touch it. I'm strictly a vegetarian. Waiter, bring me a glass of prune juice, a milkshake, and some raw carrots. Yes, sir. Well, Eve, how goes it?
Mr. Burkett, I'd better tell you. My husband hasn't slept since he heard you were on the island with me. He's arranged this meeting to trap us into a confession.
Just a moment.
He's a very clever lawyer, so beware. I'm going to be very foxy myself.
Well, I've got nothing to hide.
I know, but he has. You see, Nick's married again.
No.
Yes.
Why, that's wonderful. Congratulations, old man. Well, that's the best news I've ever had.
Why, what is it to you?
Well, can't you see? It simplifies everything. You see, I'd like to marry you.
Oh, you would you?
I've known your wife for 7 years, and no man could ask for a better companion, a truer friend, or a more charming playmate. I've admired her tremendously, but all she'd talk about was you. Well, now that you're married again, maybe she'll listen to me. Eve, will you marry me?
That's sweet of you,
Just
Adam.
a minute.
Well, I don't see why you should get upset. You're not allowed to have 2 wives, you know.
I know.
What's your answer, Eve? Will you?
Let her alone. What's your hurry? Your carrots aren't here yet.
Let me ask you this. How long were you married to Ellen before the island?
4 years. Why?
Well, I was with her for 7. So I claim her on the basis of seniority. I've got you there.
You've got me. You've got nothing but
If
a lot
you
of...
gentlemen will excuse me, I think maybe you could thrash this thing out better without me. Oh, don't get up. It might surprise you to know that I can get along very well without either of you. I'm perfectly able to take care of myself.
Ellen, look out, the pool! Ellen!
Get a life preserver!
Hold your breath, Ellen, and I'll save you.
But, Dr. Coleman, what do you think it could be? We've been married since last Wednesday, and I've hardly seen him, Doctor.
It's not at all unusual, Mrs. Arden.
Really, Doctor?
Oh, there are hundreds of such cases.
Here he comes now. Nick, where have you been?
Oh, hello. Excuse me, will you? I've got to get some dry clothes.
Why, Nick, your clothes are dry.
Huh? Oh, they're not for me. It's a friend of mine, a fellow in a swimming pool.
Wait, Nick. This is Dr. Coleman. He's going to help us. It's all right. He knows.
He knows what?
It's not at all unusual, Nick. There are hundreds of such cases.
Oh, well, it's been a pleasure, Doctor. But if you'll just excuse me, I've got to get some dry clothes. See you later.
You see, Doctor, he just doesn't make sense. Sometimes I think I'm going mad. Stark, staring mad.
No, not at all unusual. The mood and pose is characteristic of the frustrated individual. If I may make a suggestion...
Yes, Doctor?
You just rest. I'll talk to your husband, quietly, casually.
Oh, please do. I don't care what you do, but please do something.
There, now, don't worry.
He's going out again. Nicky!
So long, I've got to get right back, soaking wet.
Where are you going? And what are all those clothes? Why, they're woman's clothes, Nicky. They're my clothes.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I just told you, a friend of mine.
Now, Mr. Arden, just be calm. Your friend can wait.
Nick, if you'll talk to Dr. Coleman just for a few minutes.
What do you want? What do you both want? Can a man come into his own home without being pestered by...
We're only trying to help you, dear. Don't you want to lie down?
No, I don't want to lie down. And I don't need a doctor either. Listen, I might as well tell you right now.
Tell me what, dear?
I'm married.
Of course you are, dear.
No. Look, my wife's not dead. She didn't drown. She fell in a pool. I was getting her some clothes, and there's a fellow, a big fellow. He was on an island with her, and now they're at the Pacific Club, and I've got to go there.
I understand, dear.
No, you don't understand. Now listen carefully. She was at the hotel when we arrived from our honeymoon, and that's why I was so upset, so distant, and oh my goodness, isn't it clear to you? Do I have to draw you a diagram?
You need a long rest, darling, doesn't he, Doctor?
Yes, a long rest.
Listen, what's the matter with you two?
Phillips, the door.
I think you're both crazy. That's what's the trouble.
Mr. Arden here?
I'll explain it once more.
Excuse me. You Mr. Nicholas Arden?
Not now. Now, look, my wife, the mother of my children, Ellen Wagstaff.
Mr. Arden.
What is this? What do you want?
Mr. Arden, I'm from police headquarters. Got a warrant for your arrest.
Arrest? You can't arrest me. What's the charge?
Bigamy.
Huh?
Bigamy?
You mind coming with us, Mr. Arden?
Bigamy. I'm arrested.
Oh, Nick!
Now do you believe me?
And so ends Act Two of My Favorite Wife, starring Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick. Before Mr. DeMille brings us Act Three, let's see what the Browning family is up to. Tonight, Midge and Dot are having dinner with their good friend and neighbor, Janie Hammond. They're just finishing now.
That upside-down cake was marvelous, Mrs. Hammond. Do you suppose you could give Mother the recipe so we could have it all the time?
I'm so glad you like it, Midge. Now, you get my recipe file, Janie, so Midge and Dot can copy it off, while you and I do the dishes.
Oh, Mom, do I have to do the dishes even when we have company? Oh, we'll help Mrs. Hammond. Dot and I always do the dishes at home. I'll wash if you like. No, Dot, I want to wash. You see, Mrs. Hammond, Dot and I always take turns washing and drying when we're home because, well, we both think washing's more fun. Imagine anyone thinking it's fun to wash dishes and get red, rough hands.
Oh, but Midge and I use Lux Flakes, so our hands stay nice. See?
Your hands do look lots nicer than mine.
They certainly do, girls. Janie and I have been using our regular wash day soap for dishes, but it is hard on hands. Maybe we better change to Lux Flakes. How about it, Janie?
You know, that's what a great many women are doing nowadays. Changing from wash day soaps to gentle, new, quick Lux for their dishes. And no wonder, because they've been reading about the hundreds of dramatic one-hand tests that have been made. These tests of 5 leading soaps were made under conditions similar to home dishwashing. For 20 minutes, 3 times a day, each woman, and there were hundreds in all, dipped one hand in a dishpan of Lux suds, the other hand in suds from another soap. After weeks of doing this, the Lux hands were still soft, smooth, and attractive. The others were red, rough, and coarse-looking. Why, the difference was amazing. Now, why not make your own dishpan test? If you've been using a harsh soap for dishes, change to gentle, new, quick Lux Flakes tomorrow. It's fast, it's thrifty, and so kind to your hands. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain rises on the 3rd act of My Favorite Wife. Bigamy. The act of marrying one person when already legally married to another. There's a second definition, too. Bigamy. An excruciating headache for all parties concerned. In a court of law, the parties concerned now seek relief before the same judge who declared Ellen dead.
Well, it's easily understandable, Your Honor.
Quiet! Quiet!
If Your Honor pleases, I was only stating...
Quiet! I don't know what you're doing here in the first place, Mr. Arden. Bigamy's a criminal offense.
Yes, I know, Your Honor, but I'm out on bail.
I don't care anything about the bail. This is a civil court. What kind of a lawyer are you? Where did you go to school?
Harvard.
Harvard. Mm-hmm. I'm a Yale man myself. You the bride?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kissless?
Yes, Your Honor.
Harvard man. I see nothing wrong with my decision, Mr. Arden. You presented your brief. The evidence is all here. Yes, all here, teething, so forth. What do you want me to do, reverse myself?
Your Honor, please, I have a precedent for this case. I cite the case of Mulligan versus Mulligan-Benson in the city of Fresno in 1879.
Your Honor, how long do I have to stay here and listen to this worm?
Now, just a moment, Bianca.
Go on, Nick. Tell us what happened in the Mulligan versus Mulligan-Benson, whatever it was.
Well, Mrs. Mulligan returned after an absence of considerable length to find that Mr. Mulligan, her husband, had remarried. Now, Mrs. Mulligan-Benson, or rather Mrs. Benson-Mulligan, the second wife...
It was sort of a mulligan stew.
Now, that'll cost you $25.
Oh, Your Honor.
You heard me, $25.
But you can't do that, Your Honor. I'm legally dead. Do you think it's nice to take money off a corpse?
That'll cost you $25 more. That's $50 you owe me. Clerk, you keeping track of this?
Oh, yes.
Well, see that you do.
But she is legally dead, Your Honor. You declared her legally dead in this very courtroom. Your decision is on file.
Clerk, did I do that?
Yes, you did, Your Honor.
I did?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm going to declare her legally alive. And she can pay me that $50. Will someone swear she's a live woman?
Sure, I will.
You'll swear she's a live woman.
I'll say she is.
You shut up. Your Honor, you can do this. If she's legally alive, I'm guilty of bigamy.
Clerk, can you make anything out of this case?
Your Honor, it's all there in
I know it's there. I know. The brief. What's the matter with you, young man?
Mulligan stew. Boy, that was a good one.
Who are you?
Well, you see, Your Honor,
He was on the island with her, Your Honor. He's not important to this case.
I'll decide what's important to the case. What island?
Well, the island where my wife stayed for 7 years, Your Honor.
They were on an island together for 7 years?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not alone?
Yeah.
Same island?
Yeah.
Is that in the brief?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, that should be in the
If Your Honor pleases, it's not important to
I
this
would like to
case.
get out of here before I explode.
I want to go home myself. I'd like to tell my wife about this case. She thinks all my cases are dull. Well, it seems to me the only thing I can do is annul the second marriage so you can marry your first wife. I don't know what you're going to do about that other fellow, though.
Well, I haven't had time to think that out, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I just want to tell you
Now, keep calm.
Well, then, come outside.
If you'd only come to me and told me...
Bianca, I did come to you and tell you.
You didn't say a word about it, you...
Ellen, I wanted to speak to you alone. So your husband hasn't had time to think it over, huh?
Poor Nick.
Sit down, Ellen. Ellen, I'm the kind of a man who finishes what he starts. I'm going back to that island, and I want you to come with me.
Back to the island?
What do you say?
Thanks, Steve, but I haven't waited 7 years just to give up in 3 days.
Oh, I think you're just being loyal. Oh, but I respect you for it.
Steve?
Yeah?
Will you do something for me?
Anything.
I know I shouldn't ask you, but...
What is it?
I've got to get him back. Will you help me?
How?
Come back into the courtroom and just repeat that invitation in front of Nick about going back to the island.
All right. Why not? Come on.
Now, Your Honor, there's just one other thing. I've taken all I can stand from this worm, and I won't take any more.
Bianca, I feel terrible about it. This hurts me more than it does you.
Yes, well, so will this.
Ow! Oh, my nose. It's bleeding.
Order. Quiet, or I'll clear the court. Young lady, I'll have no violence in my courtroom. That action will cost you exactly...
I know, $25, and it was worth it. And as for you, Mr. Nicholas Arden, as far as I'm concerned, you are legally dead.
Order!
Well, Eve, I guess I'm not needed here. See you at the boat at 9 o'clock.
All right, Adam.
What is this?
You see, Your Honor, we're not interested in civilization, if this is civilization. When a man finds his mate, he knows he doesn't have to think it out. And there's an island that can be paradise. Goodbye, Eve. Till tomorrow.
Goodbye, Adam.
Come back here.
And it's all right with me if you bring the kiddies.
Kiddies? Well, in all my experience on the bench, I have never... I'll have to study the brief, then I'll render my decision.
Yes, Your Honor.
Quiet!
I don't care what happens or what your decision is. I'm going to get a divorce.
Quiet! Court's adjourned till 10 o'clock tomorrow. Harvard man.
Ellen, come back here. If you think you can take those kids to a fever-ridden pest hole with that idiot, you're making a big mistake.
Well, what's your offer?
Well, I thought you could go up to the mountain house for a while with the kids until the gossip dies down.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And what are you going to do?
Well, I thought I might go off on one of those 60-day cruises where I could think this thing out calmly, rationally.
Oh. And when you come back, you might forgive me for not drowning, is that it?
No, it isn't that, Ellen. It's
Well,
just
I'll
that
think about it, too. Calmly and rationally. Only it won't take me 60 days. I can do it in 6 minutes.
Oh, now, Ellen,
I'll take the children to the mountain house tonight.
I'll drive you there.
No, Nicholas, that's sweet of you. But aren't you afraid of the gossip?
All right, kids.
Come on, Chinch.
Be careful, children. It's dark in the house.
We'll be careful. Well, come on, Dad. Aren't you coming in?
No, Timmy, your father's going to drive right back.
Oh. Are you going on another vacation, Dad?
That's right.
Going to Yosemite again?
No.
You don't have to get sore. I just asked you a question.
Well, thanks very much, Nick.
Oh, that's all right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. It's going to be pretty dark going down the mountains on those hairpin turns.
Oh, but you're such a good driver.
No, I'm not worried about it. I don't think there's much fog.
There isn't any fog. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Ellen, I forgot. Look, when are you going to tell the children that you're their mother?
I don't know. It may be a little difficult. I don't know how they'll take it from me.
Well, would it help if I wrote them a letter?
Oh, that would be nice, yes. Enclosed, please find your mother. No, this is my problem. I'll see how I get along with it, and if the right time comes, I'll know it. And if it doesn't, I'll know that, too. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Did you hear what they said? Yeah. But, Timmy, if she's our mother, then what's Daddy? Our father. Are you sure? Sure. What else could he be? I don't know. Nobody ever tells me anything.
Well, what are you two little monkeys talking about?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, I love this place. I used to come up here all the time.
With our mother?
Uh-huh. And your daddy. We used to have a lot of fun.
The three of you?
Well, uh-huh.
By the way, was our mother good looking?
Well, most people thought... well, some people... Oh, I don't know, really.
I just thought I'd ask. You see, we don't know very much about her.
Listen, suppose your mother didn't drown. Suppose she came back.
You mean like a miracle?
Yes. Suppose she were right here in this... What would you... Look here. You know, don't you?
Sure.
Well?
How do you do, Mother?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Well, don't you think it's about time somebody started kissing somebody?
Okay, Mother.
Oh, you darlings. You adorable, sweet...
Hello.
Nick.
I had a flat.
Hello, Dad.
I was going along and...
Come on, children, upstairs.
Why?
You've got to mind me now, you know.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Why don't you stay for dinner, Dad? Yeah, then we can all try out Mother's cooking.
Oh, you told them, huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's great. You know, I was
What
wondering...
about the spare tires?
Huh? Oh, no air in them.
Do you want to phone the garage?
Can't. The wires are down. You see, there's been a landslide. The road's blocked. Probably won't be able to use the phone till morning. It's fixed.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Ellen. Ellen, I have some good news for you.
What?
There was a call from Judge Bryson's office. They said that Nicky's annulment has been granted and that you've been declared legally alive and you owe him $50.
I see.
So you and Nick are husband and wife again, and you can just pick up where you left off.
Oh, that's fine. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Who was that?
They just phoned to say the road is open.
Oh. Well, it's no use. I'm out of gas.
You seem to be out of everything but ideas.
May I stay?
Yes, you can stay for dinner.
Oh, thanks. I always sleep well up here.
Let's see. I wonder where. The children have their room, and our room becomes my room. It looks like you draw the attic.
Attic?
It's perfect for thinking things out. Who is it?
Hello. You asleep?
Yes. What do you want? What time is it?
1 o'clock.
Well, what's the matter?
Well, I just wanted to tell you were right about the attic. It's perfect for thinking. No good for sleeping, though. Mattress is lumpy.
Oh. Well, why don't you take that one over there?
That bed over there?
That mattress. Take it upstairs with you.
Oh, thanks. Very nice of you. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Are you comfortable?
Very.
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh, look, Ellen, what's the use? You know how I feel. I can go on thinking about it till doomsday. I'm stuck. I don't care what happened. I don't care what people say. I was always mad about you, and I always will be. Does that help any?
Yes.
Well.
But I still think you'd better go on your cruise.
Well, I'm not going. I'm not going to stay away from you for 60 days.
Oh, now, that's not so long. Let's see. This is the last of October, November, December. Be just about Christmas time.
Christmas time?
Yes, you come back and talk to me about it then. We'll have a lovely Christmas. After all, what's 59 days more?
Well, I think you're being very unreasonable. And furthermore, I won't trouble you any more tonight. Good night.
Oh. Oh, Nick.
Jimmy, wake up, Jimmy. Huh? Wake up, Jimmy. It's Christmas. What do you mean, Christmas? This is October. It's Christmas, I tell you. Santa Claus is here. I just saw him coming down out of the attic. Santa Claus? With a long white beard and red pants and everything. Santa Claus in October? Say, when's Thanksgiving this year?
Oh, Blitzen! Oh, Dancer! Oh, Prancer!
Who is it? What is it? What's the matter?
Hello to one and all.
Oh, Nick, you great.
It's here again, that merry time, that happy time.
Oh, Nick, you fool, come over here.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, darling.
The curtain falls on Act 3 of My Favorite Wife. Before Mr. DeMille returns with our stars, Sally has a new version of an old story to tell you. It's called Goldilocks and the Three Pairs of Stockings.
Once upon a time, there was a lovely blonde named Goldilocks. She worked in a great big office in the city. There was a very nice man who worked in the same office. And one day he asked Goldilocks to go out to dinner with him. Well, she was very excited. But when she jumped up to put on her hat and coat, pop went a run in her stocking. That made her just boiling mad. Because a girl just can't go out on a date with a new man when she has a run in her stocking. There wasn't anything to do but scamper home quick as a flash and put on another pair. So she did. But my goodness, when she leaned over to fasten her shoe, pop went a run in the second pair of stockings. Now, that was the very last pair of stockings Goldilocks had. I don't know what she would have done, but fortunately, her roommate came home that very minute.
Now what'll I do?
Why, Goldilocks, whatever's the matter?
Oh, it's my stockings. Runs.
No wonder you get runs the way you rub that cake soap on your stockings instead of luxing them. I suppose you want to borrow a pair of mine.
Oh, Angel, if you'll only lend me a pair, I'll...
You what?
I'll always use Lux Flakes, and my stockings will live happily ever after the way yours do.
And that's where the moral of the story comes in. Because new Quick Lux really does cut down on stocking runs. When you lux your stockings, they keep their natural elasticity. So, when you stoop down or run upstairs or put any kind of strain on the delicate threads, they stretch and then spring back into shape without popping into runs so often. Give your stockings this thrifty Lux Flakes care, and you'll find they wear much longer. Now, Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars to the microphone.
We've had a brilliant evening in the Lux Radio Theatre, and here are the three stars who made it brilliant. Rosalind Russell, Laurence Olivier, and Gail Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. That play gave us quite a workout.
Let's hope the audience had as much fun out of it as we did. Doesn't Larry make a wonderful Santa Claus, Mr. DeMille?
Ideal, Rosalind. A credit to the profession.
Some department store is going to get a hold of him, and we won't find him until after Christmas.
He's a little thin, perhaps, but...
Oh, that's easy to fix. I always use a pillow.
I remember that. At any rate, Rosalind and I have solved that no time for comedy puzzle at last.
What puzzle is that?
Well, you see, Larry did the play No Time for Comedy on the stage with Catherine Cornell.
Then Rosalind made the picture with Jimmy Stewart.
But tonight, you both found time for comedy, and I'll play My Favorite Wife.
Yes, at last. But what about next Monday night, Mr. DeMille?
Yes, who's going to be here?
Next Monday night, Gail, we go places. With Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry. And our play is the popular RKO screen success, Fifth Avenue Girl. It's the story of a typical American girl whose good sense and good sense of humor keep a family from falling apart. There's romance for her and entertainment for us. So I hope you'll all make a date next Monday night with our Fifth Avenue Girl, starring Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry.
Anybody who saw the picture won't want to miss it, Mr. DeMille. It's a grand play. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. And 4 stars to the 3 of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry in Fifth Avenue Girl. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Arthur Q. Bryan as Judge, Warren Ash as Burkett, Verna Felton as Ma, Dix Davis as Timmy, Mary Lou Harrington as Chinch, Lou Merrill as Hotel Clerk, Charles Seal as Court Clerk, Hal K. Dawson as Johnson, Ferdinand Munier as Doctor, Bud McAllister as Page Boy, Edwin Max as Truck Driver, and Ralph Sedan as Desk Clerk. The original story and screenplay of My Favorite Wife was written by Samuel and Bella Spivak. Rosalind Russell appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and will soon be seen in the Columbia picture, This Thing Called Love. Laurence Olivier's forthcoming picture is Lord Nelson and Lady Hamilton, an Alexander Korda production. Gail Patrick will be seen in the MGM picture, Fighting Sons. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers. Our Lux Radio Theater production of My Favorite Wife has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of New Quick Lux Flakes, the tissue-thin soap flakes used by smart housewives everywhere and by the great motion picture studios here in Hollywood to protect the million-dollar wardrobes you see on the screen. This is your announcer, Melville Roig, bidding you good night on behalf of our cast and the Lux Radio Theater. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas selected from the outstanding successes of the New York stage. Now, John Chapman, editor of the theatrical yearbook Best Plays and drama critic of the New York Daily News, is here to introduce Judith Evelyn and John Beale in Craig's Wife. Mr. Chapman.
Our play this evening, George Kelly's Craig's Wife, was something of a surprise when it first appeared. It wasn't particularly astonishing that it won the Pulitzer Prize that year, for it was a beautifully finished piece of work. The surprise was that Craig's Wife had become a hit, and more than that, the kind of success known as a woman's play. These so-called women's plays are usually made of sugar and soap and all things nice, and they go great on matinee days. This one was different, and it still is. For when George Kelly finished his investigation of Mrs. Walter Craig, he had found in her character very little sugar, very little soap of the operatic variety, but a vast amount of furniture polish. When I first saw Craig's Wife, I thought it was a man's play, and I still do. But women think it's theirs. This evening, you'll be able to judge for yourselves. We are fortunate in having as Mrs. Craig Judith Evelyn, who played the role in its most recent revival on Broadway. We are equally fortunate in having John Beale in the part of Walter Craig. Now, to begin. The time of our play is the present, or any time. The scene is the living room of Walter Craig's home in a fashionable suburb. And since the whole story will unfold before us in this room, we might as well take a careful look at it, for it has something to tell us. The room is a picture of orderly, frozen grandeur. The light-colored carpets, the polished furniture, the gleaming ornaments are in the most perfect taste. They are rich, elegant, and cold. We would know also, even if the room did not tell us, that those who live here are people of some means. For as the curtain rises, there is a uniformed maid standing at the front door and a housekeeper just coming in to speak to her.
Maid,
Someone come in?
No, Mrs. Harold. I was just getting the afternoon paper off the porch.
Oh, well, bring it out with you when you come. Don't leave it laying around in here. Be just like the lady to walk in on us.
I thought you said she wouldn't be back from Albany until Saturday.
Yeah, that's what she said. But it's just as well to keep a day or two ahead of a woman like Miss Craig, Maisie. If she gets an idea there's a pin out of place around here, she'll take the first train out of Albany.
Yes, didn't you tell me you worked out on Willows Avenue at one time?
2 years for Dr. Nicholson.
Did you know any people out there by the name of Passmore? J. Fergus Passmore?
No. Why?
Listen to this. Fashionable Willows Avenue residence, scene of double tragedy. Bodies of J. Fergus Passmore and wife, socially prominent in this city, found dead from bullet wounds.
Why, the Lord have mercy.
Police working on identity of gentleman visitor seen leaving premises in automobile shortly after midnight.
Oh, I didn't know him. Lord, the things that can happen. Oh, answer that, Maisie. I'll be in the kitchen, and mind you bring that paper in with you.
Yes,
Hello, Maisie.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Craig? You're back soon.
Yes, will you take these bags, please? Come in, Ethel, dear. You must be so tired.
Yes, I am, Aunt Harriet.
Will you see that the catch is on the screen door, Maisie? It was half open just now.
Yes'm.
Take your things off, Ethel. I think there's nothing so exhausting as train riding. Oh, Maisie?
Yes'm.
You can take these things right upstairs. Put Miss Landreth's bag in the corner room.
Yes'm.
Oh, and Maisie, will you please use the back stairs to go up and down?
Oh, yes'm. I always keep forgetting that.
You know, Ethel, it doesn't seem to occur to anybody in the house to use the back stairs. They must go tramping up and down the front way. You know what stairs look like after they've been tramped up and down a few times.
Oh, Aunt Harriet, I'm so worried. I never should have left. I ought to be with Mother.
Now, you mustn't start that, Ethel. Your mother will come through this spell just as she always has.
But Dr. Wood sent for me. He phoned the college. Why would he if it weren't serious?
Because your mother asked him to, I suppose. Just as she asked him to send for me. But you could see that it was only upsetting her to have us there. I assure you, I've seen this same thing time and time again. And what could we have done if we stayed?
I wanted to tell her something. I didn't get a chance. The doctor said I'd better wait.
Well, I would have told her. Was it something important?
It was about Professor Fredericks at school. Mother met him last year, and she liked him very much. She said she hoped I'd like him well enough to marry him if he ever asked me.
And has he asked you?
Yes. That's what I wanted to tell her. She said she'd feel easier to know I had somebody in case anything ever happened to her.
But why does a person need anybody, dear, if he has money enough to get along on, as you have? Personally, I can't conceive of being very much worse off than married to a college professor, stuck off in some dreadful place like Poughkeepsie or Northampton without a 10-cent piece to your name. How's he going to support you?
Well, lots of professors are married, Aunt Harriet.
But their wives are not living the way you've been accustomed to living. Not the wives of young professors, at least. I suppose he's young.
27.
Well, there you are. Now, I think you're very foolish if you allow your mother to rush you into this marriage.
She didn't rush me. She wanted me to be sure I loved him. And I do.
Now, that is your age, Ethel. That's the snare of romance.
Well, Aunt Harriet, you married.
Not with any romantic illusions, dear. Though I have a full appreciation of Mr. Craig, he's a very good man. But I married to be independent.
Independent of your husband?
Of everybody. I lived with a stepmother for 12 years. And with your mother after she was married for 5. I married to be on my own. I haven't achieved that yet, but I know that it can be done.
I don't understand you, Aunt Harriet.
Well, I'm simply exacting my share of a bargain. Mr. Craig wanted a wife and a home, and he has them. I wanted security and protection, and I have them. But they're at the mercy of a man. I mean to secure them for myself.
How?
By controlling the man.
But how, Aunt Harriet?
How do you make Mr. Fredericks do something you want?
I tell him that I want him to.
My dear, there are certain things men can't be told, particularly romantic men.
But if he finds out that you want to control him...
Well, that can't be proved, can it?
Oh.
You think I'm a very sordid woman?
No, Aunt Harriet, I just don't think it's quite honest.
It's so very much safer, dear. Yes, Mrs. Harold.
After a while, Miss Craig, I thought the young lady had gone upstairs.
No, but she's going now. Ethel, I want you to lie down and rest for an hour or two. You'll feel so much better. I'll call you for dinner.
Oh, I can't eat any dinner, Aunt Harriet. I'm so worried.
Yes, I know, dear. It's very trying, but worrying can't help her. But go on up now. Straight down the hall and to the right.
All right, Aunt Harriet.
What was it, Mrs. Harold?
I won't tell you, Miss Craig. The cook left on Thursday. She just went away and didn't come back.
Did she get her wages?
Yes, ma'am. I'd already paid her until Tuesday. I called the agency to send somebody out, but Miss Hewlett said she wanted to see you first. She says she sent so many, she wants to find out what's the matter before she sends any more.
Well, she ought to have a few of them cooked for her. She'd know what was the matter. Mrs. Harold, those roses on the piano, where did they come from?
Oh, why, that Miss Fraser across the street. She brought them over for your aunt.
Well, we'll take them out of here. The petals will be all over the room.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I put them, ma'am.
Well, I don't care where you put them, but I don't want to be picking petals up every 2 minutes.
Well, maybe your aunt would like them in her room.
You can ask her. She up there now?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Fraser's showing her something about a pattern she's working on.
Do you mean to tell me, Mrs. Harold, that Mrs. Fraser is upstairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how did she get up there?
Well, I'm sure I don't know, Miss Craig, unless Miss Austin asked her up.
All right. Were there any letters or messages while I was away?
There was a gentleman called Mr. Craig about 8 o'clock last night, but he'd gone out, so I give him the number Mr. Craig said he could be reached at.
Who was the gentleman? Did you get his name?
Yes, ma'am. He said his name was Berkmeyer.
Do you know if he got Mr. Craig all right?
Yes, ma'am, he did. I told Mr. Craig this morning about him calling. He said it was all right. He talked to him last night. Then he called this afternoon about 4:30.
Mr. Berkmeyer did?
Yes, ma'am. He said for Mr. Craig to get in touch with him as soon as he come in.
Would you remember the phone number, Mrs. Harold, the one Mr. Craig gave you?
Oh, yes. I wrote it down here. Oh, here it is. It was Levering 3-100.
All right, Miss Harold. Oh, and will you get another vase for those roses before you take them upstairs? That one belongs down here. Information? Could you give me the address of the telephone number Levering 3-100? Oh, you can't. All right, it isn't important, thank you.
Harriet, why didn't you wire me? I'd have met you.
Well, I never thought of it, Walter, to tell you the truth. I just got in. Oh, here, dear, don't put your hat on the chair.
How is Estelle?
Well, I couldn't see there was anything wrong with her more than usual.
Good. Well, am I glad to have you back again.
Oh, Walter, stop it. Stop, you're breaking my bone.
Oh.
It's better. Oh, look, you've dropped your newspaper, and this room's a sight. Your aunt's company will be scandalized.
Hattie Austin has company? Who is it?
Mrs. Fraser from across the street. She's upstairs, I'm told.
Oh, the lady with all the rose bushes in her yard. They certainly are beautiful, aren't they?
You might not think so if you had to sweep the petals up from the lawn.
It's a wonder she wouldn't bring a few of those roses over here once in a while for Auntie Austin.
Well, I guess she knows if we wanted roses, we'd plant some. And, Walter, you'd better be out of the way before she comes down. She's always trying to make conversation.
Yeah, I've talked to her a couple of times on my way home.
You mean she's talked to you?
No, she was out there fixing the rose bushes when I came by.
Of course, that's where she always is. It facilitates the approach.
What?
Walter, don't lean against the piano. You'll scratch it.
My coat won't
Well, there
scratch
might be something in your pocket that will. Now, go on now, before she comes down.
You know, I think you're getting jealous of me, Harriet.
Not at all, dear boy. I'm simply suspicious of rich, middle-aged divorcees who specialize in wayside roses.
Mrs. Fraser isn't a divorcee. Her husband was killed in an automobile accident. She told me about it.
You're a very guileless young man, Walter.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Nothing. I just wish you'd use your eyes. By the way, whose phone number is Levering 3-100?
Fergus Passmore's. Why?
Just wondering. Mrs. Harold told me that you went out last night and gave her that number.
Yes, Fergus asked me over there to play a little poker.
Mrs. Harold said that Billy Berkmeyer called you. What did he want?
Well, Fergus told me to get a hold of Billy and bring him over, too. But he called me after I'd left here to say he couldn't make it. He finally called me, Passmore's.
I hope you're not getting into card playing again.
I never gave up card playing.
You haven't played in a year.
Well, everybody knows you don't play, so they don't ask me. I happened to mention to Fergus that you were out of town.
Was his wife there?
For a while. Then she went out somewhere.
I'll bet that's why Fergus asked you. He was so insanely jealous of her.
Well, I'm sure he was never jealous of me.
Jealous of everybody. And I'll bet that's why Billy Berkmeyer dodged it. I'll bet that's what he called to tell you.
Last night? He simply said...
No, today.
He didn't call today?
Yes, he did, this afternoon, around 4.
Huh?
He said you were to get in touch with him right away.
What's his number? Do you remember?
Yes.
Now, you let me know, Miss Austin, if there's anything else you don't understand.
Come on, Walter, here they come.
Oh, don't be silly, Harry.
Well, if you're going to stay and listen to that silly chatter, I certainly don't intend to.
I'll come over any time, Miss Austin. I haven't another solitary thing to do. Oh, how do you do, Mr. Craig?
How do you do, Mrs. Fraser? Hello, Auntie.
Hello, Walter, dear. I understand Harriet is home.
Yes, she got here just ahead of me.
Miss Austin was telling me that Mrs. Craig's sister has heart trouble.
Yes, she's had it for quite some time now.
Oh, poor woman. I suppose Mrs. Craig is very upset.
Yes, I suppose she is.
Is she her only sister?
Yes, just the two of them.
Oh, too bad, too bad. Walter, you should see all the wonderful roses Mrs. Frazier brought me.
Oh? Well, we appreciate that very much.
Oh, it is nothing at all. Well, I'll be going now. Good afternoon, Mr. Craig.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Fraser. Come over again real soon.
Well, thank you ever so much. I'd be delighted. Now, you just call me if there's anything more about that time. Well, thank you so much, but I think
Is that silly woman gone, Walter?
She's outside saying goodbye. Harriet, she did bring some roses for Auntie Austin.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Walter, I wanted to remind you about calling Billy Berkmeyer, dear.
Oh, yes. What is that number?
Park 840, isn't it? And why don't you use the upstairs extension? It's more private.
I'll call him right away. Park 840?
Yes, That's right, dear. He said it was urgent.
Walter, did I... Oh, Harriet, Mrs. Harold told me you were back.
Yes, Auntie Austin. And about time, don't you think?
Why, dear?
If I'd stayed away much longer, I should probably have come back to find my house a thoroughfare for the entire neighborhood.
You mean Mrs. Fraser being here?
Now, you know perfectly well what I mean, Auntie Austin. Please don't try to appear so innocent. How did that woman get in here?
Why, I asked her in, of course. You don't suppose she walked in of her own accord?
Well, I wouldn't put it past her if she knew I was away. Let her tend to her own house. She'll have plenty to do. I don't want a lot of idle neighbors on visiting terms.
A good neighbor is a very good thing sometimes.
Well, you may have them. I don't want them running in and out to me.
None of them has ever run in and out to you that I remember.
One has just left.
She wasn't here to see you.
She was in my house.
And your husband's house. And I don't think you'd find him much in accord with your attitude if he knew about it.
Well, you'll probably tell him.
Oh, I've got lots of things to tell him, Harriet. Only I want you to be here when I tell him, so that you won't be able to twist what I say.
I'm not at all interested. And I resent intensely your having brought Mrs. Fraser in here.
Oh, be honest about it at least, Harriet.
I am honest. I don't want her here.
You don't want anybody here.
I don't want her.
You don't want your husband. Only that he's necessary to the upkeep. But if you could see how that could be managed without him, his position wouldn't be as secure as the position of one of those sofa pillows.
Well, I must say, Miss Austin, that's a very nice thing for you to say to me.
It's the truth. You want your house, Harriet, and that's all you do want. And that's all you'll have at the finish, unless you change your ways. People who live to themselves, Harriet, are generally left to themselves. For other people will not go on being made miserable indefinitely for the sake of your ridiculous idolatry of house furnishings.
You seem to have borne it rather successfully.
I did it for Walter's sake. But now I've decided to make a change. Only I want my reasons to be perfectly clear to him before I go. I think I owe it to him.
I couldn't reach Billy Berkmeyer. He's probably... What's the matter here?
I haven't the faintest idea, I'm sure.
Oh, there's something. What is it, Auntie?
Your aunt tells me that she's going to leave us.
Leave the house, you mean?
She finds my conduct of affairs here unendurable.
I'll be obliged to you, Harriet, if you'll allow me to explain the reasons for my going.
Auntie, I can't believe you've had any difficulty with anyone, especially Harriet, who thinks the world of you. Now, what's Harriet done?
I'll tell you what I did. I objected to Auntie Austin's having brought that woman across the street in here while I was away.
Mrs. Fraser? Well, what's the matter with her?
She's a vulgar old busybody. That's what's the matter with her. She's been trying to get in here ever since we've been here.
What do you mean?
Harriet is provoked, Walter, because she has allowed herself to be tempted off form. She would prefer to have excluded Mrs. Fraser by the usual method. The one that's been employed in the exclusion of every other man and woman that has ever visited here.
I don't understand what you mean, Auntie.
That's the danger, Walter. That you don't understand. If you did, it would be scarcely necessary to warn you.
Warn me? Of what?
Of your wife.
What are you laughing at, Harry?
She isn't really laughing, Walter. She's whistling in the dark.
Oh, dear.
She's terrified that her secret has been discovered.
Oh, really? And what is my secret?
I think it's hardly necessary to tell you that.
She means that I've been trying to poison you secretly, Walter.
Not so secretly, Harriet.
Well, I'm sorry I must go, for I'm sure this is going to be very amusing.
I have asked Harriet to stay, Walter.
Well, I don't intend to stay. I've something more important to do than to listen to a lot of absurdities.
I wish you'd tell me what's happened here, Auntie.
Well, that isn't so easy, Walter, to tell a man. Walter, why do you suppose your mother asked you to promise her when she was dying that you'd take me with you when you married? It was because she knew her woman, Walter, the woman you were going to marry.
You mean that Mother didn't like Harriet?
Nobody could like Harriet. She doesn't want them to.
Well, I like her.
Oh, you're blinded by a pretty face.
Well, what's she done?
She has left you practically friendless, for one thing, because the visits of your friends imply an importance to you that is at variance with her plan. So she's made it perfectly clear to them by 1,000 little words and gestures that they are not welcome in her house, because this is her house. You know, Walter. The house is what Harriet married. She didn't marry you. You simply went with the house as a more or less regrettable necessity.
I can't believe that, Auntie.
Walter, how long is it since any of your friends have come here?
Well...
And why don't you ever go out anymore?
Well,
It's because nobody asks you, Walter. They're afraid you might bring her, and they don't want her, because she's made it perfectly clear that she doesn't want them. They reckon without you in their social life now, and they'll soon begin to reckon without you in their business life.
That's
Walter,
ridiculous.
listen. The other day, I happened to be seated in a restaurant near two of your old friends.
Well?
A man and a woman came in and sat at another table. And the wife immediately proceeded to tell the man how he should sit down. And after he sat, how he should, that he was down. And so on. And I distinctly heard one of your friends say to the other, "Listen to Craig's wife over there.
Oh.
That's only a straw in the wind, Walter. She's ruining you. And I can't stand by to see it."
Oh, now, Auntie. I can see there's been some misunderstanding between you and Harriet.
Oh, Walter.
I can't let you leave this house. I promised Mother that...
I'm sorry, Walter.
Oh, I couldn't feel worse if it were Mother herself leaving.
Be glad that it isn't your mother, Walter. She would have left long ago.
A gentleman to see you, Mr. Craig.
Who is it, Maisie? Oh, Billy.
Hello, Walter.
How are you? I called your house a while ago.
I've been trying to get hold of you since 4 o'clock, Walter. I thought I'd better come over.
Will I take the gentleman's things, Mr. Craig?
No, I've got to get right back to the house.
Well, never mind then, Maisie. You look worried, Billy. What is it?
That's what I want to know. What about it?
What about what?
About Fergus Passmore and his wife. Haven't you seen the papers?
No, why?
Then you don't. Here, look at this. On the front page.
Dead? What in the... Fergus Passmore and wife. Good Lord.
I nearly had heart failure when I read it. I saw her at the Ritz last night at 12 o'clock. She was with that military gent she's been stepping out with lately. That's my hunch on this, Walter. You know how jealous Fergus always was of her.
But I was out there last night until 12 myself.
Did Adelaide get in before you left there?
No, she didn't. Oh, I think I ought to get in touch with the police headquarters right away, Billy.
That's why I wanted to get in touch with you. It says here they're looking for a man seen leaving the place after midnight.
Well, sure, that's me. That's the time I got away from there.
That doesn't mean anything. Only it's a good idea to let them know.
Oh, this is a terrible thing, Billy. Terrible.
I haven't got it through my head yet. Come on, quit reading. The thing for us to do is to hop out to Passmore's and try to find out what's going on. Maybe it's all cleared up by now. If they haven't found out anything, we'll get in touch with police headquarters and let them know where we are.
Well, you weren't out there, Billy.
No, I wasn't. But I talked to you on the telephone out there from my house.
What?
In a thing of this kind, they trace phone calls and everything else.
Yeah.
Come on, I've got my car right out here.
Well, I'll just get my hat. I guess the quickest way is across the park.
Sure, we can be there in 10 minutes. Come on.
Walter? Did you get... Walter? Oh, for heaven's sake. Maisie! Will he ever stop leaving things? Maisie, will you come and take this newspaper? Newspapers, everything else all over. What? Bodies of J. Fergus Passmore and wife? No. Oh, dear Lord, no. Walter! Walter, are you upstairs? Walter!
Were you calling me a minute ago, Mrs. Craig?
Maisie, have you seen anything of Mr. Craig?
Why, he was here a few minutes ago, Mrs. Craig, with a gentleman.
What gentleman? Who was he?
I didn't catch the name, ma'am. He came in an automobile.
Did Mr. Craig go away with him?
I don't know whether he did or not, Mrs. Craig. I didn't know he'd gone.
See if his hat's on the rack out there.
Yes, ma'am, I'll look. No, Mrs. Craig, it isn't.
Oh, Lord, Maisie, listen.
Yes, ma'am.
Run out to the garage and see if he's there. If you find him, tell him to come back immediately. I want to see him. Hurry, Maisie, hurry. Tell him I want him right away.
There, Mrs. Craig.
Are you sure, Maisie?
Yes, both the cars are in there, Mrs. Craig. I looked. I guess he must have went away with the gentleman.
All right, all right. I'll answer that.
Yes,
Oh, Maisie.
Yes,
Go up and see that my niece's door is closed.
Yes,
Be very quiet and don't disturb her if she's asleep.
I won't, Mrs. Craig.
Hello? Yes, all right. Hello, this is Mrs. Craig speaking. Oh, Miss Landreth is lying down just now. Who is this? I see. Oh, why, not a thing, Mr. Fredericks, except that she's very tired. You what? Oh, no, I don't see why you should put yourself to that trouble, Mr. Fredericks. There wouldn't be anything you could do when you get here. Well, I'd rather not call her, if you don't mind. Can I give her a message? I see. Well, it's very nice of you to be so solicitous, Mr. Fredericks, but I really don't care to disturb her just now. I'm very sorry. Maisie?
Miss Landreth's door was closed, Mrs. Craig.
All right, see who's at the front door.
Yes,
Is Mr. Craig in?
No, sir. He went out about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, you expect him back?
I couldn't say, sir. I guess he'll be back in time for dinner.
Is his wife in?
Yes, sir. Will you step in?
Who is it, Maisie?
Good evening, ma'am. You Mrs. Craig?
Yes.
I called to see Mr. Craig, and maybe you could give me the information I'm looking for.
Yes?
I'll tell you what it's about, Miss Craig. I suppose you've seen in the paper about this affair out on Willows Avenue?
You mean that shooting affair?
Yes, at the Passmore
Isn't it a
home.
dreadful thing? I've just been reading it here. Was it a robbery or something?
No, there wasn't anything taken. Of course, it could have been an attempted robbery.
Are you working on the case?
Yes, ma'am. My name's Cattell. I'm from police headquarters.
Oh.
That doesn't need to alarm you, Mrs. Craig. There's no particular connection here.
Well, I'm very glad to know that.
No, this Passmore affair looks to me like a pretty clear matter of jealousy. Of course, there was a man seen leaving the house around midnight, but that wouldn't account for the death of Mrs. Passmore because she didn't get in until after 3 o'clock.
I see.
But you understand, we have to follow up on any little outside clue that might throw any light on it. That's what I wanted to see Mr. Craig about.
You mean you think Mr. Craig might be the man that was seen leaving there last night?
Oh, no, that's not it. They could have had any number of visitors during the evening.
Yes, that's very true.
We've had a report late this afternoon, Mrs. Craig, that there was a call made on your telephone here asking for the address of the telephone number Levering 3100. And that happens to be the Passmore telephone.
But you mean somebody called from here?
Oakdale, 623, that your number?
Well, yes, but I can't imagine who it would be.
The report says it was a woman's voice.
Well, how extraordinary. Although it might have been one of the servants. They probably saw it in the paper. Was curious to know where it was.
Well, you see, ma'am, the address is in the paper, and the phone number isn't. It's curious why anyone would have that particular phone number and not the address when it's been in all the paper since 2 o'clock. And this call wasn't made till after 5.
And it does seem strange.
Yeah. Has this phone been used at all, to your knowledge, Miss Craig, since 5 o'clock this afternoon?
Why, I answered a call a few minutes ago from Northampton, Massachusetts.
Well, do you know if anybody from outside has been in here since 5 o'clock?
Well, there was a neighbor, Mrs. Frazier, from across the avenue. She brought some roses, but I scarcely think she would have used the phone. I'll ask my husband's aunt, if you like.
If you don't mind.
No, not at all. Miss Austin? Miss Austin?
Yes?
Would you come down for a minute or two?
Why, of course.
She'll be right down. I suppose I'd better call the servants, too, hadn't I?
Yes, I'd like to see them for a minute.
Maisie, would you come here for a minute?
Mind if I use this phone, Miss Craig?
No, not at all. Go right ahead.
Extension 40.
Did you want me, Mrs. Craig?
Shh, in a minute.
Hello, this is Cattell. Oh, that's so. I got away from there before 6. Period. What are you trying to do, break my heart? All right, I'll be right over. I won't have to bother you any more right now, Miss Craig. There's been a bit of additional information come in over at headquarters that'll hold things up temporarily.
Do you want me to have Mr. Craig get in touch with you when he comes in?
No, we'll get in touch with him if it's necessary.
And you don't want to question the rest of the people now, either?
Not just now, Miss Craig. I'm sorry to have had to trouble you.
No, that's quite all right.
You can explain the circumstances to Mr. Craig, if you will.
Yes, I will.
Thank you very much, Miss Craig. Good evening.
You're very welcome, I'm sure.
Oh, did you want to see me about something, Harriet?
Not now, Miss Austin. It isn't necessary. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
Mrs. Craig?
That will be all, Maisie.
Yes, but Mrs. Harold wants to know if she'll serve the dinner now, Mrs. Craig.
Dinner? No, Maisie, tell her not yet for a while. We'll wait for Mr. Craig. I'm sure he'll be here any minute.
In a moment, Act 2 of Craig's Wife, starring Judith Evelyn and John Beale. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Now, Act 2 of the Best Plays production of Craig's Wife by George Kelly, starring Judith Evelyn and John Beale. And here again is John Chapman.
End of this carefully planned life of Harriet Craig, an event has come which she cannot control, which, therefore, she hates and fears. Now, in agitation and panic, she is waiting for her husband to return home. She has not long to wait, for just after 7 o'clock...
Walter, where have you been?
I've been out with Billy Birkmeyer, Harriet. Why?
Haven't you seen the evening paper about Fergus Passmore and his wife?
Yes, I've seen it.
I've been nearly out of my mind for the last hour. I couldn't find you anywhere.
I went out with Birkmeyer.
Maisie said there'd been a man here in an automobile, so of course I didn't know what to think. I thought probably you'd been arrested or something.
What would I be arrested for?
Why, in connection with this thing, of course. The police are looking for you. You know that, don't you?
The police? What for?
Well, why do you suppose? Doesn't it say in the paper there that you were seen leaving Passmore's house at 12 o'clock last night?
It doesn't say I was seen leaving there.
It says a man. Who else could it have been but you?
They don't know that.
Oh, don't be absurd, Walter. Someone must have seen you. Somebody always sees.
Nobody that I know of.
Well, the police were here anyway.
Did they say I was seen last night?
I don't remember what was said. I was too upset. I was never placed in such a position in my life. I didn't even know where you were.
Well, Birkmeyer and I drove out to Fergus's.
Oh, what in heaven's name for?
You want your name dragged into this thing?
Well, my name will be dragged into it anyway, won't it? You say they've already been here.
They were simply looking for information.
And they'll very likely come back.
But you don't have to go out looking for them, do you?
Well, you can't be playing games at a time like this, Harriet.
No, and you don't have to go rushing out to meet a lot of scandalous publicity either. Why, to be in every newspaper in the country.
Well, that wouldn't bother me in the least. My conscience is clear.
Oh, don't be so absurdly romantic, Walter. If you've had nothing to do with it...
What do you mean, if I've had nothing to do with it?
Don't go picking me up on every word.
Did the police say when they'd be back?
I don't remember.
Well, have they been to any other of Fergus's friends? I think I'll call up Birkmeyer and see if anybody's been there.
Now, wait a minute, Walter. You're not going to do anything of the kind. Get away from that phone.
Well, what's the matter?
Don't you realize that phone is being watched? And they're probably watching Birkmeyer's, too?
What for?
Birkmeyer called you last night at Passmore's, didn't he? There's undoubtedly a record of that call.
Well, that wouldn't involve my name.
It would if the operator listened in.
Do you think she has nothing to do but listen in on calls?
She listened in on this one, didn't she?
On which one?
What? What did you say?
Which call did the operator listen in on?
Well, somebody must have listened in on something, or the police wouldn't have come here.
Did they say the operator had reported on a call from here?
I don't remember distinctly. There was something about a phone call. I assumed that it was the one that Birkmeyer made to you last night at Passmore's.
Did they say when the call was made?
What does it matter, Walter? The fact remains that the phone is being watched.
And I want to know why it's being watched.
Walter Craig, you're not to speak over that telephone. If you do, I'll leave this house. And you know what construction would be put upon that.
What do you mean you'll leave this house?
I mean exactly what I said. But do you think I could stay in this neighborhood 24 hours after my name had been associated with a thing of this kind?
Harriet, can't you see the necessity of my being open and above board with them?
I see no necessity of the one keeping still.
But why create grounds for suspicion when there aren't any?
There are grounds, Walter. You were out there last night.
Well, that doesn't mean a thing.
Evidently not to you.
Well, does it to you?
Well, what does that matter? It's not for me to determine your guilt or innocence. I'm not interested.
You are not interested?
I'm interested in the impression on the popular mind and the respect of the community we've got to live in.
You mean you'd rather know I was involved in this thing and keep the respect of the community than know I was a victim of circumstances and lose it?
Excuse me, Miss Craig.
What is it, Mrs. Harold?
I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Craig, but I'm afraid the dinner will be spoiled.
You may serve it, Mrs. Harold. I'll be right out.
Mrs. Harold.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Harold, do you know if anybody has called that number I gave you last night on this telephone?
You mean that number you gave me from Mr. Birkmeyer?
Yes.
No, sir. I don't know that anybody has.
All right, Mrs. Harold. Thanks very much.
I hadn't even thought about the number again, sir, until Miss Craig asked me for it when she'd come in this afternoon.
Thank you, Mrs. Harold.
Yes, sir. I'll serve dinner now.
Why didn't you tell the truth, Harriet?
I knew if I told you I made that call, you'd be on the telephone in 5 minutes telling the police.
Why couldn't you be honest? Instead of trying to make it appear that I was responsible for bringing the police here.
Oh, you needn't try to turn it on me. None of this would have happened if you'd been home last night instead of out playing cards with a lot of irregular people.
What was irregular about Fergus Passmore?
There must have been something. I knew as soon as my back was turned you'd be out with your friends again. That's why I came home.
And what has your back being turned got to do with my visiting my friends?
You wouldn't have been visiting them if I'd been here.
Well, what would you have done? Locked the door on me?
That wouldn't have been necessary. You haven't been visiting them in the last 18 months, have you?
No, I haven't.
And they haven't been visiting you either?
No.
Well,
my aunt said a while ago that you'd driven all my friends away from this house.
There are ways of getting rid of people without driving them away from the house.
And she also said you were trying to get rid of me, Harriet, without actually driving me away from the house.
I don't know what you're talking about.
How perfectly she knows you, Harriet. And here I felt sorry for her, thinking she was getting a little old and suspicious, particularly when she said you had excluded my friends.
Do you think I wanted my house turned into a tavern?
Well, my friends never turned my mother's house into a tavern.
Well, they didn't play poker at your mother's house till all hours of the morning.
Every Thursday night for 10 years.
Well, evidently your mother and I had very different ideas of our house.
Yes, very different. But don't make any mistake, Harriet, about my thinking you didn't want my friends here simply because they played cards. You didn't want them because, as my aunt says, their visits implied an importance to me that was at variance with your little campaign. A campaign that was to reduce me to one of those wife-ridden sheep that's afraid to buy a necktie for fear his wife might not approve of it.
Oh, don't make yourself out such a martyr. You've had your share of this bargain.
Bargain? Is that what this marriage is to you? You've been playing safe, haven't you? Right from the start. You've been exploiting me consistently in your shifty little business of personal safety. And now you'd throw me open to suspicion in this murder. Just to preserve that safety.
I've been trying to preserve my home.
That's all I've heard from you since the day I married you.
Well, what else has a woman like me but her home?
Well, hasn't she her husband?
She could lose her husband, couldn't she?
Well, couldn't she lose her home, too?
Not if she knew how to secure it.
Well, that's the point, Harriet. If she knew how to fix it for herself.
Well, what if I have fixed it? I saw what happened to my own mother from being one of those I will follow thee, my husband, women. Her home mortgaged over her head for another woman till she could do nothing but die of a broken heart. And the other woman came in as my stepmother. But the house was never mortgaged over her head, I'll promise you. She saw to it that it was put in her name, and she kept it there.
Well, why didn't you ask me to put this house in your name? It would have been more honest.
I haven't done anything that wasn't honest.
How would you know, Harriet?
I've simply tried to be practical.
I don't reproach you, Harriet. You simply married the wrong man.
I married a romantic fool. That's what I married.
How well we understand each other now, Harriet.
Well, I understand you anyway, and you ought to thank your God that I do, for I don't know what would become of you if I didn't.
The presumption of you.
What?
The presumption that you could make a remark like that.
Excuse me, Mrs. Craig.
That you could set yourself up to control
Yes,
me.
Maisie.
As though I was some sort of mental incompetent.
Will you? What is it, Maisie?
Excuse me, ma'am, but Mrs. Harold sent me to see if you were coming in to dinner.
Well, yes, right away.
Mental incompetent.
But I'd like to see you for a minute first, Maisie.
Yes, ma'am.
Romantic fool.
Make a show of yourself in front of Maisie. Maisie, what is this card here?
Why, it's the society card, Mrs. Craig, of the Mutual Benevolence.
Well, what is it doing here on the mantelpiece? Couldn't you find any place for it but back of that ornament?
Why, I was...
After all the times I've told you never to put anything on that mantelpiece.
Yes, you have told me, Mrs. Craig, but when I came...
Why do you do it? Must I keep telling you the same things indefinitely? Now, you know perfectly well I never allow anyone even to dust that mantelpiece but myself. And yet the minute my back is turned, you use it as a catch-all for everything in the house.
Mrs. Harold asked me something when I came in,
I am not interested in what anybody asked you. That does not excuse you. I've told you over and over again never to put anything back of those ornaments, and you deliberately disobey me.
But, Madam,
And when a girl will not do as she is told, the best thing for her to do is to go someplace where she will be made to do it. So I want you to get your things together tonight and leave this house tomorrow morning.
Yes, Mrs. Craig.
Here's the card. Find some place for it besides back of an ornament.
Yes, but...
And tell Mrs. Harold to save the dinner. I'll be down in 2 minutes. I'm going up to see what my niece wants for her dinner. Oh, and Walter, you'd better go out and get your dinner before it gets cold.
The dinner. She says the dinner will be cold. That's better.
Mrs. Craig, I have to say, I think you could have given Maisie Oh, Mr. Craig. Oh, glory be to God this day and this night. How did that ornament get broke? Did it fall off the mantelpiece?
No, I smashed it, Mrs. Harold.
On purpose, do you mean, Mr. Craig?
Yes, I didn't like it.
Well, I wish you'd tell Miss Craig it was you that done it, sir. She'll be thinking it was one of us.
I'll tell her all about it, Mrs. Harold.
Now, get the dustpan, sir, and sweep it up.
And just leave it there, Mrs. Harold. Go and have your dinner.
Now, ain't you coming in, Mr. Craig?
No, I don't want to think. I'm just going to sit here and smoke.
Yes, sir.
Walter, did something fall down there?
No, nothing fell.
Are you sure? It sounded as though the house fell down.
Maybe it did, Harriet. I'm just sitting here wondering.
Good morning, Mrs. Harold. Has the morning paper come?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Craig's reading it out on the porch.
Well, what is he doing up so early?
Well, I don't think he was to bed, ma'am. He was sitting here in this big chair last night, and again when I come in this morning.
What are you sweeping up there, Mrs. Harold?
Why, it's that center ornament from the mantel, Miss Craig. It got broke last night.
What? Oh, my Lord, not that beautiful statuette.
It certainly is too bad.
That's a beautiful thing, a beautiful, beautiful thing. I suppose Maisie broke it for spite, didn't she?
Mr. Craig said he broke it, Miss Craig. Said he didn't like it.
Tell Maisie I want to see her.
Well, she isn't here, Miss Craig. She left already. Mr. Craig said he'd tell you all about it, ma'am.
All right, Mrs. Harold. Take those pieces out of here.
Yes, ma'am.
Walter, come in here for a moment, will you?
Good morning, Harriet.
Walter, what does the paper say about the Passmore thing?
You're quite safe, Harriet. Fergus's brother got in last night from Pittsburgh with a letter Fergus had written to him intimating his intentions.
Then Fergus did it himself. I always told you he was jealous of his wife.
He did it because she was dishonest.
Well, isn't it lucky I didn't allow you to telephone last night and make a show of us all? Now, listen, Walter, don't go out there to the funeral or anything. There's no use starting anything now when it's all over.
Anything else on your mind?
Well, yes, there is. I want to know about that ornament that was broken here last night. Mrs. Harold says you told her you broke it.
So I did.
What were you doing, leaning against the mantelpiece as usual?
No, I smashed it purposely.
But why? Why would you deliberately break a beautiful, expensive thing like that?
I didn't break it.
But you just said you did.
I said I smashed it into 1,000 pieces. And then I smoked cigarettes, one after another, until I had your sanctum sanctorum here all nice and messy and littered up with ashes and cigarette butts. Oh, I was really a whale of a fellow around here for about an hour last night. You should have seen me.
Did you go out of your mind?
Oh, I was never clearer in my mind. I was going to smash all the little ornaments. Those gods you'd set up in this temple here and were worshiping before me. I was going to put my house in order, including my wife, and rule it with a rod of iron.
Oh, Walter.
Well, I don't wonder that it amuses you. It amused me, too, when I realized the truth of what you called me, a romantic fool. And I'm sorry you didn't see me anyway. I think you would at least have appreciated the sincerity of my attempt to continue here as your husband.
What do you mean, your attempt?
The role is just not for me, Harriet. I can only play a romantic part.
Ethel, dear child, what are you doing up so early?
Harriet, I must go home. I'm too troubled in my mind to stay here any longer.
Oh, now, Ethel, I'm sure you're upsetting yourself unnecessarily. Anyway, you can't go immediately.
I must.
There's no train until the 9:17.
It's 9:15 now.
Well, all right, dear. I can get a cab in 5 minutes. There's no use calling it already.
I really should call Gene long distance. I simply left him a note when I rushed away from school. He won't know what to think.
Well, I wouldn't worry myself too much about what he'll think, dear. I want you to consider very seriously what I've said to you. You're not married to Mr. Fredericks yet. Now, don't let him hurry you.
I don't know what to do, Aunt Harriet.
Just think it over, dear. You don't want to be a burden to him, do you?
Of course not.
Well, what else would you be? Now, just remember, there's no hurry about anything. Now, go into the breakfast room, dear. Mrs. Harold will give you your breakfast.
Well, Aunt Harriet, I couldn't touch a thing.
You can't start on that trip home without something, Ethel.
Yes, I have them here in my bag, Mrs. Harold.
Well, is that Miss Austin? I haven't had a chance to speak to her yet.
Well, you'll have time after you've eaten, dear. Go on in.
All right, Aunt Harriet.
Just put them out on the porch, Mrs. Harold.
All right, Miss Austin.
Then they'll be ready when the taxi comes. Oh, Harriet.
Are you leaving already, Miss Austin?
Yes, I always like to get an early start.
Are your things ready?
Yes, Mrs. Harold helped me to pack last night. I'm taking 2 bags. I'll send an expressman for the rest.
What are your plans, if I may ask?
You may. I'm going to the Ritz now. After that, I'll do what I've always wanted to do, travel. Far and wide, so that I shan't become little. I have a deadly fear of that.
Have you seen Walter this morning?
No. I'll write to him and let him know where I am.
Well, do that. He'll be so interested.
Yes, I think he will. And now, if you'll excuse me, Harriet, I'll sit on the porch until my taxi comes.
Your bags are outside, Miss Austin.
Thank you, Mrs. Harold. Goodbye, Harriet. I hope you never have regrets.
Oh, goodbye. Mrs. Harold, my niece is in the breakfast room. I want you to give her some breakfast.
I've left everything ready out there, Miss Craig.
Why, where are you going?
I'm going with Miss Austin, ma'am.
Indeed.
She was telling me last night she was going to leave here, and I said I thought I'd be leaving pretty soon myself. So she said if I was going anyway, she'd like to have me with her.
Without giving me any notice?
You didn't give Maisie much notice, Miss Craig.
You understand that I shall have to tell Miss Hewlett?
Oh, Miss Hewlett knows. Tell you the truth, she's surprised I didn't leave long ago. She told me when I come here, if I stayed a month, I'd be the first one out of 7 that did.
What about your keys?
I left them all on your dressing table upstairs and the money I had left over.
Well, I'll just go and check up before you go.
You just do that, Miss Craig.
And I hope your next place will be as easy as this one has been.
Oh, don't you worry about me, Miss Craig. Nobody belonging to me ever died in the poorhouse.
How do you do? My name is Fredericks. I'd like to see Miss Landreth, if I could.
Oh, come in, please, sir. I think Miss Landreth is just having her breakfast.
I think I'd better get my things, Aunt Harriet. It must be... Jean.
Hello, Ethel.
Jean, something's happened to Mother.
Oh, no, not a thing, dear. Not that I know of. Oh, don't cry, darling. Please, now don't. Look, I just came because I couldn't reach you on the phone. I didn't know what to think, that was all.
I'm going back home right away. I never should have left.
All right, I'll go with you. You better sit down, honey. You look sort of pale.
Oh, I've been so worried.
I've been worried about you, too.
When I told Aunt Harriet about our engagement, she didn't approve, and that upset me more than ever.
Well, why didn't she approve?
Several reasons. I'll tell you on the train.
You make me uneasy.
She didn't make me think of not marrying you, but whether it might not be wise to postpone it.
Oh, no. It wouldn't be wise, darling. It isn't a good idea to postpone a thing like marriage. So many things can happen, and I don't want anything to happen.
Oh, Jean, darling.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, Uncle Walter, please come in. This is Mr. Fredericks, the young man I'm engaged to marry.
Well, I certainly am glad to meet you.
A pretty lucky fellow, don't you think, Mr. Craig?
I should say so. Is it all set?
Well, I hope so, though Ethel seems to feel a little nervous about it.
Oh, it isn't that. I was saying I discussed it with Aunt Harriet, and she seemed to think I hadn't considered it enough.
What did she want you to consider?
Well, she said, on account of my age, she didn't think I appreciated the practical side of marriage enough.
Oh, that's the one side of marriage that shouldn't be appreciated too much, Ethel. It's a lack of faith in each other.
Right, Mr. Craig. The thing to consider is whether we love each other.
Of course. And one other thing. Whether or not you're both absolutely honest with each other. It doesn't seem to me that there's very much else to worry about.
We're going back on the 9:17, Uncle Walter. Would you know the number of the taxi cab company?
You won't need a cab. I'm leaving right now. I'll drive you.
Oh, that'd be very kind.
I'll go get the car. It won't take me a minute.
Ethel, did your aunt tell you that I called you last night?
No, she didn't.
I called here about 7 o'clock. She said you were asleep.
It couldn't have been. Well, anyway, she might have known I'd want to talk to you. And she didn't tell me this morning either. I'm going to ask her about it. Aunt Harriet? Aunt Harriet? I want to say goodbye to her anyway.
I'll wait outside, Ethel.
Don't you want to meet her?
I don't think she wants to meet me.
Were you calling me, Ethel?
Yes, Aunt Harriet.
Did you have your breakfast?
No, I'm leaving. Uncle Walter's going to drive Mr. Fredericks and me to the station.
Mr. Fredericks? Oh, where is he? I should like to meet him.
He thought you probably wouldn't care to.
How absurd. Why not?
Aunt Harriet, why didn't you call me last night when Mr. Fredericks telephoned?
Because you were asleep, dear.
I wasn't asleep.
I sent Maisie to your room. She said your door was closed.
She could have rapped.
Well, what was the sense of upsetting you, dear?
Because it was important.
I asked him if it was important and if he wanted to leave a message, and he said no.
Why didn't you tell me this morning that he'd called?
Now, please, Ethel, dear, I shan't answer any more questions about Mr. Fredericks. He's going back with you, I suppose.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad you won't have to go make the trip alone.
Aunt Harriet,
Is Uncle Walter leaving you?
What on earth put that into your head, Ethel?
Something he said when I told him I was going to be married to Mr. Fredericks. He said the only thing we needed to consider was whether or not we were absolutely honest with each other. And I was wondering if he'd found out.
Found out what?
Ethel, you all set?
Yes, Uncle Walter. Goodbye, Aunt Harriet.
Goodbye, dear.
I'll write you as soon as I get home.
Yes, do, dear, and let me know how your mother is.
Yes. I'm ready, Uncle Walter.
When you get in the car, Ethel, I'll be right with you.
Are you going to the office now, Walter?
Yes, it's nearly 9 o'clock. I left the key to the garage and some papers for you upstairs, Harriet. If you should want me for the next week or two, I'll be at the Ritz.
Oh, now listen to me, Walter. Craig, you're surely not serious about leaving this house.
I should think that would please you. It's so practical.
Oh, don't try to be funny. What's so practical about a man walking out and leaving his wife and his home?
I have no wife to leave, for you've neither loved nor honored me.
Well, you married me, whether I did or not.
And you married a house. And I'll see that you have it, just as though I were here.
You'll be here, unless I'm very much mistaken.
You don't know your man, Harriet.
Oh, what did I do last night that was so terrible?
You showed your hand, that was all.
I kept you from making a fool of yourself.
And you showed me how I could avoid making a fool of myself in the future.
Well, you're certainly not beginning very auspiciously, I can tell you that.
Well, at least now I'll be a self-respecting fool. And that's something I never could be if I stayed here, knowing that you had no respect for me.
But that isn't true. I always respected you.
Now, don't try to soften the blow, Harriet, because I assure you it isn't necessary. But I wonder that with all your wisdom, it never occurred to you that one can't play a dishonest game indefinitely.
I haven't played any dishonest game.
Possibly not, according to your standards. But I think you have. And I think in your heart you know you have. And that's the rock that you and I are splitting on, Harriet. If this Passmore affair hadn't revealed you, something else would have. So my going may as well be today as tomorrow. Goodbye, Harriet.
Walter.
Goodbye, Harriet.
Telegram from Mrs. Walter Craig?
Inside.
Okay.
Yes?
Telegram. Sign here.
Oh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. No.
Good morning, Mrs. Craig. May I come in?
Mrs. Frazier.
Good morning. I do hope you'll pardon my walking in without ringing, but I thought Mrs. Austin would be down and I wanted to bring her these roses. I was telling her yesterday I'd bring her over some. She was saying that she admired white roses so much, and I have so many over there right now.
I haven't seen her yet this morning.
Well, if you'll just tell her I left them.
Yes, I shall. Thanks ever so much.
Oh, have you had any word about your sister this morning, Mrs. Craig? I saw the boy with the telegram, and I wondered. Miss Austin was telling me yesterday that she was quite ill.
She died this morning at 6 o'clock.
Oh, dear. That's too bad.
I'd no idea she was so ill. I should never have come back.
Dear, I'm so sorry. Oh, I shouldn't have bothered you at all.
That's quite all right.
But I'm sure you have my sympathy.
Thank you.
I do hope you'll let me know, Mrs. Craig, if there's any way that I can be of service to you.
Thank you very much. I don't think there's anything anybody can do.
I suppose you'll have to go right back up there again, won't you?
I don't know whether I shall be able to or not, to tell you the truth, Mrs. Frazier. It's been such a strain.
Oh, yes, his long illnesses are dreadful. But I hope you won't hesitate to let me know if there's anything I can do.
That's very kind of you. I'll give these roses to Miss Austin when I see her.
If you will, please. I'm terribly sorry. I'll run over again.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of Craig's Wife by George Kelly, starring Judith Evelyn and John Beale. And here again is your host, drama critic John Chapman.
It was Auntie Austin who said, people who live to themselves, Harriet, are generally left to themselves. Well, what did you think of this best play? Was it a man's play or a woman's? You might start arguing about it after I finish. But first, you should be told about next week's piece. It's another melodrama, and one of the cleverest and most suspenseful. The title is Night Must Fall. The author, Emlyn Williams, wrote it for himself so that he might play a particularly evil hotel bellboy. Our cast will include Alfred Drake as Dan, the sweet-talking bellboy with murder in his soul, and the beloved Mary Boland as the old lady who befriends him. Another member of the company will be Carmen Matthews. This is Chapman saying goodbye until next week.
Craig's Wife by George Kelly was adapted for radio by Clarice Ross. Heard in the cast were Irene Hubbard as Mrs. Harold, Patricia Hosley as Maisie, Jane Webb as Ethel, Virginia Payne as Mrs. Frazier, Ethel Wilson as Aunt Austin, John Gibson as Billy Berkmeyer, Ross Martin as Officer Cattell, and William Redfield as Gene Fredericks. Best Plays is an NBC production supervised by William Welch and directed by Fred Wade. This is Robert Denton speaking.
We present My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denny. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, the record of a happy marriage. Two people who live together and like it. The comfortable front bedroom of the comfortable suburban home of the Cougats doesn't look very comfortable this morning. Articles of clothing are strewn about the floor and across the bed. George hurriedly plows through the debris getting dressed, while Liz tries to cram all of their things into 3 suitcases.
Liz, dear, what's all this stuff you're packing? We're only spending the weekend at your mother's, not the whole summer.
Well, I'm only taking the bare necessities. Slacks, sunsuit, a few dresses, shoes, cosmetics, hose, undies.
Well, what have you packed for me?
Your toothbrush and trunks.
Is that all?
I want you to get a good tan.
Pack some clothes for me, Scatterbrain.
I wish you were driving out to Mother's with me, George.
No, it's impossible, darling. Can't miss my board meeting.
I wonder what the surprise can be that Mother's been telling us about.
I'm afraid to guess. Her last surprise was the wrestler she was sponsoring. Remember him? He called himself the Hawk. Oh, what a wrestler.
Yeah, in his first match, the Hawk flew clear out of the ring.
Well, if she has another wrestler, I'll just throw him out of the house. Woody? Evidently, you've never heard of Gorgeous George.
You are gorgeous, George.
Finish your packing.
Where's my new bathing suit? I can't find it.
Your new bathing suit? Well, maybe a moth had a spare second and ate it.
Here it is, and it isn't that skimpy.
It's shameful.
You're too prudish.
You're too nudish.
You should see Alice Sturm's bathing suit. She got arrested at the beach.
Must be pretty bad.
Oh, it was. But they couldn't prosecute.
Why not?
No evidence. Which nightgown should I take? My canary yellow or my parrot green?
What about your goose chartreuse? Well, gotta run now, honey. See you tonight. Drive carefully.
George Cougat, don't you criticize my driving. I'm a good driver.
Sure, honey. You've never driven up a telephone pole.
Of course not.
Anyway, not to the top.
Ha ha, very funny. I read in a magazine the more accidents were caused by men than by women.
Yeah? When did you read that?
The other day while I was driving downtown.
Liz, darling.
Mother, you look marvelous, so young and healthy.
Oh, it's this country life, dear. I found there's nothing better than fresh milk and clean soil.
Well, it's certainly done a lot for you.
Yes. Makes a wonderful mud pack. Where's George?
Well, he had to attend the board of directors meeting. He'll be up later.
Oh, they're having them during the day now. That's nice. Your father always had to go to the board meetings at night.
At night?
Yes, poor dear. Tell me, are they still holding them at the Whoopee Club?
No, Mother. Now the bubble dancer comes to the bank.
Oh.
Mom, what's this big surprise of yours? I've been wondering about it all the way up here.
Oh, well, see if you can guess.
Well, some of the things you do, Mother, I'm almost afraid to guess.
Oh.
Let's see now. Pole vaulting?
No.
Motorcycle hill climbing?
No.
Skywriting?
Oh, no, you're way off.
Well, I'll have to think of something a little more sensible.
But this is very sensible.
Chickasaw Indian tap dancing.
Oh, Liz, really, A Chickasaw Indian tap dancing. Oh, I wonder if they teach that at Arthur Murray.
Now, we're not talking about Arthur Murray. What's your surprise?
Well, you'd better sit down.
I don't need to sit down. What is it?
I'm going to get married. Well, I see you decided to sit down.
I always do when my knees buckle.
You seem so surprised, dear. I suppose you thought that I was too old to get a husband.
I thought no such thing. You're very beautiful.
Oh, I do have a few wrinkles, though. Of course, just on the outside.
That's right, Mother. And they're just happy little crow's feet.
Oh, I know you're going to love your new father, Liz.
Well, tell me all about him. Who is he? Where'd you meet him? What's he like?
Well, his name is Daniel Carson, and I met him in Houston. Oh, he's a real Texan, Liz. He's just like Gary Cooper. Not quite that tall, of course, and a little older, and he wears bifocals.
Oh, but he's just like Gary Cooper.
Well, they're both men.
Well, he sounds grand, darling. How'd you meet him?
I was walking past the theater, and as he rushed up to buy his ticket, he knocked me down. He was in quite a hurry. It was a Randolph Scott picture.
He really did sweep you off your feet.
Skinned both my elbows. He apologized, and he asked me to see the picture with him. But, of course, a young girl couldn't accept an invitation from a man she didn't know.
Of course not.
But I'm not a young girl, so I accept it.
Mother, do you suppose this man could be after your money? Not that you aren't beautiful.
Oh, no, dear. He's quite wealthy himself. He owns several oil fields. Oh, he has a huge ranch, factories, and... Oh, dear.
What's wrong, Mother?
You don't suppose I'm after his money, do you?
See now. You were in Houston last April. Have you been engaged all this time without telling us?
Oh, no, dear. Dan and I have been corresponding, and it just happened. He asked me in his last letter.
What'd he say?
Dan isn't a man of many words, dear. Well, here's his letter. You read it.
My dear Louise, howdy. Love, Dan. P.S. Will you marry me?
Oh, I've read it over and over again. I almost know it by heart. You know, he's coming in on the 5 o'clock train, Liz. And I've made all the arrangements for the church.
Now, just a minute, Mother. Before you go any further, I think we'd better have a little talk.
A talk? Well, what about, dear?
Well, Mother, you're getting married, and I think there are a few things that you should know.
Oh, Liz, dear, look. Don't you remember 10 years ago when you were going to get married? Didn't I take you into the parlor for a little talk?
Yes.
Well, I haven't forgotten any of the things you told me. Dear, I thought little Susan Palmer could be the flower girl, and maybe George could be the best man.
Oh.
Why, Liz, dear, what's wrong?
I'm just so happy for you.
Well, then why are you crying?
Well, you cried when I married George.
Well, that was different, dear.
Oh, Mother. My little mother.
Oh, Liz, darling, please don't cry.
Oh, Mother, I can't help it. You'll understand someday when you have one of your own.
Liz.
In here, George.
Oh, hello, honey.
Kiss. Come on, give me a kiss. Kiss. I want a kiss. Give me a kiss.
What's the matter?
I never board a train when it's moving.
Well, it's standing in the station now, ready for refiring.
Nut. Okay, conductor?
Mm-hmm. Steam's way up.
Careful you don't burst your boiler.
When there's any danger, the whistle blows. Kiss me again.
Watch out, George.
Can I carry your bags, ma'am?
Oh, George, wait till I tell you about Mother's secret.
Yeah, what is it?
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Liz.
George, a secret's only a secret if it's kept a secret. You know about the whispering grass. The grass told it to the trees, and the trees told it to the breeze. You understand, George?
Yes, very clear. Your mother's been out in the grass whispering to trees.
Just forget about it, darling. You'll find out. Better get dressed for dinner.
Won't tell me, huh?
Uh-uh.
All right. You have your secrets. I have mine. I just thought of something. Oh, what are you laughing about?
Nothing, but if you're going crazy, I want to go with you.
I'm not going crazy, Liz. I was just thinking about the time I took Myra Ponsonby on the hayride. You've always wanted to hear what happened.
You're not going to get me to tell you Mother's secret that way.
No, of course not. Forget it, dear.
You think you're pretty sly. Who cares what happened when you went on the hayride with Myra? What could happen on a hayride? You're just trying to arouse my curiosity, but it won't work. I've gone on hayrides, lots of hayrides. They were all in the spirit of good fun. We'd go down some dark, lonely country road, stop the wagon. Some of the couples would go blackberry picking. We'd just sit there in the hay and... George Coogan, what happened on that hayride?
It's a secret, remember? The grass?
The heck with the grass. What about the hay?
Now, you tell me your secret, and I'll tell you my secret.
All right, Mother's getting married. Now, what's... George, what happened?
I bit the stem off my pipe. Your mother's what?
Getting married. Now, what happened on the hayride?
Oh, Jimmy Paterno dropped his cigar, and we had a weenie bake instead. Now, Liz, now, what's this business about your mother getting married?
We're going to meet her fiancé tonight. Mother met him in April. They've been corresponding, and in his last letter, he proposed.
Where'd your mother meet him?
In Houston, in front of a theater.
You mean he picked her up?
He knocked her down first. Now hurry and get dressed, George. We want to look nice when we meet him.
All right, but I wish your mother had consulted me first. I might have refused his proposal.
I should hope so. You're already married. Mother, sit down and relax.
Oh, I can't, Liz. Dan will be here any minute.
Now, you've got to calm down, Mrs. Elliott.
Yes.
I remember how nervous I was when Liz and I got married, but I had a simple formula for overcoming it.
Oh, what was it?
He fainted.
I didn't faint. I just relaxed. All of a sudden.
I'm so nervous. I haven't been this upset since the day my scales were broken, and I thought I gained 200 pounds.
There's your man, Mrs. Elliott.
Now, don't all of you stare at me. I'll let him in.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Dan. Will you come in?
Reckon I will.
Are you embarrassed, Dan?
Nope. Well, reckon I'll be going now.
Dan, you just arrived.
Well, just don't know what to say, Louise. I ain't a man of many words. Had me a long-winded speech wrote down on the back of a cigarette paper. Forgot and smoked it.
Well.
Yeah.
Mother.
Oh, Liz, dear, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess we kind of forgot our manners, Louise, standing here chattering like a couple of blue jays.
Yes. Dan, this is my daughter, Elizabeth.
Hello, Mr. Carson.
Even prettier than the picture your mama sent me.
Mother sent you my picture?
Yep. Laying on a blanket, taking your bottle.
Well, I've changed quite a bit since then.
Yeah. You're a lot longer now. Got a little more hair, too.
Well, when I was a baby, I used to wear my hair very close to my head, under the skin.
I'm George Cugat, Liz's husband. How do you do, Mr. Carson?
Well, hiya, George. Say, I like the way you shake hands. Real tight, like you mean it.
Oh, you have quite a grip yourself.
Yeah, I hate wishy-washy shakes. Like to feel a friendship there. Ain't never forgot Herb Jackson, the friendliest feller I ever met. Broke 7 bones in my hand.
We'll be having dinner in a moment, Dan. Would you care to go upstairs and wash?
No. Took care of it before I left Houston.
Well, I'd better wash. I've never been to Houston.
I got a little surprise for you, Louise.
Oh, a surprise, Dan. Well, what is it?
Oh, it's coming later. Yeah, I guess I'm ready for Chuck now.
Chuck, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, that's what we call dinner in Texas, Lizzie.
What about late at night when you go down to the icebox and sneak a snack? What do you call that?
Snuff.
Enjoy your dinner, Mr. Carson?
Oh, I reckon it did, George. It's mighty fine grub.
Grub? What's grub?
Chuck.
I'm waiting for that surprise, Dan.
Well, it ought to be here in a little while, Louise.
Mr. Carson, I understand you have some oil property in Texas.
Yeah. It was originally my granddaddy's. He got it from some Indians. Swapped them for it.
Swapped them for oil property? What did he give them? Colored beads, bits of cloth, fire water?
No, $650,000.
Did you ever meet an Indian, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, Lizzie. Sorry I did, too.
Oh, did you have trouble with him?
Kinda.
Did you kill him?
Nope.
Did you hurt him?
Kinda.
With a gun?
Nope. Backed over him in a gas station.
Mr. Carson, I understand along with your oil properties, you have quite a ranch, too.
Oh, yeah. Got me a nice big ranch. Ain't it, Louise?
It's really tremendous.
What do you call your ranch, Mr. Carson?
Dallas.
What about my surprise, Dan?
Well, it ought to be here any minute, Louise. Let's see. Well, this is sure going to be a fine wedding. A pretty bride is...
And you'll be a rather handsome groom yourself, Dan.
Well, I went to a lot of trouble for the ceremony. Spent all day yesterday at the chiropractor's having my legs straightened out.
You should have kept your pants on. They're still bow-legged.
Tell me, do you have a horse, Mr. Carson?
Oh, now there's something that I like to talk about. You bet I got me a horse. His name is Shotgun.
Shotgun? Do you feed him or load him?
Oh, he's a good old horse. Had him for 18 years. Showing his age a little. Graying around the tail.
Oh, now that's nice. I think a gray tail makes a horse look distinguished.
As I always say, an old horse is just as good as a new horse.
I've never heard you say that, George.
Well, you've never been around while I was talking to an old horse.
Why don't we all go out on the porch?
Oh, I reckon that's your surprise now, Louise. Excuse me.
Oh, what do you suppose that silly boy's gotten me?
Mother, you're holding that third finger out too conspicuously.
Well, here's your surprise, Louise. Come on in, Slim.
Greetings from Texas, everybody. Gee, ho.
Slim's my old saddle buddy, Louise. He's gonna be our best man.
Oh?
Dan, you old hornswoggle son of a rattlesnake.
Slim, you old saddle-sore mule-buster.
You old leather-eating coyote.
You old thieving noose dodger.
You old horn-toad.
You old sippy cat.
You old prairie dog.
You old...
You...
Dan, he's going to be our best man?
Yeah, some surprise, huh, Lou? Slim, this year is Louise.
So that's her. Well, doggone. Twang my banjo, bust my britches, doggone. Gull darn, ding dong darn. Dan.
Slim says he likes your figure, Lou.
Oh, Mother's always had nice galderns.
Oh, here's a little galdern something I brung you, Miss Lou, for when you and old Ding Dong Dan set up galdern housekeeping. Doggone.
Thank you. Towels. How nice. Aren't they, Liz?
Oh, yes. Look, George, a set. Hers and his'n.
I'll be right back, Liz. I think we're going to need some smelling salts.
I heard that. If you don't like my vapor, just open some windows. Doggone, Dan. Who's the strawberry rose?
Oh, this is my daughter, Lizzie.
God darn it, she's pretty. A ding-dong redhead, too. Makes me want to kick off my boots and jump smack dab barefoot into a doggone tub of sow belly. Bust my britches. Bust my britches.
Bend over.
Doggone, Dan, I just can't wait no longer. I got a darn surprise for you outside. Music for your wedding.
Music, Dan?
Yeah, just a minute. Oh, I mean, just a doggone minute.
Oh, Slim, you brought the sons of the singing sagebrush.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away.
Whoa!
Howdy, Clem.
Dan, what did Slim say about music for our wedding?
Oh, I know they ain't the best, Miss Lou, but Spade Cooley weren't available.
Oh, there ain't no finer music than the sons of the singing sagebrush.
Sing some of that there wedding music for 'em, sons.
I'm ahead for the last roundup.
Whoa, horse.
Make up your mind.
Dan! Son!
Mr. Carson, have you ever thought that Mrs. Elliott may have other plans for the music at her wedding?
Lou? Why, Lou is loco about the sons, ain't you, Lou?
Well, Dan, they were all right when we went to the barn dance in San Antone, but I had planned on other music for the wedding, and I more or less thought that George could be the best man.
Oh, I'm being the best man. Who's George?
I'm George.
Now, look at here, George.
Shoot him, Slim.
George is going to be the best man, aren't you, George?
I say I'm going to be the best man. What do you say, George?
Well, Liz, I think Slim really has his heart set on it.
Is this going to be a wedding, or is this going to be a wedding?
That's a very good question.
Well, let me hear some more of that wedding music, son.
Oh, promise me that someday you and I will take our love together to some sky.
Wahoo! Son! Oh, shut
Shoot him, Slim! Shotgun sure would love this.
George, where are those smelling salts?
How's your mother, dear?
Doctor says she'll be all right. All she needs is quiet.
Fine. I got a room in town for the surging sons of the screaming sage.
Did they mind leaving?
Yes, I think they were a little hurt. As they walked away, they were singing something called I Don't Think They Like Us Here and I Wish We Were Back in Texas Blues.
Poor Mother. The way she tried to smile when Slim brought in that box of dirt so their marriage could be held on Texas soil.
I can see the write-up of the wedding in the paper. To the soft strains of Beat My Desert Doggie, Ate to the Bar, Louise Elliott and Daniel Carson were married. On the altar, campfires blazed brightly.
And the highlight of the affair was when the bride threw her bouquet of cactus and pinned 3 flower girls to the parson.
I won't let your mother go through with it, Liz.
Well, Mother confided in me, George. She doesn't want to go through with it.
She doesn't?
No, but unless Mr. Carson leaves, she'll have to marry him.
Oh, fine. Well, what could possibly make Mr. Carson leave? Who is it?
It's me. It's Dan.
Well, speak of the Carson.
Hello, Liz. George.
Why, Mr. Carson, you look so sad.
Well, I can't help it, Lizzie. It's a terrible thing that's happened. Terrible thing.
Oh, Mother's going to be all right, Mr. Carson. Don't worry.
It ain't your mother. Shotgun's down with a hoof and mouth disease.
Shotgun? You're more worried about your horse than Mrs. Elliott?
Well, I reckon I'd be pretty worried about her, too, if she had hoof and mouth disease. Poor old Shotgun. I just got a phone call about him from a Western Union office. I got to go to Shotgun.
You aren't leaving?
Yeah, reckon so. But I'll always remember Louise. I'm going to keep the picture I got of her. And I'd be obliged if she'd keep my box of dirt.
Well, I'm sure she will, Mr. Carson.
Well, goodbye, Liz. Bye, George.
Goodbye, Mr. Carson. Don't bother to shake. I'll just slam the door on my hand.
Goodbye, and I hope Shotgun gets his hoof out of his mouth.
Liz, he's gone.
And Mother has a box of dirt.
What'll she do with it?
Oh, it'll make nice Christmas presents for people who don't have dirt.
Darling, he's gone, but let's not make light of it. He was a nice old guy. Yeah. You don't have anything against him, do you?
Why, certainly not, George.
I hope his horse will be all right.
Be a shame if Shotgun popped off before he got back.
Liz, I can't get over the coincidence of this thing. Here we're sitting in our room, and you're saying how nice it would be if Mr. Carson left. Mm-hmm. In walks Mr. Carson. Had a phone call from Western Union, and he's leaving.
Positively amazing.
Well, I guess we can go break the news to your mother.
She already knows about it.
What?
I made the phone call from her room.
Liz.
Want to send a telegram?
No, dear. I can't sleep.
Why not?
I keep lying here waiting for you to say, George, are you asleep?
Do you love me, George?
Madly.
Would you swim oceans to be at my side?
I'd swim oceans to be at your side.
Would you climb mountains to be at my side?
I'd climb mountains to be at your side.
Would you get up and get me a glass of water?
No.
Why not?
I'm pooped from climbing those mountains and swimming those oceans.
Please get me a glass of water, George.
All right. What smells so good?
I left the top off my taboo.
I thought it was night-blooming jasmine.
Why does jasmine only bloom at night?
Oh, they have a very strong union.
I love you, George.
I love you, too.
Remember, I want cold water. That's the left faucet.
Yes, Liz, the left faucet.
Oh, George, I've changed my mind. I'd like a Coke instead.
Okay. Which faucet is the Coke?
Oh, never mind. You'd have to go downstairs. I don't want you to leave me. I'll take water.
Here you are, darling.
Thanks, little cuddle puddle.
You're welcome, little drip. Good night, honey.
Good night, dear.
What's the matter, Liz? You got a feather leak in your pillow?
No. I was just thinking that I'm pretty clever. Today I figured out a way to make someone not marry someone. And if I wanted to, I could scheme a way to make someone marry someone.
You really think you could?
Mm-hmm. I did it once.
You schemed a way to make someone marry someone?
Yes.
Who?
Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Night Theatre. We present Jessie Matthews in Robert's Wife by St. John Irvin, adapted for broadcasting by Archie Campbell. Robert's Wife.
Oh, yes, Anne, what is it?
Miss Orley wants to know if she can see you for a minute.
Yes, of course. Come in, won't you, Miss Orley?
I hope I'm not interrupting you, June.
Not a bit. I'm dining here tonight because of the confirmation, so I'm filling in time with odds and ends that don't matter much.
Is the vicar out?
He's in church, taking a last look round to see everything's all right.
I thought I might be able to lend a hand if one were needed. Is Mrs. Carson coming to the confirmation?
Oh, surely. We're having quite a doodah here tonight. Dinner party to meet the bishop. That old Mrs. Armitage is coming, and the church wardens. Do you know Mrs. Armitage?
Yes. Not well, but I know her.
She's frightfully rich, isn't she?
Enormously. Her husband made $1 million out of substitutes. Whenever he saw anything real, he put something artificial in its place.
Oh.
He did very well out of artificial eggs, but most of his money was made in artificial milk.
Oh, it must be lovely to be rich. You're rich, aren't you?
Not what Mrs. Armitage would call rich. I'm comfortably off, as they say.
Lucky you. Though Bob wouldn't approve of you. He's awfully against the rich.
Nice boy, Bob.
Yes. Of course, he's a bit of a bolshie, but...
All schoolboys are.
He isn't a schoolboy. He's at Oxford.
That's what I said. Mrs. Carson's very fond of him.
Yes, very. More like a mother than a stepmother. Do you think she's a Christian?
Mrs. Carson?
Yes. I mean, she's not much of a churchwoman, is she? She doesn't do any of the things you'd expect a clergyman's wife to do.
Oh, why should she? She's a doctor. She has her own work to do. There are plenty of women like me who can help the vicar. But there aren't many women who can help in the clinic.
You'd have made a good parson's wife, Miss Orley.
Would I?
Yes. Isn't it funny how people never seem to do the things they're best fitted for?
Very. Goodbye.
Oh, well, I suppose I've been tactless again. She's batty about him. Oh, dear, this list of communicants is in a muddle.
That boy Dick Jones is at the back door. Wants to know if he can speak to the vicar.
Oh, no, he can't. Tell him the vicar's out.
I told him that, miss, but he didn't seem to mind. He asked for Mrs. Carson, but I said she was out too. I said you were the only one in, and he said he'd wait.
Did he? Well, he can't.
Robert, are you in?
There's Mrs. Carson now. Tell that boy he'll have to come back another day or something.
Right. Hello, June. Anne, dear, would you bring the sherry?
Yes, madam.
My goodness, June, I'm tired.
You look tired.
And I'm happy.
Oh, what are you happy about?
I've just been made medical head of the clinic.
Oh, I am glad. I do congratulate you.
I'm glad, too. Now I can do something. Where's Robert?
In church, taking a last look round before the confirmation.
Oh, yes, the confirmation. I'd forgotten that.
You hadn't forgotten the bishop's coming.
You know I had. How lucky I came back in time. Is Bob in?
No, he's been out all day. I can't think where he gets to.
Thank you, Anne. Feeling flustered about tonight?
Oh, yes, madam. You see, I've never been done before.
Of course you haven't. You're only supposed to be done once. You ought to have been confirmed long ago. You'll have some sherry, June?
Well, just a little.
Give that to Miss Hanby.
Yes, madam.
Thank you.
Thank heavens for intoxicating liquor. Happy days, June.
Happy days, Mrs. Carson, and good luck to the clinic.
Good luck to the clinic.
Good luck.
Mm.
Oh, that boy Dick Jones is still waiting.
What does he want?
To speak to you or the vicar.
Oh, I hope his mother isn't being tiresome again.
I should say she certainly is. He can't see the vicar now. It's much too late.
I'll see him. Show him in, Anne.
Yes, madam.
I don't altogether blame his mother. That girl's a nasty little shrew, if you ask me.
Dick seems to like her, and she is going to have a baby.
I've no patience with girls who get into messes.
Wait till you get into one yourself.
Me?
We all get into messes of some sort. What's her name?
Hilda Corbett.
Well, it takes two to get into trouble, and I dare say Hilda did her share. We hear too much about boys who get innocent girls into trouble, but not nearly enough about girls who lead innocent boys astray.
Oh, what sort of a man is it who lets himself be led astray?
Almost every man.
Jones, madam.
Oh, come in, Dick. What is it? Can I help?
Oh, it's my mother, Mrs. Carson. She won't give her consent. She said she'd rather see me stretching my coffin than married to Hilda.
Well, that's emphatic enough.
I don't know what to do. Hilda's off her head.
I know. Sit down, Dick.
Oh, thank you.
Hilda isn't very tactful with your mother.
Girls who are going to have babies when they aren't married are seldom models of deportment, June. Why does your mother dislike her so much, Dick?
Oh, she says she ain't suitable for me. Mrs. Carson, I want to do right by Hilda. I've got her into trouble and it's up to me to look after her. Can't you and the vicar do something to help us?
Are you quite sure you're in love with Hilda?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Carson, of course I'm in love with her. But even if I wasn't, I'd marry her after this. It'd only be decent to marry her.
Yes, but you mustn't go marrying girls just because it's decent. Anyhow, here's the vicar now. You'd better ask him. Oh, Robert, you're just in time. Dick's mother is still obstinate.
I'm sorry about that, Dick. When's the baby due?
September, sir.
Oh, yes, I remember. Well, there's plenty of time for your mother to change her mind.
Oh, but we want to put a good face on things, sir. Hilda doesn't like the idea of the baby coming soon after we're married.
Well, she should have thought of that before, shouldn't she? Good gracious me, look at the time. I'm afraid you'll have to go now, Dick, but you'd better come and see me tomorrow night.
Oh, very good, sir.
I'll have another talk with your mother, but if she still refuses her consent, we'll have to apply to the magistrate. Yes, I hate having to do that. Makes for bad feeling, but come along.
Now, 6:30 tomorrow night sharp, understand?
Yes, miss.
Cheer up, Dick. You mustn't go about with a face as long as a fiddle.
No, Mama. But I do want to do right by Hilda.
When people want to do right, they generally do it. Good night.
Good night.
You better tell your mother when you get home that we'll apply to the magistrate if she won't consent.
Aren't doting mothers detestable?
No, Mrs. Jones isn't a bad sort. Personally, I don't like Hilda. Horrid, snivelling little creature. I wonder if it's any use trying to do good.
That's what I wonder when I'm tired. What's the good, I say to myself. No sooner have you helped one lot of silly fools than up comes another lot. The human race is a washout. It won't stay up. The minute your back's turned, it damn well falls down again. Why not let it fall and have your fun while you've health and strength? That's how I think when I'm feeling tired and discouraged. But when I'm fresh and happy, I don't care how stupid people are, so long as I'm allowed to do things for them. Whoop, you great lump of fat-headedness, I say, and I give them a shove up. And if they fall down on me, I say, up again, you big stiff.
Oh, they make me cross when they start slithering about.
But you wouldn't like to live with people who never muffed things.
Yes, I should. I hate fools.
Supposing you had to live with a bench of bishops.
They're muffing all the time.
Not all the time, June. Even a bishop has lucid intervals. Though people seem to call them awful names, whatever they do. Oh, Robert, why is it that everybody, however stupid he may be, thinks he knows better than any bishop?
Oh, that's easily answered. No bishop can ever in any circumstances be right about anything. I thought every errand boy knew that.
Our bishop will be here any minute. So will the church wardens and Mrs. Armitage.
Oh, Lord, yes, and me still dirty from the toil of the day. June, you're up to your elbows in ink.
Oh, it won't take me half a jiff to get ready.
I say, have you seen Bob?
No, darling, I've only just come in myself.
Oh? Had a busy day?
Yes, very. I've been made medical head of the clinic.
Oh, my darling, I'm glad. I am glad. You must be feeling proud of yourself.
I am. I'm the proudest woman in England tonight. I wouldn't change places with any woman on earth. All my life I've wanted a job like this, and now I shall be able to do things. This clinic is life to me, Robert. I want to work in it till I drop.
You won't drop. You'll be carried out kicking.
That's true. Nobody's going to get rid of me in a hurry. Oh, goodness, look at the time. I must fly to titivate myself for this wicked old bishop. Robert, I want you to be very nice to Mrs. Armitage tonight.
That old packet? I'm always nice to her.
I know, darling, but I want you to be especially nice to her tonight. Make the bishop take a lot of notice of her.
Why?
I want to bleed the old girl for my clinic. It must be enlarged. I shall ask her to come on the committee, and then I'll skin her for £5,000.
You devil. Her food will cost her dear tonight.
Well, darling, her awful old husband made a fortune out of poisoning people with badly tinned food and substitutes. So the least she can do is to pay for a clinic to cure some of his customers.
Oh, madam, the bishop's come.
Crikey, look at me, dirty and dishevelled.
All right, Anne. I'll go to the door. There you are, Bishop.
Robert.
How's Benedict to see you?
How are you, my dear Philip? I'm afraid I'm early.
Come inside. Sancho's waiting for you.
Ah, my dear Mrs. Carson. I know I'm much too early.
You're never too early, Bishop. You're welcome whenever you come.
That's very kind of you. You see, I want to have a little talk with Robert.
Shall I leave you?
No, please. It concerns you, too. By the way, Sir Henry Gordon met me just now and told me you'd been appointed head of the clinic.
Isn't that splendid?
Congratulations, my dear.
Thank you, Bishop.
You'll be the right woman in the right place. Though I must warn you that everybody doesn't approve of you.
Don't I know that?
Jefferson of St. Ethelberta's is very worried about your sociological opinions. He doesn't like what he's heard of your views on birth control. Blessed is the man that hath his quiver full.
Well, his quiver's empty.
He's a celibate, darling.
That makes it worse. A man has no right to run about telling other people to fill their quivers, when he has sworn never to put anything in his.
We're an illogical lot. That's what keeps us sane. Well, to business. I suppose you've heard, Robert, that Warburton is retiring at last from the deanery?
No, I hadn't heard.
He told the chapter this afternoon that he intends to retire at Christmas. I needn't tell you, Robert, that I don't know who will be appointed in his place, but I'd give a good deal to see you there.
Thank you, Bishop.
Your husband has every qualification for the position, Mrs. Carson. He's a good preacher, a good organizer, and a good man.
He preaches his best sermon to me.
I don't know how much influence I have, not much, I'm afraid, but the Prime Minister and I are very old friends, and I'm going to take the liberty of telling him that you are the right man for this deanery, Robert. And it will be a very great happiness to me, as your bishop, to see you appointed. You'd take it, wouldn't you, Robert, if it were offered to you?
Yes.
Of course he would.
What about you?
Me?
Yes. You're rather important, you know. You'll be Mrs. Dean.
Robert's career in the church doesn't depend on me, thank goodness, but on his own ability and character.
Well, naturally, but supposing your career as a doctor does not run quite in the same direction as his career.
They don't clash in the least, do they, Robert?
They haven't so far.
I don't see why they ever should. Robert and I had this out before we were married, Bishop. I was not going to give up my work, nor, of course, was he going to give up his.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a very good doctor, though I say that I shouldn't.
Well, I'll say it for you.
And Robert's a very good clergyman.
Ah, there I can speak with greater authority. He is far and away the best parish priest in this diocese.
Well, then, we don't see why two perfectly good careers should be upset because their owners marry.
There isn't any reason, but there may be a lot of stupidity. However, we needn't anticipate trouble. All I want to know now is that Robert will accept the deanery if it is offered to him. My dear fellow, you know how deeply I regard you.
You've always been very kind to me.
No kinder than you deserve. But my regard for you isn't only due to your ability, it's also a feeling of personal affection. I'm very fond of you, Robert. And you too, Sancho. I may call you Sancho, may I not?
Please, Bishop.
Mrs. Armitage and the churchwardens are in the drawing room, madam.
All right, Anne, thank you. Oh, Anne, just a moment. Anne's to be confirmed by you tonight, Bishop.
Oh, I hope I shall confirm you nicely, Anne.
Thank you, my lord.
That's all, Anne. Robert, go and talk to them until I've had time to change my dress. Bishop, will you be a very great dear?
I don't know that I'm capable of that, but I'll try.
Be very nice to Mrs. Armitage.
The rich woman?
Yes. I want to bleed her for my clinic. And if you'll tell her how useful it is.
All right. The money's as good as yours.
I shan't be long, Robert.
Your wife's a nice woman, Robert.
She's a darling.
Your son gets on well with her?
He adores her. I believe he'd tell her things he wouldn't tell me.
How is he?
Pretty good. Of course, he thinks I'm obsolete.
Well, didn't you think your father was? As it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be?
I sometimes feel sorry for poor old Adam. He had no father to repudiate. Bob's at the bitter stage. Everything's all wrong.
I'm not afraid of unorthodoxy in the young, Robert. That's how we grow. I'm afraid of their indifference. That's how we die. Now, lead me to this old woman, Armitage, whom Sancho wants me to please. By the way, Robert, I'm in a little bit of difficulty about the diocesan fund. I wish you'd come over to the palace tomorrow and help us structure. You know what?
Come in here, Miss Orley. It's cozier here.
But won't I be in the way of the bishop and the vicar?
They won't be here for another quarter of an hour. Sit down.
Oh, thank you.
I thought that service was rather nice.
Yes. I like confirmation. I like all services in which people dedicate themselves.
This sort of thing hasn't come very much in my life. I scarcely ever went to church before I married Robert. But there was something beautiful in that service tonight. All those boys and girls solemnly accepting responsibility for their own lives and vowing to make the best of them. I like young people. They irritate me intensely, but I like them.
Yes, indeed.
I'm very fond of Bob, but there are times when I can scarcely keep my hands off him. You're a religious woman, Miss Orley?
Well, I'll try to be, though I'm not very successful.
Tell me, what does it mean to you?
I'm not sure that I can.
But you're getting something out of it.
Getting something?
That's crudely put, of course, but obviously you're satisfied. You seem to have realized yourself more than most of us do. As if you were getting... Oh, dear, how hard it is to say these things. Some satisfaction which infuses your whole life and gives you peace.
Yes.
Now, I'm not at peace. I'm at war. And I feel that it is right for me to be at war. Yet I envy you your peace. Why do I envy what seems to be wrong?
Wrong?
Yes. This isn't a world in which to feel at peace. I want to fight.
Just for the sake of fighting?
No, but because there's so much that is worth fighting for. I'm a soldier because of the intolerable wrongness of life. And I want to live and die in the front line.
But only, I suppose, because you hope that the intolerable wrongness of life can be ended.
Or lessened.
You wouldn't want to live and die in the front line if you thought that the intolerable wrongness would last forever.
I don't know. That's part of my puzzle. My father and mother were agnostics, but they were good people. Why were they? I can understand you and Robert doing good because you believe in the benevolent intention of the universe. But my mother and father weren't convinced there was any intention, good or evil.
And yet they did good.
Yes. Isn't it queer?
Mrs. Jones has come.
Mrs. Jones?
Dick's mother. The vicar and the bishop are still powwowing with the warden. Oh, I'd better clear out.
You can talk to June in the drawing room while I see Mrs. Jones here. The bishop's coming in for an hour as soon as he and Robert have finished in church, and I'd like you to meet him.
Oh, thank you.
Send Mrs. Jones in, June.
I don't think she's in a good temper.
Never mind. Send her in.
Very well. You coming, Miss Orley?
Yes.
Oh, will you go into the study, Mrs. Jones?
Thank you. Good evening.
Come in, Mrs. Jones. Sit down.
Oh, thank you.
My husband is still in church, and I'm afraid he won't be able to see you tonight, but if I can do anything...
It's about my boy.
Yes?
I don't want no interference between me and my boy.
But, Mrs. Jones...
He's my boy, not yours.
I know, but there's Hilda to be considered.
Mrs. Carson, that girl's no good.
She's going to have a baby.
Oh, her sort breeds like rabbits. I tell her she ain't a proper girl to marry a man, not a man like my Dick.
What's wrong with her?
Everything. She's a snippety piece, all show no backbone, and has no more notion of how to run a house than she has of flying. Hilda's a factory girl, doing little bits all day, and when she's done 'em, she goes to pictures. That's her life, little bits and pictures. A girl like that ain't fit to be a man's wife.
Well, there are thousands of them, Mrs. Jones.
More's the pity. She's nothing but a slut with a pennyworth of paint on her silly face. Set her down to cook a dinner for a man, and what'll happen? Huh! I know where her dinners will come from. Out of tins and fried fish shops.
Are you suggesting seriously that Dick should leave Hilda in the lurch?
Yes, I am. I wouldn't have him marry her for all the world.
Mrs. Jones, why don't you be reasonable about this? They're going to marry, and it would be better for everybody, yourself included, if you were friendly to them. If you won't consent to the marriage, they'll apply to the magistrates for permission.
Now, that's what I've come about. You and Vicar mustn't do it, Mrs. Carson.
There's a child coming, Mrs. Jones.
I know, and I'm willing to pay Hilda whatever the magistrates say, but I don't want her married to my boy.
Why are you so hard on them?
You'd be hard if you had a boy who's going to make a fool of himself. Young folks are very stubborn, Mrs. Carson, and I've seen a proper few of them make great unhappiness for themselves, going against their parents' advice and having their own way.
Well, they have to find their own feet.
I don't hold with that sort of talk. A child has to be taught its way about. Why, half your time in your clinic you're telling mothers that. Let their child walk the way it wants to and it'll grow up bandy leg. Now, I've heard you say things like that yourself.
Yes, that's true. But Dick isn't a child, and Hilda's going to have one.
A chap Dick's age has no more sense than a hen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sancho. I didn't know.
It's all right. Mrs. Jones has come to see both of us.
Good evening, Mrs. Jones.
Oh, good evening, sir.
No, please don't go, Bishop. I think you may be able to help us. This is the Bishop, Mrs. Jones.
How do you do, Mrs. Jones?
I'm quite well, thank you, sir.
Do you mind if we tell the Bishop about Dick and Hilda?
No, not at all.
Mrs. Jones has one son, a boy called Dick, and a very good lad he is.
That he is, a proper lad, though he has got a girl into trouble.
Yes. And as you've heard Mrs. Jones say, Bishop, he's got a girl into trouble. Her name's Hilda Corbett, and they're both underage.
Yes.
Now, Dick wants to marry the girl, but his mother, he hasn't a father, won't give her consent, and he won't be 21 until after the baby is born.
I see.
She ain't a proper girl for him, sir. Not the sort of man ought to have for his wife. Oh, it's hard for me to say just what I mean, sir, but it's this way. A girl to knock about with is one thing, but a wife's another.
Yes, I think I see your point, Mrs. Jones.
Well, I'm glad of that, sir. You see, people like Vicar and Mrs. Carson, and you too, sir, if you'll pardon the liberty, don't see things the way we do. All you thinks about is getting the girl married, respectable like. But I'm thinking of my boy's whole life. He's got to live with Hilda. I don't see no happiness for him nor her, come to that, if they marry. And what's the good of marriage if it don't make you happy?
Yes, I sympathize with your point of view. I'm not so keen on respectability that I'm willing to see a young man and girl who are unsuited to each other tied together for life because they've slipped into trouble. But there's the third party, the child.
Yes, I know, but
which hasn't been asked for its consent to be born, but will have to bear all the consequences. Mrs. Jones, you won't have to bear them. The child will. And it is a very great responsibility to cast a slur on another person's life, especially a child's.
Well, I don't want to do a child no harm.
Well, then give your grandchild a chance. Look here, if you'll behave nicely to him, I'll come here myself and marry your son to Hilda, I think you said her name was?
That's her name, sir. My lord, I mean.
And I'll baptize the baby.
From what I can see of it, sir, one visit will do for both.
Well, what about it?
It is the baby that matters, isn't it, Mrs. Jones?
Well, I don't make no promises.
But you'll think about it.
Yes, I'll think about it.
Oh, splendid, Mrs. Jones.
It's that girl.
Oh, I know. One of my sons wanted to marry a girl I didn't approve of, and he did. And you know, Mrs. Jones, she turned out to be a very nice girl.
You was lucky, sir. Well, thank you for your advice. I'm sorry I barged in on you all like this, but I'm not sorry I come.
Good night, Mrs. Jones.
Good night, my lord.
I'll come to the door with
Oh,
you.
thank you. Good night, Vicar.
Good night.
God forgive me if I've done wrong.
You don't doubt you've done right, do you?
You know, there's something in what that poor woman said. We are more eager for the marriage ceremony than we are for the happiness of the married. We've forced our will on Mrs. Jones, who knows the nature of her son and that girl better than we do, and if their marriage turns out a failure, we shall be to blame.
I wish we could think of some means of solving this sort of problem. I don't want to see Dick tied to a worthless girl, but at the same time I don't want to see their child stigmatized. Oh, what's a poor parson to do?
Protect the weakest.
But who is the weakest? The girl, the baby, or Dick? The moment Dick and Hilda are married, we'll wash our hands of them.
Yes.
Aren't we washing our hands of too many things? I hate this safety-first religion. We neither lead nor follow. We simply stand about hoping we shan't be noticed. It's a great pity someone doesn't set fire to a bishop.
I hope they won't begin on me.
I know I sound absurd. Yet I think we're far too reasonable, and I know nothing so uninspiring as reasonable behavior. It's the wild men of the world who keep it fresh and wholesome.
When you're dean...
Yes, when I'm dean. Do you think I ever shall be?
Oh, certainly. You have enthusiasm and brains, a combination of qualities that is rare and is becoming rarer. All the enthusiasts of my acquaintance have no brains, and all the brainy people have no enthusiasm. We're dying of hot heads and cold feet.
Here's Bob, with a bomb in every pocket.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, Father.
You know my stepson, Bob, don't you, Bishop?
Yes. How are you, Bob?
Pretty fit, thanks, my lord.
Good.
Well, what have you been doing tonight? Starting a new universe or only letting off steam?
I've been talking to some soldiers at Barnbury Camp.
What were you talking about?
War.
Well, I'm going there to preach on Sunday.
Oh, you're not going to praise war, are you?
Bob.
Oh, please, my lord, I'm not being cheeky, but so many bishops praise war.
I shan't praise it, Bob. I had 3 sons when the last one began. I hadn't any when it was over. I don't think I shall praise war. But I won't refuse my blessing to men who are willing to die for what they think is a good cause.
Yeah, it's always a good cause.
In that event, the soldier is spared the shame of thinking he has died in a bad one. If your generation can stop war, God bless it. You'll forgive a bishop, won't you, for asking God to bless you? I believe that bishops are in bad odor at Oxford, and that their invocations are considered impertinent. But we're puzzled men, Bob. I find it increasingly hard to say just what is the will of God, though I had no difficulty whatsoever about it when I was at Oxford. So perhaps, my dear lad, you will be able to do better than we've done. Sancho, didn't you say something about speeding the parting bishop with hot milk?
Yes, but if we stay here much longer, it'll be hot water. Come along.
We're a cowardly lot, always preferring the law to the prophets.
Me for the prophets every time.
Me too, Sancho, me too.
Turn out the light, Robert.
Yeah. Yet we must have law.
Is it martyrs we need?
Yes, but who's going to clear up the mess?
Where's Mrs. Carson? This isn't one of her clinic nights, is it?
No, Miss Orley. She's at a meeting with Bob. Oh, thank goodness we'll soon have these notices done. If it hadn't been for you, I couldn't have finished them tonight. I asked Bob to help me, but he wouldn't.
What is this meeting Bob and Mrs. Carson are at?
Oh, one of these down-with-everything meetings. Anti-war, I think. We had a row about it this morning.
Hello. Working in here?
Yes, we didn't expect you back so soon, Mrs. Carson. Mr. Jefferson's with the vicar. I think there's a row on. He came in looking awfully Anglo-Catholic.
I bet it's about me.
I shouldn't be surprised. He doesn't like your clinic.
He'll like it a lot less before I've finished. If old Mrs. Armitage gives me enough money, I'll have clinics all over the place.
Has she given you any yet?
A little, not much. She's what she calls feeling her way. Oh, why have all the wrong people got the money?
Probably because they're the wrong people. Was it a good meeting tonight?
If 37 people is a crowd, then it was good. But as none of them agreed with anything, I should have said it wasn't.
What was it about?
Anti-war.
Did Bob speak?
Yes, he spoke. And not badly either. He has some of his father's eloquence, but he's woolly-witted. Do you know what he proposed tonight?
What?
A strike against motherhood. Every woman is to refuse to have any more babies until armaments have been abolished.
There wouldn't be any people left on the earth.
I told him that, and he said, would it matter? Oh, Bob, dear, we were just talking about you. Come on in.
Good evening, Bob.
Good evening, Miss Orley. Evening, June.
I'm not speaking to you.
Oh, why?
He was rude to me this morning. He called me bourgeois.
You'll have guessed by this time, Miss Orley, that these two are secretly engaged.
Well, I had sort of surmised that.
What sort of home they'll have with two orators in it, I cannot imagine.
You can take turn about at speechifying.
That's right, make fun.
Bob.
That's all people in this country ever do, make fun. Anybody who's serious about anything in this country is called a prig. He hasn't any sense of humour. There's a hell of a lot of humour in being hungry. Oh, it's a great joke to be poor and born in a slum. Every day I wake up to find the world in a worse mess than it was before.
That doesn't say very much for you, does it?
The whole system's wrong.
You might as well say that the whole human race is wrong.
But Sancho, people aren't doing anything.
Nobody doing anything?
Anything that matters. Oh, everybody's against war, yet everybody's wondering when the next war will begin. If they were serious, it would never begin. I went to Hangover this morning. That hospital where the chaps who were cropped for good in the last war are waiting to die. I'd like to take everybody to Hangover and say that's what your blasted war did to them. I'm one of the chaps who'll be expected to go and get killed in the next war. I'm nearly 20, so I'm just ripe for slaughter. What? I won't fight. I tell you, I won't fight. I can't bear the thought of killing people. I can't bear it.
Bob, dear.
I'm sorry, Sancho. I'm most frightfully sorry.
I must go after
No,
him.
don't. Your common sense is a little overpowering at times, June. I'll go.
I shall have an awful job with him when we're married.
Do you love him very much?
Yes, terribly. I oughtn't to love him because he's a frightful fool, but I do. Every now and then I have a horrible desire to sock him on the jaw, but the rest of the time I just want to take care of him. I never thought I'd feel like this. Most unsecretarial. Oh, goodness, we haven't finished these notices yet. They ought to have been done long ago.
It's a pity he attaches so much importance to living.
Oh, I'm with him there. I like being alive.
No, I agree. It's very nice to be alive, but we can't make too much fuss about it. Bob has no hope of anything but this. And because he has no other hope, he's afraid of losing it. He'll do anything for life.
Well, wouldn't you?
No.
But it's all we're sure of.
It's the least thing I'm sure of.
I can't understand you. We do know we've got this. We don't know we'll get anything else.
Well, doesn't what you do know make you feel certain that there must be more to come?
There may be. I don't know. I do my bit as things are, and if that isn't good enough, well, I can't help it. It's my best.
Well, you're not as far from me as you think. If this is the end of everything, then nothing we do matters. If this isn't the end, then the length of our life here is of little importance. It's only an interval between the acts.
Oh, hello, June. Not gone yet?
Oh, I wanted to finish these notices, and Miss Orley offered to stay and help me. And she's awfully good about helping.
Yes, I know. My unpaid curate.
Was Mr. Jefferson very tiresome?
Well, not more than usual.
What was it this time?
It was the sacredness of human life.
Oh, that's what Bob's always worrying about.
Poor Jefferson. Sancho's clinic worries him terribly.
Oh, I shouldn't let him upset you. She's doing one of the best jobs in this town.
I know she is. That's why it annoys me when Jefferson has right on his side.
That man can't be right, even when he is. He's got a natural genius for being wrong.
Let's finish these notices in the morning room, June.
Oh, must you finish them tonight?
Oh, yes, we must. Are you ready, Miss Orley?
Now, don't let her impose on you.
Nobody imposes on her. They can't.
She imposes on herself.
But I like to help.
Oh, Robert, got rid of Jefferson?
Yes, he was in a wax.
Me again.
Yes, it's about that open-air creche you've started in St. Mary's churchyard. He thinks you're committing sacrilege.
What?
It's consecrated ground.
Consecrated to what? The dead. Well, I'm consecrating it to the living.
He's worried by the sight of the kids romping around the tombstones.
If I were mouldering inside one of those monstrous old tombs, I'd feel delighted to think that just outside my grave, little children were happy and growing strong.
Yes, I know, Sancho, and I share your point of view. But Jefferson doesn't think as we do. And it's unfortunate that your clinic should be in his parish and not in mine.
But it's always been there. He has one of the poorest parishes in the town.
But you're married to me.
What on earth has that got to do with it? The clinic was there before I met you. It didn't affect you before we were married. Why should it affect you now?
Parsons are very touchy about trespassing on each other's preserves. Nearly as bad as gangsters. It's a pity we can't do our work without treading on his corns.
Nobody can do anything that is worth doing without treading on somebody's corns. And there are a lot of corns on which I want to tread.
Yes, but people think I'm doing the treading. I mean, they think I sympathize completely with all you do.
Don't you?
No, I think you go too far sometimes and are in too great a hurry.
Oh.
You're always complaining of reactionaries. But I believe that reaction's an important part of progress. Otherwise, we'd run ahead of ourselves. Well, every soldier knows that he mustn't carry his attack too far. He must stop and consolidate his gains, defend what he's won, and make his ground good.
Yes, I see that, but I also see that there are people in the world who must go on, who can't stop, and that there are other people who are always getting in the way and trying to stop them. The history of medicine alone proves that.
How?
At every turn of the road to medical knowledge, the pioneering doctor has found an obstructive priest in his path. I see myself as the symbol of all the doctors who've striven to reduce or abolish pain, and I see Jefferson as the symbol of all the priests who have tried to stop them. When I discovered the use of anesthetics, Jefferson forbade me to use them. When I tried to study anatomy in the Middle Ages, Jefferson was there, forbidding me to dissect dead bodies. I had to steal them from graveyards, and he had me burnt for doing it. Wherever I went, I found Jefferson in my way. You'd have thought he was wrong then, wouldn't you?
Certainly.
Well, I think he is wrong now. He was always wrong, right back to the beginning.
And you were always right, darling.
Yes, always. You see, Robert, I'm really a better Christian than you are.
Oh, darling.
I believe in the forces of good and evil, and I am not willing to compromise with evil.
I don't ask you to do that. All I'm suggesting is that you should pull in a bit and not go out of your way to antagonize people.
I haven't gone out of my way to antagonize anybody. Why didn't you ask him to pull in?
I did.
Is he going to?
No, he made exactly the same replies that you're making. He, too, is convinced that he is right. If only you'd both be a little bit reasonable.
Listen, Robert. There isn't anything Jefferson stands for that you approve. I've heard you time after time denouncing him as narrow-minded, reactionary, medieval,
obscurantist?
Yes, that's it. Obscurantist. Yet here you are taking his part against me.
Only trying to satisfy you both.
You can't do Robert. If you satisfy him, you dissatisfy me. I never expected to have to tell you that you can't serve God and Mammon.
You're not suggesting that Jefferson is Mammon, are you?
Well, he isn't God.
Are you?
No, but when I'm doing a good job of work, I have God in me, and I should be committing a sin if I stopped doing it. When I am drawn away from myself and my own comfort and made to do things that are not for my own good, but for the good of other people, then I cease to be myself and become part of God.
That's an extremely dangerous doctrine, Sancha. There isn't a dictator in Europe who can't justify himself on that argument.
Perhaps, but by their fruits ye shall know them. Jefferson has no fruits. Some poor women have far too many. I'm trying to see that they have only enough, and that they're good, and Father Jefferson can put that in his pipe and smoke it.
Have it your own way, but I still think my way is the best.
Robert, why have you become so very reasonable all of a sudden? You're not losing your courage, are you?
I don't think so.
Or are you becoming careful? It isn't that deanery.
Oh, Sancha, that's very unjust.
I'm not so sure. What will become of my clinic if you get it?
That's a problem, isn't it?
It's a very worrying problem.
No, we can't live here.
No, we shall have to live in Winterbury, 40 miles away.
Yes.
So, of course, like a good wife, I shall be expected to give up my work and follow my husband's career.
I shouldn't put it quite like that.
But that's the situation, isn't it?
Well, darling, you're not proposing that we should separate.
No, of course not. But I resent this assumption that when a husband and wife are both doing a good job, the wife's work must always be regarded as subordinate to the husband's, and that when he gets promotion, she must chuck her job and follow him. Why shouldn't he chuck his?
Do you want me to?
No, darling, you know I don't. I've faced this situation ever since the bishop spoke to us that night. When was it? Last March. And I'm prepared. It won't be easy. But I'm prepared to give up the clinic.
Sancha. Oh, darling, that's really noble of you.
I can open another in Winterbury.
Yes, of course. Of course.
Is there anything against that?
Oh, well, a dean's wife has to watch her step a bit more than a vicar's.
My God, has she? The whole of this town has been watching my step ever since I married you. If it's like this for a vicar's wife, what must it be like for an archbishop's?
Officially, my dear, an archbishop has no wife. He lives in a domestic atmosphere.
Yes, Anne?
Please, sir, there are two gentlemen to see you.
At this hour of the evening?
Yes, sir. They asked if Mr. Bob was in and said it was important.
Bob? Have you told him?
No, madam. They said they'd like a word with you, sir, first.
Did they give their names?
No, sir, they just asked if Mr. Bob was in and then said they'd like a little chat with you.
Show them in.
Yes, sir.
How very mysterious.
Yes, very.
The gentleman, sir.
Hello, Lindsay. I didn't expect a call from you.
Good evening, Vicar. This is my colleague, Inspector Footboy.
How do you do, Inspector?
Good evening, sir.
Oh, I don't think you've met my wife. This is Inspector Lindsay, my dear, an old friend.
No, I haven't had that pleasure, sir.
How do you do, Inspector?
How do you do?
You haven't come to arrest me for anything awful, have you? Nobody's died on me, have they?
No, ma'am. But I'm afraid, though, I've not come on a pleasant job. The fact is, I have a warrant for your son's arrest.
For his arrest?
I'm not acting as strictly as I ought, but you're an old friend, Vicar, and I have the greatest regard for you and your work, and for yours, too, ma'am. And I thought I'd just have a little talk with you first. I want to make things as easy as possible for everybody.
Thank you, Lindsay. I'm obliged to you.
But what's he done?
Well, Mrs. Carson, it's a charge of sedition.
Sedition?
Your young man has been distributing handbills to soldiers, urging them to lay down their arms and refuse to fight in the next war.
But he's only a boy.
Your son's in the house, sir, isn't he?
Yes.
Will you send for him?
I'll go and fetch him.
Are you going to take him away tonight?
I'm afraid so. Oh, he'll probably be let out on bail tomorrow.
Is it a very serious crime to try to stop war?
Yes, ma'am. Very serious. When it's only one side you're stopping. I don't like war any more than you do. But there's a lot of things I don't like that I have to do. This is one of them.
Yes, my son.
Do you want me?
Are you Robert Carson?
Yes.
We are police officers, and I am Chief Detective Inspector Lindsay. I have here a warrant for your arrest on a charge of sedition. I shall read it to you. You needn't say anything in reply, but if you do, it'll be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. Information on oath has this day been laid by John Lindsay that Robert Carson of the Vicarage Combermere in the county of South, hereinafter called the defendant, on this 12th day of September in the said district endeavoured maliciously and advisedly by writing and conversation to seduce one Henry Cobb, there and then a soldier in Her Majesty's forces, to wit the Southwest Fusiliers, from his allegiance to Her Majesty.
May I see the warrant?
Certainly.
I've only one thing to say.
Bob, for God's sake, don't say anything.
I'm not going to deny what I've done, and I refuse to have any lawyers messing about with my case. I'm guilty. I want everybody to know I'm guilty. I think it is my duty to do everything in my power to stop war, and I will do my utmost for the rest of my life to make every soldier lay down his arms. If that is guilt, then I am guilty.
Well, I'm afraid we shall have to search his room. Perhaps you'll show Inspector Footboy where it is, Vicar.
There's nothing there, except a few pamphlets and books. You'll find them all in my desk.
If you'll come this way, Inspector.
Thanks, sir. I'm afraid I must make sure that you're not carrying firearms.
But he's a pacifist.
I know. But you've no idea how bloodthirsty some pacifists are.
What's happening? What is it, Bob?
He's just been arrested, June.
What for?
Sedition.
Do you mean to tell me you've arrested him for that?
Yes, miss, I have.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. He's an undergraduate. Don't you realize that?
Don't make little of me because I'm young.
Oh, you silly idiot. You got yourself into a nice mess. Why can't you get on with your lessons instead of interfering in things you don't understand?
I'd feel ashamed of myself if I did nothing to try to stop this filthy fighting.
Will they send him to prison?
Oh, that depends on the evidence and the judge.
Judge?
Oh, yes, miss, he'll probably be sent for trial.
I can't understand why it is criminal to tell a soldier that war is wicked.
That isn't what he told the soldier man. He urged him not to fight if a war should break out. And I call that advising a man to do the dirty on his country when she's in trouble.
Are you taking him to prison tonight?
No, miss, to the police station.
He'll want things, won't he? Night things and things.
Yes.
I'll go and get them ready for you, Bob.
Oh, thank you, June.
Won't want much, will you?
No, I suppose not.
Just a few things. Oh, Bob, darling. Oh,
June, my dear.
sorry. I didn't mean to cry.
It's a bit hard on her. Women always get the worst of this sort of thing.
I found these pamphlets and books in his desk, sir.
Right. Are these yours?
Yes, they're all mine.
I'm now going to take you to 4th Street Police Station, where you'll be charged.
Is there anything I can do tonight?
Well, I should get on to your lawyer.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll telephone to Thompson at once. He's my solicitor. Oh, Bob.
Can I come with him?
Well, you can if you like, ma'am. But I shouldn't if I were you. It'll only distress you.
You'd like me to come, Bob?
Yes, please, Sancho.
I'll fetch a coat.
Oh, hello. Is that you, Thompson? It's the vicar speaking. Carson, yes. Thompson, for God's sake, come over here at once, will you? My son's just been arrested. What? The charge? The charge is sedition.
Turn that thing off, Bob, can't you? You better keep out of the way this afternoon.
Why?
The bishop will be here and Mrs. Armitage is coming to tea.
What if she is?
She's practically promised to give £5,000 to the clinic.
Oh, the clinic.
Yes, the clinic. It's much more important than your old propaganda. How you could have been such a fool, I can't imagine.
Do you think they'll send me to prison?
I don't know. Cook says she's surprised they've let you out on bail. Says it was influence.
Influence my foot?
I felt ashamed when I heard that lawyer reading out the letters he wrote to that soldier.
Are you trying to break off our engagement?
I wish I could, but I can't. I love you, you silly idiot.
Anne tells me the bishop's just come. He's in the drawing room with Robert.
Oh, is he? I didn't hear his car.
How lucky he's here. I'll have to ask him to have tea with Mrs. Armitage. That'll please her. You know, Bob, you haven't made things easy for me. I've lost 3 subscribers to the clinic since your arrest. Good ones, too. I don't want you here when Mrs. Armitage comes.
That's what I've been trying to tell him.
I don't seem to be wanted.
Well, you're not very helpful, are you? Your father's moving heaven and earth to get you out of this mess, and you do nothing but get in his way.
Anybody'd think you wanted to go to jail.
I do. I want to go to prison.
I can't make out whether you're a saint and a martyr or just an exhibitionist.
Oh, Sancho, I didn't think you'd say that to me. I know I'm silly and arrogant, but that doesn't prove that I'm wrong about essential things. That's what I'm trying to tell you all, but you just laugh at me and say, you wait till you're older, then you'll know better. I may not want to know better. I may be too frightened or too lazy or too self-satisfied. Well, that's not good enough for me. The only way to get anything done is for somebody to do something dramatic, something that will make people think, like getting crucified. Oh, I know I'm expressing myself terribly badly, Sancho, but that's what I'm trying to do, and it hurts me frightfully when you sneer at me, because I do love you so.
I'm sorry, Bob, but you see, darling, you must just make a little bit of allowance for the rest of us. We're not really fools, and we're not really indifferent. We're frightened and confused.
But you do see what I'm driving at, and you understand, don't you? Why I want to go to prison? It's not just to get a lot of cheap glory, but to shock people into peace.
But will you? Every soldier is willing to die for his belief, Bob.
Mrs. Armitage.
Oh, Mrs. Armitage, how do you do? I'm so glad you were able to come. You know my stepson, Bob, I think.
Oh, yes, I've been reading about him.
How do you do, Mrs. Armitage?
And my husband's secretary, Miss June Hanby.
How do you do?
Bob and she are engaged to be married.
Engaged? Well, it'll be a long engagement, I suppose, what with one thing and another.
Well, yes, I suppose it will. But they're both young and can wait. You two are going out now, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Bob and I have a lot to do. Goodbye, Mrs. Armitage.
Oh, goodbye.
I'll say goodbye, too.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, young man.
Goodbye.
Well, I've just popped in as I promised, but I mustn't stay long.
Is anything wrong?
Oh, no, nothing's wrong. But this business about your stepson has upset me.
It's upset us?
Oh, well, naturally, of course, but it's upset me a lot. You see, I'm very patriotic, Mrs. Carson.
Yes.
And I think it's dreadful to go about telling soldiers not to fight for their country.
Bob's only a boy, Mrs. Armitage.
Yes, but the way I look at it is this. How's he been brought up? To have such ideas in his head?
After all, if parents do their duty, children have right ideas in their heads.
We don't always know what are right ideas.
No, yes, we do. Oh, it's easy enough to do right if you want to. Just do what everybody else does. Half the people who make so much fuss about it don't want to do right.
Here's tea. I'm sure you'll be glad of a cup. Oh, do sit down.
Oh, thank you. Tea, well, now it's here.
Is the bishop still with the vicar, Anne?
Yes, madam.
Oh, nice girl, that.
Who, Anne? Yes, she's a nice girl.
So hard to get nice girls nowadays. I don't know what's become of all the nice girls. I had a nice girl once, but she got into trouble.
Oh.
Somehow the nice ones always do that. I suppose it's because they're so nice.
Perhaps. 2 lumps or 1?
3, please. I've got a very sweet tooth. I think the pictures have done a lot of harm, don't you?
Not more than other things, have they?
Oh, yes. They've unsettled girls, always thinking of film stars when they should be doing their dusting. Mr. Jefferson says the pictures have done a lot of harm.
Mr. Jefferson? Have you seen him lately?
Yes, I've seen quite a bit of him lately. He's a very persevering man.
Very. Bread and butter?
Cake, please. Mr. Jefferson's very worried about your clinic.
Why should he be?
Well, of course, you know what his views are. High church and all that. Of course, I was brought up low church, but I must say I like a nice high church service. I like the little boys in lace surplices, don't you? Yes. I mean, they look rather nice, and though I'm told some of them are awful. I knew a lady once who told
Mrs. Armitage, you've something to tell me, haven't you?
Well, yes, I have. I really came to tell you I want to think things over a bit.
Do you mean about the clinic?
Yes, I'm not sure about it.
Oh, Mrs. Armitage, I thought it was...
Yes, I know, I thought so too, but things are different now, and Mr. Jefferson's so distressed about it all, and then this business about your stepson. So you see, I must have time to think it over. I don't want to do anything I'd regret afterwards.
Does this mean that you won't give me the money?
Well, not quite. I just want to be sure that I'm not doing anything that I don't really approve of. We mustn't rush into things, must we?
Mrs. Armitage, you know better than most people how necessary our clinic is.
Oh, yes, I know. That's what I said to Mr. Jefferson, and he said, so long as it's concerned with ailments and things like that, that's all right. But, well, you know what he is. Very Anglo-Catholic and all that.
I can't think of anything more useful than the clinic. It's helping to make a better race.
Of course, I'd like to do something. I've always wanted to do something. Yes. Over and over again, I used to say to my husband, John, let's do something.
Well?
But he was too busy, poor dear, and then, of course, he died and never did anything.
The clinic could be his memorial.
It could, of course. We could have a statue of him in the vestibule and patting little children on the head and with an inscription underneath. That would be nice. Yes, John would like that. Still, I'd like to think it over. I'm going to the south of France in November when the weather begins to get bad.
If you were to settle about it now, we could build it while you're away, and it might be ready for you to open on your return.
That would be nice, of course. But Dr. Jordan thinks I ought to stay the whole winter.
Oh.
And when I told Mr. Jefferson that, he thought it would be wise. He's a very thoughtful man, don't you think?
Very.
And now... Oh, well, I really must go. I meant only to pop in for a minute to tell you I wanted to think things over. Oh, I stayed hours. Well, goodbye and thank you. And we've had such a nice talk, haven't we? Discussed everything.
The bishop wants to know why you won't give him tea in here.
Of course I'll give him tea in here. Won't you stay and meet him, Mrs. Armitage?
I'd like to, of course, but really I think I'd better be going. Goodbye, Miss Hadley.
Goodbye.
I'll come to the door with you.
No, thank you. That will be nice.
Any tea going?
Presently. You'll miss this when you're in jail.
I shall miss a lot of things.
Do hope you're not going to make a habit of going to jail. It won't be much fun being married to a man who spends his weekends at home and the rest of the time in prison.
Have you two had tea?
No.
Then we'll all have it here. Will you ring the bell, Bob?
Yes. June, have you any idea what the bishop wants?
No, but I can guess.
I'm afraid you're giving a great many people a lot of trouble, young man.
Yes, madam?
We'll have some fresh tea, please. Bring some more cups. The vicar and the bishop are coming in here.
Very good, madam.
How do you do, Sancha?
I'm not doing very well, Bishop.
Oh?
Mrs. Armitage has just left. I'm afraid she's going to back out of her promise. Mr. Jefferson's been talking to her.
He's been talking to a lot of people. Far too many. Well, Bob.
Good afternoon, my lord.
What are we going to do with this young man?
Ask June. She'll have to do with him.
Well, June?
I'm wondering. The trouble with men seems to be that their bodies grow up so much more quickly than their brains. It takes a woman a long time to realize that what looks like an adult is really a child.
Your experience must have been very unfortunate.
She's had 2 generations of Carsons to cope with, Bob and me.
Tea, madam.
Thank you.
Madam.
I think you like your tea weak, don't you, Bishop?
Please.
Bread and butter, sir.
Thank you.
The bishop has been talking to me about this affair of Bob's. It's serious, much more serious than I thought. I took it for granted that Bob would probably be let off with a grave reprimand. But the bishop thinks, and Thompson thinks too, that we must be prepared for imprisonment.
But that's what Bob wants.
I don't want influence used to get me off.
Bob thinks that the world badly needs the example of individual self-sacrifice.
Yes. As I grow older, I get more skeptical about the value of these demonstrations. I've attended many meetings in my life, and I've noticed that emotional orators get all the cheers, but the work is generally done by some chap who can't talk for toffee. Oh, I'm not denying the value of eloquence, but my instinct is to be on my guard against eloquent people. And I've always found that acts of self-sacrifice which have no relation to the immediate possibilities of mankind leave things rather worse than they were before.
But, well, surely, if there were no pioneers, there would be no progress.
Progress? Uh-huh. That's a word I've been hearing all my life. I wonder what it means.
I'm like the bishop. I'm not sure of all this progress we're making. You yourself, Sancha, are doing your utmost to teach people to limit their families.
Well, you've approved of that. You and the bishop. It's only reactionaries and celebrates like Jefferson who oppose it.
I know, but all the most advanced statisticians and sociologists are now telling us that if we don't pull up the birth rate, we'll perish for want of population.
Cannon fodder. That's all they want. If Sancha succeeds, there won't be enough people to be killed in wars.
Well, that's one way of looking at it.
It's the only way. The commandment says, thou shalt not kill, in any circumstances whatever.
How long is it since you read the Sermon on the Mount?
I can't remember.
Have any of you read it within the last 12 months? I leave you out, Robert. But the rest of you? Well?
I'd never read it at all.
Bob?
I did read it once.
When?
Oh, I can't remember.
Sancha.
All right, Bishop. You win.
You see, you don't know the document, yet each of you talks as if you were familiar with it. The words used by our Lord were, Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not kill, and whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of judgment.
Yes.
But I say unto you that whosoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment. Without a cause, Bob.
It doesn't matter to me what any book says. I won't kill.
In any circumstances whatever?
In no circumstances. I'm willing to die for my belief, but I'm not willing to kill for it.
Well, you may be the savior of your world, Bob.
Yes, but how are we to know that his world will be worth saving?
Isn't any world worth saving?
No. There are worlds that ought to perish, that must perish if mankind is to live. I want peace. But I think we'll have to fight a good many wars before we get it. And I see very little hope of abolishing war in a world where only dictators survive.
Nevertheless, the Bobs of this world have their uses. They offer us examples that we may admire, even if we refuse to be guided by them. Robert, I shouldn't try to keep him out of prison. There may not be any prison strong enough to hold him. Thank you, my dear, for my nice tea.
Pleasure.
Please, madam, Mrs. Jones has come.
Mrs. Jones? Does she want me or the vicar?
She doesn't mind, madam, who she sees.
Oh.
Mrs. Jones? Oh, do you mean that nice woman whose son I married to the girl who was going to have a baby?
That's the one. The baby was born about a fortnight ago.
Oh, well, give Mrs. Jones my kind
I'll
regards.
have her in here, and you can give them to her yourself. You promised to baptize the baby.
Yes.
And perhaps you can make arrangements for it now. Show Mrs. Jones in here, Anne.
Yes, madam.
June and Bob, you two had better clear out. I don't suppose she wants to see you.
Oh, Bob can help me finish some lists I'm copying. Come on, Bob.
Good night, Bishop.
Good night, Bob.
And, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mrs. Jones.
Good evening.
Mrs. Jones, madam.
Good evening.
You remember the bishop, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good evening, Mrs. Jones. I was just going when I heard you were here, and I thought I'd stay and say how'd you do. Your son's well, I hope?
Yes, sir.
And your daughter-in-law?
She's well, too, sir.
Excellent. I hear their baby was born the other day.
Yes, sir.
Your grandchild?
Yes, sir. It died this morning, sir.
Died?
Oh, poor Mrs. Jones. I'm so sorry.
Died this morning, it did. I thought I'd just come and tell you.
Poor little thing.
Oh, I don't know, sir. Missed a lot of trouble. Was a nice little baby, though. A boy it was. Reminded me of Dick when he was born. Smiled nice.
Is there anything we can do, Mrs. Jones?
No, sir, nothing. Nothing. I don't know why I've come, really. Except that I just thought I would. Seems so funny somehow, us all making that fuss about getting Dick and Hilda married, and now the baby's dead. And my boy's tied to that girl for life. Silly, ain't it? You know, my lord, she's no good. She's a foolish girl. I suppose I oughtn't to blame her, really. She can't help being a fool. Nobody wants to be one. But I do wish she'd married some other chap than my boy. It was a mistake, sir. We didn't ought to mess about with other people's lives. Why can't we leave each other alone? Eh?
Poor woman. I'd better see what I can do.
I don't know what the answer to that is, Robert.
No, nor I.
If we were sensible, we would now put those two asunder. On September the 21st at the Church of St. Michael and All Angels, Dick and Hilda Jones were separated by the Bishop of Winterbury, who expressed regret at having united them. Robert, you will talk to Sancho about this business of the deanery.
Yes, but I'm in a quandary, Bishop. It isn't easy for a man to go to his wife and say, "Look here, my dear, I can't get on in my profession unless you give up your job." Why should she stultify herself for my good?
Well, it's a question of degree. Whose work is the more important? Sancho's a good doctor, but she isn't the only good doctor in the world. She isn't even the only good doctor in this town. I'm told that her assistant at the clinic is very good.
Yes, she's excellent.
So that if she went, the clinic wouldn't seriously suffer.
Would the church suffer if I didn't go to the deanery?
I think it would.
Oh, come.
I'm serious, Robert. A great wave of materialism is passing over the world, and unless a tremendous effort is made, the whole spiritual life of mankind may founder. You seem to me to be a man with a peculiar gift for inspiring people to make the most of what's good in them. And I wish to see you in a place where your gift can be used to the greatest advantage. If I have to choose between you and Sancho, I will unflinchingly choose you. And now, I must go back. I've a lot of work to do before I go to bed. Good night, Robert.
Well, let me see you out. You had an overcoat, I think.
Yes, I did.
Ah, yes.
Thank you.
Well, good night, Mr. Chesterton. Good night, Bishop. And thank you for coming. Well, Sancho, how's Mrs. Jones?
Poor woman, how she hates her daughter-in-law. I don't wonder, though. Hilda's the best excuse for birth control I've ever met. Has the bishop gone?
Yes, I was just seeing him off. What did Mrs. Armitage have to say?
She's turned tiresome. Jefferson's been at her, and she's trying to back out of her promise.
Oh, that's a bad blow.
I dare say we'll get over it. Did the bishop talk about anything else than Bob's case?
Yes, he met the Prime Minister in London yesterday, and they talked about me.
Oh?
PM was very nice, but he made a rather odd remark, which is worrying the bishop.
Oh, what?
Well, he said something about my having a difficult family.
I suppose he meant Bob.
Yes, but not only Bob.
Do you mean me?
Uh-huh.
But I'm not difficult.
Well, darling, it depends, doesn't it, on the point of view. You're not difficult to me, but you are to Jefferson.
Well, what does the bishop suggest?
Well, bluntly, he thinks you should go very slow on your clinic.
Robert, the clinic needs me now more than it ever did. We live from hand to mouth, and just at the moment it looks as if we shan't live very well. I can't go slow. If Mrs. Armitage lets me down, I shall have to do and say a great deal more than I want to. I must appeal for money.
But, Sancho...
I may have to make things unpleasant for Father Jefferson.
Oh.
I haven't finished with that gentleman yet, not by a long chalk.
Sancho, you mustn't do this.
Why?
I've told you why.
So that you may be dean?
Yes.
Oh, Robert.
Why should you expect me to put your work before mine when you won't put mine before yours? I think my work's important. As important as yours, and in most respects more important. I shouldn't be a priest if I didn't think a man's soul of greater value than his body.
Can a dean save souls more than a vicar?
Well, that's not the point.
It's the whole point. If you think I'm going to spend the rest of my life pouring out tea for old girls who take a refined interest in religion, you make a great mistake. I'm a doctor, and I shall go on being a doctor until I drop. What's left over from the doctor can be the dean's wife. I shan't leave my clinic until it's safe.
You'd rather leave me?
No. I love you, darling, and you know I love you. But I have work to do, no less than yours, and I must do it, no matter what becomes of me.
Or of me?
Or of you.
That's your last word?
That's my last word.
St. Michael's Vicarage speaking. Oh, yes, Mrs. Martin. No, they're not back yet. Oh, I don't know, Mum, but they may be here any minute. Oh, it is dreadful. Poor Mr. Bob. Of course, he didn't ought to have done it, but he's young. Yes, Mum. I'll be sure to tell them. Yes, I will. Yes. It is awful for them. It'd be awful for anybody, of course. Thank you.
Who was it, Anne?
Oh, Mrs. Martin, sir. Told me to tell you she was ever so sorry about Mr. Bob.
Thank you.
And, sir, we're sorry too, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
It seemed such an awful sentence for what he did.
Yes.
Oh, and the bishop rang up, sir. He said he was sorry he couldn't see you in Winterbury this afternoon, but he's got to go to some dinner near here tonight, and he'll look in on his way home.
Thank you. Oh, and Anne, I'm very grateful to you for your sympathy.
Well, sir, we have to be kind to each other, haven't we?
Yes.
Good evening, Anne. Good evening, miss. I'm ever so sorry, miss. Thank you, Anne.
Miss Hanvey will be staying here tonight, Anne.
Yes, sir.
Where's Sancho?
She'll be down in a minute. Wonder what they're doing to Bob now.
I wonder.
Judge, what sort of a man can he be to give a boy 12 months for a silly thing like that? Poor Bob. Do you think perhaps they're just trying to frighten him and that after a little while he'll be let out?
Perhaps. You know, June, it wasn't very sensible of him.
I know. I didn't think he could make such a fool of himself. But all the same, that sentence is too much. Oh, shall I answer it?
Yes, please.
Michael's Vicarage? Yes? The what? The Winterbury Gazette. You want to speak to the vicar? Well, hold on a moment, I'll see if he's in. It's a reporter from the Winterbury Gazette. Wants to interview you about Bob.
Oh, right. Hello? Yes, I'm the vicar. Thank you. Yes, I agree it was monstrous. Oh, that's very kind of you. Yes, I'll gladly see you. Can you come round now? All right. Goodbye. Well, there you are, Sancho.
Who was that, Robert?
A reporter from the Winterbury Gazette. He says his editor is indignant at the sentence and wants to get up an agitation for a pardon for Bob.
Is he in Combermere now?
He's at the station. I'll see him in the drawing room, June, when he comes.
Oh, very well. Is there anything you want me to do tonight?
No, my dear.
You'd better go to bed, darling. You look tired out.
I am tired, but if there's anything to do...
No, nothing.
I better see if there are any letters. I expect some came by the late post.
Poor June. She looks all in.
Yes, I didn't realize how fond of him she is.
That sort of boy always appeals to that sort of girl.
Poor Bob. I never dreamt they'd give him such a sentence as that.
Oh, did you see the judge's face, Robert? That man was enjoying himself.
Oh, no, darling. You mustn't say things like that about people.
But he was. I'm not feeling very fond of people tonight, Robert. To take an emotional boy like Bob and drag him into the dock and give him 12 months...
There were some letters for you. And one for you, Mrs. Carson.
Thank you. Go to bed now, darling.
No, I'll wait. There may be something important that must be answered tonight.
I shan't answer it if there is.
You'd better look first. We can't go to pieces just because Bob's in jail.
No, there's nothing here that needs attention tonight.
Oh.
What is it, darling?
Mrs. Armitage has turned us down. She's definitely decided not to give me the £5,000 for the clinic. And she's resigning from the committee. She doesn't feel that she can continue to support an institution of which she does not entirely approve.
Well, that's reasonable enough.
Anyhow, you'd almost given up hope of getting anything out of her.
Not quite. I thought I had enough influence over her to make her pay up, but evidently I hadn't. Well, she's given me one more reason for holding my meetings. I must raise money from somewhere, and if she won't give it to me, I'll have to get it in pennies from the public. We've a strenuous winter in front of us.
Bob's imprisonment won't help much.
It hasn't so far, but it may do us good in the end. What do you think, Robert?
Perhaps. But you're taking on a big job, Sancha. All this propaganda work, in addition to your ordinary medical work, will take a lot out of you.
I think I can stand it.
Good night, Mrs. Carson. I think I'll go out now.
Good night, my dear. Bob has a lot to make up to you.
Oh.
What is it?
It's all right. She's overwrought. I'll take her to bed. Come along, June.
I'm most terribly sorry.
All right, darling. Come on.
Poor child. Poor child.
There's a gentleman wants to see you, sir. A newspaper gentleman.
Oh, thank you, Anne. Oh, when your mistress comes down, tell her I'm in the drawing room.
Yes, sir. St. Margaret's Vicarage speaking. Yes, sir. Yes, they're both at home, sir. The vicar's engaged, but I don't suppose he'll be long. Very good, sir. I'll tell him.
What is it, Anne?
Well, someone's just run up to say the bishop's on his way. Or shall I bring something in when he comes, madam?
Oh, yes. Please, Anne. He's very fond of hot milk.
Yes, madam.
That'll be the bishop. Show him in here, will you?
Yes, madam.
Poor Mrs. Armitage. So rich and so empty.
This way, please, sir. Father Jefferson.
Father who?
Good evening, Mrs. Carson.
Oh, Father Jefferson. My husband's engaged, but he won't be long. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. I've really come to see you.
Me?
Yes. First, let me say how sorry I am at the savage sentence that your son received this morning.
Yes, it was savage, wasn't it?
But he won't be any the worse for that. A man who suffers for his conscience' sake is not injured by persecution.
It's very kind of you to give us your sympathy. Thank you.
If you're organizing any petition or meeting of protest, I will do all I can to help you.
That's more than kind. I'm deeply grateful, and I'm sure my husband will be grateful too.
But that isn't the only thing I've come about.
No, I gathered that.
Mrs. Carson, you must believe me when I tell you that it is a great grief to me to have to oppose you. I know you are a sincere and able woman, and that you are doing good work, and that you regard all your work as good. Unfortunately, I don't. Some of it seems to me sinful.
I know, but your opinion of what is sinful is only your opinion.
No, there we differ. I hold my opinions because I believe them to be the Almighty's. You advocate certain causes and ways of living which, to me, forgive me, are devilish.
You haven't come here just to discuss our sociological differences, Mr. Jefferson.
No, though I should not call them sociological differences, but spiritual. I'm told that you're about to make public appeals for money to extend your clinic and to build others elsewhere in the town. It is only fair to tell you that I shall feel it my duty to oppose you by every means in my power.
I shall go on with my plans, no matter who opposes them.
Wherever you hold a meeting, I shall hold one, either immediately before it or immediately after it. If you will not promise to abstain from advocating these obnoxious doctrines, I shall not only do my utmost to prevent you from extending your clinic, but will also try to have it closed.
Closed?
Yes. Many of the people who subscribe to it are my personal friends. I shall do my utmost to persuade them to withdraw their subscriptions.
Some of them have done so already.
More, I hope, will.
Nevertheless, Mr. Jefferson, I will go on with my work. You paid me the compliment just now of saying you believe me to be sincere. What would you say if I were in a position to ruin your work and I came to you and threatened to ruin it unless you did exactly what I told you?
I should take no notice of it.
Neither do I take any notice of you. How little my sincerity would amount to if at the first hint of opposition I gave up my work.
Why can't you confine yourself to ordinary medical work that rouses no dispute?
You've been asking me that question for ages and ages, and every time I've had to make Luther's reply. God helping me, I can do no other. I'm sorry for mentioning Luther to you. You probably don't like him.
Then it's useless to make any further appeal to you?
Quite useless.
I'm intensely sorry. You will remember, I hope, that this makes no difference to my promise to do what I can about your son.
That is really very kind of you, Mr. Jefferson, and I shall not forget it.
Good night.
Good night.
My dear Jefferson, what brings you here?
Mr. Jefferson very kindly came to sympathize with us about Bob, and to offer to do anything he can to help us.
My dear fellow, that's very generous of you.
Anything I can. But that isn't the only reason why I'm here. There's an even more important reason, which Mrs. Carson has not mentioned.
Oh, what's that?
Mr. Jefferson and I have declared war on each other.
War?
Yes. He will oppose every effort I make to raise money for the clinic, unless I give up instructions on birth control.
Well, we know that that's his attitude already.
But it's going to be much more definite in future.
I've told Mrs. Carson that I shall feel it my duty to hold meetings in opposition to hers.
I see.
Mr. Jefferson's been very frank. If I will not promise to restrict myself at the clinic to his requirements, he will not only oppose any attempt to enlarge it, but will try to have it closed.
Closed? Do you mean, Jefferson, that you'll try to have the clinic shut up altogether?
Yes. It had better be shut than continue to spread evil.
But, my dear fellow, this is preposterous. This clinic does invaluable work among poor people. Saves the lives of hundreds of little children. Teaches ignorant mothers how to take care of their children. Well, you're not proposing to stop that, are you?
The work of rescue can still go on, will go on, even if this clinic comes to an end.
Well, there's no other clinic in the town.
Others will come. I've noticed in my life that evil cannot put good down forever.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Mr. Jefferson. It gives me great comfort.
I do not think there's any more to be said. We understand each other. Good night again, Mrs. Carson.
Good night.
One moment. There is something more to be said. So far, I've taken no public part in this controversy. It is Sancho's affair, and I have my own work to do. But from tonight on, I'm taking a prominent part in it. Since you've asked for a fight, Jefferson, you shall have one. Sancho, I shall speak at all your meetings.
Oh, Robert.
And listen, Jefferson, it hasn't been easy to keep the peace with you, but I've kept it. From now on, however, I shall fight you as hard as I know how.
You must do what you think best.
I shall. When's your next meeting, Sancho?
On Friday.
Where?
I'm afraid it's in Mr. Jefferson's parish.
Good. I suppose you wouldn't like to take the chair, Jefferson.
The bishop's come, sir. I told him you were engaged and showed him into the drawing room.
Will you stay and meet him, Jefferson? He's come in for a few moments to hear about my son.
No, thank you. The bishop and I don't see things from the same point of view, and we find it better to meet as seldom as possible.
Anne, show Mr. Jefferson out.
Yes, sir.
Good night. I'm sorry we can't be friends, but we needn't be foes.
Good night. Thank you again for your kindness about my son.
Robert, are you really going to help me like that?
Of course.
Oh, my darling. My darling.
Darling.
Oh.
The bishop's waiting.
Oh, blow the bishop. I want to kiss you forever and ever.
Darling.
Oh, Robert, I do love you.
May I come in?
No. Why, yes, of course.
I heard someone going out, and as your maid had thoughtfully left the door of the drawing room open, I managed to catch a glimpse of him. It was my dear friend, Father Jefferson. Then I caught the sound of contention coming from this room, and I came here at once to prevent a domestic brawl.
You've come in the nick of time.
Oh, I came to see if I could do anything about Bob, but I find you in something like a state of hilarity. Has he been released?
I'm afraid we've forgotten Bob for the moment.
You see, Bishop, we've had a shindy with Mr. Jefferson.
Oh. He came here with an offer to help about Bob.
He also brought a declaration of war.
Has he?
Yes. Unless Sancha abandons her birth control instruction and restricts herself to ordinary medical practice, he'll not only oppose her efforts to extend the clinic, but do his best to have it closed down.
Did he threaten that?
He did.
So, of course, when I heard that, I said I'd join the fight on Sancha's side.
You mean there's to be public scrapping?
Yes, Sancho's going to hold a series of meetings to try to raise funds for the clinic. Jefferson says he'll hold a series of meetings to try to stop her raising funds. And since there's sure to be a good deal of squabbling, Bishop, I think you better tell the Prime Minister that I do not wish to be considered for the deanery.
Oh, Robert.
Well, darling, I don't want to embarrass the bishop by letting him support an unsuccessful candidate. After all, Sancha was quite right when she said I can do good work here. It isn't as big an opportunity as Winterbury, but it'll do. I've had great happiness in Combermere. I met Sancha here.
Mm-hmm. I disapprove of a man doing a small job when he might do a big one. It is not true modesty to hide your light under a bushel. It is sometimes laziness, sometimes cowardice, sometimes sentimentality, and sometimes a false sense of what is right. I don't know under which of these headings you are to be put, Robert, but I tell you flatly that I shall not cease from trying to get you made Dean of Winterbury until it is useless to strive any more.
Then the Prime Minister must take me as he finds me, and he'll find me fighting on Sancha's side.
What are you going to do about Bob?
Well, I've just had a reporter here from the Winterbury Gazette. His editor wants to get up an agitation for Bob's release.
Yes, I don't like the press very much, but I suppose newspapers have their uses. My cook says they're excellent kindling. Well, if I can do anything, tell me. I must go home now and take off these glad rags.
Was it a nice dinner?
It was a public dinner. Oh. I've been sucking soda mints all night.
Dear.
I hope Bob will soon be free. Good night.
Good night, Bishop.
Oh, my dear Bishop. Hope you'll understand.
Of course, of course.
Good night. Good night.
When we came home from Winterbury, my heart was in my boots. I felt utterly despondent. But I'm happy now.
Why?
Well, I suppose because we're on the same side again.
Robert, won't you be sorry if you miss the deanery?
Oh, yes, very sorry.
Well, then, don't you think you'd better keep out of this scrap with Jefferson?
Not if you're in it. I can't stand by in silence while that man tries to ruin your work.
Oh, darling, you make me feel I'm not good enough for you.
Oh, don't talk rubbish.
You know I love you, don't you?
Yes.
I love you more than any human being I've ever known. The moment I saw you for the first time, I knew I was going to love you, but I tried not to because your life is so different from mine. Then there came the moment when I knew I must love you, that no matter how different your life might be from mine, I must love you as long as I lived. You see, my whole heart overflowed into yours.
My dear, dear wife. Sancha! Sancha!
Coming, Robert.
Oh, hello, June.
Hello.
I thought you and Miss Orley were working in the morning room.
So we are. What is it?
The morning paper. Look, it's full of last night's row.
I don't like rows. I believe in doing your work quietly. These fusses make me sick.
Are you casting aspersions on me?
Yes, I am. First it's Bob, and now it's you. You've driven Bob clean off the front page, too. All they say about him now is that he's your son. Listen. It will be remembered that Mr. Carson's son was sent to prison for 12 months for sedition. That's all. It was just over a fortnight since Bob was sentenced, and already he's forgotten. The paper has to remind its readers about him.
You're getting bitter, June.
Is it enough to make a girl bitter? That sort of thing isn't your line. You're a worker, not a film star. Well, get back to Miss Orley.
What's the matter, June?
Mr. Carson has something to show you.
Yes, Robert?
Look at this.
I say, this stuff is a bit sensational.
Yes, I don't like the way it's put very much.
It says here that some man shouted at you, "Your son's a dirty traitor."
Yes, someone did shout that.
Well, I suppose we must expect abuse. First neglect, then abuse, then persecution, and last of all, triumph.
No, that isn't last, darling. After triumph comes the decline, when ideals give place to organization and efficiency, and the profits are followed by the bureaucrats.
That's why we have to keep on making rows. No row, no movement. I suppose you want to go on with this one?
Certainly. Is the money coming in?
Not very fast. It takes a lot of pennies to make up £5,000. Oh, if somebody would only give me the money. Just £5,000.
May I come in a moment?
Why, yes, of course, Miss Orley.
I've done all I can for June tonight, and I'm just going. I'd like to talk to you alone, Mrs. Carson.
Oh, that means I'm to clear out?
Yes, please, darling.
All right. I'm in the garden if I want it.
Have you seen the evening paper?
Yes, and that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Mrs. Carson, won't you make him stop it?
Stop what?
All this street corner stuff. It isn't his job, Mrs. Carson.
Aren't you taking rather a liberty, Miss Orley?
Yes. But you see, I hear more about this business than you do. People keep their thoughts to themselves when you're present, but I hear what they're saying. You're trying to raise money for the clinic, but this campaign hasn't brought much, has it?
No, disappointingly little.
You'll get less and less. And then people will stop subscribing to his work, and the end will be grief and disaster.
What are you suggesting, Miss Orley?
Why don't you give up the whole thing?
Do you mean give up the clinic?
Superficially, yes. Really, no.
Is this a riddle?
You want £5,000 for your clinic.
I do.
I'll give it to you on one condition, that you resign.
What?
Now, please don't misunderstand me. I think you're doing good work, but it is work that other people can do. There's nobody in this district who can do your husband's work.
You mean that he's more important to his work than I am to mine?
Yes. I know that this agitation is likely to prevent him from becoming Dean of Winterbury, and that means the frustration of a very able man. Now, if you leave the clinic will still go on. Not less effective, because its enemies will no longer be able to make mischief through the fact that you're his wife. You want the clinic to go on, don't you?
Of course I do.
Well, it will go on. I'll give the money.
£5,000 is a lot to give away. Won't you be crippling yourself?
Oh, I'll still have enough to live on. When we've extended the clinic, I'll give up my house and live there. I can do any clerical work that's needed, and there's no reason why we shouldn't report to you what we're doing and ask your advice, but you needn't appear in public.
What this amounts to, Miss Orley, is that you're bribing me to leave Combermere and go to Winterbury with my husband if he is appointed dean.
You could call it that.
Why are you willing to do this?
I don't like waste.
Yet you are willing to waste me.
Oh, nothing can waste you.
You're in love with Robert.
Yes.
And you're doing this for him?
Yes.
I love him too. I didn't believe that any woman could love any man as much as I love Robert. When he comes into the room, I feel my heart uplifted. When I'm tired and despondent, I fortify myself with his courage. If I were dead and he needed my help, I would come out of the grave to help him.
I believe you, because I love him like that too.
Does he know that you love him?
Oh, no. Oh, I'm just a parish worker. Woman who passes the time by helping June to send out circulars. Apart from that, he doesn't know that I exist.
How long have you loved him?
Since the moment I first saw him.
Would you give up the clinic if you were me?
I'd give up everything if I were you.
You must give me time. I can't decide this now. You are asking me to make nothing of myself so that Robert may make more of himself. That's not easy.
Well, I brought the cheque with me. There it is. I shall go now. Good night.
Good night.
You won't take too long to make up your mind, will you?
No, I won't take too long. £5,000.
Miss Orley gone?
Yes, dear.
A nice woman. Pity she doesn't get married.
Yes.
You know, it's a funny thing. But although I've known her for years, I don't know what her Christian name is.
Christabel.
Is it? Pretty name. I say, about that meeting on Tuesday.
There won't be any meeting on Tuesday.
Oh, why?
There won't be any more meetings. I've got the money.
You got it? How?
Miss Orley gave it to me.
Oh, you're joking.
Here's the cheque.
£5,000. Did she give you this herself? I mean, is it her own money?
Yes, it's her own. The clinic's safe now. Father Jefferson can do what he likes. It's safe.
She must be very fond of you.
I hadn't thought of that. I suppose she must be very fond of me.
This will make a great difference, of course, to both of us. We can let this agitation slide now.
Yes.
I'm glad the bishop didn't do what I asked.
Yes, wasn't it lucky? The bishop's a very wise old man. I hope you'll get this deanery, Robert.
Does that mean you're content to come to Winterbury?
Yes, I'm content. I dare say I can be useful in Winterbury. You won't waste me, will you, Robert?
Waste you? Good heavens, no. Here, take her cheque. You'd better lodge it in the bank tomorrow.
I will.
Ah, very generous of Miss Orley, I must say. Well, I knew she had money, of course, and I sometimes wondered what she'd do with it. Well, she's put it to a good use. She couldn't have done better with it.
No, she couldn't.
I read a rum thing in a book this morning.
Oh?
Yes, a book about astronomy.
What was it, darling?
Well, you know what a light year is?
No.
Well, light travels through space at a speed of about 186,000 miles a second.
How reckless of it.
Does about 6 billion miles in a year. That's a light year. 6 billion miles. The nearest star is 4.5 light years away from us. And by the time its light reaches us, it may have gone out. We may be seeing something that isn't there. You look up at the sky on a starry night, and you think you see myriads of stars, but they may not be there at all. The whole lot may have shifted or changed or gone out. It's a strange thought, isn't it? To be looking at something that may not be there.
Yes. A very strange thought. My darling.
In Robert's Wife by St. John Irvine, adapted for broadcasting by Archie Campbell, the part of Sancha Carson was played by Jessie Matthews. Robert Carson by Godfrey Kenton, the Bishop of Winterbury by Norman Shelley, June Hanvey, Patricia Gallimore, Bob Carson, David Valla, Miss Orley, Anne Cullen, Mrs. Jones, Hilda Fenimore, Mrs. Armitage, Margot Boyd, the Reverend Arthur Jefferson, Peter Pratt, Dick Jones, Elric Cotter, Anne the parlourmaid, Frances Jeter, Chief Inspector Lindsay, Gerard Green, and Inspector Footboy, Peter Williams. The play was produced by Norman Wright.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The School for Husbands by Moliere, which met with success on Broadway when freely adapted by Arthur Gaterman and Lawrence Langner. We invite you to be our guest again at a great play and witness their modern version of the famous French comedy which was produced for the first time June 24th, 1661. The Palais Royal Theatre, where the afternoon performance was presented, was the gathering place of pleasure-loving Parisians who filled the pit, the stage, the boxes and balconies to pay tribute to their favorite actor and author, Moliere. The Palais Royal Theatre, where The School for Husbands was presented, was located in the right wing of the Palais Cardinal, which Cardinal Richelieu built for himself. The pit, as usual, always presented a scene of varied activity. Since the performances seldom started at the appointed hour of 2 o'clock, the gallants passed away the time by fencing and playing at cards and dice. Fashionable people from the court and diplomatic circles were in evidence at each play by Moliere, for the king openly showed his favor for the actor-author by presenting him with the theater. Prominent men paid high fees for seats upon the stage and in the 2 rows of stage boxes. Preceding the performance, young girls did a thriving business selling oranges, nuts, and drinks to the patrons. The orchestra was located at the back of the theater and played a lengthy program before each performance. One of the high spots of interest, just before the start of the play, was the lowering of the great chandeliers for the lighting of the candles. As they were pulled up into place, the audience applauded the colorful episode. At the premiere of The School for Husbands, Moliere played the leading part of Sganarelle and read the prologue to the play. He wore the conventional costume of knee breeches, a tight-fitting coat, with a short cape hanging from his shoulders. The moment he entered the stage with his cap in his hands, he was greeted by an ovation. His sad face, like a melancholy mask, brightened, and it became a fascinating study of various expressions as he bowed to his admirers in the theater and began to speak the prologue to The School for Husbands. Today, in our modern version, the prologue sets the scene and acts the leading part of Sganarelle. The play begins.
Kind friends, we fear you fear to see upon the stage a solemn play in this impatient age. Yet if solemnity is what you're afraid of, That isn't what this offering is made of. A pleasant street in Paris shall you see, with houses placed where houses ought to be. There, while you watch the subtle plot unfold, with guardians grim and lovers blithe and bold, your ear shall hear, we trust with satisfaction, some tuneful ballads suited to the action. For in this day, when first our play is done, to be precise in 1661, pure drama would place too great a strain upon the weary, overburdened brain. Since first our play will please the better sort, the 14th Louis and his brilliant court, I, Moliere, the author, having full control, in my own drama, take the leading role. Playwright and actor-manager as well, I shrewdly cast myself as Sganarelle, and give myself the best of scene and line. I wrote it so, since his part is mine. And I'm no prologue, just a humble foreword. Yet as I leave you, let me speak one more word, or take from me, and then I'm on my way, 4 words as forward. Please enjoy our play.
Je crains tes apparts, mon âme s'enflamme, mais tu m'aimes pas. Ta mine lupine, prévient et séduit, mes veines hautaines, tu fuis qui te suis, tu fuis qui te suis. Bergère légère, je crains tes apparts, mon âme s'enflamme, mais tu m'aimes pas. Tu chantes, tu vantes, l'amour est sa loi, parole frivole, tu n'aimes que toi, tu n'aimes que toi. Bergère légère, je crois tes apparts, mon âme s'enflamme, mais tu n'aimes pas.
Hello, Lisette.
Oh, you, Weggart? How strange.
What's strange?
To see you working for a change.
Well, you're just out to get a breath of air. Where are you going?
That is my affair.
If it's a secret.
Nosy. I'm going to bring my Mistress Leonore her sewing. She's visiting her sister Isabel, poor thing, who lives in there with Sganarelle. But Sganarelle has gone to see his brother Ariste. And while they talk with one another, the sisters too can have a quiet chat. And so can I. Is that enough of that?
Yes. When you've told me where you'll be tonight, I'd like to see you.
Possibly you might. We're going, that is Mistress Leonore, her guardian Ariste, and several more, to see the Dauphin's birthday fete.
Good. Slip away. I'll meet you at the gate.
All right, I'll try. But don't you come too late. Oh, when you kiss, please remember this. Marriage is your bill, sir, and you'll pay it. Oh, scat. Here comes the master and his mean old brother. You go in Valaire's house. I'll go to the other.
Listen, Brother Sganarelle, listen, pray.
Brother Ariste, you talk too much. May I suggest that every man should live as he thinks best?
But others don't. Your narrow point of view is blamed by everyone.
By fools like you.
Oh, thanks for the compliment.
No thanks, Ariste, whatever. I'll even let you tell me what these clever, self-righteous people say about me.
Well, if you don't mind...
But go on and tell.
Well, they all express the wish that you were humbler. Condemn the thing that makes you such a grumbler. That gives you ways that everybody loathes and makes you wear such queer, outlandish clothes.
That's it. I'm not in fashion. Tell these railers I dress to please myself and not their tailors. Tis your esteemed opinion, I suppose, that I should deck myself like our young beaux, in silly hats that leave weak brains exposed, that I should strut along, my legs enclosed in ruffled breeches, though my man-sized feet squeezed into tiny shoes, and all complete with frills and furbelows, to take my airing, arrayed in what the well-dressed man is wearing.
If all the rest are fools, be slightly foolish, instead of singularly wise and mulish.
Well, spend your age in liking or in loathing, but I will stick to my own style of clothing. Good day. I'll be on my way.
Good day. I'll have no more to say.
Come, Sister Isabel, there's no one in the square. Let's walk a little in the summer air.
Sister Leonore, I hardly dare to go.
Well, there's nothing wrong in walking with your sister. Come along, don't worry. If Scanorel scolds, I'll take the blame.
Locked up he keeps you. What a burning shame.
Hey, Isabel. Where are you going?
We don't just know, but it's such lovely weather, I thought we might go out a while together.
Leonore and Lizette, go where you like. You two with all the gadabouts. But as for you, Isabel, how often must I tell you, here you stay?
Oh, Scanorel, let them go. God's lambs will play.
Your servant, Brother Aris.
Youth, you know.
That youth is foolish, and that age is too.
With Leonore, you know she's quite secure.
Perhaps. But when Isabel stays with me, I'm sure.
I guard her, Sister Leonore, quite as well, I trust.
For heaven's sake, let each do as he must. These girls are orphans. In his dying hour, their father, long our friend, with all their dower, entrusted them to us, and in his will gave us the duty which we must fulfill to marry them ourselves, or give their hands to whom we choose. But we, meanwhile, our commands they must obey, as they and I know well. Your ward is Leonore. Mine, Isabel. Guard yours as you think best, sagacious brother, and kindly give me leave to rule the other.
It seems to me
you let your ward be gay, and primp and gad about and have her way, and idle as you will. Well, much I care. And flirt with these young sparks. That's your affair. But I intend to make my ward defer to that which seems to me, if not to her. She shall not leave my doorway unattended to talk with gallants. For the flesh is weak.
Yes, but
it seems to me, I know whereof I speak. Since fortune destines her to be my wife, I do not mean to let her spoil my life.
You have no cause.
Be still. Isabel, how dared you stir one step from home unchaperoned?
But, sir, I came to see my sister. You object?
I do. Your inference is most correct. You spoil her for me, and I'm free to say that you'll oblige me if you keep away.
Well, then I'll speak frankly, too. You seek my sister's love, but all that you have done and coarsely said to her, I hope and trust will make her turn from you in deep disgust.
The man's a Turk. He shuts his woman in.
Well, there never was a woman, Lisette, worth the winning who needed locks to hinder her from sinning. These vile precautions utterly disgust us.
The only way to hold us is to trust us.
A woman wants affection and contentment.
Compulsion stirs her anger and resentment.
Remember how you felt when you were 20?
We all need liberty.
And you take plenty.
To Leonore, my ward, I gladly give the right to live unchained, as youth should live.
Why should I mope at home? To me, it looks as though the world could teach one more than books.
So help me gad, she talks like maids and cooks.
While 'twas her father's will, as you have said, that if and when I chose, we two should wed. Since she might be my daughter by adoption, I don't intend to exercise my option.
You mean, Aris, that I shall marry whom I will?
Yes, I'll not play the haughty tyrant. Still, if what I have, or am, or seem, can make her forget the age you mock, I'll gladly take her. In any case, her choice shall be her own. I seek her happiness, and that alone.
You make me sick. You poor blind fool. Isabel, go in. You mustn't listen to such drool.
Shame, the fool.
Brother, you take your guardianship of fair.
You think you know, but I think I know better.
Whatever Leonore wants to do, I'll let her.
You'll trust her? Then what happens will amaze you. I'll be delighted when your wife betrays you.
Then may you laugh, old youp. But I foresee the laugh will be on you, and not on me.
I pledge my word that if Aris marries me, no wife can be more true than I shall be. But if Scanorel, and God forbid I married you, I would not be so sure what I might do. I'd never let his jealousy alarm me.
I'd keep him jealous of the whole French army.
Be still, you vixen.
Those who fear the nagging of women's tongues should never set them wagging.
As one brother to another, you have softening of the brain.
Have a little patience, brother. Youth deserves a lighter rein.
By some artifice or other, we will break the tyrant's chain.
You may laugh, but I know how affairs will go.
When the cat's away, how the mice will play.
I'll have my way, and she must obey.
By but not to iron bars and railings. Remember that for minor faults and failings, good sense and kindness are the safest cures. I'll go now in my house, and I'm your almost servant.
I'm not yours.
Goodbye. Are manners out of place?
Goodbye. I'd rather see his back than see his face. I'll go into my house and keep my place.
Goodbye indeed. There go a well-matched pair. The man as mad as any old March hare. The girl's a pert coquette. True mates confound them. And what a household they will have around them. No, Isabel shan't see them anymore. They'd spoil her morals, he and Leonora. I'll ship her to the country, where the habits of good folks don't resemble those of rabbits. But here I'll have to guard her night and day. That time she pretty nearly slipped away. I'll see she doesn't try that anymore. I'll get a faithful man to guard the door. Another thing I'll do. I'll see a notary, too, and fix a day to marry her before we go away. Here comes the Sandals, Sylvester and Belair. I'll be on my way, rather than meet them here.
Au revoir. Adieu, Belair.
Goodbye, you rogues. You've stripped me bare. To 6 good louis d'or, goodbye.
Congratulations, then, Belair.
But why, Sylvester?
Your luck at cards is so harassing. Your luck in love must be surpassing.
My luck... Love is quite as bad.
How so, my boy?
Confess, my lad. Poor Belair, he's in love again.
With number 6?
No, number 10.
Why don't you trot her out and show her?
How did you ever get to know her?
I've never met her. Wish I could. And still you know that she is good.
This much I'll say. Isabel, my lovely girl, is locked in by a crusty churl.
But come with us, you lovelorn sinner. Perhaps we'll teach you how to win her.
Oh, better still to live without her.
Now, leave me here to dream about her.
But will you quit your dreamy state in time to join us at the fete this evening at the Tuileries, fond lover?
Possibly. I'll see.
Come on, Lysander. We must choose our costumes. There's no time to lose. And shall we bring you one, Belair?
Oh, if you wish. I don't much care.
He doesn't care, for oh and ah, he dreams of sweetness, yes, mamma. Come hear the story of young Belair. His eyes were blue, his locks were fair. He rattled the dice, he sang tra-la, till he fell in love with a yes, mamma.
A yes, mamma?
A yes, mamma.
He fell in love with a yes, mamma. Alas, poor lover. His lot was sad. A crusty jailer the lady had, a terrible giant who cried, "Aha, you keep away from my yes, mamma."
My yes, mamma?
My yes, mamma.
You keep away from my yes, mamma.